I hereby declare the closure of Stark Industries' Weapons Development Department. In the grand hall of Tony's villa, the television was replaying news from a few days prior. Lin Feng sat on the sofa, watching the footage, unable to suppress a smile, while also feeling a sense of relief. It appeared that after rescuing Tony from the cave, he had not caused any irreversible changes to the main storyline. Tony Stark had, as in the original narrative, closed the Weapons Development Division. Not long ago, Lin Feng was an unremarkable inhabitant of Blue Planet. While scrolling through short videos, he inadvertently dozed off, with his phone still playing the Avengers film. Suddenly, the sound of Tony Stark hammering metal echoed through the air, jolting him awake once more. To his astonishment, he found himself transported to the cave where Tony had once faced peril. Moreover, he had activated a system. For Lin Feng, who had often lamented the monotony of life, this was both surreal and exhilarating. The first task issued by the system was to assist Tony Stark in crafting the Iron Man armor. With a preemptive reward of 10 superhuman abilities derived from the invincible physique. Armed with this newfound strength, Lin Feng naturally led Tony away from his confinement in the cave. By rescuing Tony Stark, Lin Feng also earned his friendship, having traversed to this world as an undocumented individual. Lacking any form of identification or shelter, Lin Feng found himself temporarily residing in Tony Stark's seaside villa, as arranged by the latter. As Lin Feng turned off the television and rubbed his chin, he realized that a considerable amount of time had passed since he had rescued Tony Stark. It was time to focus on his second novice task. With this thought in mind, Lin Feng couldn't help but revisit the system's task list. Just the sight of the word superhuman next to the rewards was enough to ignite his fervor. Novice Task 1. Rescue Tony Stark. Task Reward. 10 superhuman invincible physique completed. Novice Task 2. Journey to outer space to receive radiation from a yellow star. The method is flexible. Task Reward. Complete abilities of superhuman invincible physique. Note, the system will only fully bind to the host after the completion of both novice tasks. The host must accomplish the novice tasks within 1 month. Otherwise, the system will automatically unbind. How many men and boys have dreamed of such powers? Super speed, super endurance, super strength? Not to mention the stylish yet practical heat rays, freezing breath, and more. The thought of possessing superhuman abilities made Lin Feng's heart race. Having tasted the sweetness of 10 superhuman power, he was now eager to complete the second novice task and experience the full extent of what it meant to be superhuman. As for the second novice task, venturing into outer space, while it was indeed challenging, it also bore a certain simplicity. In his previous life, Lin Feng would scarcely have had the opportunity to fly into the cosmos. Not only was the technology of the time prohibitive for ordinary citizens to board rockets, but even if it were permissible, he certainly lacked the financial means. However, Lin Feng now finds himself immersed in the realm of Marvel, where an array of cutting-edge technology dazzles the senses. Having rescued the affluent Tony Stark, soaring into outer space, in theory, should not pose a formidable challenge. With only a month to complete his novice task, Lin Feng is uncertain about the consequences of failure. Perhaps the system will unbind, leaving him stranded in the Marvel universe, albeit bereft of superhuman abilities. Alternatively, he may simply perish with no chance of returning. Regardless of the outcome, neither scenario aligns with Lin Feng's desires. In this predicament, he understands that seeking Tony Stark's assistance is his most expedient and reliable means of venturing into space. In doing so, he could acquire the full extent of Superman's powers. Though in the form of a steel-clad version, he could easily contend with even the likes of the Hulk. Superman's abilities would undoubtedly facilitate his navigation through the early narratives of Marvel with ease. Indeed, the plan is feasible. Lin Feng envisions a promising future, and in a moment of excitement, he leaps from the sofa, exuberantly throwing a series of punches resembling a foolish deer. Just as Lin Feng indulges in his revelry, Tony Stark returns to the villa after a day of dealing with reporters. Upon entering, he spots Lin Feng in a state of frenzy on the sofa. "Hey buddy, have you lost your mind? Do you have any idea how much that sofa is worth?" The suddenly awakened Lin Feng, jolted by the unexpected voice, realizes Tony has returned. He awkwardly jumps off the sofa, patting the spot where he had been sitting. "Oh, Tony, welcome back. Hey, hith. Huh. Tony snorts, taking a seat on the sofa. So, Lin, how are you settling in here? Lin Feng, feigning contemplation, strokes his chin and replies, It's all right, I suppose. All right? Buddy, do you know how much the sofa you just stepped on costs? $30,000. Tony rolls his eyes in disbelief. Oh, that's not important. We're friends, aren't we? When I have my own house, you can step on my sofa. Lin Feng, pretending to be generous, waves his hand dismissively, hoping to gloss over the matter. After all, he is currently penniless. I'm not that interested. Tony scoffs, yet refrains from disputing Lin Feng's claim of friendship. Although he is known for his sharp tongue, he begrudgingly accepts the title of friend for Lin Feng, who has shared hardships with him and even saved his life. In the days to come, Tony would find himself grateful for having such a friend, but that is a tale for another time. Speaking of houses, you already have one. Tony tosses a pile of documents to Lin Feng. Here is your identification, driver's license, and a villa in New York. This is a special arrangement. Tony gestures towards the property deed, raising an eyebrow. Pepper personally selected it for you. I'm sure you'll love it. Now, you can express your joy and properly thank the affluent Tony Stark. Tony boasts, flaunting the authority that comes with his wealth. Lin Feng, somewhat speechless, took the documents handed to him and opened them for a glance. Inside was an identification card, a property deed for a villa in the Twisting Waste area, spanning 600 square meters. Furthermore, there was a check for $5 million. Oh, Lin Feng's eyes narrowed, a sense of satisfaction washing over him. I am immensely grateful to the magnate Tony Stark. This gift is truly commendable. With a raised brow and a cheerful disposition, Lin Feng accepted the documents, nodding appreciatively at Tony Stark. One must admit, despite his sharp tongue, Tony was remarkably considerate and sincere in his dealings. Goodness, has this young man just acquired his first property? No, rather, his first villa. Not wishing to stand on ceremony with Tony, after some light-hearted banter, Lin Feng resolved to share his aspirations of venturing into outer space. Speaking of which, Tony, Lin Feng slightly adjusted his posture, adopting an earnest demeanor. There's something quite significant I need your assistance with. Oh, do enlighten me. Noticing Lin Feng's serious tone, Tony raised an eyebrow and moved to fetch a bottle of whiskey from the bar. Pouring himself a glass, he slid an empty one toward Lin Feng, suggesting he serve himself if he desired. Lin Feng declined to pour, as he was unaccustomed to the taste of whiskey, and gestured upward, continuing, Tony, I wish to journey into outer space. Yes, the kind of journey one that takes me beyond Earth's atmosphere. I don't need to go too far, just to a location similar to that of a satellite. Tony paused, momentarily taken aback, his raised glass frozen midair. Outer space? The kind that requires leaving Earth? I must have misheard you. Indeed, Tony, the kind that entails departing from Earth, Lin Feng affirmed with a nod. Tony leaned forward with intrigue. Buddy, are you serious about this? Lin Feng's earnestness rendered Tony contemplative as he stroked his chin. All right, you genuinely mean it. I'm quite curious about what prompted this sudden desire to venture into outer space. Are you looking to sightsee? With Stark Industries' current capabilities, such a feat was entirely feasible, and the financial implications were mere trifles for Tony. Considering Stark's own commercial satellites. This isn't for sightseeing, Tony. I can only reveal that it pertains to my abilities. To successfully complete the novice task, Lin Feng decided to share a mix of truth and half-truth with Tony. He understood all too well that without a compelling rationale, Tony Stark would be reluctant to acquiesce to what seemed a rather madcap request. After all, at this juncture in time, sending someone into outer space carried significant risks, unlike the later period when Star-Lord made such journeys as commonplace. My abilities stem from solar radiation, Lin Feng continued. In outer space, devoid of atmospheric obstruction, I can maximize my absorption of radiation to enhance my powers considerably. You understand? At this point, Lin Feng made a fist gesture, raising an eyebrow at Tony. That moment. Within the confines of the cave, he struck a formidable blow that carved a substantial cavity into the mountainside. The cascading debris afforded Tony precious time to recharge his armor, leaving a lasting impression on him. Well, Lin, this is indeed a rather peculiar method of training. I have never encountered anything like it, Tony remarked, swirling his glass while shaking his head in astonishment. He recalled Lin Feng's incredible punch. which was astonishingly powerful, surpassing even that of the world champion boxer. Lin, I have been pondering a question. Tony shifted the conversation. I am rather curious if you are a mutant, considering that you... He mimicked Lin Feng's powerful swing. That certainly does not seem to be something an ordinary person could accomplish. In Tony's perception, only mutants possess capabilities that transcended normal human limits. I'm not a mutant, Tony, Lin Feng clarified. Indeed, his extraordinary punch could easily evoke thoughts of mutants, yet mutants couldn't stand against Superman. To be precise, my abilities stem from a legacy of bloodline. Lin Feng gestured vaguely in the air as he explained. I cannot articulate it very well, as I have only recently awakened my powers, and I am quite perplexed myself. Lin Feng told a half-truth, for half-truths are often the most difficult to discern. Over the past few days, he had conducted a thorough investigation of the current world via the internet, confirming that this was indeed a pure Marvel universe. Moreover, humanity in this realm had no knowledge of Superman. He could find no comics, videos, films, or discussions related to Superman. All right, Tony shrugged, indicating his acceptance of this explanation. So, do you promise to take me into outer space? Lin Feng inquired. Oh, that is quite simple for me, my friend. Since you wish to go, I shall take you there. Tony nonchalantly shrugged, deciding to oblige Lin Feng's request otherwise. He might be accused of being stingy. Feeling a sense of relief at Tony's agreement, Lin Feng was reassured he had anticipated that Tony would likely acquiesce. A week from now, Stark Industries will launch an artificial satellite. You can accompany it into space, Tony declared as he rose, patting Lin Feng on the shoulder. Now, you may go and inspect your new residence. You see, my villa does not typically welcome men aside from myself. Unless they are women, Tony said, half jokingly yet half seriously, ushering Lin Feng away. His villa had always been graced solely by cover girls for magazines, and he was not exaggerating. Go to the garage and select a vehicle, consider it a gift from me. After all, it's not easy to hail a cab around here. Without waiting for Lin Feng to respond, Tony continued. All right. Lin Feng nodded, agreeing to Tony's arrangement. His goal had been achieved, and with a house of his own, Lin Feng was eager to see what his first villa would look like. He swiftly departed Tony's villa, cheekily driving off in Tony's R8 sports car. He recalls that this was Tony Stark's favorite car in the film, at least for the present. Well, Stark mentioned to choose freely, which is perfectly fine. Chapter 2. The Space First Class. Ready for takeoff as the sun dipped below the horizon. Lin Feng, driving Tony's R8 sports car, arrived at the villa's address just before dusk. After parking the vehicle, he stepped towards his very first home. The sight before him resembled a quaint estate, with a two-story villa nestled in the center of an expansive lawn. The minimalist architectural style was complemented by a modest fountain at the entrance, perpetually cascading crystal-clear water. What pleased Lin Feng the most was the generously sized swimming pool situated in the backyard. Upon seeing this, Lin Feng's imagination began to wander, envisioning playful moments splashing in the water with his future partner. A sense of yearning stirred within him as he contemplated whom to choose as his wife. The Marvel Universe was replete with stunning characters. Hela? Not quite his preference. He was not fond of dark circles under the eyes, which somewhat marred her allure. Natasha? In truth, she aligned more closely with Lin Feng's taste. Yet, he felt that Wanda's vibrant persona was more to his liking. He wondered if he could withstand the charms of those two formidable women. As Lin Feng daydreamed, he explored the villa thoroughly, feeling immensely satisfied. The premises were meticulously maintained by dedicated housekeeping staff, leaving no speck of dust for him to contend with. Opening the refrigerator, he discovered an array of expensive ingredients, likely arranged by Peibo, ensuring that dinner was well taken care of. Lin Feng retrieved a steak and a bottle of beer. Having dabbled in simple cooking before his transmigration, preparing a steak was no daunting task for him, although his culinary skills paled in comparison to those of a chef. The steak was soon sizzling to perfection, cooked to medium, his favorite texture. Seated at the dining table, he savored his meal while contemplating the path that lay ahead. Lin Feng had crossed over during the timeline of Iron Man 1. A pivotal moment when the Marvel storyline began to unfold dramatically. He was acutely aware that future dangers were on the horizon, and he needed to prepare himself accordingly. In the main narrative, the greatest adversary, Thanos, was likely still traversing the cosmos in search of the Infinity Stones. Captain America remained entombed beneath the ice, but it wouldn't be long before he was unearthed. Odin's somewhat dim-witted eldest son was probably on the verge of his exile to Earth, alongside the Hulk. Whether this occurred before or after Thor's arrival on Earth was unclear. There were also Spider-Man, Doctor Strange, and others to consider. As Lin Feng pondered these thoughts, he took a bite of his steak, savoring its exquisite flavor. What a delight it was to lead a life of affluence. Presently, Peter Parker was still a mere child, and Doctor Strange was just a surgeon. He had a substantial journey of growth ahead of him. Reflecting on Doctor Strange led him to think of the wise and all-knowing Ancient One. He wondered if this transcendent being had detected his presence as a traveler from another realm. However, Lin Feng was not overly concerned. The Ancient One was not a being of violence, and there was no reason to believe she would take aggressive action against him simply for being an outsider. After all, there were countless extraterrestrials on Blue Star, yet the Ancient One had not taken measures to expel them. Nonetheless, Lin Feng recalled that Superman possessed notably low magical resistance. It is difficult to ascertain just how low the magic resistance is, and I have yet to test it. However, such a deficiency may very well become my most significant and perilous vulnerability. A solution must be devised to address this issue. Naturally, the foremost task at hand is to complete the Novice Quest 2. Acquiring the full suite of superhuman abilities is my immediate priority. Everything else can wait. Having satisfied his hunger, Lin Feng ceased his contemplations. After a brief routine of washing up, he reclined upon the soft expanse of his bed and gradually slipped into the realm of dreams. Time, akin to his fervent anticipation, swiftly passed, and before long, a week had elapsed. On one particular morning, Lin Feng received a phone call. Upon glancing at the screen displaying Tony Stark's name, he raised an eyebrow, internally acknowledging the arrival of his long-awaited moment. As the call connected, Tony's voice resonated through the receiver. "Hey Lin, your space journey is about to commence. Are you prepared? JARVIS should have sent the address to your device. Hurry up, or you'll miss the last shuttle." "Understood. I'll be there shortly," Lin Feng replied, a smile gracing his lips, excitement bubbling within him. Just as he had surmised, today marked the day he could truly transform into a Superman. Skipping breakfast, he swiftly leaped into his R8 sports car and pressed the accelerator to the floor. The beleaguered R8 emitted a plaintive roar as it sped toward the rocket launch site. An hour later, with the vehicle nearly on the verge of collapse, Lin Feng finally arrived. Tony was already awaiting his presence. Upon seeing Lin Feng, Tony greeted him, and together they ascended the elevator toward the rocket's head, where the return capsule awaited, serving as Lin Feng's seat. Within the elevator, Tony tossed Lin Feng a black wristband. Lin Feng caught it and glanced down. "What is this?" he inquired. It was a black, ring-shaped metallic device featuring an electronic display, with what appeared to be a headset on its side. "This is your boarding pass, Lin," Tony exclaimed, snapping his fingers flamboyantly. "Let us be serious," Lin Feng replied, his expression darkening as he fixed his gaze on Tony. "All right, my friend, you truly lack a sense of humor," Tony lamented before continuing his explanation. "This is a body sensor with communication capabilities. It will monitor your physical status in real time, and should any issues arise, you can contact JARVIS or me directly. In simpler terms, it's a communication tool." Lin Feng nodded, understanding, and secured the wristband around his arm. "Put on the headset. JARVIS will remind you of various matters as you enter space. It's time for you to board, my friend. I'm eager to see just how much stronger you will become," Tony added with a wink. Tony's words brought a smile to Lin Feng's face. "How strong? I could easily dismantle your Iron Man suit with a single punch. Is that powerful enough?" "You won't catch me off guard," Lin Feng retorted, his chin tilting defiantly. "I'm not short-sighted. I merely prefer wearing sunglasses." Tony rolled his eyes, but the next moment, a smile broke across his face. Lin Feng also smiled, their relationship having ascended to the level of friendship. As they conversed, the elevator reached the pinnacle of the rocket, where the return capsule was situated. Tony was the first to step out, pressing a few buttons on the rocket, causing a hatch to slowly pop open. "Come aboard, my friend," Tony called back. Your seat is right here. When you need to return, simply inform Jarvis through the earpiece, and he will bring you back. He nodded towards his ear and gestured towards the return capsule. If you encounter any issues, do not hesitate to contact either Jarvis or me. Understood. Lin Feng replied before stepping into the return capsule. It was his first experience aboard a rocket heading into space, and curiosity was inevitable. The white-themed return capsule was somewhat cramped, just spacious enough for Lin Feng to sit comfortably. This was a makeshift arrangement, as the rocket was originally not intended to carry any passengers. However, at Lin Feng's request, Tony had made some last-minute modifications. One must admit, despite Tony's brusque manner, his craftsmanship was truly remarkable. It was no wonder he was regarded as a genius. After closing the return capsule door, Tony took the elevator back down to the ground. The rocket's fuel was quickly replenished, and soon it would enter the countdown phase. Staff members hurriedly cleared the area, and the connection between the launch pad and the rocket began to gradually disconnect. All preparations were in place, and the colossal rocket carrying Lin Feng was poised to ignite and ascend. In the rocket launch control room, Tony was meticulously reviewing various rocket data. He instructed Jarvis to connect and thoroughly investigate any potential hazards. Originally, Tony did not need to be present for this launch. However, with Lin Feng accompanying him to space, he decided to personally ensure his safety. The staff remained tense, scrutinizing the data repeatedly, under the watchful eyes of the boss. Even the slightest error could result in dire consequences. Lin Feng spent a considerable amount of time examining the return capsule, yet he could not glean much. Settling into the aviation seat, he fastened the safety harness, took a deep breath, and quietly awaited the rocket's launch. The moment when he would transform into a superhuman was drawing near, and the intertwining feelings of anxiety and anticipation left him exhilarated. In this state of excitement, 10 minutes swiftly elapsed. Finally, the countdown to the rocket launch echoed in Lin Feng's earpiece. He gripped the armrests of the seat tightly. Truth be told, it would be abnormal not to feel nervous on his first rocket flight. 10, 9, 8, 7. The countdown resonated in his ears, and Lin Feng swallowed hard. 3, 2, 1. Ignition. With a thunderous roar, flames erupted from the rocket's tail, and the entire structure began to vibrate. The fully ignited fuel transformed into a cloud of white smoke, enveloping half of the rocket. A powerful thrust accompanied by the vibration surged forth as the immense rocket ascended skyward, gaining speed with each passing moment. The sensation of being propelled backward was far superior to Tony's dilapidated R8. Inside the rocket, Lin Feng was not clad in a spacesuit, however. He possessed an impressive 10 of superhuman physical attributes, enabling him to effortlessly withstand the G-forces exerted during the rocket's launch. As the rocket ascended at an astonishing speed, the booster disintegrated, and the main body swiftly broke free from the atmosphere, reaching its designated orbit. A unique sense of weightlessness enveloped him, filling Lin Feng with an exhilarating freshness. He realized that the rocket had left Earth. Untethering himself from the restraints, Lin Feng began to gently float into the void. Climbing along the interior wall of the capsule, he reached the sole glass window and gazed outside. Before him lay an expanse of darkness punctuated by twinkling stars. Not far from him, a colossal blue and white planet dominated his view. That was the Blue Planet, the world he called home. Unlike photographs, this was the first time Lin Feng had witnessed with his own eyes the mother planet that nurtured countless lives. It was breathtaking. He retrieved his phone, switched to camera mode, and aimed it at the window. Click. After capturing several images, Lin Feng selected the one he deemed the best and set it as his lock screen wallpaper. This photograph of the blue planet, taken by his own hand, held immense sentimental value. Turning back, he felt compelled to share this extraordinary experience with his friends. Not everyone could claim such an adventure. Ding! The system's voice chimed in. Detection complete. Host is now in outer space. Please exit the capsule and face the sun to initiate evolution. The long-awaited system prompt startled Lin Feng, causing him to hesitate mid-photograph. He instinctively checked his ears, as if fearing he had misheard. Did I hear that correctly, or did you misspeak? You want me to step outside? If memory serves, outer space is approximately minus 270 degrees Celsius, correct? Affirmative, host. Please exit the capsule. Lin Feng's forehead creased with confusion. A myriad of questions swirling in his mind. Are you certain you want me to go out? I'm not a complete superhuman yet. Will I even survive outside? Rest assured, host. Trust the system. Step outside without worry. Everything will be managed by the system. The voice reiterated, leaving Lin Feng with no retreat. His eyelids twitched nervously as he took a deep breath, attempting to maintain his composure despite his trembling hands. Fine, I've come this far. If the system insists there's no issue, I shall place my faith in it. After all, there's no reason for the system to deceive me. If I can't overcome this challenge, how will I face the trials that lie ahead? Lin Feng was determined. The opportunity to grow stronger awaited him outside the capsule. One cannot catch a tiger cub without entering its den. This task was imperative. Gritting his teeth, Lin Feng pressed the button to open the capsule door. The moment the door swung open, a powerful force sucked him into the void of space. He found himself floating unceremoniously in the cosmos. Contrary to his expectations of frigid cold and suffocation, he drifted a short distance without discomfort. This isn't as unbearable as I had imagined. Lin Feng finally felt a sense of relief. He turned his body to face the direction of the sunlight. In the distant horizon, a magnificent yellow star radiated with a dazzling glow. The sun. At last, he confronted this blazing G-type star in the vast expanse of the cosmos. The sunlight enveloped Lin Feng, its blinding golden rays prompting him to close his eyes. An indescribable sense of comfort washed over him. As if every cell in his body were akin to fish encountering water, rejoicing in exuberance. An unprecedented wave of ease. Lin Feng spread his arms wide, savoring the moment, drifting serenely through the void of space. However, while he basked in this bliss, Tony, witnessing the scene from Earth, was utterly horrified. What the hell? As he saw Lin Feng abruptly open the hatch of the return capsule and float out, a shocked Tony exclaimed his signature phrase. He quickly retrieved an electronic screen from his pocket and pressed a button. J-A-R-V-I-S. Tony called out directly. How did Lin Feng exit the capsule? Is there a malfunction, or has he lost his mind? A barrage of questions spilled forth. Good grief. Was Lin Feng choosing an unconventional way to meet his demise in outer space? If that were the case, tomorrow's headlines would surely feature him. Breaking news. Tony Stark has gifted his friend a unique method of self-destruction. Tony's mind was flooded with questions and worries. It wasn't until the next moment that the information relayed by J.A.R.V.I.S. provided him with a slight comfort. Remarkably, sir, I have never encountered an individual like Mr. Lin Feng. Your concerns have proven unfounded. Mr. Lin Feng voluntarily opened the hatch and exited. My readings indicate that his current physiological data is entirely normal, albeit with a slightly elevated heart rate. As J.A.R.V.I.S. spoke, the electronic screen in Tony's hand illuminated with Lin Feng's current bodily data. The readings confirmed that while Lin Feng's heart rate was somewhat elevated, it remained within a normal range. Only then did Tony allow himself to relax, his anxious feelings gradually subsiding. Buddy, I'm truly taken aback. Tony murmured to himself. This is simply unbelievable. J.A.R.V.I.S. Do you think Lin Feng, could he be an extraterrestrial? His voice had taken on a somewhat hoarse quality. Regardless of Tony's thoughts, Lin Feng, in the cosmos, slowly succumbed to slumber amidst another system notification. The evolution had begun. Chapter 3. The Iron Body. From the attention of the Black Egg, time passes swiftly. It has been 2 to 3 months since Lin Feng arrived in outer space. During this period, Lin Feng has remained in a state of slumber under the influence of the system. The optimized Kryptonian bloodline is continuously transforming Lin Feng's physique. Coupled with the radiation from the yellow sun, his body has grown increasingly formidable. On Earth, Tony Stark checks on Lin Feng's condition almost every few days to ensure that his peculiar friend is still alive. Each time, however, Lin Feng's bodily data displays normal readings. With the words life form active leaving both Tony and J.A.R.V.I.S. astounded, floating in outer space without sustenance. It is astonishing enough that Lin Feng does not require any effort to grow stronger, which has already left Tony in disbelief. Since Lin Feng is unharmed, Tony has fortunately ceased his concern for the drifting figure. Recently, he has developed a new toy, an extension of his earlier creations from the cave, which he has named Mark II. Tony's scientific prowess is unquestionable, and days later, he joyously soared into the skies clad in the Mark II, resembling a giddy child. Even the near-fatal mishap during the testing phase due to ice formation could not extinguish the flames of excitement within him. Meanwhile, aside from Tony Stark's occasional observations of Lin Feng, a certain black egg has also taken notice of this peculiar existence. At that moment, Nick Fury sat in his office, with Coulson standing before his desk. Coulson presented Nick Fury with a tablet displaying the image of Lin Feng floating in space. Nick Fury scrutinized the screen for an extended period before glancing at Coulson. They exchanged a peculiar look, seemingly at a loss for words. Unable to endure the strange atmosphere any longer, the black egg spoke up. He has been floating in space for over 2 months? Yes, Director. His posture hasn't changed? Indeed. Director. He's still alive? Yes, Director. What the hell? Yes, Director. Coulson replied, somewhat sheepishly. A director? Should we contact Tony Stark? Coulson suggested, noting that it was Tony Stark who sent this individual into outer space. The black egg tapped his fingers on the desk, contemplating for a moment, before rejecting the proposal. No, let's focus our attention on Tony Stark and his toys for now. As for Lin Feng, have the monitoring team keep a close watch. Inform me immediately of any anomalies. The black egg issued his directive. Understood, Director. Once Coulson exited, the vast office was left with the black egg alone. He opened a drawer in his desk and retrieved a document. The cover bore bold red letters, Avengers Initiative. At this juncture, the timeline has reached the conclusion of Iron Man 1. In space, the long-slumbering Lin Feng once again heard the voice of the system echoing in his ears. Ding. Evolution complete. The bloodline of Krypton has merged. Congratulations, host, on completing all beginner tasks. The system is now officially binding. Lin Feng abruptly opened his eyes, as if a beam of red light emanated from his gaze. Binding. 1. 15. 37. 59. 98. 100. Binding successful. The evolution system is at your service. This system is specifically designed for the evolution of Kryptonian bloodlines. With the assistance of the system, the host will transform into the mightiest of superheroes. As the system's voice faded, Lin Feng had finally accomplished his beginner tasks. Clenching his fists, he felt an unprecedented strength and vitality coursing through his body. It was as if every cell within him brimmed with immense energy, eager to be unleashed. Goodness, is this the power of an indomitable physique? After thoroughly assessing his current form, Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. System, open my personal panel. Lin Feng called out. A transparent screen, visible only to him, materialized before his eyes. Evolution system. Host, Lin Feng. Reputation points. 10. Reputation points can be exchanged for various items in the system store. Ability. Superman. Indomitable physique. Upgradable. Current task. None system store. Level 1. The panel was remarkably straightforward and clear. Lin Feng keenly noticed the prominent upgradable label following his ability. He inquired, System, what does upgradable entail? The system promptly elucidated. Upgradable means that the ability can be enhanced. The host can utilize reputation points to upgrade the Superman Indomitable physique or exchange for more powerful Superman templates, such as Silver Superman. The host may peruse the system store, where the available options have been populated. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng opened the system store and indeed found various Superman abilities available for exchange. The Silver Superman template was also listed, but it required level 2 store access and 100 million reputation points. Currently, Lin Feng possessed level 1 exchange access. To upgrade to level 2, he would need to accumulate a total of 50 million reputation points. Level 3 access necessitated 200 million reputation points. Level 1 access allowed for the exchange of merely a few trivial items from various universes, such as Superman's glasses, a replica of Aquaman's trident, or a discarded arc reactor from Tony Stark. Lin Feng spotted a pair of black triangular briefs, his expression one of bewilderment. What on earth is this? And Black Widow's original lingerie? Moreover, it only required 10 reputation points. How absurd. Lin Feng couldn't help but scoff, glancing at his own reputation points. Goodness. Just enough to exchange for one item. System, how can reputation points be acquired? Lin Feng inquired, a hint of weariness in his tone. The system promptly responded, outlining 3 channels for acquiring reputation points. Firstly, the system assigns tasks to the host for completion. Secondly, the host, in the guise of a superhero, mitigates the repercussions of each crisis, which translates into prestige points. Thirdly, the positive image the host holds in the hearts of the public, along with their affirmation and admiration for the host's actions, continuously generates prestige points. To put it simply, when the host rescues an individual, the gratitude and reverence from that person contribute to the host's prestige. Moreover, the more individuals who pay attention to the host, the greater the accumulation of prestige points. Understood. This is akin to becoming a celebrity. Lin Feng clapped his hands, suddenly enlightened. He recalled how Superman was a figure of renown in Metropolis, with the public even erecting a grand statue in his honor, and some streets adorned with the emblem of Superman's iconics. It seems that acquiring prestige points is not particularly challenging, as long as Lin Feng engages in the narrative and learns from Superman's frequent acts of saving the populace from peril. Over time, the gratitude of the people will become a source of his prestige, much like an inexhaustible harvest of leaks. Having comprehended the system, Lin Feng felt a surge of eagerness. Having just acquired the formidable abilities of Superman, he was keen to test his newfound strength. Resisting the temptation to strike the moon, Lin Feng decided to inquire about any available tasks from the system. Ding. Narrative task detected. Assist Tony Stark in defeating Obadiah. The system was remarkably efficient. Task details. Assist Tony Stark in vanquishing Obadiah. Task reward. 1 million prestige points and a black Superman suit. Task deadline. 3 hours. Lin Feng was somewhat astonished. Had so much time elapsed since enhancing his superhuman physique? Had Tony even completed the Iron Man suit? Host, your initial physique was that of an ordinary human. Safely activating the Kryptonian bloodline requires a longer duration. The system addressed Lin Feng's unspoken query. Lin Feng nodded. 3 months held little significance for him, as he was currently unemployed. He merely anticipated that so much time had passed. With a task deadline of merely 3 hours, it was prudent to complete the task before considering anything else. Without delay, Lin Feng activated his newly acquired supervision. The once blue and white planet rapidly magnified in his sight, his eyes functioning akin to satellites scanning the Earth. He had a general idea where Tony's company was located, so it wasn't long before he pinpointed Tony, who was engaged in a friendly yet forceful exchange with Obadiah. With a swift dive, Lin Feng propelled himself towards Tony's location, simultaneously employing his super hearing. Is that all you've got? Tony quipped while searching for a chink in Obadiah's armor. At that moment, Tony was clad in the modified Mark III suit. The formerly sleek mechanical armor now battered and dented from Obadiah's blows. Hearing Tony's continued taunts directed at Obadiah, Lin Feng smirked, thinking, well, Tony is at it again with his sharp tongue. On the ground, Obadiah maneuvered the mech forward, taking a step closer before swinging a massive pendulum that struck Tony's chest, sending the Mark III hurtling away, unable to rise for quite some time. I adore this suit. Obadiah cackled as he charged forward to deliver another kick, reveling in the belief that he, clad in armor, was the sole authority of Stark Industries. Tony's Mark III was trampled underfoot, sparks flying wildly. And another kick sent Iron Man Tony into a mid-air somersault. Oh. Lin Feng watched while soaring through the air, grimacing at the sight, which seemed quite painful. Struggling to stabilize himself in mid-air, Tony Stark gasped for breath, the reactor on his chest flickering incessantly. Sir, energy remaining. 7, Jarvis dutifully reminded him. A shell came hurtling towards him, and with his energy reserves dwindling, Tony could not evade entirely, resulting in a strike to his right arm. The shell exploded upon impact, causing him to plummet downward. In an instant, the visor lit up with frantic red alerts. The impact systems were offline, missiles were offline, and he suffered multiple soft tissue contusions. Damn it, I can feel it without you saying. The pain radiating from various parts of his body made Tony grimace. Jarvis, if there are any viable solutions left, propose them quickly. Otherwise, you might as well arrange a funeral for your boss. He cursed, simultaneously using his dwindling energy to bombard Obadiah, buying himself some time. Sir, perhaps Mr. Lin Feng can assist you. Jarvis suddenly interjected. Lin? Isn't that kid floating in outer space? Tony gasped. Sir, look above. The display within Tony's visor suddenly highlighted a rapidly approaching object. Confused, he glanced upward, prompting Obadiah to do the same. In the next instant, a humanoid figure descended with astonishing speed, crashing into the ground between them and creating a deep crater, engulfing the area in a massive cloud of dust. Chapter 4. Have you fallen before I even started to strain? Sir, look above. A vivid red emblem suddenly appeared within Tony's visor, descending from the heavens. Crash. The emblem crashed heavily between the two combatants, creating a gaping hole in the asphalt and enveloping the area in a cloud of dust and smoke. Amidst the haze, a figure emerged, oddly kneeling on one knee. Lin, is that you? Tony Stark inquired tentatively. Cough, cough. Hi, Tony. Lin Feng waved his hand to disperse the dust and stepped out of the crater, seemingly unscathed. He awkwardly greeted Tony Stark, explaining that this was his first flight, and in his eagerness to rescue Tony, he had accelerated a bit too much. He had intended to make a grand entrance akin to Tony's armored descents, but his landing was less than graceful. What? T.F. Tony articulated, his gaze flickering between Lin Feng and the sky, finally resting on the large pit. Buddy, did you fall from space? No. Lin Feng quickly shook his head in denial, mortified by the implication. To be precise, I flew down. It's just that it was my first time flying, and I'm a little inexperienced, he chuckled defensively. Seeing that Tony was still fixated on the crater, Lin Feng could no longer contain himself. Stop staring at that pit. It was merely an accident, trust me. With that remark, Lin Feng redirected Tony's attention. Oh, buddy, I hardly know what to say, Tony exclaimed, pointing at Lin Feng. You are undoubtedly an extraterrestrial. No. I'm an earthling, Lin Feng retorted. Which earthling can fly? Tony countered. Lin Feng fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. I can explain. However, before Lin Feng could elaborate, Obadiah, observing their seemingly oblivious conversation, became irate. With a mechanical roar, Obadiah raised his robotic arm, aiming it at Lin Feng. Hey, you with the black hair, he called out. Lin Feng turned his head. Did you call me? Obadiah lifted his visor and nodded. I don't care what your relationship with Tony Stark is. You have 1 minute to vacate this place. As he spoke, the massive mechanical arm emitted a series of transformation sounds, revealing a small rocket launcher. You wouldn't want to sacrifice yourself for a playboy like him, would you? Obadiah refrained from immediately firing the rocket, wary of the pit Lin Feng had created. His primary target was Tony Stark, and he was reluctant to provoke an unknown entity like Lin Feng. Ideally, Lin Feng would leave. If not, Obadiah was prepared to test whether Lin Feng could withstand a rocket barrage. Oh, I cannot comply with that, Lin Feng declared. Tony has promised me a villa as compensation. He stroked his chin, feigning indifference. As soon as he finished speaking, a resounding explosion echoed. Obadiah's rocket, trailing smoke, accurately struck Lin Feng, seizing the initiative. The cunning Obadiah fired without hesitation, instantly transforming the scene into a magnificent explosion of smoke and fire. Lin, Tony exclaimed with concern. Lin Feng was without the Mark III. If anything happened to him, Tony feared he would languish in guilt for an eternity. Oh, I'm fine. Lin Feng emerged slowly from the haze. To be honest, he was startled by the rocket's impact. Yet, it felt more like a mere tickle. Its power was insufficient. A smile crept onto Lin Feng's lips. His ironclad physique proved remarkably effective. As Lin Feng remained unscathed, both Tony and Obadiah stared in disbelief. Not only was his skin intact, but thanks to the biofield protection, even his clothing showed no signs of damage. What kind of monster is this? Obadiah exclaimed, a mix of astonishment and fury. Boom, boom, boom. 3 more rockets struck Lin Feng without distinction, yet still failed to inflict even the slightest wound. Are you merely tickling me? Lin Feng scoffed, feeling somewhat bored. Under the capabilities of his iron body, Obadiah's attack seemed trivial and juvenile. It was hardly surprising. When faced with a Kryptonian, Obadiah stood no chance. Lin Feng slightly crouched and declared, "There's an old saying in my hometown. To not reciprocate is impolite. Allow me to return the favor." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng accelerated instantaneously, delivering a punch to the unprepared Obadiah's chest. Thud! A tremendous sound resonated as Obadiah's massive mechanical form was sent flying. Lin Feng's punch created a sonic boom, propelling Obadiah several dozen meters away, embedding him in the ruins. Poor Obadiah didn't have the chance to utter another threatening word before he met his demise. The might of a Kryptonian's fist was terrifying. Lin Feng nonchalantly blew on his fist. Is that it? How dull. At this stage, the Iron Man suit was utterly defenseless against Lin Feng's blows. Perhaps only with the Mark L series could it withstand a few more seconds under his might. Jarvis, did you see that? Tony inquired, observing the battle. Lin Feng's punch had transcended his understanding, resembling nothing a mere human could deliver. Indeed, sir, Jarvis replied. Mr. Lin Feng's punch exceeded the speed of sound. It's almost unimaginable. Furthermore, Obadiah is deceased, sir. Jarvis displayed the data from Lin Feng's recent punch, which had indeed broken the sound barrier, leading to Obadiah's immediate demise. The armor on Obadiah's chest was so deeply indented that it had crushed him. Tony exhaled deeply and commanded, "Contact the logistics team to handle the scene, Jarvis." The events of the past few days have been utterly absurd. Whether it was Obadiah's betrayal or the formidable display of strength shown by Lin Feng's return, Tony felt an urgent need for solitude. "Can my reactor still function?" he inquired, gesturing towards Obadiah's damaged mech lying not far away. "It has been compromised, sir." "Mr. Lin Feng's punch struck precisely at the reactor's core," came the reply. "Well," Tony said, somewhat exasperated, "I suppose I'll have to construct another reactor." "Hey, Tony, how about that punch I just delivered?" Lin Feng, who had ended the battle in a single blow, approached Tony, who was still in a daze. "You are a monster." "Lin." Tony couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Don't deny it. If you claim to be an extraterrestrial, I doubt anyone would question it. However, this isn't the time for such discussions. We ought to depart. My team will manage the scene," Tony stated, aware that the pesky reporters would soon converge again. Lin Feng nodded and asked, "All right, Tony, shall I come by tomorrow?" Understanding that Tony had just emerged from a fierce battle and needed rest, he prepared to fly back to his villa. "Wait, Lin, give me a lift back to my villa. I have a few questions to ask you," Tony called out, halting Lin Feng's ascent. Lin Feng nodded once more, stepping forward to clasp Tony's shoulder. "Hold on tight." In the next moment, the two soared skyward, rapidly making their way toward Tony's villa, with Pepper also en route. Upon arriving at the villa, with Jarvis's assistance, Tony removed his armor and applied a pack of ice to his head to reduce swelling. He poured himself a glass of whiskey and settled down opposite Lin Feng, who had turned on the television while waiting. The screen was alive with real-time coverage of the battle that had unfolded before Stark Industries. "Hey, Tony, you've become quite famous," Lin Feng teased, pointing at the television with a broad smile. "I have always been well known," Tony Stark retorted, rolling his eyes as he glanced at the screen. The evening's clash had quickly captured the media's attention, although it didn't mirror the original narrative where Stark Industries' reactor was obliterated. The reporters, much like cats drawn to fish, eagerly reported the sequence of events, embellishing the details at every turn. It remained unclear which audacious individual had captured the footage, as it was both clear and close-up. The footage showcased Stark engaged in a fierce exchange with Obadiah, and the coverage made headlines in the evening news. The rapid spread of information across the internet allowed this story to dominate various forums and video-sharing platforms. Continuous broadcasts detailed the entire event. In the footage, Iron Man found himself at a disadvantage. Tony, lacking combat experience, and with his reactor's energy depleted, struggled against Obadiah. Suddenly, the scene shifted, and Lin Feng's figure appeared on screen, his peculiar landing style and supersonic punch eliciting gasps from the host, igniting yet another wave of fervent discussion among the captivated audience. There are speculations that Lin Feng is an individual with superpowers. Some conjecture that he is an extraterrestrial being, while others suggest he may be a secret weapon of Stark Industries. However, the predominant theory is that Lin Feng is a mutant. In light of this scenario, Tony could not help but chuckle, casting a teasing glance at Lin Feng. "Now you are famous." This left the handsome young man speechless, as his face was vividly displayed on the screen, causing Lin Feng to feel somewhat embarrassed. It was careless of him to forget to find something to cover his face. Nonetheless, it was not a significant issue. After all, one must maintain a public presence to accrue reputation. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the task and earning 1 million reputation points, along with a black superhero suit. The system's voice chimed in to announce the rewards for the task. Lin Feng opened the system space, where a black suit lay quietly. Black superhero suit. A suit crafted from special materials, possessing unique abilities to restore stamina and heal injuries, while also enhancing the absorption of solar radiation. Upon seeing the formidable suit, Lin Feng's spirits lifted instantly. However, the rewards did not end there. In this event, the host was expected to gain over 1 million reputation points, with the exact amount pending the passage of time and the system's delightful notification. Chapter 5. An Inevitable Glitch. Today it's my turn. When little Pepper returned to the villa, Lin Feng had already departed. Tony did not inquire too much, merely seeking to understand Lin Feng's abilities briefly, expressing his keen curiosity about conducting a capability test for Lin Feng on another day. Meanwhile, Tony had some concluding tasks to attend to, prompting Lin Feng to take his leave. At that moment, Lin Feng was soaring through the night sky, delighting in the freedom of flight, weaving through the air in S and B shapes, utterly elated. Humanity has long yearned to soar like birds. Yet the experience of flying in an aircraft pales in comparison to the pure thrill of self-propulsion. It is a privilege of which Lin Feng is fortunate to partake. As Lin Feng traversed the skies, he remained oblivious to the possibility of radar detection. Tony's conspicuous armor, a large metallic contraption capable of flight, was the reason for his radar visibility. In contrast, Lin Feng was different. Radars typically detect objects that reflect radar waves. Even if he were to be discovered, Lin Feng harbored no fears. Having ascended to the stature of a superhero, there was no need for him to live in fear, meticulously cautious about his survival. At merely over 20 years of age, he embraced a youthful mindset, akin to Tony Stark's inaugural flight into the heavens. As Lin Feng glided through the air, he utilized his super hearing to envelop the entire area of the twist, reminiscent of the protagonists in the novels he had once read, where heroes constantly rescued others. Lin Feng felt a yearning to be the savior himself. Now endowed with ample abilities, he wished to don the mantle of a hero and experience the exhilaration it brought. Moreover, having effortlessly dispatched Obadiah with a single punch, hardly requiring any warm-up, Lin Feng sensed something was amiss. With the enhancement of his super hearing, a cacophony of sounds flooded Lin Feng's ears. Wait, was Tony flirting with little Pepper? How scandalous! How could he overhear that? Amidst the commotion, the sound of gunfire echoed, seemingly emanating from the Hell's Kitchen area, truly a testament to the freedom of this nation. Goodness, was there domestic violence? Intrigued, Lin Feng continued to listen. Oh dear, it was a woman attacking a man. What a pitiful situation for the man, Lin Feng thought, clicking his tongue. It was inappropriate to meddle in others' affairs, but he continued to eavesdrop. As Lin Feng transformed into an inadvertent radio, he excitedly gleaned snippets of information. However, after a considerable duration, he found no one in need of his assistance. Resigned, he decided to return home for a restful slumber. Yet, in the next moment, a piercing scream pierced the air. Help! Lin Feng's heart raced, and he halted mid-flight. Had the moment arrived? Following the sound, his supervision pierced through several buildings, swiftly locating the source. Approximately 3 to 4 kilometers away, on a desolate little street, a group of 4 or 5 members from the Gray Street surrounded a young woman with golden hair and blue eyes, who clutched a camera in her hands. Was he truly witnessing such a scene? Lin Feng clicked his tongue, recalling how he often watched short videos in which foreigners lamented the dangers of their hometowns at night. Initially, he found it hard to believe, yet reality proved the foreign friends were indeed correct. With a swift dive, Lin Feng shot towards a group of individuals, all the while invoking the system to don his black superhero suit, a color he favored. His flight was remarkably rapid, covering a distance of 3 kilometers in the blink of an eye. Rather than descending immediately, he hovered in the air, observing the scene below. Please, spare me, pleaded a young woman, her voice trembling with panic as her frantic gaze darted in search of an escape route. Who could fathom why she had impulsively ventured into Hell's Kitchen to gather evidence on the Gray Street's dealings? Young lady, You've captured things you shouldn't have. Do you still wish to see the sun tomorrow? How naive. After all my time in New York. It's the first time I've seen a reporter brave enough to venture into Hell's Kitchen. Regrettably, my dear. The boss has decreed that you shall not witness the dawn again. But fret not. Before you are dealt with, you shall ascend to paradise in another manner, trust me. As the Gray Street members sneered, they slowly advanced upon the young woman, savoring the thrill of the intimidation. Forced to retreat, she gritted her teeth and raised her camera, attempting to wield it as a weapon. This gesture elicited raucous laughter from the Gray Street thugs, who regarded her defiance as nothing more than a futile struggle. Just as the overconfident members of Gray Street drew nearer, the young woman felt her demise imminent. Suddenly, a voice resonated from above. What is so amusing at this late hour? Count me in. The group, puzzled, looked up, their pupils dilating in shock. Suspended in midair was a man clad in a black, form-fitting suit, the large S-shaped emblem on his chest unmistakably prominent. As their gaze fixed upon him, Lin Feng executed a dramatic dive, performing a Tony Stark-style landing as he positioned himself in front of the young woman. Quite splendid, he mused. Having not damaged the ground this time, his vanity was thoroughly satisfied. So, what is the ruckus? Having a party without me? Seeing Lin Feng descend, the Gray Street members regarded him as a mutant, their bravado faltering. Brother, mutants don't meddle in Hell's Kitchen. You'd best be on your way. The leader of the group brandished a handgun at Lin Feng, issuing a hollow threat. I'm no mutant. Lin Feng scoffed at the thug's weapon, a dismissive smile playing on his lips as he taunted. Is that it? A mere handgun? He leaned forward, gesturing to his own head. Come on, shoot here. A rocket launcher is only good for scratching your own back. Who do you think you're insulting with that pea shooter? You've brought this upon yourself. Next time, keep your eyes peeled. The leader of the Gray Street members barked. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and a bullet accurately struck Lin Feng's forehead, transforming into a metallic pellet that fell to the ground. The scene fell into an immediate silence, broken only by the sound of the bullet hitting the floor. Impressive marksmanship. Lin Feng wore a sardonic smile. Bang! 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 The defiant members of the Gray Street fired several shots, but predictably, their efforts were in vain. Damn it. You are a monster. Seeing the situation turn dire, the members of Gray Street scattered like frightened birds. Yet, could they outrun Lin Feng? He charged forward, delivering a swift blow that knocked them all to the ground, rendering them unconscious. Pathetically weak, Lin Feng lamented. Ordinary people possess no resistance against superhumans. Having dealt with the Gray Street members, Lin Feng shared his poignant reflections and turned to see that the evening's protagonist still appeared dazed. Taking a couple of steps forward, he noticed the young woman instinctively retreating. Lin Feng halted, donning a smile to appear more amiable. Hello, miss. Are you all right? I'm fine, I'm fine. Thank you for saving me, sir. The young woman finally responded, expressing her gratitude while patting her chest to ease her tension. She exhaled deeply, her mind still a chaotic whirlwind, and instinctively reached for her phone to capture a photo of Lin Feng, a young journalist threatened by Gray Street members. Rescued by a handsome passerby, such news would undoubtedly captivate young readers. It needed a little embellishment, or it wouldn't be sensational enough. If Lin Feng were aware of her thoughts, he would surely tease her about being a workaholic. Just moments ago, she was on the brink of being sent to heaven. Yet now she was lost in her musings. Noticing the young woman's prolonged silence, Lin Feng assumed she hadn't yet recovered. He waved his hand and said, Since you're all right, you should head home. It's not safe for a young lady to be out alone at this hour. With that, Lin Feng prepared to take flight. Despite his superhuman endurance, he felt it prudent to maintain his previous routine. He longed to return home, enjoy a delicious meal, and get a good night's sleep. After all, eating and sleeping were not merely rest for Lin Feng. They were a form of indulgence. Oh, wait. Sir. The young woman called out to him. Is there something else? May I stay at your place for a night? She stammered, her cheeks flushing as she realized the awkwardness of her request. Lin Feng maintained a slightly crouched position as if ready to take flight. Tilting his head in bewilderment at the young woman, his posture somewhat peculiar. No, it's not what you might think. I captured evidence of their dealings. And if they discover my identity, my current residence is certainly no longer safe. So, I thought, As Lin Feng's expression grew increasingly perplexed, the young woman pointed to the camera hanging around her neck, hastily explaining. The information contained in the photos was too substantial, if discovered. Returning home would guarantee her demise before nightfall. Lin Feng smacked his lips, appearing somewhat speechless, suddenly feeling a peculiar inclination to play the role of a caretaker. It was indeed a bit troublesome. However, Lin Feng thought that since fate had brought them together, he might as well extend his assistance. It would be a pity for such a beautiful journalist to fall prey to the likes of the Grey Street. In light of her captivating presence, I shall acquiesce to your request. Very well, I agree to let you stay for the night. Under the woman's expectant gaze, Lin Feng consented to her request. And with yet another gasp from her lips, he wrapped his arm around her slender waist and soared into the sky. As for why they did not take a taxi together, Lin Feng believed it would be too slow, and besides, it would not afford him the opportunity to embrace the beautiful woman in a manner befitting the situation. Chapter 6. Cause and Effect. The plan of the black braised egg. Upon bringing the young woman back to the villa, Lin Feng thoughtfully poured a cup of hot cocoa and handed it to her. The werewolf professor, Lupin, once mentioned that chocolate could alleviate fear and tension. However, the veracity of such claims remains uncertain. I am Lin Feng, and you? He inquired, taking a moment to truly observe the young woman before him. To his surprise, she bore a resemblance to a character from a movie he had seen long ago. Perhaps from the Fantastic Four, the one named Susan, the Invisible Woman. Yet, this woman was undeniably more enchanting than her cinematic counterpart. I am Susan Carter, a journalist, she replied, accepting the hot cocoa with a grateful smile, still recovering from the exhilarating experience she had just endured. Upon hearing Susan's name, Lin Feng appeared momentarily taken aback, casting a puzzled glance her way. You wouldn't happen to have a brother named Reed, would you? Who is that? Susan responded, bewildered. I have no brother. But I do have a younger sister. She is 5 years old. As Susan sipped her hot cocoa, she answered Lin Feng's questions while occasionally stealing glances at him before shyly lowering her gaze. The dim lighting earlier had obscured her view, but now she realized that the person who had saved her was a remarkably sunny young man. His muscles, both soft and powerful in their contours, and his deep black eyes exuded a profound yet radiant allure. He seemed to be younger than her. What are you looking at? Lin Feng asked, unable to suppress his curiosity as he noticed her gazing at him like a chick pecking at grain. Oh, I'm sorry. Caught in the act. Susan felt a bit embarrassed. I was just curious. I've never seen someone who can fly. Are you a mutant? Lin Feng found himself at a loss for words. Why did everyone assume he was a mutant? I'm not a mutant. Superpowers are not exclusive to mutants. Are you from the summer country? After sipping the hot cocoa, Susan had completely regained her composure. Lin Feng's black hair and dark eyes reminded her of an ancient and mysterious Eastern nation. She recalled that only a few Eastern countries possess such pure black hair and eyes. Is it not obvious? Lin Feng playfully pinched the bangs on his forehead. His black hair, dark eyes, and yellow skin clearly marked his identity. All right, I'm at a loss for words, she thought, realizing that her savior was not particularly adept at conversation. What was that term her friend had used a few days ago? Ah, yes, straight man. This formidable Eastern gentleman must surely fit the description, Susan mused. Seeing Susan at a loss for words due to his teasing, Lin Feng chuckled. He poured himself a cup of hot cocoa as well, feeling no fear of gaining weight thanks to his superhuman constitution. He could indulge as he pleased. Let us talk about you, little journalist, he suggested, aiming to keep the conversation lively. I'm quite curious about what you have been photographing. I am not a little journalist. Upon hearing Lin Feng's teasing remark, Susan couldn't help but roll her eyes in mock ire. She then recounted the unfolding events. It turned out that Susan was a recent university graduate, influenced by her journalist parents, and she aspired to ascend to the coveted position of the leading anchor at CBB television. 3 months prior, Stark Industries announced a ban on weapons sales, igniting a storm of underground trading. Through her investigations, Susan discovered that certain members of the Grey Street were preparing to sell a substantial cache of Stark Industries weapons, including formidable missiles. This revelation tantalized her with the prospect of a major scoop. Eager to achieve results swiftly, in a moment of impulsive fervor, Susan clandestinely ventured to film the transaction scene involving Gray Street members, unbeknownst to her network. However, she overestimated her tracking abilities and underestimated the opposition's counter-surveillance skills. Each member of Gray Street was not something a mere journalist could contend with. The denizens of Hell's Kitchen were astonished by the audacity of a journalist daring to gather evidence in their territory, promptly ordering her immediate disposal. Yet, Susan seemed to possess an innate talent for evasion, slipping through their grasp like an elusive eel, despite several attempts to capture her. Enraged, the traders placed a bounty of $20,000 on her head. Consequently, the local thugs had a mission. Whoever managed to procure her life would claim the reward. Clever Susan evaded capture for 3 days, but her fatigue from fleeing diminished her vigilance, ultimately leading to her encirclement by several gang members. Had it not been for Lin Feng's timely intervention, Susan's life would likely have transformed into a mere bounty of $20,000. After listening to Susan's account, Lin Feng couldn't help but regard her with renewed admiration. "What a remarkable journalist you are. I would dare to call you a heroine," he exclaimed, raising his thumb in praise. "Please, no jokes, Mr. Lin," Susan replied, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "I am at a loss as to what to do next. You cannot fathom how deeply I regret this." Her youthful visage betrayed her distress, and as sorrow overtook her, tears streamed down her cheeks. She was still young, with a bright future ahead, and she certainly did not wish to meet an untimely demise. Her mother would be heartbroken. "Just call me Lin," he responded nonchalantly. "Since this concerns Stark Industries weapons, perhaps I can offer some assistance." Lin Feng's words ignited a flicker of hope within Susan. Recognizing that he had connections to Tony Stark, he was willing to lend a hand. Grasping his arm, her reddened eyes fixed on him intently, she implored, "Really, Lin, can you truly help me?" Susan was acutely aware that someone of Lin Feng's caliber must possess the means to aid her. Even if he couldn't persuade Hell's Kitchen to rescind the bounty, he ought to be able to save her life. In that moment, she felt akin to a drowning individual grasping desperately at a straw. "Indeed, truly, but please let go of my arm," Lin Feng exclaimed, taken aback by her sudden embrace. Is this journalist really so remarkable? What did she consume to grow into such a tenacious individual? Even Superman would struggle to withstand such an onslaught. "Apologies." Susan too sensed the awkwardness, her cheeks flushing as she released her grip, her earlier action merely a reflexive grasp at a lifeline. Upon seeing Susan let go, Lin Feng exhaled in relief and continued. "I have a good rapport with Tony Stark. He has a press conference tomorrow, and I shall discuss this matter with him afterward. You may stay here for the next couple of days. Feel free to choose any room on the first floor. There is food in the refrigerator, so help yourself to cook if you feel hungry. By the way, can you cook? If not, you might as well order takeout." "I can," Susan nodded, having excelled in her home economics class. "That is wonderful. Now, go pick a room, wash up, and rest, little reporter." Lin Feng quirked an eyebrow, as he too needed to retire for the night. He had initially intended to prepare something to eat, but after listening to a lengthy tale, he felt as if he had already feasted on gossip and had no desire for anything further. In the future, refrain from capturing evidence of any illicit dealings. "This is beyond your capacity to handle," Lin Feng admonished sternly, asserting that while he could save her once or perhaps twice, there would inevitably come a time when he could not be there to watch over her. Should that occur, the consequences could be dire. "I understand. And I've told you, I am not a little reporter," Susan retorted. "Just graduated, and yet you still consider yourself not a little reporter?" Lin Feng scoffed, causing Susan to blush fiercely. "You're such a typical guy," Susan huffed, stomping off to choose her room. Lin Feng shrugged dismissively, tidying up the cups on the table, finding the notion of a little reporter rather amusing. "Lin," Susan called out. Lin Feng turned at the sound, spotting Susan peering at him from her chosen room, her head barely visible. "What is it now?" "Thank you," she exclaimed, before swiftly shutting the door. Lin Feng shook his head, a smile tugging at the corners of his lips. The first time saving someone, excluding that scoundrel Tony, felt rather gratifying. After tidying up and taking a shower, he settled down for the night. He would need to rise early to witness a momentous event. Meanwhile, Black Egg, with dark circles under his eyes, was burning the midnight oil. Staring at the reports in the video on the conference screen, His expression darkened further. Beside him stood Coulson, who also bore the burden of fatigue, silently watching the screen alongside him. The footage displayed Lin Feng delivering a punch that sent Obadiah flying. That punch had at least 10 tons of force, perhaps even more. Coulson remarked. Even the Captain America he admires lacks such strength. And he can fly. I can see that, Coulson. Black Egg pointed to his own lone eye. Lin Feng's sudden emergence was entirely unexpected for him. Just in recent days, the situation with Tony Stark had already given him a considerable headache. And now another variable had appeared in the form of Lin Feng, seemingly a friend of Stark. The young man with black hair. I hope he proves to be manageable. Black Egg contemplated. Isn't Tony Stark holding a press conference tomorrow? Will he attend? Black Egg inquired of Coulson. According to our intercepted information, Lin Feng has already received a call from Jarvis and is highly likely to attend, Coulson replied. Upon hearing this, Black Egg nodded and instructed. Bring 2 individuals with you tomorrow. After the meeting, approach Lin Feng to gauge his potential as a member of our plan. Also, elevate Lin Feng's confidentiality level for the time being. That will be all for now. Chapter 7. I am Iron Man refusing the request of a young reporter to accompany him to the press conference. Lin Feng drove his R8 alone to the venue. In broad daylight, he dared not fly recklessly. The crowd was too dense and discerning, unlike the cover of night, where a simple black attire would go largely unnoticed. Meanwhile, Pepper Potts was meticulously tending to Tony's face, applying concealer to mask all traces of his injuries until no abnormalities remained visible. Coulson was diligently relaying various details. On the television behind them, Rhodes was fabricating a narrative to explain the explosion that had occurred the previous night to a group of reporters. This is your alibi. Coulson handed Tony 2 sheets of paper. You were on your yacht all night. And we have the sworn testimonies of your 50 guests. The port has evidence proving you were in Avalon and did not leave. Tony accepted the papers, raising an eyebrow. Excellent. But I would have preferred to be alone on the island with Pepper. As he spoke, he glanced at Pepper, who was still working on his face, and winked. And what about Lin Feng? I mean, that dark-haired guy. He is your bodyguard. Quite reasonable, isn't it? Coulson replied. Are you joking? Do you really think those reporters will buy that? This excuse is flimsy at best, Tony countered, his expression one of disbelief. Don't worry. We've handled situations like this before. Coulson assured him with a confident smile. There are no better explanations. Just read from the script I provided, and it will all blow over soon. You have 90 seconds. All right, let's hope Lin doesn't punch me in anger, Tony shrugged. Uncertain of Lin Feng's temperament, Coulson stepped away momentarily, and Pepper helped Tony into his jacket, having successfully concealed any evidence of his injuries. Adjusting his collar, Tony strode towards the front hall. As soon as he appeared, cameras began flashing relentlessly at Tony Stark, who remained unfazed, accustomed to such spectacles. Approaching the podium, he adjusted the microphone, retrieved his notes, and began. There are speculations that I was involved in the incidents that occurred on the highway and rooftop. Before Tony could finish his statement, a discordant voice interrupted the proceedings, showing Stark Industries no courtesy whatsoever. I'm sorry, Mr. Stark. A blonde reporter in the front row forcefully interjected. Do you truly expect us to believe that a bodyguard clad in an iron suit arrived just in time? Tony furrowed his brow at the reporter, remaining silent. Undeterred, she pressed on. What about that punch, which carried the force of several tons? Was that from a human? Or perhaps a mutant? As far as I know, he appears to be the individual you brought back from the cave during the ordeal. How do you explain whether he is? Tony waved his hand, abruptly interrupting the female reporter's inquiry. I understand your confusion. But please do not question the integrity of G and make unfounded accusations. Moreover, Lin is my friend, and he is not the mutant you presume him to be. However, I believe there is no necessity for me to justify my friendships to you, right? Tony's demeanor was remarkably assertive. Regarding your question, I have no comment. With unrelenting resolve, Tony gestured towards the female reporter, indicating she should be mindful of her words. Tony has always been a formidable figure, unafraid of reporters fabricating sensational stories. Without evidence, they would not dare to challenge him. Stark Industries is not a pushover. In that moment, Tony, as the captain of Stark Industries, exuded an aura that left the female reporter momentarily speechless. She closed her mouth, and Tony adjusted the microphone, continuing to speak without restraint. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Feng was in the audience, wearing sunglasses and smiling as he observed the exchange between Tony Stark and the reporter from behind a throng of journalists. On stage, watching Tony spiral further into absurdity, Rhodey reluctantly approached and whispered, "Stick to the script." Tony replied, Okay, nodding in acknowledgement, reluctantly picking up the script. As for the events of last night, the truth is, pausing here, Tony scanned the room. Everyone awaited the revelation, though it was likely to be yet another evasion. After glancing at the script again, Tony took a deep breath and uttered the unexpected words, "I am Iron Man." The uproar instantly filled the venue, reporters gasping and crowding together, raising microphones and shouting questions, with flashes of cameras illuminating the chaos. The entire conference devolved into pandemonium. A monumental revelation. Tony Stark has confessed to being Iron Man, and some individuals were bound to be troubled by this. The press conference reached its zenith with that declaration, and it was clear that today's headlines would be unmissable. After witnessing this iconic moment, Lin Feng seized the opportunity to depart amidst the turmoil. There was nothing further of interest, and he intended to stroll outside, waiting for Tony Stark, as there were matters to discuss regarding the young reporter. Meanwhile, on Coulson's end, after searching the venue for quite some time, he failed to realize that Lin Feng was right under his nose. Coupled with Tony's proclamation of "I am Iron Man," the atmosphere became chaotic, derailing Coulson's plans. With no other recourse, he reported back to the Black Egg, receiving instructions to temporarily withdraw, as he would personally meet with Tony later that evening. Coulson had no choice but to lead the team in retreat. However, he was unaware that all his actions had not escaped Lin Feng's scrutiny. Even more absurdly, he passed by Lin Feng several times without noticing him. Fixating on Coulson's retreat, Lin Feng averted his gaze, his fingers brushing over the ring he had exchanged for that morning from the system store, unable to suppress a smile of approval. An unremarkable black ring. It significantly diminishes the wearer's presence, its effect surpassing even Superman's glasses. With it, even your father would fail to recognize you. Additional skill: complete invisibility for 10 minutes every 24 hours, truly invisible, imperceptible to the naked eye, able to evade heat sources, detectors, and a myriad of other surveillance devices. It cost a substantial 300,000 reputation points. Currently, Lin Feng's reputation stood at just over 2 million, but it was certainly worth it. Having revealed his true self, how could he venture out without a disguise? Would he not be followed by a throng of reporters? Moreover, the additional skill alone justified the 300,000 reputation points, 10 minutes of invisibility. Though it may seem brief, it is genuine invisibility. Lin Feng recalled that in the original narrative, Superman lacked this ability. This power would bestow immense convenience upon Lin Feng, regardless of the task at hand. It was precisely this ring that rendered Lin Feng's presence so minimal that Coulson regarded him as nothing more than air, easily overlooked. Were it not for the inability to stack skills, Lin Feng would have eagerly purchased 10 of them to adorn his fingers. Imagine being invisible for 100 minutes each day. As evening approached, Tony finally concluded his dealings with the reporters and a plethora of industry magnates. However, none unearthed any truly valuable information. Tony had mastered the art of deflection. What he chose not to divulge was exceedingly difficult to extract. The sole information the reporters acquired was that Tony Stark was Iron Man. The one who sent the colossal mech flying was Tony Stark's friend, Lin Feng. At last, having sent off the final batch of reporters, Tony invited Lin Feng to join him for dinner at his villa, having heard that Lin Feng had matters to discuss. The two embarked in a vehicle towards Tony's seaside retreat. In the car, Lin Feng presented the photographs taken by the junior reporter and succinctly recounted the events leading up to them. Tony dismissed it as trivial, assuring Lin Feng he would handle it. There was no need for him to don the iron suit for a mere stroll. A subordinate could easily manage it. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. The Gray Street members were inexhaustible. This situation also involved a substantial amount of gray market dealings. Even if Lin Feng were to unleash a heat ray, it would not eradicate all the rats. In the world of adults, the path of least loss is often chosen. Many rules govern this realm. Balance is key. Thus, the life of the junior reporter was preserved amidst the casual discourse of the two magnates. Chapter 8. The arrival of the Black Egg and the Avengers scheme having concluded the serious matters, Tony could no longer restrain his sharp tongue. "Hey, Lin, do you know what those reporters are calling you now?" Tony smirked mischievously at Lin Feng, who could tell from his expression that more teasing was imminent. "They're calling you Superboy." "Haha. It sounds like some immature little kid. How childish." Tony erupted into laughter, playfully patting Lin Feng on the shoulder. Suddenly, Pepper Potts turned around and delivered a merciless blow. "You, who admit to being Iron Man, are even more childish, Tony." "Hey, who are you siding with?" Tony retorted, visibly displeased. This time, Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. "Honestly, I would prefer if they called me Superman," Lin Feng remarked. At a loss for words regarding the term Superboy. "Superman?" Tony carefully pronounced the word. "Not bad, but it doesn't sound as formidable as my Iron Man, does it? How about Iron Man taking a punch from you?" "Oh no, 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 Lin. We are friends. Fighting is not a commendable behavior." Tony hastily declined, well aware that he would not withstand a blow from Lin Feng, who had long been equated with a monster in his mind. As Tony found himself at a disadvantage, both Lin Feng and Pepper burst into laughter once more. The atmosphere in the car was filled with joy. Before long, amidst their banter, the car returned to the villa. Pepper cleverly sought an excuse to check on the dinner preparations in the kitchen, leaving space for the two men who evidently had serious matters to discuss. As Tony and Lin Feng exchanged amusing anecdotes, they slowly made their way to the living room. Upon reaching the room, Lin Feng suddenly raised an eyebrow, halting the conversation as he gazed toward the window. Noticing Lin Feng's sudden silence, Tony too was taken aback, following Lin Feng's gaze toward the window. "I am Iron Man." A voice emerged from the darkness, low and somewhat disdainful. "Tony Stark, do you think you are the only superhero in the world?" A figure gradually stepped into the light, exuding an overwhelming presence. "Who are you?" Tony Stark's expression shifted as he regarded the intruder. The presence of an unfamiliar individual in his home, with J-A-R-V-I-S, offering no warning, indicated that this person possessed the means to restrict J-A-R-V-I-S functions. This was not good news for Tony, as he was currently unable to don his armored suit at will, instilling a sense of unease within him. Nevertheless, he remained composed, for Lin Feng was still by his side. "Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D., the Black Egg replied, his gaze lingering on Lin Feng for a moment longer. "Tony Stark, and Lin Feng, may we sit down and converse?" Tony did not refuse. He simply donned a serious expression and moved toward the sofa, eager to hear what this intruder had to say. Lin Feng shrugged, indifferent, and could likely guess the nature of Fury's visit. The three took their seats around the sofa, and the atmosphere grew somewhat tense. "I would like to discuss the Avengers initiative," Nick Fury began, his expression grave. "What on earth? I am no longer selling Avengers missiles. You have the wrong person." Tony retorted sharply, the sarcasm evident in his tone, which darkened Fury's countenance further. Lin Feng turned his head away, struggling to suppress a laugh. "Be serious, Tony. This concerns your future," Fury insisted, his scowl deepening. "Well," Tony replied, peering at Fury with a derisive flare of his nostrils. "Do I need to pay to see my future?" Lin Feng fought to contain his laughter, fearing that he might burst out at any moment. "Goodness, Tony." After being interrupted twice, Fury was visibly irritated, glaring at Tony in silence. Tony, unnerved by the intensity of Fury's gaze, finally relented. All right. Tell me about your... whatever it is, the Avengers initiative." Fury inhaled deeply, suppressing his anger, and articulated each word with emphasis. As Fury explained, Lin Feng and Tony began to grasp the general concept of the initiative. In essence, it aimed to gather capable individuals together to see if they could create a synergy greater than the sum of its parts, rising to confront external threats or join forces against formidable foes when Earth and humanity were in need. Tony feigned interest, nodding absently, while Lin Feng listened with keen curiosity, reveling in the surreal feeling of being part of something akin to a cinematic narrative. "That's about it. What do you think?" Fury concluded after a lengthy exposition, swallowing hard. "Damn, Tony Stark can't even pour himself a glass of water. Is that it?" "I was nearly dozing off," Tony remarked, feigning boredom. "I have a question." "Go on," Fury gestured for him to continue, his gaze unwavering. In your organization, is there anyone more formidable than him? Tony pointed at Lin Feng, who was spectating the exchange. Fury paused, momentarily taken aback. More powerful than Lin Feng? Let me think. Someone who can descend from outer space unscathed and deliver punches with the force of several tons? Captain America certainly does not qualify. Does Captain Marvel count? But Carol isn't currently on Earth. After a prolonged silence from Fury, Tony's patience began to wane. All right, I get it. To be honest, I am not interested in your Superboy organization. Tony shrugged, feigning disinterest. Don't look at me like that, buddy. You know I'm not referring to you. Tony clarified, sensing Lin Feng's gaze, before redirecting his attention back to Fury. Lin Feng and I will not be joining your organization, so please take your leave, Tony declared, rising to usher Fury out. My friend and I are about to enjoy dinner, and I'm afraid we Haven Tea prepared a portion for you. Confronted with the unceremonious expulsion by Tony Stark, the enigmatic Black Egg rose expressionlessly and departed without further entanglements. As he left, he cast a parting remark. We shall meet again, and it shall not be long. He did not intend to persuade the obstinate Tony during their first encounter. It was merely a fleeting introduction. Undoubtedly, Tony's character presented a formidable challenge, and only when he revealed a vulnerability could there be a possibility of convincing this stubborn individual. Alternatively, it may take a moment of crisis for him to relent, as Black Egg possessed an acute understanding of human emotions. As for Lin Feng, the one endowed with extraordinary abilities, he remained silent throughout the conversation. However, Black Egg perceptibly noted a flicker of interest in Lin Feng's demeanor, prompting her to consider a private discussion with him at a later time. Seated in an SUV brimming with cutting-edge technology, Black Egg retrieved her phone and dialed Natasha. The vacation has been cut short, Natasha responded with confusion. In the villa, Lin Feng massaged his temples and, somewhat exasperated, addressed Tony. You didn't even ask me before declining on my behalf? Is that how it is? Tony, astonished, exclaimed, Are you interested in that Superboy organization? Come on. Don't be ridiculous. Grow up a bit. I'll take you to a party soon to help you mature. Tony jested, giving Lin Feng's shoulder a playful pat. Lin Feng clarified, It's not that I'm interested in the organization. I just, never mind, let it go. As for the party, when is it? Upon hearing about the party, Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. Having been single for a full 21 years, he had never attended any parties, let alone those hosted by Tony Stark. Oh, buddy, it seems our tastes align. Don't worry, it will happen soon. Tony winked at Lin Feng. I plan to throw a party in a couple of days to celebrate the birth of Iron Man. What do you think? With a knowing expression, Tony added, I will notify you in due course, young man, to prepare some little umbrellas. Don't get me wrong, Tony. I just want to see what a party is like. Honestly, I have never been to one in my entire life. Well, that is indeed quite sad, Lin. Tony remarked with a hint of sympathy. Now, let us set that aside for the moment and go grab a bite to eat. After a day of dealing with reporters, I need to replenish my energy. Chapter 9. After sending off the female journalist, a female agent arrives after an indulgent feast. Lin Feng left the villa with a sense of satisfaction. He leisurely soared through the air, making his way home. It was only then that he recalled the fair-skinned and beautiful young journalist still waiting at his residence. He wondered if she had eaten. However, with an abundance of ingredients in the refrigerator and her culinary skills, she should be well fed. As he flew, Lin Feng instinctively activated his super hearing. Having enjoyed a sumptuous meal, it was time to observe the unfolding drama. Today, a spectacle featured the same chaotic scene as always. The members of Hell's Kitchen were incessantly engaged in their raucous antics. Did they host parties every day? Lin Feng found himself too fatigued to comment. To his astonishment, the last episode of Domestic Turmoil seemed to be replaying, this time with a woman wielding weapons. The clashing of pots and pans echoed through the air, and even Lin Feng could feel the reverberations. While munching on the drama, Lin Feng gradually returned home. Upon opening the door, a figure rushed towards him, startling him. The young journalist, Susan, blocked his path with an expression filled with hope. How did it go? She inquired eagerly. Could you please let me in first? Lin Feng replied, somewhat exasperated. Susan stepped aside, allowing him to enter the villa. Lin Feng settled onto the sofa, and without regard for decorum, Susan joined him. Her gaze fixed on him, brimming with anticipation and anxiety. Ahem, I seem to be a little thirsty, Lin Feng said playfully, deliberately avoiding her expectant eyes. In a flurry, Susan dashed to the kitchen and returned with a glass of water, offering it to him with both hands. Drink up, Lin. Lin Feng gratefully accepted the water, took a sip, and feigned a dramatic sigh. Oh dear. After a day of running around, my shoulders are quite sore. He theatrically patted his shoulder, subtly hinting for her assistance. In an instant, her small hands were upon him, vigorously kneading his shoulders. The pressure felt as light as ants crawling on his skin. After a while of silence, Susan, growing impatient, ceased the massage and instead shook his shoulders back and forth. Lin, you must tell me what happened. All right. Please stop shaking me. Seeing the young journalist on the verge of tears, Lin Feng could no longer suppress his laughter. He gently patted her hands and turned to give her a reassuring look. Rest assured, the matter has been resolved. Tonight, Tony Stark will send someone to handle it. Tomorrow morning, you can return home. Really? Susan's eyes sparkled with joy upon receiving the answer she longed for, and she burst into tears of happiness, enveloping Lin Feng in a heartfelt embrace. Amid her cries of gratitude, thank you, Lin. Lin Feng found himself in an awkward situation, once again reminded of the young journalist's exuberance. The scent of her shampoo wafted over him, coupled with the softness pressing against his chest, eliciting a swift reaction within him. Steady now, Lin Feng mentally urged himself, desperately trying to maintain composure. He couldn't allow such an embarrassing moment to unfold. After a while, as if she had wept enough, Susan's sobs gradually subsided. Lin Feng seized the opportunity to gently pat her back and pull her away. Goodness. She was crying so sorrowfully that her nose was running. Lin Feng quickly grabbed a couple of tissues from the box and handed them to her. One cannot blame Susan for her overwhelming emotions. The feeling of constant threat to one's life is indeed unbearable. The tension that had gripped Susan for days was like a taut string, ready to snap at any moment. Now that she was finally safe, she could no longer hold back her emotions. Her life could return to normal, all thanks to the boy standing before her. Susan looked earnestly at Lin Feng and said slowly, I truly appreciate you, Lin. You will forever be my friend. All right. Go wash up and get some sleep. Tomorrow, you can head back. Just remember not to venture into Hell's Kitchen again. Unable to tolerate Susan's overly sentimental words, Lin Feng scratched his head and replied somewhat awkwardly. Next time, there may not be anyone to rescue you. I understand, Lin. Susan nodded, intending to return to her room to message her parents. The dangers of the past few days had kept her from contacting them. If she didn't reach out soon, they might report her missing. Susan hurried back to her room, opened the door, and shielded herself with it, revealing only her little head, just like the night before. Thank you so much, Lin. Unlike the previous night, today Susan's face was adorned with smiles and sincerity. Got it. Hurry and sleep. I need to rest too. Feeling Susan's joy and genuine gratitude, Lin Feng smiled back, waved goodbye, and returned to his own room. He flopped onto his bed, letting out a peculiar chuckle. The feeling of being thanked was truly unique and a delightful nourishment for the spirit, especially when it came from a beautiful girl. It brought Lin Feng a happiness he had never experienced before. Little did he know if the Clark from the movies ever felt such emotions. Early the next morning, as dawn broke, little reporter Susan departed. She needed to return home to reassure her parents and see her younger sister, who had been missing her dearly. That little girl was quite attached to her, and after several days apart, she would likely require a good deal of coaxing. Lin Feng indulged in a late sleep, not awakening until noon. He seemed to have been preoccupied with someone else's affairs lately, and today he decided to stay at home and not venture out. He planned to spend the day playing video games. Glancing at the time, he realized it was already noon and felt too lazy to cook for himself. Lin Feng took out his phone and ordered takeout. It must be noted that places without a certain delivery service are truly inconvenient. Ordering food required calling the restaurant. He randomly chose a pizza place, set down his phone, and immersed himself in gaming. His superb reflexes made his gameplay comparable to that of a professional player, and no teammates would ever criticize his skills again. Lin Feng was thoroughly engrossed in the game. Just as a match concluded, the doorbell rang. Ding dong. Hello. Pizza delivery. I'm coming. Lin Feng replied, tossing aside his controller and rushing to open the door. With a lingering sense of skepticism, Lin Feng pondered the swiftness of his delivery. Recalling that overseas food deliveries were often quite sluggish in the past, how could his own order arrive so promptly? It seemed that not everything portrayed in videos could be taken at face value. Contemplating this, he opened the door, only to have his expression shift to one of bewilderment upon seeing the delivery person. "Sir, that will be $12, came a melodious voice. All right. Lin Feng replied, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he retrieved the $12 and accepted the pizza. Noticing that the delivery person showed no inclination to leave, Lin Feng decided to play along. "Is there anything else?" He feigned curiosity. "Oh, sir, I am terribly sorry. But may I borrow your restroom?" "You see, this area is quite remote," the delivery person explained, somewhat shyly. "Not a problem, feel free," Lin Feng nodded in agreement. After directing the delivery person to the restroom, he settled onto the sofa, neglecting the pizza and instead employing his X-ray vision to observe the restroom's direction. He had little faith that the individual truly needed to use the facilities. Was it possible that the renowned Black Widow, Natasha, was delivering food to him? Surely, he was not to be made a fool of. Indeed, the moment he opened the door, he recognized the delivery person as the illustrious Black Widow herself. It appeared that the elusive Black Egg had not given up on him just yet. Lin Feng crossed his legs, resting his chin on his hand in contemplation. Tony had clearly rebuffed the Black Egg's advances. What could be her purpose in sending Natasha to engage with him? Before Lin Feng could delve deeper into his thoughts, a sudden exclamation rang out from the restroom. "Oh, sir, my car keys have fallen into the toilet. Could you assist me?" Lin Feng let out a cold chuckle. He had been closely monitoring Natasha with his X-ray vision. He witnessed her dismantle the ceiling and install a small black box the size of a matchbox, subsequently tossing a set of keys into the toilet. Such dedication to the act was commendable. He appreciated her meticulousness. Unbeknownst to Natasha, every move she made was laid bare before Lin Feng. She maintained a stoic expression, yet spoke in a coy tone. Did she believe this would test his resolve? Lin Feng scoffed once more. If she wished to play a role, he would gladly partake in the performance. "I'm coming, little darling," Lin Feng exclaimed, instantly adopting a playful demeanor as he strode toward the restroom. Upon opening the door, he found Natasha wearing a flustered expression, her delivery uniform accentuating her vulnerability. With a faint look of concern, Lin Feng rushed forward, enveloping her in a bear hug while reassuring her. "Oh, little darling, fret not. It's merely a set of car keys. If they're lost, I shall purchase you a new vehicle." As he spoke, Lin Feng swiftly pressed the toilet flush button. This toilet was of superior quality. A mere set of keys would be effortlessly dispatched. Caught off guard by the performance, Natasha found herself unexpectedly embraced, the masculine presence overwhelming her senses. Before she could react, her car keys were sent spiraling down the drain. In that moment, Natasha was left utterly bewildered, cursing the unexpected turn of events. In a sudden embrace, Natasha was rendered momentarily speechless. Even after pushing him away twice, she could not dislodge this persistent individual. Resolved, she retrieved her weapon from behind her hair, a compact yet powerful stun gun. "Little boy, take a nap." "What on earth?" Lin Feng exclaimed, swiftly seizing the device from her grasp. Natasha's pupils contracted. His reflexes were astonishingly quick. The sound of crackling electricity filled the air as Lin Feng pressed the button on the black box. "How do you possess such a perilous item?" He feigned shock. "What kind of girl carries something so dangerous? Hand it over to me for safekeeping. Let me see if there's anything else." As he spoke, Lin Feng's hand roamed inappropriately across Natasha's form. Enough. Feeling his behavior escalate, Natasha drew a small handgun from between the two burly men and pressed it angrily against Lin Feng's head. As an operative, she quickly realized she had been played. This target likely recognized her. Indeed, upon seeing Natasha brandish the firearm, Lin Feng ceased his actions. He stepped back, a mocking glint in his eyes. "Did Nick Fury not inform you that a gun is ineffective against me, Miss Natasha Romanoff?" Natasha's expression turned grave. "You truly know who I am." Lin Feng smirked. "I know far more than you can imagine. I even know how you meet your end several years from now. Put away your little stick. It wouldn't even tickle me." With that, he turned and sauntered back to the living room, casually tossing the pizza into the trash. There was no doubt it was Natasha's specially concocted pizza, laced with sedatives, which had little effect on Lin Feng. Nevertheless, he had no desire to consume something so dubious. Yet, he couldn't help but acknowledge that the Black Widow's physique was truly remarkable, a thought that crossed his mind. Natasha holstered her gun and sat opposite him, silent yet fixated on Lin Feng, who appeared utterly relaxed. "So, what brings such a large contingent to seek me out?" Lin Feng shrugged, having already discerned the villa across the way teeming with armed agents. Had it not been for Natasha's presence, he would have unleashed a heat ray upon them. "I don't understand what you're saying," Natasha denied, but Lin Feng pointed towards the opposing villa and scoffed. 65 agents, all armed to the teeth, complete with thermal sensors. "Do you now grasp my meaning?" "How do you know?" Natasha's expression darkened, her immediate suspicion falling upon the possibility of a traitor with an S-H-I-E-L-D. Lin Feng offered no explanation, merely appraising the Black Widow with a hint of flirtation. "Black lace, quite exquisite taste you have, sister." Natasha's pupils widened, instinctively shielding her form with her hands. "You can see through things." Yet, in the next moment, she regained her composure, brushing her hair back with confidence. "So, little boy, do you fancy black lace?" Who, indeed, is Natasha? The illustrious Black Widow, during her career as a spy, has certainly encountered instances where she had to leverage her allure to accomplish her missions. Observing Natasha's playful antics, Lin Feng felt a tinge of impatience. Although he appreciated the beauty of charming women, he simultaneously detested such overtly ulterior motives. "I must inquire, Agent Natasha, what precisely has your director dispatched you to do? Investigate my personal preferences?" Lin Feng continued, "I possess neither the time nor the inclination to indulge in your games. If there is something to discuss, I implore you to be forthcoming. Do not presume upon my patience." "Very well, it is indeed Nick Fury who sent me," Natasha conceded, having been exposed. The mission's target was formidable, endowed with capabilities that were almost unfathomable. Some of Lin Feng's tactics might appear trivial in comparison, thus, transparency seemed the prudent approach. S-H-I-E-L-D requires capable individuals to join our ranks. We face numerous unknown adversaries and must prepare swiftly. Natasha endeavored to make her gaze appear earnest. "I have little interest," Lin Feng replied, shrugging slightly. Did Tony not mention this previously? His disinterest in the beleaguered organization of S-H-I-E-L-D was palpable. "Like Tony, I harbor no desire to join your so-called superhero collective," he stated resolutely. "No, you are not like Tony." Natasha rose, producing a card and tossing it to Lin Feng. "You are far more perilous. I urge you to contemplate this proposal seriously. It contains my contact information. I hope you make the right choice, young man." With a playful arch of her eyebrow and a flirtatious glance, she departed. Natasha understood that her mission would not be accomplished in a single encounter. Talent requires multiple invitations. This initial meeting could pave the way for deeper discussions in the future. The card still bore her warmth, and after a moment of reflection, Lin Feng decided to keep it. He had no intention of joining any Avenger initiative at present. Lin Feng cherished his freedom and despised constraints. Perhaps, serving as a contracted agent might be an appealing option, an arrangement where he could be compensated for his services. He mused that should another opportunity arise, further discussions could be entertained. In the original narrative, Tony ultimately chose to join the Avengers, a notion that resonates with the understanding that collective strength is paramount. Lin Feng was no exception to this truth. Chapter 10, The Soaring Reputation? Am I falling in love? It seems that the sudden appearance of Nick Fury has made Tony Stark acutely aware of the numerous inconveniences associated with donning and doffing his Iron Man suit. Should another malevolent individual intrude upon his sanctuary, would he be afforded the luxury of time to don his armor? The more he pondered, the more Tony felt a profound sense of insecurity. Consequently, he devoted recent days to the research of a portable model, ultimately creating the Mark V, which could be folded into the compact form of a briefcase. He even made a special trip to boast to Lin Feng, leaving Lin Feng in a state of bemusement. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was far from idle. In pursuit of greater acclaim, he navigated the perilous gray areas of the Waste Twister's various domains. Wherever danger lurked, Lin Feng was sure to appear, often arriving at the scene before the agents of the J Bureau. Frequently, by the time a multitude of agents arrived, Lin Feng had already resolved the situation. This duality of admiration and frustration left the waist-twister authorities in a quandary, unable to intervene. In no time, tales of the superhero clad in a black bodysuit, draped in a cape adorned with a prominent S-shaped emblem, echoed throughout the waist-twister. His name was Superman. Television broadcasts frequently showcased Superman rescuing a chemical plant engulfed in flames or guiding a storm-tossed freighter safely to shore. Today, he saved a child teetering on the brink of a fall. His formidable strength, striking visage, and a heart dedicated to aiding the populace swiftly garnered Lin Feng a legion of admirers, even culminating in the establishment of his own fan forum. His reputation soared exponentially. During this period, the young reporter Susan sought Lin Feng once more, expressing her desire to capture on-site rescue photographs. She lamented that the images of Superman circulating online were either exceedingly blurry or taken from unprofessional angles, failing to adequately showcase Lin Feng's persona. Eager to assist in her professional endeavors, Lin Feng readily agreed, recognizing that heightened exposure would translate into greater prestige. Moreover, it was a mutually beneficial arrangement, provided Susan captured him in a flattering light. Susan did not disappoint, having enrolled in a photography training course to enhance her journalistic skills. Each photograph she took was striking and impactful, much to Lin Feng's satisfaction. Over time, the duo became inseparable during daylight hours. As two young individuals spent more time together, it was inevitable that other sentiments would begin to surface, though both remained blissfully unaware of this burgeoning connection. As various incidents concerning Superman garnered widespread attention, the fervor surrounding him eclipsed that of Iron Man, inciting a twinge of jealousy and envy within Tony Stark. Meanwhile, Susan, who consistently managed to capture photographs of Superman, swiftly became a prized asset for CBB television. An array of dazzling benefits and privileges came pouring in, with conditions entirely at Susan's discretion, as they feared she might be poached by rival networks. This brought Susan immense joy, and in her heart, she regarded Lin Feng as both a dear friend and a benefactor. On this day, having once again rescued a runaway school bus, Lin Feng and Susan, as usual, settled into a quaint CAF to admire the photographs they had just captured. The images showcased Lin Feng triumphantly lifting the out-of-control bus, surrounded by a jubilant throng of young students. Another shot featured his broad silhouette soaring into the sky after resolving the crisis. Under the azure expanse, the beaming smiles of the rescued children mingled with the grin of the superhero clad in black. Surely, this photograph would be a contender for an award. As Susan perused the images, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Lin, every time I witness your prowess, it leaves me in awe. You are truly remarkable." Susan's eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at Lin Feng, her praise unabashed. "Ah, it's not that impressive," Lin Feng replied bashfully, scratching his head in modesty, while internally he jubilantly proclaimed, "Awesome. I am the best in the world." After finishing her review of the photos, Susan took a sip of her coffee, and suddenly, she appeared somewhat flustered, glancing at Lin Feng several times as if she were on the verge of speaking but hesitated. "What's the matter?" Lin Feng inquired, noticing her unease. "Lin." Susan's cheeks flushed slightly as she took a deep breath, seemingly having come to a decision. "After work tomorrow, would you like to stroll around and catch a movie with me?" With that, she lowered her gaze to her coffee, awaiting Lin Feng's response. Thump, thump, thump. Lin Feng perceptibly sensed Susan's heart rate accelerating. What was going on? Was she unwell? It didn't seem like it. Observing Susan's bashful demeanor alongside her words, Lin Feng pondered for a moment, and a flicker of understanding dawned upon him. Tentatively, he asked, "Are you asking me out on a date?" Upon hearing Lin Feng's straightforward question, Susan's face deepened in crimson. Internally, she berated, "Lin Feng, you oblivious man. How could you just say that? I need to return and submit these photos to the television station. Farewell." With a hasty remark, Susan fled, her face aflame, leaving Lin Feng alone in the CAF, lost in thought. "Goodness, I am truly at a loss. Host, is your level of obliviousness akin to that of a steel fortress?" The system's voice erupted, laden with exasperation. "Huh? What do you mean, system?" Since Lin Feng's reputation had soared, The system had seemingly evolved from a simple entity into one with rich emotions, even reaching a point where they could exchange barbs. That girl clearly has feelings for you. She was too shy to express it, and you, on the other hand, blurred out, "Are you asking me out?" The system mockingly imitated Lin Feng's tone. Damn it. Lin Feng clenched his fists and retorted, "Could you refrain from mimicking me? I really want to punch you. Besides, I can't be blamed. I have been single for nearly 22 years, lacking any experience." Lin Feng insisted, defending himself. "Are you proud of being single for 22 years? The system scoffed. "Do you know why you're still single? Just take a look at your obliviousness." Well, my fault, is that enough?" Lin Feng sighed, having rarely emerged victorious in arguments with the system. And as for dating, he truly had no clue. No idea how to date? Fear not, for I shall remedy that. With a swift motion, the system thrust a book into Lin Feng's hands, its cover emblazoned with 4 prominent characters: The Secrets of Dating. A mere 100 points of reputation value. Thank you for your patronage. Damn it. Lin Feng lamented helplessly. I didn't even want to exchange for this. Wasn't it said to be a gift? What a thief. As twilight descended, the streetlights flickered to life, and the number of pedestrians gradually increased, infusing the little CAF with a burgeoning vibrancy. Lin Feng exited the CAF, strolling homeward as if on a leisurely walk. Yet his mind was uncontrollably flooded with memories of the days spent with the young reporter, Susan. Undoubtedly, the young reporter was exceptionally beautiful. Her slightly curled golden locks cascaded gracefully over her shoulders, and her emerald green eyes sparkled like crystalline waters, her porcelain skin flawless, complemented by a remarkable figure. She was perfectly curved where it mattered and slender elsewhere, embodying Lin Feng's aesthetic ideals. If one were to inquire whether Lin Feng held feelings for her, he could only affirm that Susan's smile was undeniably enchanting. Upon reflection, neither of them had ever engaged in a romantic relationship. Yet both were blessed with striking appearances. The boy was strong and handsome, while the girl was charming and vivacious. Their personalities harmonized beautifully, making it quite implausible that no sparks would fly. At some point, they had both grown accustomed to selecting a CAF after their photo shoots, sipping coffee while admiring the images they had just captured. Unbeknownst to them, the boundaries of friendship began to blur. In that moment of clarity, the 21-year-old Lin Feng realized. They say one who is within fortune remains unaware of it, while the bystander sees clearly. From an outsider's perspective, was he not akin to a couple with Susan? Mother, I may be on the verge of leaving singlehood. Lin Feng's eyes glistened. He retrieved his phone and searched for Susan's number, his fingers flying across the screen, typing and deleting, only to finally settle on 8 inadequate words. Tomorrow after work, I will come to pick you up. With a triumphant shout, Lin Feng, having sent the message, raced to an isolated spot, donned his battle attire, and soared skyward, tracing an S-shaped and B-shaped arc homeward. Chapter 11. Lin Feng's Enlightenment. Even superheroes need dates. The following day, Susan arrived at the television station to commence her workday. As was her custom, the station occupied the 31st floor, and Susan's desk was situated by the finest floor-to-ceiling windows. Gazing out, she beheld a panoramic view of the bustling cityscape. Colleagues sauntered past her workstation, casting envious glances in her direction. Susan had undeniably become a pillar of the television station. Even the reigning queen of the station would greet her with deference. After all, Susan was well acquainted with the city's superhero, Superman. However, Susan remained grounded, refusing to let her newfound status lead to arrogance. She consistently greeted her colleagues with a warm smile and readily offered assistance whenever possible. Moreover, she willingly shared snippets of gossip about Superman, endearing herself to everyone. She had become a cherished figure among her peers. Her desk overflowed with various tokens of gratitude from those she had helped. As she powered on her computer, she began her day's work, drafting an article for the newspaper affiliated with the station. Pulling up photographs taken the previous day, she was captivated by Lin Feng's radiant smile, which exuded infectious charm. How could someone possess such an enchanting smile? Unable to resist, she reached out to touch the screen, her expression one of infatuation, as the saying goes. Beauty lies in the eyes of the beholder. Discreetly, she retrieved her phone to reread the text Lin Feng had sent the night before. I'll pick you up after work tomorrow. These 8 words, lacking substance, somehow captivated her endlessly. Meanwhile, Lin Feng sat on his couch at home, engrossed in a book, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He read intently, occasionally expressing astonishment, as if he had unlocked the door to a new world. Is this really a thing? He murmured to himself, reveling in his newfound knowledge. Not too shabby, right? The System-S languid voice chimed in. Fair enough, Lin Feng replied, instantly suppressing his smile upon hearing the System-S voice. He feigned indifference, responding, it's nothing remarkable. 10 points of prestige would suffice. Wish you a disastrous state. The system retorted, extending a middle finger before falling silent. Huh? Disastrous? That word does not exist in my vocabulary, Lin Feng scoffed. In his mind, he meticulously rehearsed the evening date, brimming with confidence. First and foremost, securing a restaurant. It should possess a touch of elegance, a comfortable ambience, and be suitable for two. The pressing question arose, what did Susan enjoy eating? In that moment, Lin Feng's remarkable memory kicked into high gear, replaying vivid images of their time together as if they were snapshots. He keenly recalled a series of small fish charms adorning Susan's keychain, at least 3 or 4 strung together. Lin Feng recognized the trinket. It was a giveaway from an affordable seafood restaurant. He had seen the same emblem on the fishing boat he had rescued the previous month. Susan possesses several pendants, indicating that she has visited this restaurant on multiple occasions. This implies that Susan has a fondness for seafood. At this moment, Lin Feng is reminiscent of Conan. Deep in thought, he retrieves his mobile phone and begins searching for renowned seafood establishments, deliberately selecting those owned by Chinese proprietors. He wishes to introduce Susan to the culinary artistry of the enigmatic Eastern chefs and how they prepare seafood. The myriad methods of seafood preparation, each more dazzling than the last, fill his memory, and he believes that Susan will have a delightful experience with the unique techniques of Eastern cuisine. Hello? I would like to make a reservation for 2, Lin Feng states as he dials a restaurant's number. I apologize, sir, but our tables are fully booked. You may reserve for tomorrow, comes a courteous voice from the other end, speaking in fluent Mandarin. Oh, no need for that right now. Lin Feng hangs up. Astonished. Impressive. Is it any wonder that a restaurant run by our compatriots is so popular? It's not even lunchtime, and dinner slots are already gone. Undeterred, Lin Feng proceeds to call several more seafood restaurants. To his surprise, none of the establishments he finds appealing have any availability. No reservations can be made. Even with an offer of extra payment, Lin Feng is taken aback. What is happening? Is business truly this booming? Who claimed that the path of love is fraught with thorns? Is his first date already doomed to failure? Pondering deeply, Lin Feng holds the phone in contemplation, realizing that love is indeed not so simple. Wait, how could I forget him? After a moment of reflection, Lin Feng suddenly slaps his thigh and dials another number. Sir, Mr. Lin Feng is calling. In the workshop, Tony is busy repairing his suit's helmet when Jarvis's voice suddenly interrupts him. Tony pauses his task and instructs, Put him through. Hey, Tony. A virtual screen pops up in the studio, revealing Lin Feng's face. Is that our superhero? Tony teases. What, no world saving today? Lin Feng, looking somewhat exasperated, responds. Superheroes need their rest too. Haven't you been out battling the evils you speak of lately? Tony dismisses this with a wave, holding up the helmet to indicate. My armor is due for an upgrade. Let them survive a little longer. He then boasts, this upgrade will enhance speed, durability, and convenience. Unimpressed by Tony's bragging, Lin Feng scoffs, upgrading endlessly, yet it still can't withstand a single punch from me. Touch. All right, buddy, what do you need? Tony, feeling somewhat annoyed, is eager to conclude the call. If it's nothing important, I'll hang up. I'm busy. It is important, Tony. It's about my date tonight. Lin Feng succinctly explains the situation regarding his upcoming rendezvous. Initially indifferent, Tony's expression shifts to one of intrigue and amusement upon learning that this is Lin Feng's first date. Is that so? Looks like you've come to the right person. With his nostrils flared, Tony exuded a confidence that suggested his prowess extended beyond technology. Indeed, he was quite the charmer. Leave it to me, he declared. I am well versed in such matters. With a snap of his fingers, he assured. I will arrange everything with utmost clarity. Tony, this is my very first date. Lin Feng reiterated solemnly, anxious that Tony might concoct some mischief. Not to worry. Tonight, I shall orchestrate a special event for you both. I guarantee it will be an unforgettable evening. He hung up the phone before Lin Feng could respond. Hey, Pepper. Where are you? After ending the call, Tony clapped his hands and shouted upstairs, Our little superhero is in love. We need your assistance. Chapter 12, The First Date. With Tony's assistant's ding-dong, the melodious chime of her phone echoed in the quiet, prompting Susan to exhale a sigh as she glanced at the screen. Is it not time to clock out yet? As expected, it was our little superhero, Lin Feng. Susan could scarcely recall how many messages Lin Feng had sent her thus far. Yet, there was no trace of impatience within her. Rather, she found the situation somewhat amusing. After patiently replying to the text once more, Susan checked the time. It was 4 o'clock, leaving her with an hour until the end of her workday. With her tasks nearly complete, she resolved to treat herself to a cup of coffee for a much-needed boost. The working conditions at the television station were quite commendable. In Susan's office area, there were 2 coffee machines and several small refrigerators brimming with assorted snacks for everyone's complimentary enjoyment. After sitting for an extended period, a slight discomfort had settled in her lower back. As she prepared her coffee, she gently massaged her slender waist. Her job primarily involved either venturing out to take photographs or returning to compose scripts. Logically, one would assume that the outings provided some form of exercise. However, the persistent ache in her back could only be attributed to that infernal office chair. She had reported the issue multiple times. Yet the miserly station manager remained oblivious to the need for change. Susan grumbled internally. Suddenly, thud thud. Susan. A lewd man brandishing an oversized lumbar pillow appeared before her like a specter. Ah, John, what on earth are you doing? Startled, Susan turned. Irritation evident in her voice. Her exclamation drew the attention of her colleagues, some casting quick glances before returning to their tasks. However, the pace of their work slowed, and many stole furtive glances toward the unfolding scene. It was clear to everyone that another spectacle was about to unfold. This lewd fellow was John, the station manager's nephew. Since Susan's very first day, he had relentlessly pursued her, and it had been far from a fleeting endeavor. Each attempt had met with Susan's unwavering rejections. John had not anticipated startling her. His intention had been to surprise her. Now, witnessing her shock, his plump face was painted with embarrassment. Susan, I merely wish to present you with this cushion, which you can place behind your back, John declared, hoisting the meticulously chosen green pillow with his short, stocky arms. This way, you won't feel any discomfort in your back. And no, thank you. Susan hastily waved her hands in refusal. I appreciate your kindness, but please refer to me as Miss Carter. With that, she averted her gaze, clutching her coffee, and intended to leave. She had no interest in this lewd man. She had heard from colleagues that there were at least 3 or 4 women in the station entangled in complicated relationships with John. Susan had always maintained a respectful distance from such individuals. Susan. John's voice rose slightly as he stepped forward to block her path, almost causing her to stumble into them. What on earth do you want? His lack of awareness was beginning to irk Susan, her delicate features hardening into an icy expression. A shadow flickered across John's eyes, nearly obscured by his excess flesh. His tone grew somber as he spoke. I would like to invite you to dinner this evening. I am aware of a newly opened steakhouse nearby that appears to be quite delightful. My apologies, but I have an appointment this evening. Susan interjected with an impassive expression, her eyes betraying an unmistakable disdain. Having uttered these words, Susan gracefully maneuvered past John, coffee in hand, and briskly departed, leaving John only with her retreating silhouette. The alluring curve of Susan's figure left him parched and breathless. John made no attempt to detain her, his gaze following her form with an ominous intensity. The cushion in his grasp was nearly crumpled from his tight grip. This marked the 7th time he had presented Susan with gifts. Be it flowers or jewelry, precious or practical, she had dismissed each offering without a second glance. His patience was waning. The scene had not escaped the notice of John's colleagues at the television station. Each team had its own gossip group. And at that moment, the colleagues who reveled in such chatter paused their work to engage in animated discussions. That rotund fellow is pursuing Susan again. I wonder where he finds the audacity. Does he not realize that Susan dislikes green, and yet he presents her with a green cushion? He ought to take a look at himself. Does he truly believe that a Beauty and the Beast scenario could unfold with him? Just because he has a bit of money, he thinks all women should fawn over him? I reckon if you weren't the boss's nephew, he would have been ousted from the company long ago. How many times has he pursued Susan now? The 17th this month? The staff, thoroughly entertained, munched on their snacks while John had retreated to his office, situated one floor above, a specially soundproofed space designed for John and his girlfriend to engage in intimate activities. Of course, his girlfriend was typically a monthly rotation. Upon entering, John erupted in a fit of rage, hurling objects in all directions. Damn that wretched woman. After a lengthy spree of destruction, John slumped into his chair, panting heavily. The excesses of indulgence had left his face marred with acne, his complexion pallid. Never had he encountered such a clueless woman. Just because she took a couple of flattering photos, what gives her the right to reject me? John cursed inwardly, his countenance growing increasingly dark. After a moment, having vented his frustrations, John's expression gradually returned to calm. No matter, when dealing with a woman impervious to reason, he typically had another strategy. At long last, the hour of departure arrived. Susan stretched languidly and shut down her computer. Ding! The sound of a text message chimed. Susan, I'm downstairs at your office. Hurry down. Upon reading the message, Susan couldn't suppress a smile. At 5 o'clock. The young man was timing his text perfectly. Why does he seem so flustered today, unlike his usual composed self? Here I come, she replied with the text, then pulled out a small makeup mirror, swiftly applying a light touch-up before making her way to the elevator. The evening rush hour was in full swing, with throngs of office workers pouring onto the streets in search of dinner. After exchanging pleasantries with a few colleagues, Susan stepped outside, her beautiful eyes scanning for Lin Feng. Hey, Susan, a familiar voice called from behind. Susan turned around, and Lin Feng's large face was nearly inches from her own. Wow, what are you doing? Susan instinctively took 2 steps back, her delicate face slightly flushed as she playfully reproached him. Lin Feng, without uttering a word, extended his hands and traced a circle in the air. In an instant, a magnificent bouquet of roses materialized in his grasp as if by magic. Like a true gentleman, Lin Feng gracefully presented the roses to the astonished Susan, saying, For you, the beautiful Miss Susan. Oh my goodness, is this magic? Susan exclaimed, her delight evident as she accepted the roses and inhaled their sweet fragrance, instantly alleviating half of her fatigue from a long day's work. Lin, how did you know I adore roses? This is a secret. Lin Feng feigned mystery, winking at Susan before slightly bowing and extending his hand in invitation. Beautiful Miss Susan, may I have the honor of inviting you to dinner? Susan's cheeks flushed again, but she maintained a facade of calm as she extended her hand in response. Of course, my big boy. Her racing heart betrayed her. Although the dating scenario was somewhat cliché, it was imbued with freshness and excitement for both of them, being their first date. Lin Feng smiled gently, taking Susan's soft, fair hand, and led her to the roadside where a luxurious Rolls-Royce awaited them, a mode of transport arranged by Tony, with Happy as the driver. Initially reluctant, Happy's attitude shifted dramatically upon realizing he was to drive Superman. Not everyone had the chance to chauffeur a superhero, and the infatuated Happy was a member of the Superman fan forum. Lin Feng attentively opened the car door for Susan, and they settled into the vehicle. The sleek automobile smoothly set off towards a seafood restaurant. Did you see that? Susan got into that luxury car. A few of Susan's colleagues at the office witnessed the scene unfold and gasped in astonishment. Is that her boyfriend? He looks so young, and his smile is so radiant. And most importantly, he must be incredibly wealthy. Did you get a picture? Quickly share it in the group. Let us all enjoy the gossip. The excitement spread among her colleagues as the photos circulated, igniting a flurry of reactions. ISNT that a rented car? How could someone so young afford a Rolls-Royce? A jealous colleague scoffed. Please, could he not be a wealthy heir? Someone retorted. What do you all do for a living? Don't you ever do your homework? Doesn't that license plate look familiar? I know. It's from Stark Industries. My goodness, someone with such privileges must be a shareholder, right? Or perhaps her boyfriend is Tony Stark's illegitimate son. Am I the only one laughing at the thought of John S.'s reaction when he finds out about this? Count me in for that. Chapter 13. Happy, let Lin Feng go. Regardless of the spectators' opinions, the 2 young individuals formally embarked on their date. Happy, exclaimed Susan, surprised as she entered the car and spotted the driver. Hello, Miss Susan. Happy politely greeted her before turning to Lin Feng. Mr. Lin, Happy exclaimed, somewhat excited. Acknowledging Lin Feng. It was a tad embarrassing. He was not only a member of the Superman Forum, but also one of its founding figures. Happy had often fantasized that if he possessed Superman's abilities, Mr. Stark would certainly be unharmed. Oh, Tony Stark's devoted driver and bodyguard. Why is he here? Susan inquired, puzzled as she glanced towards Lin Feng. Isn't Happy Tony Stark's driver? As a journalist, she was somewhat knowledgeable about the circles of celebrities. Did you forget that I told you Tony Stark is my friend? Lin Feng responded with a smile. Is your relationship that close? I thought it was merely a casual acquaintance. Susan was indeed taken aback. She had presumed they were just ordinary friends, not realizing that Tony had lent his personal driver to Lin Feng. Isn't that inconsequential? Lin Feng chuckled, shaking his head. He then turned to Happy and said, Drive on. Happy, I know you've had a tiring day at work. Let us go have dinner first, and then do some shopping, shall we? With a playful grin, Lin Feng winked at Susan. Guess what we're having for dinner? The childish guessing game made Happy roll his eyes as he started the vehicle. He was merely the driver now and had no intention of saying much. Could it be that newly opened steakhouse? Susan guessed, referring to the popular steak restaurant that the bothersome John had mentioned. She was aware that it was a famous hotspot, gaining a large following due to the owner's impressive salt sprinkling technique. Flyers had landed in Susan's hands, and she had seen it in short videos. However, to be honest, Susan did not particularly enjoy steak. Yet, if Lin Feng invited her, she would be willing to give it a try. No, I know you don't like steak, Susan, Lin Feng confidently replied. Jokingly, he admitted, to my embarrassment, I purchased a manual on Susan's preferences from the system, costing a total of 300 reputation points. What a mercenary system. How did you know I dislike steak? Susan asked, taken aback yet curious. She glanced at Lin Feng's dark hair and tentatively inquired. Then I guess it's Eastern cuisine? Lin Feng pondered momentarily. That's not entirely accurate. What is it? Seafood? Not entirely accurate either. Lin. After several incorrect guesses, Susan grew anxious, her tone unconsciously taking on a playful whine, which stirred Lin Feng's heart. This made the novice Lin Feng feel quite flustered. All right, it is seafood, and it is also Eastern cuisine. Lin Feng chuckled as he revealed, Today, I will introduce you to seafood prepared in an Eastern culinary style. Upon receiving the answer, Susan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she recalled an extraordinarily renowned and lavish seafood restaurant. Could it possibly be the illustrious Dongfang Palayun? As Susan's gaze brimmed with anticipation, Lin Feng nodded affirmatively. Oh my goodness, Susan exclaimed, I know that place. It's exorbitantly expensive. It ranks as the top choice among the favored dining spots of the elite. Her large eyes were filled with eager anticipation, and heaven knew how much Susan, a seafood enthusiast, longed to savor a meal there. However, the restaurant's prices were indeed prohibitive. Moreover, it rarely accepted reservations from the general public, catering instead to nobility, government officials, and the titans of industry. Did you really manage to secure a reservation at Palayun, Lin? I recall they don't take bookings from ordinary people. Susan inquired, suddenly struck by a thought. She scrutinized Lin Feng with a look of suspicion. Oh dear. Yu Haven T transformed into Superman too. She trailed off, covering her mouth in realization, her eyes darting toward the driver's seat. She had almost let slip that there was indeed a driver present. With a playful gesture, she traced an S shape in the air, reminiscent of Superman's emblem. If Lin Feng were to use the persona of Superman to secure a reservation, the restaurant would undoubtedly oblige. Lin Feng shook his head with a wry smile. What are you thinking? That would be impossible. At that moment, the vehicle halted at a traffic light. Happy couldn't help but lean slightly and explained, Miss Susan, Mr. Lin is a shareholder in Stark Industries. Furthermore, he is a close friend of Mr. Tony Stark. I doubt there exists a restaurant that would be foolish enough to deny Mr. Lin. What? Susan gasped, her mouth agape as she turned to Lin Feng, her eyes brimming with astonishment. You're a shareholder in Stark Industries? She was aware of Lin Feng's considerable wealth, given that he resided in a sprawling 600 square meter villa, which explained her lack of surprise at seeing a Rolls-Royce pick him up. Yet, she had not anticipated the extent of his affluence. Stark Industries practically wore its wealth as a badge of honor. Lin Feng nodded, confirming that he indeed possessed shares in Stark Industries, a gift from his mentor, Tony. Susan fell silent, perceiving this young man as a treasure trove, revealing new gems with each revelation. She began to eagerly anticipate the culinary delights ahead. Happy's driving was impeccable, swiftly transporting the two to the seafood restaurant. Amidst the restaurant's warm hospitality, Susan experienced her first taste of Eastern seafood cuisine. The skills of the Eastern chefs were unparalleled, showcasing an artistry that elevated seafood preparation to a new level. By the end of the meal, Susan felt it was worth every penny spent. The array of exquisite dishes and the novel flavors she encountered reshaped her understanding of gourmet food. Once the two had indulged to their heart's content, the bustling night enveloped them. Their dining experience had amounted to a substantial sum in the low six figures. Susan rated this culinary adventure a resounding 9 out of 10. For she dared not give a higher score, fearing it might inflate Lin Feng's ego. Two individuals sat in the car on their way back, and Lin Feng shamelessly edged closer to Susan. Noticing his subtle movement, Susan shot him a glance but did not rebuff him. She selected several meticulously captured culinary photographs to share on her personal page. Her profile was followed solely by close friends and family, and she wished to disseminate this delightful experience. However, within a mere 2 minutes of posting, her phone began to incessantly chime. Glancing at her device, she saw it was her best friend, Kay. Messages from Kay bombarded her like projectiles. Susan, did you visit that restaurant? Oh my goodness. I heard they sent a luxury car to pick you up after work today. I could hardly believe it. Have you caught the eye of some mysterious big boss? And why was T.I. invited to such a wonderful occasion? Kay's inquiries grew increasingly sensational, leaving Susan utterly speechless. What on earth was she babbling about? What are you talking about, Kay? Susan's slender fingers flew across the screen. It was just a friend. A friend took me out to eat. I'll definitely take you along next time if the opportunity arises. Was it your boss who picked you up in a Rolls-Royce? Kay was clearly unwilling to relent, pressing for more. If you keep talking like this, I want to respond. Susan's cheeks flushed slightly. Her audacious friend truly dared to say anything. It was genuinely a good friend who took me out, so please stop speculating. Susan sent Kay a photo from their meal, in which Lin Feng was attentively peeling a crab leg for her. He wore a pair of slender-framed glasses, his striking features reminiscent of a young CEO from a novel. Instantly, there was silence on K's end. After a brief pause, a message finally arrived. Oh my, where did you find this handsome boy? Is he your boyfriend? Seeing the message, Susan felt a twinge of shyness as she stole a glance at Lin Feng beside her. She undoubtedly harbored considerable affection for this charming, sunny, yet somewhat reserved young man. Lin Feng resembled a protagonist from a fairy tale, powerful and self-assured. However, their relationship had yet to be formally defined. And since Lin Feng had not confessed his feelings, he could not be considered her boyfriend. Could he? Not quite. Susan replied. Then step aside. Let me have a go. Kay responded with a flurry of question marks. I've been single for over 20 years. I believe this boy suits my taste perfectly. Kay's reply was audacious. If you don't want him, can I have him? Get lost. Susan shot back, her expression darkening as she promptly turned off her phone, choosing to ignore her exuberant friend. Chapter 14. A night of defining relationships, an unexpected turn of events at last. The vehicle gradually returned to the city. Lin Feng and Susan alighted in the urban bustle, and as the evening was still young, they decided to meander through the streets and indulge in some late-night snacks. In the realm of youth, the notion of retiring early was scarcely entertained. Unspoken, they both refrained from mentioning the prospect of returning home. Mr. Lin, please wait. Happy, the rotund companion, called out as he opened the car door, halting Lin Feng's departure. What is it, Happy? Lin Feng queried, a hint of confusion in his voice as he turned. Happy suddenly appeared somewhat bashful as he bent down to retrieve a poster and a pen from the passenger seat. With an air of anticipation, he presented it to Lin Feng, revealing a poster adorned with an image of Lin Feng clad in a superhero costume. Could you please sign this for me? Happy shyly requested. If it's not too much trouble, I would also love a photograph. Oh goodness. Susan couldn't help but chuckle, having already discerned that Happy was aware of Lin Feng's true identity. You've become a star, Lin, she teased. Lin Feng offered a wry smile in Susan's direction before turning back to Happy. Of course, happy. With that, he removed the ring that concealed his identity. Donning the sleek black suit that enveloped him, instantly his aura transformed, rendering him a strikingly different figure from the man who had worn the ring. Leaving both Happy and Susan in awe, Happy brandished his phone, and Lin Feng draped an arm around Happy's shoulder, bending slightly to accommodate his shorter stature. 1, 2, 3 cheese. Thank you, Mr. Superman. Happy exclaimed with exuberance. Oh no, it's Mr. Lin. Lin Feng corrected him. Wishing you a delightful evening. After receiving the signature and the photograph, an ecstatic Happy enveloped Lin Feng in a brief embrace before hastily entering his car and speeding away with a flourish. What a character, Lin Feng remarked, feeling somewhat awkward as he exchanged his costume for his ordinary attire, reinstating the ring and transforming from a superhero back to the boy next door. Oh, Lin, though it's not my first time witnessing this transformation. You truly don't evoke the image of Superman when you're not in costume. Susan mused, though your appearance remains unchanged, I instinctively feel you are not Superman. That remains a secret. Lin Feng responded with a playful smile, touching the ring. He then extended his hand, inviting, so, the lovely Miss Susan. Would you care to accompany me on a stroll through this enchanting nocturnal city? Without uttering a word. Susan's cheeks flushed a delicate hue as she extended her small hand into his. Beneath the vibrant lights of New York, the streets thrummed with life. Vehicles wove in and out, while street performers gathered in small clusters, fervently showcasing their talents. Hand in hand, Lin Feng and Susan ambled along the street. A dance of proximity and tenderness that stirred Lin Feng's heart, having been single for 21 years. Silently, they walked, basking in the sweet tension of the moment. Before long, they arrived at a quaint square where, in the distance, street performers serenaded the night with songs of love. All around, couples stood entwined, embodying the very essence of romance. Good day, sir. Are you considering purchasing a flower for your beloved? A young girl clad in crimson attire obstructed Lin Feng's path, brandishing a bouquet of blossoms. Despite her tender age, her gaze was piercing. Such a pair of starry-eyed lovers rarely declined her offerings. As anticipated, Lin Feng did not refuse and procured a bouquet of roses, leaving the girl elated as she departed with her earnings. Silently, Susan accepted the flowers. The two remained in a contemplative silence for a stretch of time. Sensing the atmosphere thickening, Lin Feng recalled the dating manual's advice, urging him to take the initiative. Bolstering his resolve, he inhaled deeply, turned to face Susan, and spoke. Susan. Susan glanced up, momentarily shyly averting her gaze to the roses. Will you look at me, Susan? Lin Feng's tone softened, causing a flutter within Susan's heart. She raised her eyes once more, meeting Lin Feng's gaze, which sparkled with a radiant light. Captivated by Susan's ethereal visage illuminated by the glow, Lin Feng instinctively reached out to caress her cheek. Susan's pupils quivered, her instincts urging her to retreat, yet she held her ground. She did not refuse. Instead, she parted her lips, a blend of confusion and shyness dancing upon her features. Her hesitation stirred a tumult of emotions within Lin Feng. Will you be my girlfriend? Lin Feng inhaled deeply, letting the words escape his lips slowly, akin to Cupid's arrow aiming at Susan's heart. The sudden confession left Susan momentarily bewildered. She hastily lowered her head, obscuring her expression from Lin Feng's view. Images of Lin Feng cascaded through Susan's mind. She was acutely aware of her feelings for this young man. Strong, confident, and radiant, yet often adorably oblivious. Lin Feng had etched an indelible mark upon her heart during their months of companionship. Susan found herself at a loss for words, her heartbeat quickening, and the hand that held the roses grew clammy with nervousness. Lin Feng, sensing her silence, began to panic. What did the dating manual suggest at this juncture? His mind faltered, struggling to recall the appropriate words. Well, although being near me might pose some danger, I will risk my life to protect you. His thoughts jumbled. Lin Feng instinctively recited a confession from the dating manual. I am the seasoning in your seafood. Without me, you lose all flavor. No. I mean, I am the sun in your winter, the popsicle in your summer, the umbrella on a rainy day. A soft laugh escaped Susan's lips, dispelling the tension that had enveloped them. She lifted her gaze to Lin Feng, her eyes sparkling like crescent moons, a hint of light dancing within. Lin, what are you saying? No, Susan, I merely... Lin Feng lamented, frustrated that his tongue seemed to betray him. Ah. Susan gently parted her rosy lips and uttered 2 words, immediately lowering her head once more, feeling a warmth spreading across her cheeks. Upon hearing Susan's sudden affirmation, Lin Feng froze in place. His mind raced to decipher the meaning of those 2 words, and in an instant, a torrent of joy surged through his heart. Lin Feng's breath quickened uncontrollably. Yes. Amidst Susan's exclamation, Lin Feng could not restrain himself and enveloped her in his embrace. In that moment, 2 inexperienced young souls found themselves enraptured by the tender embrace of love. Suddenly, applause erupted, celebrating the newly confirmed relationship of the couple. Lin Feng looked up, astonished to discover that his confession had unwittingly attracted a crowd of onlookers. Well done, young man. Congratulations to the young couple. The spectators generously bestowed their blessings upon them. The sounds of applause and whistles mingled together in a jubilant cacophony. Nearby, a wandering minstrel joined in, serenading them with a melody of well wishes. Confessions of love had become commonplace on this charming little street, which had almost transformed into a sacred ground for declarations of affection. Passers-by cheered for every couple that succeeded in their romantic endeavors. Kiss her, kiss her, the crowd urged, their benevolent gazes fixated on the young couple. Lin Feng lowered his head to gaze at the bashful Susan, whose eyes shone with tenderness, silently fixed on him, her cheeks betraying a smile, as if waiting for his next move. Be brave, young man. As Lin Feng hesitated, the onlookers rallied him on, encouraging him to act with courage. This made Lin Feng feel both amused and exasperated. It seemed the spectators were more eager than he was. Attempting to regain his composure, Lin Feng slowly leaned towards Susan. The distance between them diminished, and the floral scent emanating from her enveloped his senses. Lin Feng's unique masculine essence gently stirred Susan's heart. She softly closed her eyes, as if awaiting a sacred ritual, anticipating that moment's arrival. In such proximity, their heartbeats quickened in synchrony. Amidst the crowd's cheers, only a mere millimeter separated their lips. However, in the next moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Chapter 15. The Ambush. The malevolent without martial virtue, a deafening explosion reverberated through the air, accompanied by a primal roar that echoed ominously. The audience watching the spectacle erupted into screams, scattering like startled birds. Lin Feng, taken aback, turned towards the source of the explosion, peering through the haze. A street away, 2 monstrous figures, clad in muted green, were locked in a fierce struggle, wreaking havoc upon the surroundings. Vehicles lay wrecked, roads crumbled, and the populace fled in terror. Hulk and the Abomination? Lin Feng's expression darkened as he recognized the 2 fiends who had marred his first kiss. It was infuriatingly close. A fire raged within him as he witnessed the devastation. The 2 titans had incapacitated an entire street, leaving the citizens, frail as bubbles, crushed beneath their might. The ground trembled beneath their feet as Lin Feng's countenance soured. With a sigh, he turned to Susan and remarked, "It seems I must intervene." Susan gently patted his arm, her eyes sparkling with understanding, fully aware of the reason behind his ire. "Go on, my little superhero, do what you must." "Right." Lin Feng nodded affirmatively. "Wait for me here." With that, he dashed into a secluded corner. In the next moment, a rush of air signaled his ascent as he soared skyward towards the Titans. Susan, surveying her surroundings, spotted a tall building perfect for capturing the moment. Producing a small camera from her belongings, she sprinted towards it, playfully sticking her tongue out in the direction Lin Feng had flown. "I won't wait around here." Meanwhile, the 2 behemoths continued their brazen brawl, oblivious to the chaos they wrought as the terrified crowd fled in desperation. Fear, confusion, and anxiety permeated the street. Suddenly, amidst the despair, someone pointed skyward and shouted, "Superman! It's Superman! He's here!" The fleeing citizens looked up, and there, against the night sky, a figure descended with astonishing speed. With a sudden halt, he positioned himself above the 2 monsters. It truly was Superman. Relief surged through the crowd. Hope had arrived. Cheers erupted, resounding through the streets. A testament to the indelible mark Lin Feng's superhero persona had left on the hearts of the people. They recognized this valiant champion who stood at the forefront of calamity. Where Superman tread, disaster would be averted. He was a veritable shield. Inside an armored vehicle, American soldiers exhaled in relief at Superman's arrival. With him on the scene, they needed only to maintain order, avoiding needless sacrifice. Such colossal clashes were beyond the scope of ordinary men. Only Superman possessed the power to confront them. In midair, aboard an armed helicopter, soldiers cast inquiring glances at Colonel Ross. "Sir," a soldier called out, "it's Superman. He has appeared." Colonel Ross's expression grew grave as he decisively commanded, "Cease descent, maintain a hover." The helicopter hovered high above, its lens trained on the tumult below. On the ground, Hulk and Abomination locked eyes, both unleashing a thunderous roar. In an instant, the two behemoths charged at one another, causing the earth to tremble once more, the fractured ground continuing to fissure. The outcome remained undetermined. Only one of the two titans could survive. Yet, just before they collided again, a searing red beam descended from the heavens, etching a straight line between the two monstrosities. Confused by the sudden occurrence, the creatures barely halted their advance, gazing skyward. Hulk roared defiantly, while a beleaguered Bruce had no time to ponder the identity of this newcomer. Abomination, however, narrowed his eyes, a gleam of excitement flashing across his face as he twisted his neck. He recognized Superman. One Hulk was insufficient for him to contend with, and now another adversary had arrived. The television had boasted of Superman's might, but to Abomination, he was merely a flying insect. He longed to discover if this so-called Superman could withstand a single punch from him. Suspended in midair, Lin Feng surveyed the two beasts with a stern expression. Why were these animals not confined to the zoo, but instead wreaking havoc on the streets? He held no reservations towards the culprit that had interrupted his first kiss. Superman. The utterance incensed Abomination, whose large eyes fixated intently on Lin Feng. "Come down and fight." Lin Feng smirked coldly, "As you wish." No sooner had the words left his lips than Lin Feng plunged downward, his fist imbued with fury aimed squarely at Abomination's face. With a resounding crash, Abomination barely registered Lin Feng's movement before a searing pain shot through his head, driving him into the ground and creating a sizable crater. Shaking his dizzy head, Abomination let out a furious roar and staggered to his feet, charging at Lin Feng. His spiked arms swung toward Lin Feng, who effortlessly evaded the attack. To Lin Feng, the hulking figure's actions appeared almost in slow motion. Another resounding impact echoed as Lin Feng delivered a powerful kick, generating a shockwave that surpassed the force of his previous punch. Abomination was sent flying several dozen meters, crashing to the ground, struggling to rise. A roar erupted from behind Lin Feng, and before he could react, he felt the world spin. It was Hulk. Witnessing Lin Feng dispatch the foe that was rightfully his, Hulk was enraged. He launched a surprise assault, seizing Lin Feng's legs and swinging him down like a massive hammer against the ground. With a resounding crash, a human-shaped crater formed in the hard earth. Hulk, seemingly unsatisfied, followed up with a heavy stomp, deepening the pit further. One stomp, then another, until Superman's form was entirely obscured from view. Lin Feng was completely engulfed by the ground. The crowd, once jubilant, fell silent, their hands suspended in midair, eyes wide in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. As if finally having had his fill, Hulk ceased his assault, panting with satisfaction, as if proud of his conquest. Yet in the next moment, under the gaze of all, Superman erupted from the pit, delivering a punch that struck Hulk's jaw, propelling him skyward. Lin Feng erupted from the pit, his face ablaze with fury, and accelerated to pursue the ascending Hulk. His fists unleashed a barrage of sonic booms upon the creature's head. With each strike, Hulk's teeth shattered and flew away, defenseless against the relentless onslaught. It was only when Hulk crashed heavily into a pile of rubble, reverting to his human form, that Lin Feng ceased his assault. He refrained from delivering a fatal blow to Hulk. After all, Bruce was destined to be a member of the future Avengers, and his absence might yield unforeseen consequences. Otherwise, given the treachery of this wretched creature who had ambushed him, Lin Feng would have already dispatched him with a searing beam of energy. As the citizens witnessed Superman send Hulk flying, they erupted into cheers once more, marveling at Superman's extraordinary might that surpassed their wildest imaginations. At that moment, the Abomination regained consciousness and charged at Lin Feng once again. With razor-sharp claws slicing through the air, he aimed directly for Lin Feng's face. Unfazed, Lin Feng scoffed and deftly evaded the deadly strike. He retaliated with an uppercut, mirroring the technique he had just employed against Hulk. However, the abomination was far less fortunate than Hulk. Lin Feng had no intention of showing mercy. The force of Lin Feng's punch sent the abomination soaring into the sky, and Lin Feng swiftly took flight to follow. "Are you ready?" He called out impulsively before delivering another punch that broke the sound barrier. Just barely halting his descent, the abomination ascended at an even greater speed. Lin Feng relentlessly swung his fists, propelling the abomination higher into the heavens. Within mere seconds, amidst the citizens' jubilant cheers, the figures of man and beast vanished into the sky. Chapter 16. One-way ticket to space. My cat can do backflips at this moment. The abomination had lost count of how many punches it had endured from Lin Feng. Its height was diminishing, the buildings below reduced to mere specks, smaller than ants. The thin atmosphere rendered its mind increasingly foggy. Noticing the abomination's almost complete lack of response, Lin Feng ceased his onslaught. He grasped the creature by its heels and swiftly propelled himself into the cosmos. The monster that had wreaked havoc upon the city would find its final resting place in the cold expanse of space. The Hulk might have spared its life. Yet the abomination's mind was filled with malevolence. Those misguided American ZK believed they could control everything, only to repeatedly make fools of themselves. The abomination was not something they could dominate for long. It had to perish. Lin Feng soared at an incredible speed, soon transcending the atmosphere with the abomination in tow. The intense friction generated searing heat, causing the abomination's skin to redden and ignite. The extreme temperature and pain momentarily jolted the creature back to consciousness. No. It gazed desperately at the earth, futilely attempting to grasp Lin Feng, who was holding it aloft. Yet, all such efforts were in vain. Gradually, the sensation of burning subsided. But a chilling cold began to envelop its body. A feeling of weightlessness, accompanied by suffocation, surged into the abomination's mind. The final destination, outer space, had been reached. Lin Feng released the abomination, which began to drift aimlessly in the void. It clutched at its throat, struggling to breathe. The sensation of asphyxiation rendered its vision dark once more. A terrifying maw opened wide, yet no sound escaped. The abomination's eyes were filled with dread, hatred, and fury. It could scarcely fathom the extent of Superman's power. In this moment, a pang of regret surged within the abomination. Had it known of Superman's might, it would have fled at their first encounter. Superman's strength was confounding and terrifying. This singular experience could cost the abomination its life. Its formidable physique delayed its loss of consciousness, but now its struggles grew weaker. Death was merely a matter of time. Soon, as the abomination seemed to lose its breath, Lin Feng's eyes began to glow with a fierce red light. A heat ray pierced through the abomination's chest. How many novels and films had Lin Feng consumed? The act of delivering a finishing blow was basic knowledge. Finally, he surged forward and delivered one last punch to the abomination. Thus, the creature's mangled form commenced its prolonged drift through the cosmos. With the abomination vanquished, Lin Feng's fury diminished significantly. His spirits lifted considerably. Turning around, he fixed his sights on the brightly lit sector. Lin Feng shot forth, returning to Earth. For him, traversing the cosmos was as effortless as quenching thirst. Although the abomination possessed immense strength, it was no match for Superman's prowess. Lin Feng could survive in space, while the abomination could not. Upon Lin Feng's arrival at the surface, the transformed Hulk had already been taken away by Colonel Ross. This was for the best, sparing Lin Feng the need for further involvement. The next time he encountered the Green Giant, it would likely be during one of Odin's foolish escapades. At that time, it was precisely during the plot of the Avengers, and there was still some time left. Lin Feng had no intention of deliberately altering the storyline of the original work. He was acutely aware of the terrifying nature of the butterfly effect. Engaging in battles with the likes of Iron Man, the loathed Hulk, and Odin's foolish son posed no issue. However, if a being akin to Odin or Ancient One were to appear, Lin Feng would have little chance of victory. With a mere portal, the bald sorcerer could confine himself to the mirror dimension, leaving Lin Feng perplexed about how to escape. The crowd on the ground watched as Lin Feng soared back, unable to contain their jubilant cheers. Those two monsters have already been vanquished, Lin Feng proclaimed from midair, signifying the conclusion of this unforeseen calamity. It is safe now, Everyone should return home promptly. After casting this remark, amidst the cheers of the crowd, Lin Feng ascended into the sky once more. The damaged streets and injured populace would be tended to by professionals. The devastation wrought by the two monsters instilled a sense of urgency among the unsuspecting citizens of the marketplace. Nevertheless, it was a relief to know that their superhero was mightier than the monsters themselves. Quickly retreating to a place beyond sight, Lin Feng shed his Superman attire and donned his ring again. Instantly, the superhero transformed back into the amiable neighbor boy, unrecognizable even when brushing past others. Susan was no longer at her original spot. Lin Feng activated his X-ray vision and scanned the block until he spotted her atop a high building. Observing Susan as she descended slowly, he couldn't help but chuckle at the stubborn little reporter. Hastening towards Susan, she caught sight of him as he descended. Now, the little reporter was also scanning her surroundings for Lin Feng. Unable to find him, she pulled out her phone, ready to dial. Just then, a hand halted her movement. "Hey, Susan." Lin Feng appeared before her with a beaming smile. "Oh, Lin." Upon seeing him, Susan's eyes glistened with emotion, and she leaped into his embrace. "Are you all right?" Her gaze was filled with concern as her small hands nervously roamed over Lin Feng's body. She had been terribly worried when Hulk had slammed him into the ground. Despite their time together, it was the first instance Susan witnessed Lin Feng being struck. "I'm fine," Lin Feng reassured her, gently holding her small hands. His eyes twinkling with joy. "Susan," he called softly. Susan lifted her head. "I have a cat at home that can do backflips. Would you like to see it?" "Oh, Lin, you have a cat now?" The moment the words slipped from her lips, Susan suddenly realized something and her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. "How annoying." She pouted playfully. "What cat can do backflips? I've stayed at your place before. How was I unaware of a cat in your home? Do you think I don't browse the Eastern forums?" Lin Feng, unperturbed, grinned cheekily. "Well, how about that backflipping Superman? Would you like to take a look? What's so special about it? I've seen it many times already." Susan replied, her eyes sparkling with amusement, unfazed by his teasing. Well. Tony Lin Feng executed yet another impressive move. He announced that he had prepared a delightful surprise for our first date. "Aren't you curious to see it?" Susan merely gazed at Lin Feng with a twinkle in her eyes, silently encouraging him to continue. "The surprise for our first date, our symbolic beginning," Lin Feng emphasized enticingly. Observing Lin Feng's eager and somewhat anxious demeanor, Susan decided to relent, gently nodding. "All right, I shall take a look." This charming young man mirrored her ideal partner perfectly. And Susan understood the significance of returning home with Lin Feng that night. After several months of companionship, she felt undeniably joyful in his presence. Being with him enveloped her in comfort and security. Moreover, the devotion typically exhibited by Eastern boys assured Susan of his reliability. Over the span of these months, their relationship had evolved to resemble that of a couple, albeit without officially unveiling their bond. Throughout this period, Susan had afforded Lin Feng several opportunities. Yet he had refrained from making any advances without a formal relationship. From this, Susan discerned that Lin Feng was indeed a responsible and devoted individual. Now that they had confirmed their romantic relationship, it was entirely reasonable for them to spend the night together. "Yes." Lin Feng joyfully clenched his fist, elatedly lifting the bashful Susan into his arms, and then inquired, "Shall we head back to the villa now?" "Wait, Lin. We still need to wait a moment." "The photos I took must be accompanied by an article written tonight," Susan explained, raising her camera. "These images are time-sensitive, and the sooner they are shared, the better. Delaying would mean missing out on the initial wave of substantial traffic." "Really?" Lin Feng was taken aback. "How long will that take?" His astonished expression elicited laughter from Susan. "Silly. This task doesn't require my direct involvement. I've already informed my assistant. She is on her way." Susan reassured him, stating that she would arrive in approximately half an hour. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Half an hour was manageable. Glancing around, he spotted a CAF, a pleasant place to wait. "Susan, shall we enjoy a cup of coffee while we wait?" Chapter 17. Tony calls. Be careful. The two sat languidly in the CAF, awaiting the arrival of their assistant with the evening's news materials. Inside the CAF, only Susan and Lin Feng occupied the space. In the aftermath of such a calamitous event, the nearby streets were largely deserted. People were gripped by fear, huddling at home with doors securely locked. The only sounds breaking the silence were the wails of ambulances and police sirens. Emergency news reports blared from the television. Susan was engrossed in a conversation with her close friend via her mobile device, while Lin Feng stared vacantly out the window. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Lin Feng fished his phone from his pocket. It was a message from Tony Stark, accompanied by an image. Upon opening it, he discovered a photograph capturing the moment he had delivered the final blow to the abomination in outer space, likely captured by a Stark Industries satellite. Was the response this swift? Lin Feng pondered, a question mark etched across his face. Had he truly returned to Earth from space merely 10 minutes prior? He sighed softly upon seeing the clear image. In this age, where networks and cameras abound, the speed of information dissemination surpassed even that of his own flight. He had no doubt that this photograph, along with the evening's events, would soon land on the desks of influential figures. Indeed, within 10 minutes of the incident, Tony was already informed. Lin Feng couldn't shake the suspicion that Tony was monitoring him. Just then, his phone rang again. It was Tony calling directly, launching into familiar banter. "Lin, have you taken your date to outer space?" God knows what kind of expression Tony had when he saw the image Jarvis sent. "Is this a special program for your little girlfriend?" A cosmic battle. Tony continued to jest. "I must admit, Lin, you once again make me feel as though you were a monster." Lin Feng's prowess had once more astonished Tony. He had underestimated Lin Feng's strength. "You know about this already?" Lin Feng chuckled. "What can I say? Stark Industries satellite happened to be right beside you." Tony replied with a chuckle. "Should I be grateful you didn't obliterate my satellite?" Lin Feng teased back. "Oh, man, my aim is quite precise." Lin Feng quipped, "After all, I own a stake in Stark Industries. Why would I destroy my own satellite?" However, Lin Feng's expression shifted to one of curiosity. "Tonight is indeed unforgettable," he remarked. "I nearly thought that hulking figure was a surprise you prepared for me, Tony." At home, Tony rolled his eyes. "Please, my friend, you dare question my taste. I recall telling you, Lin, the surprise I prepared for you is at your villa. Once you return home with your little girlfriend, you will thank me." Tony's words piqued Lin Feng's curiosity. He wondered what this Iron Man had in store for the two of them. After their playful banter, Tony's tone suddenly turned serious. "I called you to caution you about those individuals from J. It's not just Stark Industries that has captured this scene. Do you comprehend my meaning? None of those from J are benevolent. If Stark Industries can observe them, so can they." Lin Feng's exhibited abilities transcend all comprehension, akin to that of an extraterrestrial. The American government cannot permit such uncontrollable power to emerge. They are likely to take action. This is precisely why, upon discovering this, Tony immediately contacted Lin Feng. He wished to alert Lin Feng to remain vigilant and be wary of potential covert movements. "Understood," Lin Feng nodded, providing Tony with a reassuring response. "I will exercise caution. As long as you are aware. If assistance is required, do not hesitate to reach out to me." After Tony concluded, he ended the call. Upon disconnecting, a dangerous glint flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. Indeed, they were no trivial matter. However, conventional firearms posed no threat to him. Only heavy weaponry might present a modicum of danger. "Dog system, come forth." Lin Feng summoned. "What is it? Disturbing my rest at this late hour?" The system responded with a hint of impatience. "You still sleep?" Lin Feng queried, astonished that a system could slumber. "What is it? Speak quickly." The system seemed disinclined to engage. "At my current state, can I withstand a nuclear bomb?" Lin Feng inquired. Uncertain whether the original text indicated if Iron Man could endure such a blast, it seemed ambiguous. If he could withstand it, the threat from the American government would significantly diminish. If you wish to discuss that, then I am no longer weary." The system's tone heightened. "With your superhuman physique." The system elongated its voice, responding to Lin Feng's anticipation. "You cannot withstand it. Can you withstand my excitement?" Lin Feng retorted, his expression darkening. "You must be a dog of a system." "Ahem, host, do not be anxious. To withstand a nuclear bomb is quite simple. You merely need to expend reputation points to upgrade to Silver Superman." The system conveyed. Silver Superman possesses exceptional growth capabilities. Even if you have just upgraded to the initial stage, you could traverse a nuclear explosion as if it were a mere stroll. The system diligently pitched like an insurance agent. "What do you think? Will you exchange?" Silver Superman is indeed formidable. A mere sneeze could expel the sun from the solar system, and it could even breach the time barrier to return to the past. However, those capabilities are primarily associated with advanced stages of growth. In the Marvel Universe, it would undoubtedly qualify as multiversal-level strength. Before his transmigration, Lin Feng had a comprehensive understanding of the various stages of superhuman abilities. To claim he was not tempted would be untruthful. How many reputation points are required for the exchange? Lin Feng inquired. To exchange for the initial stage of superhuman physique requires 100 million reputation points. That's exorbitant. Lin Feng exclaimed. Are you running a black market? Not at all. It is not expensive, the system clarified. In the initial phase, the conversion of abilities for the Silver Superman requires a staggering 10 million reputation points. For instance, the initial ability of enhanced hearing demands this immense sum. Devoid of any growth attributes. How many abilities does Superman possess? I shall refrain from enumerating them all. Do you still consider it exorbitant? With a serious demeanor, the system mockingly asserted, abilities are not costly. It is your poverty that is evident, host. Lin Feng took a deep breath, suppressing his irritation. Engaging with the dog-like system would only yield more delight for it. How much reputation do I currently hold? He inquired. The host presently possesses 8,700,000 reputation points. The system responded, displaying a record of reputation sources. The points primarily stemmed from the host's recent positive influence on the citizens, as well as the enthusiasm contributed by his fan base, which has also been converted into reputation points. Approaching 10 million? Lin Feng pondered, considering the situation favorable. If this trend were to persist, he could amass nearly 100 million reputation points by the time the storyline of Avengers 2 unfolds. Why haven't I gained any reputation points for defeating the abomination tonight? He wondered aloud. Flipping through the reputation records, he discovered no increase for the day. Could it be that you, wretched system, have cheated me? Dear host, you have just completed the task. The buzz on forums and news has yet to disseminate. The system replied, unable to suppress an eye roll. Very well. Lin Feng muttered, resigning to silence. Chapter 18. Yet another unsettled evening. The diligent assistant departed. Clutching documents, heading back to the office for overtime. Lin Feng, on the other hand, escorted Susan back to the villa. Before they even crossed the threshold, both were greeted by a delightful surprise orchestrated by Tony Stark. Vivid red roses adorned every nook and cranny of Lin Feng's villa. Under the glow of colorful lights, it resembled an expansive crimson ocean, eliciting an exclamation of awe from Susan. What a grand gesture! Lin Feng marveled, truly befitting of the affluent Tony Stark. Thousands upon thousands of roses, one could only imagine the cost. Even for Lin Feng, a man largely indifferent to flowers, the sight was nothing short of breathtaking. Let alone the impact it had on a young woman like Susan. Observing Susan as she frolicked and laughed like a child amidst the sea of flowers, Lin Feng couldn't help but express his gratitude inwardly. Thank you, Tony, for this splendid assist. Hey, Susan, Lin Feng called out, waving at her with a beaming smile. What is it, Lin? Susan approached, her eyes sparkling with uncontainable joy. Do you like it? Lin Feng teased, gently pinching her cheek. Due to her animated movements, Susan's cheeks flushed a delicate shade of pink. I love it. Of course, I love it. Thank your wealthy friend for me, Lin. Susan replied, her laughter echoing the delight she felt, an expression she had learned from Lin Feng. Let us take a picture together, Susan urged, pulling Lin Feng into a heart-shaped arrangement of roses. She fumbled with her phone, switching to the front camera, only to realize that it captured merely half of Lin Feng's head. Lin, you're too tall, she playfully complained. Could you crouch down a bit? Lin Feng, ever accommodating, took the phone from her grasp. He slightly bent his knees, wrapping his right arm around Susan's waist, drawing them closer together. From the perspective of the phone's camera, it appeared as though Susan was cradled in his embrace. After capturing the moment, Lin Feng reluctantly released the blushing Susan. Susan, I have a gift for you, he announced. With that, he extended his right hand in a flourish, and in the next instant, an exquisite necklace appeared in his palm. The silver chain delicately cradled a transparent gemstone. The gem was remarkably enchanting, subtly shimmering with light. Upon closer inspection, it revealed an ethereal pale green hue. as if a halo of light danced within. While not from a high-end brand, it bore the allure of a bespoke creation. Wow! Susan gasped, unable to contain her astonishment. This necklace was perhaps the most beautiful she had ever seen, even more captivating than those glimpsed in luxury boutiques with her friends. For you, my girlfriend? Lin Feng declared softly, gazing into Susan's eyes. No girl could resist the charm of jewelry, and Susan was not exempt. With a fair understanding of precious gems' value, she recognized that this nearly transparent stone, reflecting brilliance under the lights, was indeed a treasure of considerable worth. Could it be? Susan hesitantly uttered. Isn't it a bit too extravagant? Yet Lin Feng merely smiled and shook his head, his gaze towards Susan imbued with sincerity. In my heart, nothing is more precious than you. Allow me to adorn you with it, shall I? Lin Feng, disregarding decorum, suddenly made an unexpected advance. His heartfelt words landed heavily upon Susan's fragile heart. She shyly averted her gaze from Lin Feng's earnest eyes. No longer refusing, Susan gradually turned her back, delicately lifting her hair to reveal her fair, slender neck. The necklace was not an ordinary trinket. It had been exchanged by Lin Feng in the System S shop. The gem, radiating a gentle green glow, was a product of the Elven realm, a rarity formed from the essence of the Tree of Life after a century. Wearing it for an extended period would enhance one's constitution and promote clarity of mind. Most importantly, it would grant immunity to nearly all toxins. The necklace had cost Lin Feng a staggering 100,000 prestige points, not overly extravagant, as he could afford it. As Lin Feng fastened the necklace around Susan's neck, her already striking beauty was accentuated, rendering her even more ethereal amidst the rose garden, resembling a golden-haired sprite. The two found themselves locked in a gaze, emotions flowing silently between them. Their eyes could perceive nothing else, consumed solely by one another's presence. In that moment of first love, they fell into the sea of roses, while the moon shyly concealed itself among the clouds. As night deepened, Lin Feng and Susan embraced, drifting into a serene slumber. While they enjoyed peaceful dreams, many others remained restless. For instance, Black Egg, who was now sporting dark circles under his eyes after just concluding a video conference. The meeting's agenda revolved around the recent incident involving the twisting waste monster. Lin Feng's suspicions were confirmed. His dossier had been laid before the major factions that very night. His displayed strength was deemed excessively perilous, having launched foes into outer space with incomprehensible prowess. Were it not for Lin Feng's role as a superhero in the twisting waste realm, he might have already found himself encircled by the U.S. government. The SHIELD agency, upon analyzing Lin Feng's combat capabilities, deemed him potentially more formidable than Omega mutants. During the conference, Black Egg repeatedly advocated for a cautious approach regarding Lin Feng. Since Lin Feng was willing to embrace the superhero persona in the twisting waste realm, there was significant hope of integrating him into their organization. However, other wary members expressed the urgent need to contain Lin Feng's power within their grasp. If they could not control him, they would devise a means to eliminate him. No matter how Black Egg reasoned, it seemed as though the others had conspired against him. Steadfast in their resolve, with no alternative, Black Egg was compelled to adopt a strategy of retreating to advance, outwardly conceding to their demands. The meeting concluded on a sour note, and Black Egg returned to his office with a scowl. Damn it! He slammed his hand on the desk, producing a resounding crash that startled Coulson. Control? How to control? These individuals, having lingered too long in the office, seemed to have lost their wits. Your coffee, sir? A logistics personnel stammered, placing a cup before the superior and retreating with his head bowed, as if fleeing. The director, ignited with fury, appeared quite fearsome. Taking a sip of the coffee, the dark-hued egg still could not quell the resentment brewing within. The prowess exhibited by Lin Feng surpassed even that of Captain America. Such formidable strength was, to the dark-hued egg's knowledge, found only in Captain Marvel. To consider summoning Captain Marvel from the cosmos to reign in Lin Feng? That would indeed be folly. Lin Feng had committed no transgression. Rather, he continually assisted the distressed. He maintained a positive image, and it was well known that Superman was the guardian of the distressed. Any attempt to challenge Lin Feng, regardless of the likelihood of success, could lead to unimaginable repercussions. Would they really deploy a nuclear weapon against a superhero who dedicates his days to saving the populace? Do they believe the American public is blind to such absurdities? After much contemplation, the dark-hued egg turned to Coulson. Coulson, tomorrow afternoon, accompany me to Lin Feng's villa. He had no intention of heeding the convoluted nonsense from those muddled minds. Were it not for the necessity of funding, the dark-hued egg would have severed ties with them long ago. Such incidents had occurred more than once or twice. Regarding the Avengers Initiative, he had his own plans. Not only the dark-hued egg, but also the cunning Pierce had set his sights on Lin Feng. At this moment, the dark-hued egg remained oblivious to the fact that his S-H-I-E-L-D was riddled with vulnerabilities. Pierce was also scheming to draw Lin Feng into his fold. Commands cascaded downwards, and Hydra swiftly gathered information on Lin Feng, formulating a plan for recruitment. Meanwhile, Tony Stark was also burning the midnight oil. After concluding a call with Lin Feng, Stark began analyzing Lin Feng's data. He had previously intended to test Lin Feng's physical parameters, but had yet to find an opportune moment. Falling from space was one thing. Being capable of soaring back to Earth in an instant was quite another. The disparity in abilities represented was not trivial by any means. Sir, the database for Mr. Lin Feng has been established. Shall I upload it to the data center? Jarvis inquired. Store it on my personal server and ensure no one can access it, Tony commanded. Various factions were busily at work. Clearly, this was yet another tumultuous night. Chapter 19, The Arrival of Ancient One. A future that awaits you early the next morning, Susan rose with the dawn, limping her way to the office. There was no alternative. She needed to follow up on the events from the previous night. Meanwhile, Lin Feng lay alone in bed, lost in thought. What a workaholic, he exclaimed. Astonished that she would take a day off to rest. After languishing in boredom for a while, Lin Feng finally got up to tidy the room filled with roses. After a long struggle, he realized he had made little progress and, in exasperation, called a team of cleaners for assistance. These blooms, one by one, were simply too many for even a superhero to handle in one go. No superpower could effectively manage the chaos of these roses. If left unattended, they would soon wilt. And then it would be even more troublesome to clean up the mess. After a busy morning, the villa was finally restored to its former glory. Lin Feng collapsed onto the sofa, exhaling a sigh of relief. Even a superhero could feel fatigue from household chores. How remarkable. The last time he had intended to spend an entire day gaming, he was interrupted by Black Widow. Today, however, Lin Feng was resolute. He would continue the gaming endeavor he had left unfinished. Just as he grasped the controller, an unexpected visitor arrived. What was destined to come had finally appeared. In the expansive living room, a golden portal suddenly manifested. A shiny ball had peeked through the doorway. Upon seeing this, Lin Feng exclaimed, "The Supreme Sorcerer?" Indeed. The visitor was none other than the Ancient One, the strongest woman on Earth. She wielded formidable magic, safeguarding the planet and overseeing the Time Stone among the Infinity Gems. Her presence had thwarted the invasion of the Dark Dimension throughout the ages, protecting Earth with unwavering dedication. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the Ancient One turned to him with a slight smile. You know me. This is indeed quite unexpected. Her tone betrayed little surprise. Lin Feng nodded with a grin. You seem hardly surprised at all. The Ancient One shook her head and inquired, May we have a conversation? The invitation from the Supreme Sorcerer left no room for refusal. Of course, Lin Feng nodded, having anticipated her arrival. Presently, he could not afford to provoke the Ancient One. His resistance against her magical prowess was negligible at best. Even being cast into the mirror dimension would leave him gasping for breath. Moreover, he held a deep respect for the sorceress who had dedicated her life to safeguarding Earth. Please, have a seat, Lin Feng offered, inviting the Ancient One to sit down. After a moment of contemplation, he exchanged some of his System-S prestige points for a batch of life tree tea worth 50,000 points and prepared it. May I inquire if there is a specific matter that brings you here? Lin Feng asked, presenting a cup of freshly brewed tea to the Ancient One. Just as the Ancient One was about to respond, her gaze involuntarily drifted to the tea. She keenly sensed an unfamiliar life essence emanating from it. What is this? The Ancient One's expression revealed genuine surprise for the first time. It is merely a humble tea. The mage need not concern himself. Lin Feng waved his hand. This tea, like the necklace gifted to Susan, originates from the same place, the realm of the elves. It is derived from the leaves of the ancient life tree, which possess immense vitality and miraculous properties capable of healing hidden wounds, replenishing physical strength, and restoring life energy. Gui cast a meaningful glance at Lin Feng before lifting the tea to his lips. As the warm liquid flowed down, a wave of unparalleled comfort enveloped his body, soothing him profoundly. Gui even sensed that this life energy might have the ability to prolong one's lifespan, although the effect was modest. Had such a substance existed at that time, perhaps there would have been no need to draw power from the dark dimension. Such extraordinary tea. Even Gui could not help but express admiration. Indeed, it was remarkable. Even someone as formidable as Gui felt a stirring desire to partake in it daily. If the mage finds it pleasing. Lin Feng chuckled softly, producing a small box from his sleeve, filled to the brim with tea leaves. A modest gift. I hope the mage will accept it. Gui hesitated to accept it immediately, as such a treasure was best kept hidden. She scrutinized Lin Feng once more, observing no hint of reluctance in his demeanor, and finally accepted the tea leaves. If Lin Feng could offer such a box without a trace of regret, it implied that he had plenty more. This gesture was akin to extending goodwill, and by accepting it, Gui would put Lin Feng's mind at ease. You need not worry that I will harbor ill intentions towards you. That is not the purpose of my visit. Indeed, Gui provided Lin Feng with reassurance. He exhaled a sigh of relief. As long as he was not being driven away, he could avoid a confrontation, for his chances of victory would be dismally low. You possess formidable abilities, Gui continued, and I am here to remind you to wield them wisely. I know you are not a native of this world. In the original timeline, your existence should not be here, and I cannot discern whether your arrival is a blessing or a curse. Hearing this, Lin Feng could only smile wryly, cursing the ineffectiveness of the system that had allowed his true nature to be so easily perceived. Indeed, he could not hide from the keen insight of the mage, a fact Lin Feng acknowledged. However, the mage need not worry. I harbor no malice towards this world. Even if I am not from the same realm, I am still a citizen of Blue Star. Lin Feng's stance was unwavering as he continued. I will not harm Blue Star. On the contrary, I will protect it. This was the concern Gui had, her fear that Lin Feng might jeopardize Blue Star. Yet, Lin Feng had no intentions of causing harm to his home planet. Gui nodded, a gentle smile gracing her features. I can sense that you speak the truth. I also perceive that, despite your minor flaws, they do not overshadow your courageous heart. Unimaginable calamities loom on the horizon. This world needs your fearless spirit. Perhaps you are yet unaware, but one day, you will shoulder the responsibility that awaits you. Gui's words flowed like a sermon. Lin Feng felt overwhelmed, struggling to comprehend. Did he truly possess a courageous heart? I find myself at a loss. Continue with your thoughts, Lin Feng. This is a journey of growth you must endure. The Ancient One rose to leave, not waiting for Lin Feng's farewell, and added, Thank you for your tea, Lin Feng. Do feel free to visit me sometime. With that, the Ancient One opened a portal and stepped through. Wait, Master, Lin Feng called out. The Ancient One turned back, still wearing a smile as she gazed at him. Can I learn magic? Lin Feng inquired, eager to discover if he could harness such powers. This would not conflict with superhuman abilities. Possessing magic like portals would greatly facilitate Lin Feng's endeavors. Magic is possible, the Ancient One replied with a nod, but not at this moment. Before Lin Feng could express his joy at the prospect of becoming her apprentice, she doused his excitement with a splash of cold reality. When that day arrives, I shall return to seek you out. I cannot linger any longer. You have other guests. With that, the Ancient One vanished into the portal. Once again, Lin Feng was left bewildered by her cryptic words. What did she mean by that day? When would it come? The significance of the Ancient One's visit eluded him, leaving him puzzled as to why she would come merely to utter incomprehensible phrases. Nonetheless, he took solace in the good news that at least he could learn magic. As for her mention of other guests, who could they be? Lin Feng felt the weight of her words, realizing that 2 out of 3 were lost on him. However, it wasn't long before Lin Feng grasped the situation. The doorbell rang, and with a curious expression, he approached to open the door. There stood Black Egg, accompanied by Natasha and Coulson, seeking Lin Feng's company. Chapter 20. Bidding farewell to the Supreme Mage, welcoming the Egg organization gazing at the peculiar trio outside his door. Lin Feng let out a sigh and reluctantly invited them in. However, he refrained from offering them tea. The leaves of the tree of life were far too precious for such company. Instead, he merely fetched a bottle of mineral water and tossed it to Natasha. Indeed, only Natasha was afforded such a privilege. Receiving the water, Natasha shot Lin Feng a reproachful glance, as if to accuse him of past grievances. As the group settled down, the black egg stared intently at Lin Feng with a singular eye, and the atmosphere grew tense. Your actions last night have had significant repercussions, the black egg declared bluntly, cutting straight to the chase. Repercussions? What repercussions? Does the uproar of the citizens at the market count? Lin Feng languidly reclined on the sofa. What a joke. Are you trying to pin a label on me? Am I to be intimidated? I'm not jesting, Lin Feng. The black egg retorted earnestly. What you did last night has already reached the desk of the Grey Palace. If I hadn't intervened, a battalion would be here to see you now. The black egg deliberately amplified the severity of the matter, probing Lin Feng's reaction. Do not attempt to use your S-H-I-E-L-D tactics to test me. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively, seeing through the black egg's stratagem. Pray tell, what crime have I committed? Lin Feng scoffed derisively, refusing to take the bait. A battalion? Even Iron Man could not withstand my punch. If they dare to come, let them. Are you trying to frighten me? Such methods are rather rudimentary. Seeing Lin Feng's indifference, the black egg remained unfazed. Lin Feng, we are here to assist you. The black egg shifted tactics, continuing to entice him. Joining the Avengers Initiative is the key to ensuring some people's peace of mind. I presume you are astute enough to know whom I refer to, the black egg implied. Confident that Lin Feng would understand his insinuation, Lin Feng snorted derisively, retorting, why should I ensure their peace of mind? This is not a child's play. You need to live, Lin Feng. This is a mutually beneficial arrangement, the black egg insisted. If you provide them with assurance, they will grant you the life you desire. Since intimidation proved ineffective, the black egg opted for a more conciliatory approach, deftly manipulating the sentiments of the room. This world is far more intricate than you can fathom. When calamity strikes in the future, we must unite. Intricate? Calamity? Lin Feng coldly scrutinized the black egg. Although he had previously hesitated to speak on certain matters, he was now prepared to deliver a heavy blow. What is complex? Is it the Tesseract that is complex? I believe you have yet to fully comprehend what it truly is. That is indeed quite complex, he acknowledged, aware that S-H-I-E-L-D was still investigating the enigmatic blue cube, an enigma beyond human understanding. How do you know about the Tesseract? The black egg's pupils constricted suddenly, a surge of crisis and confusion washing over him. The existence of the cosmic cube is a closely guarded secret of S-H-I-E-L-D. How could Lin Feng possibly be privy to such knowledge? How do I know? The calamity arises from your reckless experimentation, Lin Feng remarked with a hint of amusement. Some things are beyond the realm of Earth. Acquiring them will inevitably lead to disaster. It has always been a case of self-inflicted troubles, and hindsight is a futile endeavor. Is the presence of the Kree not enough to awaken your awareness? Some individuals are perpetually eager to showcase their prowess, believing everything is within their calculated grasp. Lin Feng continued to articulate his thoughts, each statement laden with profound implications. Black Egg stared intently at Lin Feng, speechless, utterly bewildered by the breadth of his knowledge, which far surpassed his expectations. I shall not be joining S-H-I-E-L-D, nor will I participate in the Avengers Initiative, Nick Fury. You need not waste your efforts on me. If those individuals have grievances, let them confront me directly. I hold no reservations about treating them as I did that monstrous entity last night, Lin Feng declared, asserting that joining such organizations would only serve to limit him. Should anyone harbor animosity towards him, he would rather engage in a contest of strength. Upon discerning Lin Feng's resolve, Black Egg sighed and softened his tone. Lin Feng, I do not know the source of your vast intelligence, but I must convey that brute force does not resolve all matters. Some issues cannot be addressed through mere violence. Since you are disinclined to join the Avengers Initiative, would you consider becoming our external operative? This was part of Black Egg's strategy. At merely 21 years of age, Lin Feng was prone to the hubris and arrogance typical of youth. Coupled with his formidable abilities, it was understandable that he would resist subjugation. Lin Feng's approach to problem-solving was straightforward, resorting to fists, But in the adult world, such a method often constitutes a desperate choice. It is unlikely to coerce a capable young man. A truth Black Egg recognized, prompting him to prepare two distinct proposals. Lin Feng understood that while brute force may prevail in chaotic times, such a philosophy is precarious in the current societal climate. Although youthful and impetuous, he maintained a commendable moral compass. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng articulated his terms. I do not wish to be beholden to anyone, Director Fury. I am willing to serve as your external asset, provided I am not under your jurisdiction. Should you encounter difficulties or require assistance, I am prepared to intervene, contingent upon adequate compensation. Lin Feng's proposition, free from S.H.I.E.L.D.S. constraints, effectively circumvented numerous complications. Black Egg pondered for an extended period before ultimately sighing. The degree of challenge posed by Lin Feng had far exceeded his expectations. From the moment he entered, Lin Feng seized the initiative, and his perception of the world was altogether beyond Black Egg's imagination. In his mind, Lin Feng was now more formidable than Tony Stark. At least Tony is not as knowledgeable as Lin Feng. It seems that he needs to reconstruct his understanding of Lin Feng's character model. For now, this will have to suffice. He Lu Dan nodded, as an external aid. He had at least gained some insights. I sincerely hope you will consider this seriously. The Earth needs your abilities. He Lu Dan stated tactfully. I will safeguard the Earth in my own manner, Director Fury, Lin Feng replied. As a gesture of goodwill for their initial collaboration, he suggested, why not return and investigate how many vulnerabilities exist within your S.H.I.E.L.D.? Lin Feng was prepared to divulge a piece of information to convey his sincerity while simultaneously demonstrating his capabilities. What you know, I know. What you do not know, I am also aware of. This will ensure that you approach my matters with greater caution in the future. Vulnerabilities? What do you mean? He Lu Dan had indeed fallen into the trap. Cut off one head, and two more shall sprout. Lin Feng calmly dropped another bombshell, causing He Lu Dan's pupils to constrict in shock. Bending forward, He Lu Dan fixed his gaze intently on Lin Feng, a mixture of fear and disbelief washing over him. This is impossible. Hydra should have been completely eradicated by now. Are you implying that Hydra still exists within S.H.I.E.L.D.? I have no reason to deceive you. Do investigate thoroughly, Director Fury, Lin Feng shrugged nonchalantly. Otherwise, S.H.I.E.L.D. may soon transform into Hydra's shield. He Lu Dan refrained from further conversation, casting one last penetrating look at Lin Feng before signaling for Natasha and Coulson to depart from the villa. He needed to return swiftly to verify this information. If it were true, S.H.I.E.L.D. would be in peril. After bidding farewell to Nick Fury and his entourage, Lin Feng felt utterly exhausted. Finally, he could enjoy a moment of tranquility. Facing off against the big shots was truly taxing, more exhausting than engaging in a fight. Chapter 21. The Loudmouth and the Conspiracy. Lin Feng had finally settled into a quiet demeanor, yet Susan found herself unable to do the same. To be perfectly candid, she regretted coming to work today. Had she heeded Lin's advice and taken a day off to rest at home, she would have been far better off. As fate would have it, just before the end of the workday, the office's notorious gossip hound noticed her unusual behavior, the peculiar way she walked, and the silver chain adorning her fair neck. Oh my goodness, the loudmouth exclaimed. Susan, are you in a relationship? A chill ran down Susan's spine. Just as she feared, and the next moment, her colleagues turned their gazes towards her. Curse that meddling gossip. Struggling to suppress the urge to slap her, Susan forced a smile and replied, yes. Is that so strange? Oh, I knew it. The gossip's expression morphed into one of unbridled curiosity. Is that necklace a gift from your boyfriend? I don't recall you ever wearing jewelry before. That gem is rather large. Surely it wasn't inexpensive. Susan felt a surge of frustration. What business was it of hers whether she wore jewelry or not? The loudmouth's exaggerated volume ensured that the entire office was privy to the conversation, sparking a flurry of whispers among the employees. Did I speak incorrectly? Susan actually has a boyfriend. Is he the one who picked her up in that luxury car yesterday? Has she struck it rich? Will she resign to live the life of a wealthy spouse? What envy! I heard she was picked up by a Stark Industries vehicle. Could it be Tony Stark? Ah, nonsense. I heard it was a young man, apparently of Asian descent. Quite handsome, too. As the chatter escalated, Susan helplessly cradled a cup of coffee. Colleagues, your whispers are a tad too loud. Oh, Susan, I apologize. It wasn't my intention. The loudmouth, feigning remorse, showered Susan with insincere apologies, harboring no genuine regret in her heart. This woman was not only more attractive than she was, but also outperformed her at work, always acting holier than thou. Yet here she was, entangled with a man of considerable wealth. Their rivalry had long been established, particularly after the incident when Susan had coldly denied her request for a photo of Superman, handing it instead to a newcomer. The loudmouth had held onto that grudge ever since. Some individuals are simply incapable of tolerating your good fortune, even when you have done nothing to provoke them. It's all right. No worries. Please, continue with your work. Susan waved her hand dismissively, signaling for her to leave her space. Susan. Suddenly, amidst the murmurs, a furious voice rang out. Upon hearing the shout, the loudmouth smirked, having achieved her goal. She had noticed Susan's odd demeanor earlier, but deliberately chose to wait until John arrived to draw attention to it, seeking to create a stumbling block for Susan. Oh my heavens, it's John. This was it. The spectacle was about to unfold. The office's gossip enthusiasts widened their eyes, abandoning their tasks to focus intently on Susan. John stormed up to Susan, his face contorted with rage, the flesh upon it quivering incessantly. Upon learning that Susan had a boyfriend, combined with her peculiar gait, it dawned upon him, an explosive fury surged within, akin to being struck by lightning. It felt as though the most precious flower he had nurtured for so long had been plucked away by another. How could you possibly have a boyfriend? He bellowed. His visage twisted in a grotesque expression, causing Susan to recoil in alarm. Are you out of your mind, John? Susan retorted, a mixture of amusement and indignation in her voice. What does my having a boyfriend have to do with you? You. John sputtered, rendered speechless and blushing furiously, his finger trembling as he pointed at her. Why should you not inform me if you have a boyfriend? Why should I? What right do you have to know? Have you become involved with him? John's heart ached with jealousy. Is it for money that you are with him? In a fit of irrational rage, John unleashed a slanderous accusation. Slap. The sharp sound echoed as Susan, her face aflame with anger, struck John across the face. John, are you insulting my character? The onlookers were left aghast, their eyes wide in disbelief, and the office fell into a stunned silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. This was indeed sensational. Stunned by the slap, John took a moment to regain his composure, instinctively defending himself. No, Susan, you know how I feel about you. How can you enter a relationship without my consent? Susan was once again taken aback by his absurdity. John, I have clearly rejected you. I do not like your type. We are merely colleagues. Please cease your pursuit. My boyfriend would be displeased if he found out. With that, she tossed her head and walked away, her peculiar stride igniting John's fury even further. What are you looking at? Aren't you supposed to be working? He barked at the astonished office staff, who quickly averted their gazes, pretending to be engrossed in their tasks. In that moment, John resembled a ferocious hyena, ready to lash out at anyone in sight. And the onlookers had no desire to attract his ire. As he watched Susan's retreating figure, envy and resentment simmered in his gaze. You will regret this, he muttered under his breath before turning back to his office. After downing a large cup of cold water, John's rage remained unabated. Susan was beautiful, charming, radiating an effervescent energy that lingered from her recent graduation. Her every smile and frown captivated his attention. Indeed, Susan was the most exquisite flower he had encountered in his romantic escapades, the one he could never possess. Now, however, she had been claimed by another, a humiliation he could not tolerate. Damn it, John shouted, vowing to make Susan and her so-called boyfriend regret their choices. If he could not have her, he would ensure none could enjoy her. Just as he simmered in his fury, a sudden knock echoed through the office. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? John asked impatiently. The door creaked open, revealing none other than the ever-intrusive Flora. John looked at her. Flora held countless connections with him and was one of his informants at the radio station, although Flora was of average appearance. With crow's feet at the corners of her eyes, she possessed an uncanny knack for manipulation. John, with his indiscriminate appetites, was naturally drawn to her. What brings you here? John inquired, taking a deep breath to steady himself. Flora leaned closer, perching herself on the edge of the desk. The sight of her curvaceous form left John parched, rekindling the smoldering flames of desire he had just quelled. I know. You must be seeking revenge on Susan, am I right? Flora boldly asserted. Don't be so quick to deny it. That wretched woman dared to betray you. She pressed a finger against John's plump lips, silencing his protests. I have a comprehensive plan. Would you care to hear it? Flora continued to entice him, fully aware of John's vindictive nature. Oh, pray, enlighten me, John replied, his hesitation barely perceptible. Indeed. He was intrigued. He and Flora were partners in many schemes detrimental to the radio station's interests, and he had no fear of her betrayal. Seeing John take the bait, Flora flashed a captivating smile and produced a stack of documents, laying them before him as she began to unveil her scheme. As she spoke, John's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had not anticipated such cleverness from her. Excellent, Flora. I am astounded you conceived this plan, John exclaimed, his gaze fixed on the documents. And the most crucial point is, with this evidence, that wretched woman cannot escape. Flora smirked disdainfully. That wretched woman cannot compete with us, can she, my dear John? I cannot fathom how she could forsake someone as charismatic as you for a mere pretty face. Flora shamelessly flattered John, knowing that if she stroked his ego, she would reap the benefits she desired. Her strategy was tried and true. Otherwise, how could she have infiltrated the BBC? Indeed, you make a valid point. John replied with a satisfied grin. Noticing Flora's silence, he understood her implication. Without proper incentives, the horse would not run. Very well, I shall communicate with the higher-ups. And the task of following Superman will be yours. For now, help me alleviate this tension. With that, John seized Flora's head, pulling her closer. A flicker of disdain crossed Flora's eyes, yet she did not resist. Thus, the plan to deal with Susan quietly unfolded amid their conspiratorial whispers. Chapter 22. Oh, my goodness, you are suffering from palladium poisoning after finally enjoying a few days of leisure. Lin Feng found himself once again drawn to the television, where a live broadcast featuring Tony Stark unfolded before his eyes. As he beheld the hearing regarding Stark's surrender of the Iron Man suit, Lin Feng immediately comprehended the situation. This was the narrative of Iron Man 2 taking shape. This implied that at this moment, Tony must have already been afflicted by palladium poisoning, perhaps even more severely than depicted in the original storyline. Tony's indomitable spirit would undoubtedly prevent him from allowing Lin Feng to bear the brunt of public scrutiny alone. The frequent appearances in his armor before the masses had only exacerbated the palladium poisoning. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng resolved to make his way to Stark's villa. Given the daytime visibility, flying would attract too much attention, so he opted to drive instead. Upon nearing Tony's residence, Lin Feng encountered Pepper Potts. Hey, Pepper, is Tony home? He inquired as he approached the villa. What's wrong? Did Tony upset you? Lin Feng, drawing closer, keenly observed Pepper's frosty demeanor, clearly indicating her ire. Oh, Mr. Lin Feng? Pepper turned, somewhat surprised, and then responded to his inquiry. You have no idea what that scoundrel has done. He donated all of our modern art collection, without consulting me. Every single piece, gone. Donated to the Boy Scouts of America? Pepper exclaimed, her anger palpable. Do you know Lin Feng? I spent an entire decade curating those items. He didn't even bother to inform me before giving them all away. In her frustration, Pepper stamped her foot. Lin Feng, feeling somewhat awkward, rubbed the back of his neck. I want to keep you, Pepper. I understand you need to confront him. With that, Pepper turned and marched toward the villa. Noticing her determination, Lin Feng swiftly stepped in front of her. Hey, Pepper. Tony, well, how should I put it? He's been dealing with some issues lately. Lin Feng hesitated, contemplating whether to reveal Tony's palladium poisoning. He has issues? What sort of issues could he possibly have? Is he infatuated with another magazine cover girl? The thought ignited a surge of unbridled anger within Pepper. All right, Pepper. Lin Feng sighed in resignation. You know, Tony has been relying on that device to sustain his life. He gestured to his chest, tracing a circle. The arc reactor? Pepper questioned, perplexed. Yes. That very device has saved him, yet it is simultaneously threatening his life. Lin Feng elucidated. The core of the reactor contains palladium. and Tony is now suffering from palladium poisoning. I fear he is yet to find a solution. If he cannot discover a new element to replace the palladium, his life may soon be on borrowed time. Consequently, his mood and mental state are likely quite distressed. Oh my God! Upon hearing Lin Feng's explanation, Pepper Potts immediately displayed a look of astonishment and concern. He has never mentioned this to me. At that moment, Pepper was flustered. Upon hearing Lin Feng state that Tony's life was on a countdown, all her previous anger seemed to vanish into thin air. No, I must go in and see him. Hey, wait, Pepper. Lin Feng called out to her once more. I am here to address Tony's palladium poisoning issue. Let me handle it, shall we? Do you have a way to cure him? Pepper gazed at Lin Feng, her eyes filled with hope and anticipation. Indeed, Miss Potts. But it requires a small favor from you. Lin Feng smiled and said, could you prepare a pot of hot water and 2 cups for me? Is it that simple? Yes, just that. Please prepare it for me, and I will go have a word with Tony first. All right, fine. I'm counting on you, Mr. Lin Feng. Pepper, albeit skeptical, ascended the stairs to prepare the hot water, knowing she could be of little assistance in this matter. With good intentions, but limited capability, she could only trust Lin Feng now that he claimed to have a solution. As Pepper departed, Lin Feng made his way toward the underground workshop, utilizing his super hearing to eavesdrop on Tony's current condition. How much of this disgusting concoction must I drink in a day? Tony Stark grimaced as he lifted a cup of chlorophyll juice. Palladium poisoning left him feeling dizzy and fatigued. After gulping down most of it, Tony produced a metallic device the size of a matchbox. Testing for palladium levels, he pressed his finger against the instrument. Blood toxin level, 43, sir. Just as Lin Feng had anticipated, Tony's blood toxin level was nearly 50% higher than in the original narrative due to his frequent use of the suit. Continuous use of the suit has exacerbated your condition, sir. Irritated, Tony tapped the table, only to be informed by Jarvis that the energy was depleted. After replacing the reactor core, he gazed at the black spider-like pattern on his chest with increasing resignation. Sir, Jarvis suddenly alerted him. Mr. Lin Feng has arrived. Lin? What business does he have here? Jarvis quickly set down the t-shirt and took a sip of the chlorophyll juice. At that moment, Lin Feng walked in. Upon entering, he saw Tony sipping the chlorophyll juice. Hey, Tony, how does it taste? Lin Feng couldn't resist teasing, as the flavor of chlorophyll juice could hardly be described as delightful. What is this? Your new concoction? Indeed. Green, healthy. I suggest you try a cup as well, buddy. When it comes to banter, Tony was not one to back down. What brings you here, buddy? Tony retorted. To check out my new beverage? Oh no. Tony, I'm here for tea. Lin Feng waved his hand, realizing he couldn't win an argument with the dog system, let alone with Tony. Tea? I don't have time for tea. Tony shook his head at the thought. He despised that bitter taste, much like the chlorophyll juice he consumed solely to alleviate his palladium poisoning. Don't say that, my friend. Trust me. My tea leaves are not something everyone can enjoy. Lin Feng advanced without hesitation, draping his arm over Tony's shoulder and leading him upstairs. They are far more effective than chlorophyll. You will come to appreciate them, Lin Feng remarked, gesturing towards the reactor embedded in Tony's chest. Do you know? Tony inquired, casting a dubious glance at Lin Feng, who was playfully raising his eyebrows. He pointed at the reactor on his own chest, uncertain. Of course, Tony, Lin Feng sighed, replying, Palladium poisoning, that much I can deduce. Upon hearing Lin Feng's response, Tony fell into a contemplative silence, unsure of how to respond. Allowing Lin Feng to pull him to the sofa in the living room. Here is the hot water you requested. Lin Feng. Pepper descended with a tray, placing the steaming water and cup onto the table. Oh, Pepper, you are here too? Tony raised an eyebrow, looking up. Why does it seem like Pepper's complexion is a bit off today? He turned to Lin Feng. Dude, she can't possibly. Exactly. I understand now. Tony. Pepper took a seat on the sofa. Oh, good heavens. Tony slapped his forehead in agony, a pained expression on his face. Mate, do you intend to let the whole world know that I am currently reliant on chlorophyll to survive? You can't blame Lin Feng for this, Tony. Pepper's beautiful eyes were fixed on Tony, filled with anger, grievance, but most prominently, concern. Why didn't you tell me? Seeing Pepper's ire, Tony felt a sense of urgency. Pepper, it's not that I didn't want to tell you. I have been searching for a way to handle this. Trust me, I can resolve it, and even if I told you, it would be of no consequence. Upon hearing this, Pepper's face fell, displaying a look of profound dismay. Damn it. Tony cursed internally, realizing he had misspoken and hastily defended himself. That is not what I meant, Pepper. Do you think I am useless, Tony? Tears welled in Pepper's eyes. I quit. I want to resign. Tony, you never care about anyone else's feelings. You even donated all my hard work over the past decade. I have had enough. No. Tony began to panic. I didn't mean to imply you were worthless. That's not what I meant, Pepper. Please listen to me. What do you mean then? You didn't even tell me about your palladium poisoning. As Pepper felt increasingly wronged, tears began to flow. Tony's eyes darted around as he contemplated how to soothe Pepper's hurt feelings. I want you to become the Chief Executive Officer. Chapter 23. The Fury of Pepper and the Unveiling of Truth. I must say. Tony inhaled deeply. I wish to appoint you as the Chief Executive Officer. Pepper paused, tears welling in her eyes, gazing at Tony in disbelief. Have you been drinking? I had some chlorophyll. Tony replied, and without waiting for Pepper's reaction. He continued earnestly, I hereby appoint you as the Chairwoman and Executive Director of Stark Industries. This is effective immediately. Well, after a moment of realization, Pepper's tears flowed more profusely. Tony's proclamation felt akin to bequeathing a final wish, and her sorrow overwhelmed her, causing her to sob even louder. Tony drew in a sharp breath, unsure of what to do with his hands, which hovered awkwardly in the air. He contemplated embracing Pepper, yet hesitated. What on earth am I doing wrong? He turned his ire towards the true culprit, the silent Lin Feng, who had been quietly observing the spectacle. Lin Feng had been spectating for quite some time, taking the opportunity to steep the leaves of the Tree of Life. Feeling Tony's gaze upon him, he felt a prickling unease and regretted revealing Tony's palladium poisoning to Pepper. Who would have thought this woman would be so emotional? Buddy, this is all you're doing. Tony vented silently, his lips forming the words, which Lin Feng deciphered without a sound. Ahem. Lin Feng cleared his throat loudly, capturing Pepper's attention. It was then she remembered Lin Feng was also present, her cheeks flushing crimson. Pepper, have you forgotten why I'm here? Lin Feng said with a smile, sliding 2 cups of brewed tea before them. An extraordinary fragrance wafted through the air, invigorating both individuals. Try it. This is something that money cannot buy, especially for you. Tony, this tea has remarkable effects on palladium poisoning. Lin Feng pointed at Tony as he spoke. Pepper appeared bewildered, gesturing towards the teacup. This can treat Tony's palladium poisoning. She recognized the leaves as Eastern tea, but had never heard of tea possessing curative properties for palladium poisoning. Oh, Miss Pepper, you want tea? No until you try? Lin Feng replied with a grin. Moreover, this tea offers benefits for women as well, so drink it while it's hot. Skeptical yet intrigued, Pepper lifted the teacup, observing the unfamiliar leaves steeping within. The tea exuded a pale green hue, almost as if a translucent mist lingered within. Upon consuming a sip, she felt warmth enveloping her limbs. Oh my God! Pepper's complexion, once slightly sallow, visibly transformed to a more radiant tone. The blemishes from sleepless nights began to fade, and her hair shimmered with newfound luster. I feel unprecedentedly invigorated. Pepper exclaimed in astonishment. This is simply unbelievable. WTF? Tony witnessed this miraculous transformation. Pepper, you become younger. In response, Pepper promptly retrieved a small makeup mirror from her bag, gasping in disbelief at her reflection. In this moment, Tony, without hesitation, lifted his own cup and took a sip of the tea. In an instant, a warm current surged from his stomach, radiating to every corner of his body. The dizziness induced by palladium poisoning swiftly dissipated, and his limbs regained their strength. Tony abruptly lifted his T-shirt to inspect his chest. The black spider-like patterns were visibly receding towards the reactor, vanishing completely in mere moments. Damn it! Tony could scarcely believe his eyes. He retrieved a small device, a palladium content tester, and without hesitation pressed his thumb upon it. A chime echoed, followed by the device's results. Palladium content, 0. Jarvis's voice promptly chimed in. Congratulations. Sir, palladium levels have been reduced to 0. This defies science. Tony exclaimed, turning to Lin Feng, only to then realize with elation that he was no longer facing death. Who cares about science? Lin Feng rolled his eyes. What matters is that it saved your life. You are absolutely right. Tony nodded vigorously, momentarily setting aside the scientific debate. At least his life was spared. In the time spent grappling with palladium toxicity, Tony had exhausted every conceivable remedy, yet had found no suitable alternative. Now, Lin Feng had introduced a miraculous tea that completely eradicated his palladium poisoning. An astonishing revelation. What kind of tea is this? Where can I procure it? Tony inquired, feeling emboldened by the prospect of using his Iron Man suit without the fear of poisoning again. As soon as Tony spoke, Lin Feng anticipated his thoughts. You cannot rely on this tea indefinitely, Tony, he cautioned. This tea merely addresses the symptoms, not the root cause. I understand your point, my friend, Tony replied, a hint of bitterness in his voice. But I have tried every combination, every element. None can replace palladium. It's both saving my life and threatening it. What am I to do? This was the gravest crisis Tony had faced thus far, with a perilous speed that was not fast but presented the highest difficulty in resolution. No, Tony, Lin Feng said mysteriously. You have not yet explored all possible avenues. What do you mean? Tony asked, bewildered. I haven't explored all methods? What else is there for me to try? Indeed, Tony, Lin Feng affirmed with a nod. It is something your father left for you. What? Tony responded, a look of confusion spreading across his face. In these coming days, the Black Egg should seek you out. Oh, you mean that director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Lin Feng remarked, still intent on preserving the original narrative. Tony must endure the trials he was destined for. One should not recklessly alter the trajectories of others' lives for personal whims, unless it concerns life-threatening circumstances, a principle Lin Feng upheld since acquiring his powers. What does he want with me? Tony pondered. I've already expressed my disinterest in that Superboy organization. I have no desire to meet him. He waved his hand dismissively. Lin Feng remained silent, wearing a mysterious smile that left Tony feeling perplexed. A flash of insight crossed Tony's mind as if he had suddenly conceived of a solution. Could it be that he had discovered a way to address the Palladium dilemma? Not quite, Tony. Lin Feng elucidated. You may be unaware, but your father was one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D. and S.H.I.E.L.D. possesses something that your father bequeathed to you. Tony. Before Tony could voice his confusion, Lin Feng continued to explain. The legacy he left behind could indeed resolve the palladium issue. Therefore, when the Black Egg comes to see you, it would be wise to heed his words, Lin Feng suggested. In the original narrative, the Black Egg indeed brought Tony something left by Howard. Although the presence of my own variables might influence the plot, I believe it will not deviate significantly. Even if deviations do occur, I am confident in my ability to support Tony. I shall not intrude upon your conversation any longer. Lin Feng rose, preparing to depart, and produced a small pouch of life leaves to present to Tony. These are some tea leaves that both you and Pepper can enjoy. This was Lin Feng's contingency plan, a precaution against any unforeseen events concerning Tony Stark. Oh, and remember, do not consume it too frequently. Excessive intake may lead to adverse effects, Lin Feng cautioned. Once a week, steeping a single leaf will suffice. It is beneficial for both you and Pepper, enhancing your constitution. Oh, I must express my gratitude to you, my friend, Tony said, his face alight with emotion as he gestured towards the small pouch in his hand. Is there more? This seems rather scant. Shoo. You won't find this anywhere else in the world, Lin Feng retorted, visibly exasperated. This quantity is sufficient for you to address the issue while still leaving a substantial reserve. Tony jested, adopting a nonchalant demeanor, while Pepper, profoundly touched, bowed sincerely in gratitude to Lin Feng, prompting him to feel a sense of appreciation for her understanding. After bidding farewell to the duo, Lin Feng drove towards Susan's workplace, eager to pick her up after her shift. Chapter 24, A New Task. For information while traveling between Las Vegas, I observed the desolate landscape, utterly deserted. Lin Feng drove his sports car along the highway, cheerfully humming a song he had heard before his journey. How delightful it is. He clapped his hands on the steering wheel. If I had not become a superhero, I could have earned a fortune as a ghostwriter. Host, please cease your singing. The system's voice suddenly interrupted Lin Feng's merriment. Your singing is so unpleasant that it makes me want to retch. The system, as usual, was rather cheeky. What nonsense. Do you even possess a musical sensibility? Critiquing my singing? Lin Feng retorted, yet he could not help but ponder. Typically, the system remained silent unless summoned. Today, however, it had inexplicably appeared. Could there be something amiss? With that thought, Lin Feng inquired, "You've come forth on your own. Is there something you wish to discuss?" "Smart of you." The system snapped its fingers. "I am here to implore you to stop singing. It's too dreadful and disturbing my slumber." "Is this the obstacle you cannot surpass?" Lin Feng's expression darkened. "If there is nothing of substance, let us end this conversation. We are all adults here, and quite busy." All right. Let us get serious," the system said, redirecting the conversation. "Tell me, do you not feel that your rate of earning prestige is exceedingly slow? Even I, as your system, cannot bear to witness it." The system lamented, "Considering the previous encounter with the abominations, your current prestige stands just above 10 million. It spoke with a tone of disappointment. "At this rate, when will you be able to exchange for the Silver Superman?" "Come on, I am putting in significant effort," Lin Feng retorted, feeling disgruntled. He diligently fought against evil every day, albeit reserving 2 days a week for gaming. Was over 10 million points insufficient? The plot had only just begun to unfold. Did the system expect him to traverse the universe in search of Thanos? "If you think my prestige accumulation is sluggish, why not assign me a couple more tasks?" Lin Feng shot back without hesitation. "Ah, what a coincidence!" the system exclaimed. "I have come to bestow upon you a new task." Surprised? Elated? Lin Feng scoffed, sensing something was amiss. Normally, tasks were assigned directly, but this peculiar approach hinted at an ulterior motive. He feigned a slight interest. "What do you have to say?" "What do you mean by slight interest?" The system expressed its displeasure. "Let me inform you that this task offers exceedingly generous rewards." "And how generous might that be?" Lin Feng scoffed. The system's highest task reward had been a mere 1 million prestige points. He did not anticipate anything exceptional. Earning prestige required his relentless dedication to saving lives. A guaranteed minimum of 10 million prestige points. How does that sound? As the R8 came to a sudden halt, Lin Feng questioned his own ears. 10 million prestige points? Indeed. The system gleefully hummed in affirmation. "So, are you intrigued now?" Yes. "Please, do elaborate, esteemed system." Lin Feng was thrilled. A task granting 10 million prestige points could replace an extensive period of his labor. Should such tasks arise, I would eagerly welcome them. The system, evidently pleased with Lin Feng's enthusiasm, chimed with a notification. "You have a new task. External aid mission. Save the blue planet in the DC parallel universe. Prevent the fusion of the Mother Box and defeat the Desaad and the corrupted Superman." The mission originates from the film universe of Justice League. Mission duration, 10 days countdown. 3 hours reward 110 million prestige points reward 2. Prestige points awarded based on the host's performance rating. After perusing the task, Lin Feng felt somewhat perplexed. He scrutinized the words again, grasping some parts yet remaining bewildered. "System, what is going on? The DC universe? Am I supposed to traverse to complete this mission?" Lin Feng pondered, having already ventured into the Marvel realm. Could he now cross over to DC? "Correct, dear host." The system responded, clarifying, "This task necessitates your travel to the DC universe for completion." Lin Feng, somewhat speechless, inquired further. "What do you mean by Desaad and the corrupted Superman? I recall that the original plot was not like this. Why must I confront Superman?" Unsure, Lin Feng questioned the system. "Are you taking advantage of my unfamiliarity with the source material? Where do you expect the 10 million prestige points to come from otherwise?" The system retorted, "Do you think defeating just Desaad will yield you 10 million prestige points? The greater the risk, the greater the reward. Do you not understand this principle?" Faced with the system's rebuttal, Lin Feng felt increasingly at a loss. He rubbed his nose and conceded, "All right, please elaborate on the risks involved. Wait until I finish before asking questions. Interrupt me again, and I shan't continue." "Very well, proceed with your exposition." Lin Feng gestured graciously. The system rolled its eyes and continued detailing the mission. This task involves confronting a vast organization formed by villains from countless parallel worlds. They too possess entities akin to the system, albeit lacking my level of intelligence. Lin Feng paused momentarily at this revelation. Could they be traversers from beyond the fourth wall? Am I truly the only one? They do not originate from beyond the fourth wall, but are rather obscure villains from various cinematic and even comic realms. Intriguingly, each possesses an equivalent to a system panel. However, these are subsystems governed by a primary system. Oh, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Do tell me more. The system fell silent for a moment, yet it declined Lin Feng's request. Given the current strength of the host, it was prudent not to acquire excessive knowledge. The system and the host share a symbiotic relationship. Their fates intertwined. The greater the host's power, the more substantial the feedback to the system. To rapidly enhance both itself and the host's abilities, certain subsystems have chosen to embody the malevolent personas of villains from parallel worlds. Those hosts, inhabited by these subsystems, are referred to as exiles. As they gain sufficient power, their inner darkness and desires are magnified. They wreak havoc upon the narratives of various parallel worlds, thereby harvesting energy when the timelines converge. The greater the deviation from the original storyline, the more energy is generated during this convergence. At this juncture, the system paused, seemingly allowing Lin Feng a moment to absorb the information. The mission you are about to undertake is a distress call from the DC parallel universe. A few days ago, an exile disrupted the main storyline of the Justice League, bestowing a powerful artifact upon the Desolate Wolf. Utilizing this artifact, the Desolate Wolf resurrected and controlled Superman, Clark Kent, Batman, Wonder Woman, and the others found themselves utterly outmatched by the formidable Superman, suffering consecutive defeats. Ultimately, one mother box was carried by the Flash, Barry Allen, as he darted through the corners of the earth, seeking to prevent the Desolate Wolf and Superman from acquiring it. Your task is to eliminate the Desolate Wolf and Superman, thereby aiding the timeline in its convergence. This will significantly reduce the energy required for the timeline stabilization. However, it is crucial for you to remain vigilant against the exiles, as due to system constraints, their presence in hiding renders them undetectable. Although exiles may not possess strong direct confrontation abilities, they are typically adept at employing treacherous tactics. These are the threats you must be wary of. The system continued to elaborate extensively. Chapter 25 Farewell to Susan. Preparing for the journey, Lin Feng comprehended the situation. It essentially resembled an altered narrative of the Justice League. A confrontation with the corrupted Superman was imminent, necessitating a return to the original storyline. This would diminish the energy produced by the convergence of world lines, thereby reducing the energy available to the exile. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng presented several inquiries that lingered in his mind. First, setting aside the moral implications. Why should we prevent the exile from siphoning energy from the world lines? This seemingly does not affect our own world, does it? His initial question, although harsh, was indeed pertinent. Since this was not occurring in his own realm, why should the system take the risk to intervene? There must be some hidden complexities involved. Despite possessing the powers akin to Superman, Lin Feng understood the principle of the corrupted being thrice as strong. He certainly did not wish to confront Superman without justification. Upon hearing Lin Feng's doubts, the system elucidated, by assisting in the reduction of energy consumption from world lines, a portion of that energy will be granted to you. In simpler terms, by aiding the exile in conserving energy, he, in turn, would bolster Lin Feng's strength. Oh, that makes sense, Lin Feng nodded, reasoning that gifts from the will of the world would not be meager. Yet, he had another pressing question. Does the DC universe lack formidable beings? They could easily handle the corrupted Superman and the exile, thus restoring the world lines. Why then is this task assigned to us? This was the crux of Lin Feng's concern. The logic behind the task being assigned to him seemed flawed. It was akin to the current Marvel universe. If there were indeed exiles wreaking havoc on the main storyline, surely there would be powerful entities capable of vanquishing them with ease. However, the system's response exceeded Lin Feng's expectations. They cannot intervene. Host, allow me to illustrate. This situation differs from any narrative you have previously encountered. The simplest analogy is that no matter how strong a weightlifter might be, he cannot lift himself. Should they intervene, it would result in even greater disruptions to the world lines. There were also some exceedingly clandestine factors at play, which, due to your current insufficient strength, I am unable to disclose, the system cryptically explained. Is Superman's strength inadequate as well? Lin Feng was incredulous. Was Superman's prowess deemed insignificant by the system? Do you believe it's sufficient? The system retorted. You cannot even defeat Ancient One on Earth. Do you think you would fare better in the cosmos? You must at least reach the mid-tier of Silver Superman strength before you can grasp the broader picture. For now, focus on enhancing your abilities as per the system's directives. Did not Ancient One also inform you that greater trials await you? To persuade Lin Feng, the system even invoked Ancient One's name. All right, Lin Feng conceded, recognizing that when viewed in a cosmic context, Superman indeed seemed inadequate. Lastly, is there a danger to life in this mission? Danger to life? The system paused momentarily, contemplating, and then replied with a tone of uncertainty. I suppose not? What do you mean by I suppose not? Lin Feng's expression darkened. Please clarify your statement. The system explained, while the Dark Superman is indeed a Superman, you are also a Superman. Lin Feng was left speechless, realizing that the system's words were rather vague. He had always suspected that his journey through dimensions would not be as simple as a leisurely stroll. As he had anticipated, saving the Marvel world was merely the beginning. He would also have to rescue other realms. The information divulged by the system instilled in Lin Feng a sense of urgency. Initially, he believed that becoming a Superman would render him invincible in the early stages, yet the system's revelation suggested that he must rapidly strengthen himself even further. A vague premonition stirred within him. His days of idleness were numbered. With narrowed eyes, Lin Feng inquired, Are you so familiar with the exile system? Can I infer that you communicate with those subsystems? You are not a villain, are you? Upon hearing Lin Feng's question, the system fell silent. Lin Feng did not rush him, but continued driving, awaiting a response. After a prolonged pause, the system's voice resonated once more. Your speculation is correct. This system belongs to the evolution of superhumans, and we indeed communicate. However, I will not engage in actions that harm the world. The system's response validated Lin Feng's suspicions. What he had assumed to be a straightforward guiding system seemed to harbor inexplicable secrets beneath the surface. Let me guess. Is it only after I become a Silver Superman that I will uncover more information? Lin Feng mused, tapping his fingers on the steering wheel with a sardonic smile. Such cliché plot lines were reminiscent of novels. As anticipated, the system confirmed Lin Feng's expectations. Indeed, once the host exchanges for the Silver Superman template, deeper truths will be revealed. Rest assured, since the system is bound to you, we shall rise or fall together. All efforts are directed towards the future of the system and the host. Very well, I will trust you this once, Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. The abilities he possessed were granted by the system, and regardless of what it proclaimed, Lin Feng was acutely aware of his own circumstances. Ever vigilant to avoid falling into a passive predicament, he chose not to dwell on this matter further. All would be unveiled once he exchanged for the Silver Superman template. Contemplating the tasks ahead, Lin Feng received a call from Susan and returned to the villa. After preparing a simple dinner for them both, they nestled together on the sofa, watching television. Glancing at the task timer, Lin Feng noted that there was less than an hour remaining before he would traverse to the DC universe. He intended to inform Susan about certain matters, otherwise, her worry would be inevitable if he vanished without a word. Lin Feng was no longer a solitary figure. With that thought in mind, he spoke. Susan, I may be away for a while. In approximately 10 days, at most no more than half a month. Lin, where are you going? Susan, nestled against Lin Feng on the sofa, raised her small head in confusion upon hearing that he would be away for such an extended period. Oh, my dear, you know I am Superman. Lin Feng, wrapping his arms around Susan, smiled nonchalantly, stating, There are certain matters that require my attention. It's merely 10 days. It will pass swiftly. Observing the concern etched on Susan's delicate face, Lin Feng offered reassurance. Here is a means of contact for you. He handed Susan a card bearing Tony Stark's contact information. I may not be reachable during these days, but if you need anything, just call Iron Man, Lin Feng explained. Having already arranged with Tony to look after Susan in his absence. This is a precautionary measure. I understand, Lin. Susan nodded, accepting the card, but hesitated before asking, Will you be in danger? What are you thinking, my dear? Of course, there is no danger. Lin Feng confidently patted his chest, showcasing his solid muscles. In this world, what could possibly threaten Superman? Naturally, Lin Feng would not admit to any danger, as that would only incite unnecessary worry. All right, Lin Feng soothed. There is no need to fret over me. It's merely a lengthy journey that requires such time. Just rest assured and await my return. I will bring you gifts." Susan nodded, her expression still laced with concern, advising, "Be sure to take care of yourself out there." Hearing Susan's words of care, Lin Feng smiled and nodded in agreement. Glancing at the time, with 10 minutes remaining, Lin Feng changed into his Superman suit and stepped outside the villa. "Remember my words, if there are any issues, seek out Iron Man. Don't be shy. He still owes me something." After reiterating his instructions, Lin Feng gently kissed Susan's forehead before soaring into the sky. With a thunderous boom, he swiftly vanished from Susan's sight. As she watched Lin Feng fly away, Susan lingered in place, her eyes filled with worry. Although Lin Feng assured her that this journey posed no danger, Susan, being an astute woman, understood who Superman truly was, the being capable of lifting cargo ships and banishing monsters to outer space. If it took even Superman several days to resolve such matters, could there truly be no peril involved? It was clear that Susan recognized Lin Feng's intent to spare her from anxiety. She could not prevent him from confronting danger. Otherwise, he would cease to be Superman. Gently clutching the pendant Lin Feng had gifted her, Susan silently wished him well in her heart. Chapter 26. Traversing DC. Batman on the brink high above, the system remarked with a hint of exasperation, "I must inform you, host, that traversing from the ground is entirely feasible. There is no necessity to soar to such heights." Lin Feng retorted with a scoff, "What do you know, you insipid system? I ascend this high to spare Susan from worry. The less she knows, the happier she shall be." Having concluded his explanation, Lin Feng could not resist delivering a further jab. "It's apparent you are a single system, utterly clueless about this." "Enough." The system snapped back, its expression darkening. "Prepare for your traversal. This system will send you to engage in a delightful encounter with Superman." With a hum, as soon as the system finished speaking, a dark crimson portal materialized before Lin Feng. It was a transport gate, linking the Marvel and DC universes. Lin Feng inhaled deeply and stepped through. The passage within was brief, and soon Lin Feng emerged on the other side, finding himself in the DC universe's blue planet. At the precise moment he crossed the threshold of the portal, the supreme sorceress, Ancient One, who was meditating on Earth, suddenly opened her eyes. She felt Lin Feng's presence vanish, disappearing from the cosmos entirely. Intrigued, she retrieved the time stone to glimpse into the future, seeking Lin Feng. The system's portal had directly transported Lin Feng to the skies above the DC universe's waste twister, under the bright daylight. Ding! The system's voice resonated once more. "The mission has commenced. A countdown of 10 days has begun. Please complete the task within the allotted time." With that, the portal gradually faded away. Time was of the essence, and Lin Feng hesitated not. Prior to his traversal, he had devised a plan of action, and he immediately utilized his superhuman hearing to envelop the entirety of the United States, gathering information. In an instant, a cacophony of sounds surged into Lin Feng's consciousness. He steadied his breath and concentrated, meticulously discerning the myriad voices. His intent was to locate Batman and his companions to ascertain the current situation. According to the information provided by the system, Batman, Wonder Woman, and Aquaman were currently together. Indeed, as Lin Feng had anticipated, within less than half a minute, he identified the desired voices. "Found you." Lin Feng's eyes flew open as he caught the conversation between Diana and Victor. Boom. The sound of an explosion echoed as Lin Feng propelled himself towards the source of the commotion with remarkable speed. In a serene private hospital room, Bruce Wayne lay on the bed, his breath faint. His right chest had been pierced by the heat vision of the corrupted Superman, Clark Kent. Had it not been for Diana's timely intervention, Batman would have surely met his end. After several hours of frantic medical intervention, Bruce was barely pulled back from the brink of death. Yet, a full day had elapsed, and Bruce Wayne remained unresponsive. His injuries were grievously severe, and the current circumstances were dire. The blue planet of DC was in a precarious state. In the hospital room, 3 or 4 individuals stood or sat in anxious silence. Diana, Aquaman, Victor, and Bruce's faithful butler, Alfred. At this moment, several individuals wore expressions of sorrow, their bodies adorned with wounds, while Victor was engaged in repairing his mechanical form. Alfred stood by the bedside, his eyes glistening with tears. He had witnessed Bruce grow, transforming step by step into the embodiment of justice known as Batman, observing him rise after each fall. Yet this time was different. Bruce's injuries were grievous enough that even if he were to heal, he could no longer don the mantle of Batman to combat evil. The food Alfred had brought lay untouched upon the table. The peril facing Blue Planet remained unresolved, and the intellect of the superhero team lay prostrate. At that moment, no one was in the mood to eat. Sighing softly, Diana cast a glance at Bruce's motionless form. Among them, she bore the least severe injuries. "This is not your fault, Diana," Victor interjected. "Had you not intervened in time, Bruce would have had no chance for salvation." Hearing Victor's words, Diana felt a slight relief. "I know, but if only I had managed to shield Bruce from Clark's attack sooner, he wouldn't have suffered such grave wounds." Now is not the time for this discussion. Aquaman, who had remained silent, interrupted. "The pressing issue is, what do we do next?" At his words, a wave of confusion swept over them, and the room fell into silence once more. Indeed, what were they to do now? The brilliant mind of Bruce Wayne lay incapacitated, and it was likely he would not rise again. Barry Allen was traversing the globe with the last mother box, wary of lingering in one place for too long. The corrupted Clark Kent would soon seek him out, snatch the mother box, and extinguish Barry's life as easily as crushing an ant. The memory of Clark's eyes, glimmering with a dark crimson hue, and his grotesque, green-tinged visage sent shivers through the group. "Clark Kent is under someone else's control," Alfred murmured as he tucked the blanket around Bruce, turning to address the others. "His condition is evidently abnormal. I witnessed your battle through Master Wayne's camera. It is highly likely that Master Clark has been ensnared by something akin to magic." He continued, "To defeat Clark, we must identify the one who is manipulating him. I surmise it must be that creature known as the Wasteland Wolf. Thus, in order to save the Earth, we need to locate the Wasteland Wolf first. As for Master Clark, although it may not be an ideal solution." Alfred produced a suitcase and, upon opening it, revealed several green crystals nestled within. "The kryptonite will hinder his movements," he declared, gently placing the case upon the table. He gazed at the kryptonite with a hint of regret, pondering that had Master Wayne brought it last time, the outcome might have been vastly different. "I shall heat the food for everyone. We must nourish ourselves to gather the strength to continue our fight against the darkness." With that, Alfred stepped outside. Within the ward, a profound silence enveloped the group as they exchanged glances, each absorbed in contemplation of Afu's words. After a lengthy pause, Diana could no longer restrain herself and remarked, "We cannot locate Darkseid. He will not reveal himself until the third mother box is activated. The final unactivated mother box rests in Barry's possession, while Superman scours the globe in search of him. Even if Darkseid were to appear, could we possibly contend with both him and Clark? Our time is running short." With another sigh, Diana expressed the weight of their predicament. The situation had reached a stalemate, a scenario none wished to encounter. Aquaman, his expression somber, rose to his feet, his trident striking the ground with a resounding thud. "Then let us confront Clark first. This is our best course of action. We must neutralize our most formidable foe. Should the mother box fall into Clark's hands, the consequences would be dire." Diana nodded in agreement. "With kryptonite, we may stand a chance. If we can sway the controlled Clark to our side, our odds of victory would significantly improve." "Victor, can you pinpoint Barry Allen's location?" Diana inquired, directing her gaze toward Victor. His mechanical eye glowed a menacing red. "Indeed, Mr. Bruce has placed a tracker on him. I can monitor Barry Allen's whereabouts at all times. The pressing issue now is, once located, who will confront Clark?" Victor's expression bore the weight of concern. Collectively, they lacked the strength to challenge Superman. A viable plan was imperative to have any hope of subduing him. This was nearly their last glimmer of hope, and they had to tread carefully. Diana was the first to speak up. "Allow me to take on this task. I will hold Clark at bay." As the least injured and arguably the strongest among them, she felt this duty rightfully belonged to her, confident in her ability to delay Superman, if only for a moment. "Victor, your responsibility is to forge the kryptonite into a weapon and seize the opportunity to strike it into Clark's body." Victor silently nodded in acknowledgement. "I will assist you in restraining Clark." Aquaman, Arthur, spoke up, his left arm marred by a wound from a heat ray, oozing a dark crimson essence that rendered it nearly impossible to heal. The corrupted Clark's heat vision seemed to have mutated, causing the injuries he inflicted to resist mending. You should stay behind to protect Bruce, Arthur, Diana advised, glancing at Aquaman's injured arm and shaking her head. I can manage. Let me go, Arthur insisted, emphatically striking his trident against the floor, signaling his readiness. Diana fell silent, troubled by the prospect of sending a diminished Arthur into battle. The risks were too great, and a single misstep could cost him his life. Just as they exchanged silent glances, an unfamiliar voice suddenly echoed from within the room. None of you are capable. Allow me to take charge. Chapter 27. None of you can. Allow me. A sudden, unfamiliar voice interrupted the conversation among the group. Who? They all gasped, their pupils constricting as they turned towards the source of the voice. To their astonishment, a strange man had appeared in the room, standing beside Bruce's bed, holding an object in his hand while the bandages on Bruce lay scattered across the floor. The group had been completely oblivious to his presence, an unsettling sense of dread enveloping them all. Step away from Bruce. Without a moment's hesitation, Aquaman seized his trident and hurled it forward. Buzz. Bang. The man did not even glance up. He extended his right hand and effortlessly caught the incoming trident, absorbing its tremendous force with ease. A heavy silence fell over the group, their minds racing with myriad thoughts. However, there was no time for contemplation. The stranger had unraveled Bruce's bandages, clearly intent on causing him harm. Victor's artillery system was unsuitable for combat within the confines of the room, for it would certainly endanger Bruce's life. Arthur's left arm was injured, and with the trident now in the man's possession, only Diana remained. In the next moment, Diana gathered her strength and lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch. Bang! Lin Feng reluctantly set aside his task and caught Diana's fist with his left hand, the force of the collision sending the remaining bandages flying off Bruce. Hey, calm down, Diana, and Arthur too, Lin Feng remarked, exasperated, as he tossed the trident back to Arthur. Aquaman retrieved the trident, aiming it once more at Lin Feng, but this time he did not throw it. Instead, he spoke with caution. Who are you? What are you doing to Bruce? Lin Feng raised a small green vial in his hand and shook it, declaring, I'm healing Bruce. Trust me, I mean no harm. He gestured towards Bruce's wound. Just take a look. Skeptical, the group approached the bedside, eyeing Bruce's injury with trepidation. What unfolded before them surpassed their understanding. Lin Feng held a small test tube filled with a green liquid, meticulously dripping it onto Bruce's chest wound. Remarkably, Bruce's internal injuries in the wound began to heal at an astonishingly visible rate. Oh my goodness, he's actually healing. Diana gasped in disbelief. The monitors connected to Bruce signaled that his vital signs were rapidly returning to normal. The wound, which even divine herbs could not mend, was healing in mere moments, leaving the onlookers in awe, gradually realizing that the newcomer was at least not an enemy. This revelation brought a slight sigh of relief to the group. After administering nearly half of the vial's contents, Lin Feng finally ceased his application. That should suffice. The rest depends on Bruce's recovery now. Who are you, really? Diana inquired, voicing the question that lingered in everyone's minds. Could he be a friend of Bruce's? Well, I am Lin Feng. Lin Feng gently draped the blanket over Bruce, a smile gracing his lips as he addressed the group. I am here to assist you. Assist us? Aquaman scoffed disdainfully. We do not require your help. Do not presume that because you withstood my blow, you are formidable. I am currently at less than half my usual strength due to my injuries, and you remain oblivious to the magnitude of the trouble we are facing. Aquaman Arthur was irked by Lin Feng's nonchalant demeanor in the face of his attack. He felt that his own diminished performance was overshadowed by Lin Feng's presumption of being a savior. Do not speak that way, Arthur, Diana interjected. He has already been of assistance to us. Her words were laden with meaning. At the very least, Lin Feng had saved Bruce. Thank you for saving Bruce. Diana expressed her gratitude sincerely, her gaze fixed on Lin Feng. However, we cannot allow innocent lives to be endangered. You do not comprehend the challenges we are confronting, Diana explained. Although the man before them appeared to possess some skill, capable of evading their sensory detection, it did not imply that he had the means to contend with Clark. Diana, having faced Clark firsthand, was acutely aware of his terrifying power. Yet, Lin Feng shook his head, smiling as he spoke. Since I have arrived, It signifies that I am aware of the trials you face. If I am not mistaken, Superman is aware of your presence here but has not sought you out, as his primary objective is to locate the final mother box. I believe you have little choice. I understand Clark's strength, yet I am confident in my ability to confront him. You may find it hard to grasp, so allow me to demonstrate. With that, Lin Feng began to levitate slowly into the air. In the next moment, a black battle suit enveloped him entirely. Clad in a pure black bodysuit, complete with a flowing black cape, he bore a prominent S-shaped emblem on his chest, symbolizing hope, identical in design to Superman's garb, save for the color. While Clark donned red and blue, Lin Feng's attire was entirely black. The group stared, dumbfounded, at Lin Feng hovering above them. That attire was all too familiar. WTF? Aquaman questioned, doubting his own vision. Another Superman? Are you also a Kryptonian? Diana exclaimed, astonished. Could there be another Kryptonian on this Earth? The last one should have perished at Clark's hands. Wasn't he a fellow named Zod who died during the invasion of Blue Planet, slain by Clark himself? Something like that. Lin Feng was not inclined to elaborate further. He was merely here to fulfill a mission, and acknowledging his identity could facilitate his actions. Just then, Victor's mechanical arm emitted a sudden buzzing sound, rapidly shifting its form uncontrollably. In an instant, it morphed into a cannon aimed directly at Lin Feng. Victor, what are you doing? Diana exclaimed, startled by the unexpected turn of events, her voice filled with concern. At this moment, Victor was drenched in cold sweat, desperately trying to maintain his composure. I apologize, it is my automatic defense system. It sensed danger, he exclaimed, feeling himself on the verge of losing control. Just then, a projectile was ejected, its red indicator light flashing ominously as it counted down to launch. Lin Feng, witnessing this, was momentarily at a loss for words. He hurriedly retracted his super suit and descended from the air, suppressing his presence as he said, "Hey, buddy, calm down. I am not your enemy." Internally, however, he couldn't help but scoff at the bizarre system. In the original narrative, it seemed that a single rocket launcher had elicited a collective beating from Superman. Perhaps due to the disappearance of the sensed threat, Victor's mechanical arm finally quieted, reverting with a couple of clicks. This unexpected turn of events left everyone drenched in sweat until Victor returned to normal, at which point they collectively sighed in relief. Thank goodness a confrontation had been averted. Had Victor launched a projectile, they might have found themselves facing yet another foe akin to Superman. Fortunately, Victor had regained control. Lin Feng understood, however, that Victor was not to blame. The intense sense of intimidation exuded by Superman had been overwhelming. In the original story, Victor had indeed lost control of his system. Had Tony been present, perhaps he could have repaired it. Diana, feeling a bit embarrassed, turned to Lin Feng to apologize. "I'm sorry. Victor's system is incredibly sensitive. He didn't mean to." Lin Feng nodded and replied nonchalantly, "I understand. Rest assured, I won't take offense. You believe I can assist you now, don't you?" The group exchanged glances and eventually nodded in agreement, their spirits lifting. Lin Feng's arrival had instilled a greater sense of hope, regardless of his origins. His actions had proven that he was at least not an adversary. Bruce's life signs had stabilized. The group, who had previously worn frowns of concern, finally glimpsed the dawn of victory. Though they were still unaware of Lin Feng's precise capabilities, he was a fellow Kryptonian and should be able to contend with Clark. With the presence of kryptonite on their side, if Lin Feng could momentarily subdue Clark, they would have the opportunity to introduce the kryptonite into his system. Things were progressing in a favorable direction. Seeing the others nod in agreement, Lin Feng smiled nonchalantly. His mission was to vanquish the Wasteland Wolf and Superman, thereby saving the DC Blue Planet. He could easily act independently, seeking out Barry to seize the Mother Box and lure out the Wasteland Wolf. The reason for encountering the DC superheroes and rescuing Batman was merely due to a directive stating, specific rewards depend on the host's evaluation of this event. It resembled a hidden quest in a game, and Lin Feng intended to ascertain whether his assumptions were accurate. If correct, the rewards would be even more substantial. If incorrect, the losses would not be significant. Chapter 28. Bruce awakens and formulates a preliminary plan. Bruce felt as though he had just emerged from a lengthy dream. In this surreal vision, formidable extraterrestrials invaded the Blue Planet, intent on acquiring 3 mother boxes to annihilate the world. With great effort, he had summoned extraordinary individuals from various corners of the earth, determined to resist with all their might. However, despair gripped him as he realized that the aliens had seized control of Superman. After a fierce battle, all were left grievously wounded. Bruce was compelled to initiate a contingency plan. He instructed Barry Allen to escape with the last mother box, urging him to flee ceaselessly across the globe to elude Superman-esque grasp, while Bruce himself would return to forge kryptonite weapons to confront Superman, thus preserving a glimmer of hope for victory. Yet this time, the controlled Superman seemed unwilling to grant him that opportunity. A terrifying heat vision struck, and Bruce could not evade it. The excruciating pain in his chest signaled that he had been hit, and the torrent of blood loss swiftly rendered him unconscious. In his fading vision, he saw Diana intercept the deadly heat ray with her shield, saving him. Thus, filled with reluctance and despair, Bruce slipped into darkness. This was the gravest calamity he had encountered since becoming Batman. His adversaries were a powerful alien race, and the only being capable of challenging them had fallen under their control. Bruce was at a loss as to how to wage this battle. The spark of victory dimmed as Clark remained ensnared. How to vanquish the Man of Steel, how to deal with the extraterrestrials, how to rescue the Blue Planet. These vexing questions seemed to drift further away from him. Throughout his life, he had endured countless injuries, yet had always persevered. However, this time, he was uncertain if he would awaken again. Bruce was undoubtedly fortunate. The Blue Planet still needed him to save it. Enshrouded in darkness, he lost track of time until he suddenly sensed a refreshing coolness coursing through his body, followed by a continuous flow of warmth that gradually restored his consciousness. This warmth was mending his wounds, and slowly, Bruce regained his awareness. The conversations of those around him infiltrated his ears, allowing him to grasp the current situation. It was that stranger named Lin Feng who had rescued him with a mysterious liquid. It seemed Lin Feng was also a Kryptonian. At the moment Diana posed her questions, Bruce felt a renewed sense of hope for the Blue Planet, believing salvation was still within reach. The arrival of Lin Feng instilled in Bruce a sense of the capriciousness of fate. Here was a Kryptonian on their side as well. Upon hearing that Lin Feng was willing to assist them, Bruce felt a new dawn of hope. He wished to speak, yet his body betrayed him. He could not even manage to open his eyes. He focused his mind and carefully attuned to his body, realizing that his senses had not completely returned. And he felt an unusual pain and tingling in his right chest. He surmised that healing was underway, as the pain in his right side gradually subsided until it vanished entirely. After a considerable duration, once the pain had completely subsided, Bruce gradually opened his eyes, albeit still feeling somewhat feeble. A white ceiling. As he slightly turned his head, he discovered Alfred seated beside him. Alfred. His voice was too faint for Alfred to hear. Alfred, help me up, Bruce called out, raising his voice slightly. Oh my heavens, young master, you are awake. It was only then that Alfred realized Bruce was calling for him. He excitedly assisted Bruce to sit up, his movements gentle, murmuring his gratitude to the heavens. Upon noticing Bruce's awakening, several individuals in the room quickly gathered around. Although Bruce's complexion was pale at that moment, the significant wound on his chest had vanished completely, prompting everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. Indeed, I am awake, Bruce said as he leaned back up. His gaze immediately fell upon the sole stranger in the room, a man with black hair and dark eyes, appearing to be of Eastern descent. The man wore a smile as he looked at Bruce and spoke. Hello, Bruce. Recognizing the familiar voice, Bruce affirmed, You must be Lin Feng. Thank you for the potion you provided. Oh, how did you know? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, intrigued by how Bruce was aware of his identity upon waking. Diana and the others also cast puzzled glances. Bruce smiled politely and explained, I became aware while you were treating me, but I was unable to awaken at that moment. Lin Feng nodded, understanding dawning upon him. That made sense. Alfred, concerned, inquired, Young master, how do you feel? I believe my injuries are no longer an issue. Though I still feel somewhat fatigued, Bruce replied, nodding to indicate he was fine. He looked down at the wound on his chest, which now bore no trace. Such a miraculous potion. Bruce marveled. Bruce, now that you are awake, things will be much easier, Diana said, also exhaling in relief. With Bruce's awakening and the assistance from another Kryptonian, A significant turning point was approaching amidst the looming crisis on Blue Planet. Superman was searching the world for Barry Allen, and time was of the essence for them. If he were to acquire the last Mother Box, the consequences would be dire. Everyone understood this reality. Bruce nodded at Diana before turning to Alfred and instructing, "Alfred, please fetch me something to eat." Having just awakened, Bruce felt a surge of hunger, requiring sustenance to replenish his energy. "Of course, young master," Alfred replied, nodding before departing to prepare food. The meal just brought had long since cooled, and Alfred planned to have the chef prepare something nourishing, especially since Bruce had narrowly escaped a life-threatening situation. With this thought, Alfred cast a grateful glance at Lin Feng, recognizing him as the one who had pulled Bruce back from the brink of death. After Alfred left, Bruce nodded to the others and stated, "We do not have much time." Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement, knowing that Bruce had something important to convey. "We must prepare promptly, Victor. Can we communicate with Barry?" Bruce inquired of Victor. "Certainly," Victor affirmed. "The tracker I provided you is equipped with a communication function. It is indeed correct to place it on Barry." Bruce nodded and then turned his gaze towards Aquaman. "Arthur, do you still possess your fighting prowess?" Bruce noticed Aquaman's arm, bound in bandages, was unable to be lifted. "Of course," Aquaman retorted defiantly, attempting to raise his arm to demonstrate his capability. However, after much effort, he could not lift it, prompting the others to shake their heads in disbelief. Observing this, Lin Feng generously produced a small green vial and tossed it to Aquaman. "Just 2 drops, no more than that, will heal your injuries. Do not use excess, it is quite expensive." Aquaman, with a serious expression, accepted the vial and nodded in gratitude towards Lin Feng. He had witnessed the miraculous properties of the green liquid firsthand. With a common adversary at hand, he felt no need to be courteous to Lin Feng. Without hesitation, he proceeded to unwrap the bandages from his left arm. Before the group lay a gruesome wound, emanating a peculiar black and red glow, deep enough to expose bone, causing everyone to gasp in shock. Aquaman cautiously opened the green vial, administering 1 drop, then 2. Adhering to Lin Feng's instructions, with the gazes of his companions upon him, the green liquid met the wound, emitting a sizzling sound as the ominous glow gradually dissipated, revealing the underlying flesh. As the black and red luminescence completely vanished, the wound began to close slowly. Under the residual effects of the green liquid, it gradually healed. In a brief moment, the injury had entirely disappeared. Though they had witnessed it only once before, this miraculous transformation left the onlookers in awe. As the wound vanished, Aquaman rotated his left arm a couple of times, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. "It's healed. Remarkable." Bruce also turned to Lin Feng, expressing his gratitude once more. Aquaman was an indispensable force within their team, and Lin Feng's willingness to provide such a precious remedy had not gone unnoticed. At that moment, the group unanimously acknowledged Lin Feng as an ally, their confidence in defeating the Wasteland Wolf and saving Blue Star significantly bolstered. Chapter 29, Barry's Predicament. Pre-war conversations after returned with provisions, and the group gathered to partake in the meal. Previously, the gravity of their situation, compounded by Bruce's uncertain fate, had diminished their appetite. However, with newfound hope, they felt the pangs of hunger and eagerly indulged. Lin Feng produced 2 bottles of wine crafted from the leaves of the Tree of Life, distributing them among the group. This elixir swiftly replenished energy and vitality, a rare treasure valued at 10,000 prestige points each. Having previously encountered Lin Feng's extraordinary creations, the others expressed little curiosity, having already witnessed the wonders of the green liquid. As they dined within the hospital, they engaged in discussions regarding the current situation. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the Earth, the Flash, Barry Allen, was utilizing his super speed to flee relentlessly. At that moment, Barry bore the unmistakable signs of fatigue. Yet he dared not relent for a moment. Within a brief span, Superman had detected him thrice. Perhaps fortune favored him, for he had managed to escape unscathed on each occasion. Tears welled in his eyes. A timid soul like him scarcely possessed the courage to confront the terrifying figure of Superman alone. As he sprinted while clutching a box, Barry fervently prayed for Batman's timely assistance. Uncertain of how much longer he could endure, his eyelids had been heavy for quite some time. Undoubtedly, Barry was fortunate. After eluding Superman's pursuit, he discovered several thick lead plates in a basement. He shielded himself with the lead, gasping for breath, relishing the hard-won respite. He knew Superman's X-ray vision could not penetrate lead. Finally catching his breath, he retrieved the tracker Batman had given him and pressed the button. A green communication light illuminated. He hastily tapped out a distress signal in Morse code, repeating it several times before shutting off the communicator. Poor Barry Allen was too frightened to utter a word. Heaven knows if Superman would employ his super hearing to locate him. He scarcely dared to tap out the code more than a few times. All he could do now was pray for swift reinforcement. Perhaps his prayers were heard. Batman successfully received the distress signal. At that moment, the group, having satisfied their hunger, gathered around a round table to deliberate their next course of action. After consolidating the information, Bruce established a concrete plan. First, we must acquire the last mother box. With Lin Feng's assistance, I believe we can safeguard it, Bruce stated gravely. Simultaneously, we need to utilize kryptonite weaponry to subdue Clark. We must strive to avoid killing him. I intend to forge handcuffs to temporarily restrain him. Without Clark's combat prowess and the mother box, I doubt the Wasteland Wolf will remain passive. If he desires the mother box, he must come to us. He continued, we will set a trap and await the Wasteland Wolf's arrival. What do you think? Any objections? With that, Bruce surveyed the group. Several individuals nodded in agreement, affirming that there were no objections to the plan that had been meticulously refined over the past half-day. Should any aspects prove unsuitable, they could adapt as necessary. Ultimately, Bruce turned his gaze towards Lin Feng, the sole external ally in this affair and the most formidable among them. Regardless of his superhuman abilities, the burden of countering the extraordinary rested squarely upon his shoulders. I have no issues. Upon noticing Bruce's look, Lin Feng discerned his intent, and without further ado, he simply nodded. Observing this, Bruce contemplated for a moment. In that case, very well. Victor, you and I shall proceed to forge kryptonite weapons. Once the weapons are ready, we will embark on our mission to rescue Barry. Lin Feng, Diana, and Arthur, you should take a moment to rest and recuperate. The creation of the kryptonite weapons will take approximately 1 hour. The trio nodded in agreement, while Bruce led Victor to the basement. The spacious room now felt somewhat desolate with just the three of them remaining, and they found themselves at a loss for words. Enveloped in silence. After a lengthy pause, Diana felt it prudent to lighten the atmosphere, especially since they would soon be fighting side by side, and thus took the initiative. Lin Feng, she called out, prompting him to respond. What is it? Are you truly a Kryptonian? I mean, how come we have not encountered you before? Lin Feng offered a slight smile. To be precise, I do possess Kryptonian blood. As for my combat prowess, you need not worry. I inherit all of Clark's abilities. Oh, that's not what I meant. I do not doubt your strength, Diana clarified. I merely assumed Clark was the last of his kind. If he were to awaken and learn that a fellow Kryptonian exists, he would surely be overjoyed. Lin Feng tilted his head and replied, if my assumptions hold true, Clark is indeed the only Kryptonian left in this universe. However, in another realm, he has a cousin named Kara Zor-El, who is referred to as Supergirl. Supergirl? Aquaman interjected. Intrigued. Is she beautiful? Lin Feng adopted a tactical lean back. What does her beauty matter to you? Do you not have Mara? Goodness, you are indeed Aquaman. Not just any Aquaman, Arthur retorted, while Diana shot him a disapproving glance, making the situation somewhat awkward for Aquaman. I was merely curious. Is she powerful? Very much so, though she likely does not possess the same level of strength as Clark, Lin Feng added. And she is indeed quite lovely. As for me, I hail from an even more distant universe, one that cannot even be classified as a parallel universe in relation to yours. Lin Feng continued, in my realm, I should be the only one with Kryptonian lineage. In the Marvel universe, it seems there are, in fact, no Kryptonians, rendering Lin Feng a unique entity. You must feel quite lonely, Diana observed, her gaze filled with sympathy, causing Lin Feng to feel a slight unease. It cannot truly be deemed loneliness, for I still have friends. Lin Feng awkwardly scratched his head. How did you come to our universe? Arthur, the Aquaman, inquired with curiosity. Hiss. This is quite complex to explain, Lin Feng sighed. I cannot elucidate it clearly, as my emergence is indeed peculiar and involves numerous intricacies. He shook his head. unwilling to elaborate further. The fact that he possessed a system was something he could not reveal. After all, Lin Feng essentially belonged to the audience beyond the fourth wall, with no presence in the narrative. After pondering, Lin Feng offered an analogy. If I were to put it simply, it would be akin to the blue planet beneath your feet sensing peril and calling out for my assistance, prompting my arrival. All right. Diana and Arthur nodded in understanding. Everyone harbors their own secrets, and probing too forcefully can breed resentment and is rather impolite. With their inquiries at an end, Lin Feng felt a sense of relief. He wondered if there existed a Kara in this universe. He was rather eager to meet the Supergirl, intrigued by her in a multitude of ways. However, he recalled only having seen Supergirl in a television series, with no mention of her in films, leaving him uncertain if he would have the opportunity in the future. While the three engaged in light banter, Bruce entered the room. Partners, it's time to get to work, he announced. The aircraft is ready, and Barry cannot wait much longer. We must depart immediately. Chapter 30, Kryptonite Weapons? Allow me to observe. A few individuals made their preparations and boarded the aircraft, swiftly heading towards the location where Barry Allen was situated. Inside the aircraft, Batman retrieved 2 weapons forged from kryptonite and handed them to Diana. As for why he did not give them to Lin Feng, Bruce was aware that Lin Feng was also a Kryptonian, and kryptonite would be equally effective against him. This consisted of a pair of kryptonite handcuffs and a dagger. Bruce explained. Lin Feng's mission was to temporarily restrain Clark. Diana, when the opportunity arises, place the kryptonite handcuffs on Clark. This way, you can control him without endangering his life, Bruce instructed, and Diana nodded as she accepted the items. Both objects were contained within a lead box to prevent any adverse effects on Lin Feng. As for the dagger, you should hold on to it for now. Use it if the chance presents itself, otherwise we shall see, Bruce added. I have also prepared several kryptonite bullets, which serve as a contingency within Victor's weapon system. Time is of the essence, and the number of kryptonite bullets is limited, so we should avoid using them if possible, as they pose a considerable threat to Clark. With a look of curiosity, Lin Feng approached and inquired, "May I take a look at the kryptonite weapons?" His fascination with kryptonite stemmed from a desire to ascertain whether it would truly affect him. Upon hearing this, Diana was taken aback. "Lin, is there no kryptonite in your world? This substance can render you powerless." Bruce, perplexed, asked, "Lin, have you never encountered kryptonite?" Lin Feng nodded and explained. "I hail from another universe where kryptonite does not exist. I wish to see if it will have an effect on me." After hearing Lin Feng's words, Bruce scrutinized him for a moment, hesitating slightly before addressing Diana. "Diana, perhaps you should allow Lin Feng to see it. Understanding the capabilities of kryptonite will better equip him to confront Clark." Diana acquiesced and extended the lead box, saying, "Lin Feng, exercise caution. Proximity to kryptonite may induce discomfort. Should any issues arise, I will promptly close the lead box." With that, Diana slowly opened the box. Lin Feng leaned in with curiosity. Inside the lead box lay a dagger and a pair of handcuffs. The dagger was entirely composed of kryptonite, save for the handle, while the handcuffs contained a portion of metal, likely to enhance their durability. The moment Lin Feng drew near the kryptonite weapon, he furrowed his brow. He felt his blood surging through his veins at an accelerated pace, accompanied by a mild sense of fatigue enveloping his entire being. However, he realized that he did not appear to have lost his combat effectiveness. It was noteworthy that in the original narrative, Clark, when close to kryptonite, would typically be brought to his knees, as kryptonite had a profound impact on him. After a brief contemplation, Lin Feng, under the astonished gazes of the others, seized the kryptonite handcuffs. He sought to discover whether contact with kryptonite would inflict any harm upon him. The moment he made contact with the kryptonite, the sensation of fatigue intensified. He felt his blood racing even faster, and a wave of weakness washed over him, accompanied by a subtle yet distinct sense of palpitations. However, the anticipated loss of combat effectiveness did not materialize. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled as he attentively sensed his own body. It cannot be said that there was no impact at all. His combat capability was likely diminished by about 30 to 40%. Beyond that, he experienced no other discomfort. This indicated that the influence of kryptonite on Lin Feng was far less severe than that on Clark. A wave of joy surged within Lin Feng's heart. The system's assertion regarding the optimization of the Superman bloodline was indeed not mere exaggeration. Upon returning the handcuffs to the lead box, the unsettling sensation vanished immediately, and Lin Feng returned to his normal state. He exhaled deeply and addressed the astonished onlookers, stating, "It is not as serious as I imagined. It seems to merely weaken a portion of my combat ability, causing some discomfort. Aside from that, I feel nothing else." Bruce exclaimed, "Aren't you a Kryptonian? Has the effect of kryptonite diminished?" Realizing the potential implications, Bruce's expression darkened. If the effect of kryptonite had truly weakened, it would not bode well for everyone. It meant that Superman would be entirely beyond his control. Diana, however, pondered thoughtfully and remarked, "That shouldn't be the case. Kryptonite has a minimal effect on Lin Feng. Possibly because he is not from our universe." Bruce looked puzzled. "I was just about to ask what Lin Feng meant by not being from our universe." Diana then reiterated Lin Feng's previous statement. After listening, Bruce raised an eyebrow and sighed with slight relief. "So, there is this additional reason." Lin Feng nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, kryptonite should not pose an issue. The primary reason lies in my unique nature. You may consider me an outsider. Once this incident is resolved, I shall depart." This statement was primarily made to reassure Batman. If a Kryptonian who was unafraid of kryptonite remained on Earth, Batman would likely be restless day and night. Clark served as a precedent. Had it not been for kryptonite, who could say whether Batman would have allowed Superman to grow unchecked? This reality further substantiated Batman's suspicions about the terrifying nature of an uncontrollable Superman. Just look at the corrupted Clark. Oh, heavens. Learning that he was unaffected by kryptonite uplifted Lin Feng's spirits. The others felt differently. Bruce wore a serious expression, deep in thought. Diana appeared worried, contemplating the forthcoming battle. Aquaman, indifferent, fiddled with his trident. He was unconcerned about kryptonite. Once this battle was over, he would return to the ocean to find Mera and create life. Unwilling to involve himself in terrestrial matters, Mera was far better. Suddenly, amidst the scattered thoughts of the group, an urgent beeping sound echoed within the aircraft. They turned towards the source. It was the control panel signaling an incoming message. "Information incoming." Victor rushed to the control panel and pressed a button. The beeping ceased, followed by the voice of the Flash, Barry Allen. Bruce stepped forward, activating the speakerphone. "Barry, is that you?" "Oh, thank heaven. I have finally made contact." From the communicator emerged the voice of Barry Allen, weary yet tinged with surprise. It's me, my friends. I may not last much longer. I can no longer hold the mother box." Barry's voice quivered with a hint of despair, accompanied by labored breaths. "He has found me. Superman has found me. And I am nearly out of strength." Barry was uncertain of the purpose of continuing to run. Soon, Superman would catch up to his fatigued self. While Batman and the others were still on the other side of the Earth, he felt that he could no longer safeguard the mother box. Upon hearing Barry's predicament, the expressions of the others turned grave. Bruce spoke in a steady tone. "Remain calm, Barry. We are en route to your location. You must endure, Barry. If we lose the mother box, the blue planet will face annihilation. Barry, believe in yourself and hold on a little longer." "Oh, thank the heavens, you have actually come. How much longer until you arrive?" A glimmer of hope flickered in Barry's eyes. He felt he could run once more. Bruce's words seemed to act as a surge of adrenaline, reigniting Barry's spirit. However, Bruce gazed silently at the data displayed on the instrument. Estimated time of arrival, 51 minutes and 37 seconds. Chapter 31. Barry's plea for help. Lin Feng set out for Barry, and after a moment of contemplation, Bruce spoke. "We shall arrive in half an hour." At these words, Barry nearly stumbled to the ground, his voice tinged with despair. "What? Another half hour?" He turned to see the menacing figure of Superman hovering in the air, no more than 100 meters away. A profound sense of crisis enveloped him, prompting Barry to swiftly alter his course. In the next instant, a searing heat ray struck the very spot he had just occupied. "Oh heavens! I cannot endure another half hour. Perhaps in mere moments, I shall perish beneath the heat ray," Barry exclaimed, his steps growing unsteady under the weight of exhaustion from prolonged exertion. Inside the aircraft, the others reacted gravely to Barry's words, their expressions solemn and silent. Observing this, Lin Feng stepped forward resolutely. "I can go ahead." As the others turned to him, Lin Feng continued, "My speed of flight is exceptional. Open the hatch. I shall fly ahead. Barry should run towards my direction. I will reach him as swiftly as possible." The others' faces brightened at his suggestion. Bruce nodded decisively. "Very well. Lin Feng, you go first. You must save Barry in the mother box. This is crucial to the fate of Blue Star." With that, Bruce placed a reassuring hand on Lin Feng's shoulder, his gaze filled with intensity and trust. Lin Feng nodded silently and with a flicker of thought. His black battle suit materialized around him. Bruce handed Lin Feng a headset. "Take this. We can communicate at any time. Are you ready?" Lin Feng accepted the headset, donned it, and replied, "I am ready. Open the hatch." In the next moment, Bruce pulled the hatch lever, and the cabin was instantly purged of air, propelling Lin Feng out of the aircraft without resistance. With a resounding thud, Lin Feng spun around and shot towards Barry's location like a meteor, leaving behind a trail of sonic booms. His speed surpassed that of the aircraft by tenfold. The others had anticipated this and remained safely inside. Once Lin Feng had departed, Bruce closed the hatch and activated communication, integrating Lin Feng into their network. Simultaneously, a green dot representing Lin Feng's position appeared on the aircraft's control panel. "Victor." Upon reviewing the data, brightened and announced to the others, "There is hope. Lin Feng's velocity is remarkable. At this rate, he should reach Barry in under 5 minutes." The group's expression softened slightly, acknowledging the prowess of a Kryptonian who can soar at speeds exceeding that of sound, vanishing from sight in an instant. Bruce re-established communication. "Barry. Do you hear me? Barry. I can hear you." Barry's voice crackled through the communicator. "Folks, it may be time to say goodbye. I'm afraid I cannot protect the mother box." With a weary tone, Barry imparted what felt like his last words. "Oh, Barry, do not give up." Diana stepped forward, her expression fraught with concern. Bruce chimed in, urging, "Barry, do not give up. Lin Feng is racing towards you. Just hold on for 2 minutes. He will arrive in 2 minutes. Stop lying to me, Bruce." "And who is Lin Feng?" Barry retorted. "I am not deceiving you. Barry, Lin Feng is our secret weapon. He possesses the capability to match Superman." Bruce insisted urgently, determined to instill hope in Barry so that he could endure until Lin Feng's arrival. After speaking, Bruce quickly operated the control panel, connecting Lin Feng's earpiece to the communication channel. "Hello, Barry Allen. It's Lin Feng." Lin Feng's voice resonated through the channel. The bioforce field allowed Lin Feng to communicate at super speed, and he had overheard Bruce and Barry's conversation, fully grasping Bruce's intentions. "Trust me, my friend, I share Kryptonian blood. I am racing towards you at full speed. Hold on." Lin Feng's succinct words struck Barry's heart like a potent stimulant. "Oh my God, is this true?" Barry exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement, yet unable to suppress his frustration. Why didn't we use this secret weapon sooner? The others in the aircraft exchanged glances, equally eager to deploy it earlier, but the secret weapon had only just appeared today. "Barry, run towards your southeast. That's where Lin Feng is headed," Bruce commanded. "Roger that, Commander. I will endure for 2 more minutes." Hope surged within Barry, rejuvenating him with newfound strength. He pushed his final reserves of potential, propelling himself like lightning in the southeastern direction. As he disconnected the communication, the crew focused intently on the screen displaying coordinates, where a line of data showcased 2 signal points rapidly converging. The data indicated that in just 2 minutes and 38 seconds, the 2 points would coincide. The team fervently prayed for Barry to run faster and for Lin Feng to fly swifter. None wished to witness impending doom. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had pushed his speed to the limit, continuously replenished by the sun's radiant energy. Barry, in his desperate sprint, found the situation increasingly dire. The corrupted Clark, like a cat toying with a mouse, unleashed heat vision sporadically, altering Barry's trajectory. Time and again, Barry narrowly evaded, acutely aware that a single hit would spell his end. He could only pray for the 2 minutes to pass swiftly. Perhaps Barry's luck had finally run out. As Clark unleashed another blast of heat vision, Barry's evasive maneuver faltered slightly, resulting in a glancing strike to his ankle. In an instant, a pained scream escaped Barry's lips as he was thrust from his super speed state. Losing his balance, he tumbled across the ground, coming to a halt. The heat ray had merely grazed his ankle, yet it severed much of the flesh. A searing pain enveloped him, and he broke into a cold sweat, clutching his injured ankle and wailing in agony. The mother box was carelessly discarded not far away. Upon noticing Barry's halt, the darkened visage of Clark seemed to flicker with a hint of a sinister smirk as he gradually descended from the sky to retrieve the mother box. Barry watched in horror as the artifact slipped into Clark's grasp, his heart racing with dread. With great effort, he activated the communicator. "Superman hit me. He has the mother box." The gravity of his words caused Batman and the others in the aircraft to widen their eyes in alarm, instantly rising to their feet. "It's over, folks. This time, we may truly have to say goodbye. Oh no, it should be a farewell for eternity." As Clark clutched the mother box, his gaze fell upon the incapacitated Barry, his bloodshot eyes gradually turning crimson as he prepared to unleash his heat vision. Barry understood with chilling clarity that he could not evade this impending blast. His feet had suffered grave injuries, rendering him unable to access his super speed. This time, there was no escape, and in resignation, Barry closed his eyes. Just then, a voice as melodious as a celestial choir resonated in his earpiece. "Hey, Barry, I see you." Chapter 32. Timely Arrival. The Initial Clash. "Hey, Barry, I see you." Lin Feng's voice suddenly resonated, startling Barry awake. In the next moment, as if struck by a meteor, Clark, still brimming with the intensity of heat vision, was sent flying by Lin Feng's swift arrival. His robust physique, accompanied by a howling wind, vanished from Barry's side in an instant. The sound of air being sliced apart followed, as the resulting tempest carved a deep trench along Lin Feng's flight path. Unprepared, Barry Allen was also hurled 100 meters away, but fortunately, Lin Feng caught him in time, preventing a harsh fall. Gently placing Barry on the ground, Lin Feng tossed him a box, the last mother box. In the moment of colliding with Clark, Lin Feng had deftly seized it. "Catch it, Barry." Flustered, Barry grasped the mother box and stared in astonishment at Lin Feng, who floated before him. "Oh my God!" Barry exclaimed, awestruck by Lin Feng's resemblance to Superman, albeit with a slightly different color scheme. He momentarily forgot the pain in his ankle. "Another Superman?" Lin Feng nodded. "Did I not mention that I possess Kryptonian blood?" However, now is not the time for explanations. Clark is returning. After a brief greeting, Lin Feng's expression turned grave as he gazed towards the direction where Clark had been sent flying. At that moment, Clark had regained his bearings and was hurtling towards them. Lin Feng propelled himself forward to draw the battleground away, determined to protect Barry from harm. All of them were supermen, their speeds nearly equal. In the blink of an eye, the two collided mid-air. The darkened Clark seemed to erupt with fury from Lin Feng's ambush, his visage becoming even more grotesque. Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder, is this truly the zombie Superman? What has happened to him? His face turned green. There was no time for Lin Feng to dwell on such thoughts, as Clark suddenly appeared before him, delivering a devastating punch infused with tremendous force. Lin Feng, undeterred, retaliated with a punch of his own. Bang! The two fists collided, causing the air to explode with a shockwave, sending a violent gust scattering from their point of contact. The destructive power was palpable. As the two supermen clashed, the very air appeared to warp around them. Seeing Lin Feng withstand the blow, Clark's eyes flared red, and in the next instant, a beam of heat vision shot toward Lin Feng's head. However, Lin Feng had sensed it in advance and swiftly ascended to evade the lethal ray. Following this, he dove down, channeling his strength into a punch that connected squarely with Clark's face. Bang! Boom! The darkened Clark was thrust into the ground, creating a massive crater in the hardened pavement. The sound of the impact reverberated, sending shockwaves that reached Barry 100 meters away, leaving him momentarily breathless. As the pressure dissipated, Barry stared in awe at the spectacle before him. The clash of two supermen was nothing short of terrifying. "Oh, dear friends, you must witness this scene." Barry murmurs into his headset, as if two deities from myth are engaged in a fierce battle. A thunderous roar erupts, startling Clark. Suddenly, a dark crimson light ignites from the pit, emanating from Clark's heat vision, which bursts forth in an eerie black-red beam. The speed of the heat vision is astonishing, significantly swifter than the previous red rays. Lin Feng sidesteps narrowly, the heat vision barely grazing the tips of his hair as it soars skyward. A strand of black hair is vaporized to ashes, causing Lin Feng's pupils to constrict sharply. The potency and velocity of the heat vision are evidently escalating. With a resounding crash, the darkened Clark emerges from the pit, his appearance transformed drastically from before. His physique appears to have swelled considerably. Eyes glowing with a sinister black-red light, muscles bulging as if on the verge of explosion, and his face radiating an eerie green luminescence. This sight leaves Lin Feng utterly dumbfounded. What in the world is this? Has Clark mutated once more? Before Lin Feng can ponder further, Clark materializes before him with the speed of teleportation. He delivers a straightforward, unrefined punch. The velocity is incredible, significantly faster than before. Lin Feng barely manages to cross his arms before his chest for protection. The force of the blow sends him soaring over 1,000 meters. Pain surges through his arms, accompanied by a tingling sensation, while a sharp ache in his chest causes blood to trickle from the corner of his mouth. Just as he steadies himself, a barrage of heat rays follows relentlessly. Like a rain of laser fire, the sky is filled with dark crimson light. Lin Feng pushes his flying abilities to their limits, evading the heat rays with utmost urgency. At this intensity, even a single strike would leave him with a gaping wound. Cold sweat pours down his brow as he cries out mentally to the system. System, do you comprehend what has happened to Clark? How has he suddenly grown so powerful? Is he akin to Doomsday now? The system promptly responds, revealing, when Clark is controlled and darkened, he enters a state akin to frenzy, significantly amplifying his combat prowess for a brief period. This is the effect of the artifact I previously mentioned. Lin Feng narrowly dodges another heat ray and inquires again. Is there no limit to this? Indeed, the system surmises that this state will last approximately 1 hour. If you can endure for that duration, you stand a chance of turning the tables. Lin Feng curses under his breath, incredulous. Do you truly believe I can withstand an hour? His focus is razor sharp. Even a single hit from a heat ray could spell disaster, and he had not anticipated the heat rays could be wielded in such a manner. It resembles the laser rain he witnessed in a past life, without the need for charging. The system falls silent for a moment before stating, if this continues, I fear you shall not endure. Lin Feng's eyes twitch in anxiety. What then? There is no alternative. We must activate the contingency plan, the system declares. Lin Feng's eyes lit up with surprise as he exclaimed, Dog system, do you have a backup plan? Speak quickly, what is it? The system cleared its throat and replied, Host, initiate tactical retreat. What on earth? Lin Feng wore a puzzled expression, suspecting he had misheard. The system continued, Run away. If you can't win, just flee. Are you serious? Lin Feng's face darkened. Fleeing? In front of Batman and his companions? That would be utterly humiliating. The system seemed to anticipate Lin Feng's thoughts and directly stated, At this moment, is it wise to concern yourself with pride? Is life more important than reputation? Damn. You're quite the coward. You were the one who asked for my assistance, and now you're telling me to run away. Lin Feng felt a surge of frustration. What will happen to Bari if I flee? Lin Feng inquired further. If you cannot ensure your own safety, why worry about his fate? The system's voice suddenly turned devoid of emotion, prompting Lin Feng to fall silent. Chapter 33. The Emergence of the Wasteland Wolf. The mother box stolen in a fleeting moment of distraction, Clark seized the opportunity. With a powerful punch, Lin Feng was sent crashing into the ground, creating a massive crater. Now, he experienced the same treatment that Clark had previously endured. A surge of blood surged within him, and Lin Feng spat out a mouthful of blood. His arms, which had been defending against the attack, felt as if they had lost all sensation, leaving him numb and in pain. If he did not leave soon, he might truly perish. The system's cold voice echoed once again. Gasping for breath, Lin Feng slowly ascended from the pit. The darkened Clark floated in midair, locking eyes with Lin Feng. In the next moment, both of them unleashed beams of crimson and ebony light. Lin Feng's heat ray was evidently inferior to Clark's, forcing him to retreat step by step. Realizing the futility of his heat ray, Lin Feng swiftly ceased its emission. The black and red rays collided with the ground, igniting a sea of flames. Host, the portal is ready and can transport you back to the Marvel Universe at any time, the system's voice resounded in his ears, almost tempting him to flee. Lin Feng felt a wave of exasperation. How could he escape? He wished to leave, yet his conscience would not allow it. Shaking his head, Lin Feng reflected. His arrival had brought hope to Batman and the others. If he fled now, it would not only be an embarrassment, but a betrayal of his own principles. He questioned himself. He was not a person who would shirk responsibility. Furthermore, if he left, Barry would undoubtedly face dire consequences. The thought solidified Lin Feng's resolve. He could not leave. We, as a race, do not entertain the notion of retreat. Lin Feng roared, silencing the system. He forced himself to calm down and sought out Clark's vulnerabilities. Escaping was not an option. But Lin Feng was not without means of victory. After several rounds of combat, he noticed that the controlled Clark fought in a straightforward manner, devoid of any tactical finesse. If he could find the right opportunity and angle, a counterattack was feasible. Without hesitation, Lin Feng implemented a strategy of evasion. Darting around Clark while inquiring through his earpiece about Batman's estimated arrival. With Diana wielding kryptonite weaponry, once those weapons arrived, he could turn the tide. Less than 10 minutes. Bruce's voice came through. 10 minutes of evading Clark was not an insurmountable task. It was daytime, with ample sunlight. Lin Feng felt he could take the gamble. His instincts were correct. However, not everyone was willing to gamble alongside him. Unbeknownst to Barry, while the two superhumans were locked in combat, a pale blue beam of light appeared behind him. Suddenly, with a whoosh, an excruciating pain shot through his chest. Barry felt his strength drain away, leaving only agony. It was the Wasteland Wolf. The Wasteland Wolf had been transported by the light beam and wasted no time in attacking Barry with a powerful axe strike, nearly cleaving him in two. Barry was caught off guard by a sudden attack, his life hanging by a thread. The Wasteland Wolf kicked the barely conscious Barry aside. Picking up the mother box from the ground, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. In a brawl, what could be more important than the mother box? This was the Wasteland Wolf's true objective. As the apocalypse loomed, he shouted triumphantly, catching the attention of the two combatants in midair. "Clark, come with me." With a commanding tone, a beam of light reappeared. Lin Feng, witnessing Barry lying on the ground with a pool of crimson blood beneath him, felt a surge of anger and urgency. Damn it, this is unfair. In that moment of distraction, Clark seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful punch to Lin Feng's side, sending him hurtling through the air. Meanwhile, Clark obeyed the Wasteland Wolf's command, soaring to his side. A pale blue beam enveloped the two, transporting them away. With the mother box secured, there was no need to engage in further combat with the Superman. The variables were too unpredictable. Lin Feng, returning from his flight, seethed with rage, helplessly watching the portal vanish. Glancing back at Barry, he was relieved to see that he was still breathing, albeit weakly. Lin Feng hastily retrieved a small green vial, half filled with liquid. Carefully, he opened the cap and dripped the liquid onto Barry's chest wound and his ankle. A few drops hastened Barry's healing, stabilizing his breath. He gingerly touched his wound and flexed his ankle, exclaiming in astonishment, "You saved me, Superman." In that moment, Barry felt an overwhelming urge to cry. Only he knew the immense pressure he had endured during this time, just as he thought hope had arrived. The Wasteland Wolf had struck him down, leaving him gasping for life. Life truly is a roller coaster. Now, all Barry wished for was to weep freely, soak in a hot bath, and indulge in a hearty meal. Yet, his dreams would have to wait. The situation was deteriorating rapidly. Lin Feng plopped down onto the ground. Weary, he looked up at the sky, his expression grave. Things have taken a turn for the worse, Barry. They've taken the mother box. This could be considered Lin Feng's first arduous battle since gaining Superman's powers, yet the outcome was far from satisfactory. The Wasteland Wolf had indeed taken the mother box, and Lin Feng had thought he could prevent it all. Reality had delivered a harsh lesson. However, Lin Feng did not feel entirely disheartened. Compared to the original narrative, this incident was rife with unpredictability, and Clark was the most significant variable among them. A low hum echoed as a black aircraft descended slowly before them. Batman and his companions arrived, albeit belatedly. Bruce emerged from the craft clad in his batsuit, followed by Diana and others. He observed the two seated on the ground, their expressions grim. Scanning the surroundings, he noted the irregular craters scattered about, evidence of a recent fierce battle. Noticing the absence of the mother box, Bruce's demeanor grew serious. "Oh, buddy, you finally made it," Barry exclaimed, nearly overwhelmed with emotion at their arrival. Bruce nodded in acknowledgement. "Thank you for your efforts, Barry." "Are you injured?" Barry leaped up, exclaiming, "I nearly perished. It was Lin Feng who healed me with a peculiar liquid." "Oh no, a miraculous liquid." Observing Barry's exuberant demeanor, Bruce chose to disregard him and turned his gaze toward Lin Feng. At that moment, Lin Feng appeared somewhat disheveled. His hair was unkempt, his face bore a slight pallor, albeit fading, and his battle attire was marred by numerous rips and scratches. Before Bruce could utter a word, Lin Feng spoke directly. "The situation has worsened, Bruce. Clark has become significantly more powerful since his control, and they have seized the mother box." Upon hearing this, Bruce's expression darkened, confirming his suspicions. Diana rushed over, her keen eyes immediately detecting Lin Feng's injuries. "Lin Feng, you are hurt." She relinquished her weapon and approached him, examining his wounds. Beneath his tattered armor lay gaping wounds exuding a sinister, dark red aura, refusing to heal. Blood seeped out slowly. The blackened fury emanating from Clark's heat vision acted like a spell, hindering even Lin Feng's superhuman healing abilities. Lin Feng turned to Diana and smiled faintly, reassuring her with a nod. "Do not worry, I am fine." He then shifted his attention back to Bruce, apologizing. "I am truly sorry, Bruce, for failing to safeguard the mother box." Bruce merely nodded calmly. "This is not your fault, Lin Feng. We still have a chance. Let us board the aircraft and discuss the details." Bruce's demeanor indicated he bore no ill will toward Lin Feng. After all, it was no small feat for Lin Feng to rescue Barry from Clark's grasp. Hearing Bruce's words, Lin Feng shook his head, intent on treating his wounds. The dark red heat vision from Clark seemed to possess magical properties, rendering his healing agonizingly slow. "Let Barry inform you. He knows everything," Lin Feng declared. "I need to venture into outer space. Without the atmospheric barrier, the intense solar radiation will expedite my healing." He elaborated, "Once I am recovered, I will seek you out." Bruce, aware of the sun's effects on Kryptonians, nodded in agreement. "Very well. When you are ready, head to my base. Here is the address." Bruce produced a card from seemingly nowhere, inscribed with a line of text. "Make haste. Our time is limited," he added. Lin Feng accepted the card, nodded at Bruce and the others, then swiftly ascended, vanishing from their sight. Chapter 34. The Latecomer's Newbie Package. As Lin Feng soared into the sky, several individuals exchanged glances. Sensing that something was amiss with his demeanor, Bruce turned to Diana and the others, urging them, "Give him some time." He then led the group onto the aircraft, heading towards the base. On board, Bruce handed Barry a bottle of water. "Barry, please recount the events in detail." Barry nodded, articulating each moment of the harrowing and unpredictable ordeal. The gravity of the situation furrowed the brows of his companions. After a lengthy recount, Barry, parched, guzzled water from the bottle. Bruce summarized, "So, the controlled Clark has become even more formidable, and during the confrontation, the D-Sod managed to seize the mother box?" Barry affirmed, "That's about right." The situation grew increasingly dire. Bruce's expression turned grave. He had initially believed that Lin Feng's arrival could counterbalance Clark, yet he now faced the reality of Clark's enhanced might, coupled with the looming threat of D-Sod. A sharp pang of concern struck his brow. The others, too, fell into contemplation, grappling with the weight of this information. Diana surveyed her companions and spoke, "We cannot blame Lin Feng for the theft of the mother box. The situation has exceeded all our expectations." Upon hearing this, Bruce understood Diana's apprehension. She feared that the theft might be unjustly attributed to Lin Feng. He reassured her, "No one will blame Lin Feng. In fact, we owe him our gratitude. Had it not been for him, Barry and I might not be here." Aquaman and Victor nodded in agreement, acknowledging Lin Feng's significant contributions. It would be unjust to hold Lin Feng accountable for unforeseen events. If anything were to be blamed, it would be the slow speed of the aircraft. Had they arrived sooner, utilizing kryptonite to restrain Clark, the outcome might have been entirely different. "We are not yet beyond redemption," Victor, who had remained silent until now, declared. "Assembling the 3 mother boxes requires a certain amount of time. We still have a chance." Noticing the attention directed at him, Victor emphasized, "This is our final opportunity." In the vastness of space, Lin Feng uncapped a small green vial, downing its remaining contents in one swift motion. The moment it entered his system, a surge of vitality coursed through his veins, coupled with the sun's rays. The wounds inflicted by heat vision began to heal gradually. As he recuperated, Lin Feng contemplated his next course of action. According to the original narrative, Assembling the 3 mother boxes necessitated time. He recalled that in the original tale, within mere hours, Desad had completed the assembly. Once fused, with Barry's assistance, Victor had entered the mother box, separating the 3 once more. This had been the original plotline, wherein Clark was an ally. Now, however, Clark stood as an adversary. The primary threat that needed addressing was none other than Superman Clark. Lin Feng realized he could only engage in a strategic dance with Clark. However, Clark is now under the command of the Wasteland Wolf. Should Clark disregard his own well-being and eliminate Batman and his companions one by one, the mission would undoubtedly fail, ushering the world towards its doom. The primary dilemma lies in how to counteract the rampaging Clark. Lin Feng discovers that the enraged Clark has a penchant for utilizing heat vision attacks, resorting to physical strikes only on rare occasions. Thus, the challenge of affixing kryptonite handcuffs upon him becomes a formidable task. Dog system, Lin Feng exclaims. System, what is it? Is there a temporary method to enhance my strength? Lin Feng inquires. Is there anything within the shop that I can afford, which would allow me to gain power in a short span? System, there is none. Such a vast shop lacks even a temporary buff? System, I meant there is nothing you can afford. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's expression turns blank and helpless. Over 10 million points cannot secure a mere temporary buff? Must he truly endure another round of being toyed with by Clark? All right. I'm not teasing you any longer. The system's voice resonates again. Observing Lin Feng's exasperated and awkward demeanor, the system chuckles. There are buffs available, but I possess a superior solution. In truth, the choice presented to the host earlier, whether to flee or remain, was designed to assess the host's character and sense of responsibility. To be precise, it was to ascertain whether the host's values aligned correctly. This was a test of temperament. Upon passing, a beginner's gift package from the system would be granted. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng is momentarily taken aback. His expression shifts to one of utter disbelief. A beginner's gift package? He had sensed that something was amiss. Indeed, how could he be bound to a system without receiving a starter package? Shouldn't that be a standard provision? So, you've devised a temperament test as well? Lin Feng feels a mixture of confusion and indignation, on the verge of venting his frustrations. Is this not childish? The dog system retorts, hey, you cannot blame this system. It simply lacked the opportunity to test your character and sense of responsibility. When the host makes a choice, the system can detect the host's true thoughts and attitudes. In such moments, instinctive choices reveal a person's values most accurately. You must have realized it too, had it not been for the Wasteland Wolf's intervention within 3 minutes. You would have been pierced by Clark's malevolent heat vision. Lin Feng nods in agreement, recalling the excruciating pain inflicted by Clark's heat vision. Despite the agony, he remains silent. The system continues. Do not underestimate this seemingly trivial test. Should you fail, not only will there be no beginner's gift package, but the system will also sever its connection shortly thereafter. These words sent a chill down Lin Feng's spine. He had not anticipated that such a minor choice could yield drastically different outcomes. Fortunately, he passed the test. Otherwise, should the system disengage, whom could he turn to for solace? All right, the beginner's gift package is a special one designed for Superman. It has been dispatched to the system's repository. Hasten to inspect it. Within, you will find precisely what you currently require. The system announces. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng eagerly opened the system warehouse. Indeed, he beheld a package glimmering with golden light. Upon clicking to open it, he discovered 4 gemstones of identical hues, paired in twos. Additionally, there were 2 silver bracers, their surfaces smooth and adorned with peculiar patterns. Finally, a card radiating a silvery glow lay within. Lin Feng meticulously examined the attributes of these items. The special red kryptonite, capable of significantly enhancing the abilities of a superhuman for a brief duration, for hours. The special platinum kryptonite allows an ordinary person to possess all the powers of a superhuman for a limited time, 2 hours. The superhuman bracers, crafted from a unique metallic material, capable of embedding various ability gemstones and channeling their power to the wearer. At this point, Lin Feng's eyes shimmered with excitement. Such treasures, each item, be it the bracers or the 2 types of kryptonite, was a flawless compliment to him. Truly, this was a superhuman gift pack, containing items entirely related to superhuman prowess. However, Upon glimpsing the final silvery card, Lin Feng fell into silence. Soon after, joy coursed through him, causing his body to tremble with exhilaration. Silver Superhuman Experience Card, as the name suggests. It allows one to experience the formidable powers of the Silver Superhuman, valid for 4 hours. Just the sight of the card's name was enough to elate Lin Feng. Were it not for the absence of air and space, he might have laughed aloud. What a stroke of fortune. The Silver Superhuman, transforming from a mere birdshot to a cannon, from a tricycle to a luxury sedan. Lin Feng could not help but echo Barry's sentiment. Life indeed has its highs and lows. The next time he encounters Clark, he vowed to best him tenfold. The Silver Superhuman in comics often unveils a plethora of astonishing abilities. This card, however, only permits Lin Feng to experience the fundamental powers of the Silver Superhuman, such as super flight and super strength. Yet, that would suffice to overpower the enraged Clark. As for the 2 types of kryptonite, their utility was clear. The platinum kryptonite could be donned by Susan, activated in moments of peril, thereby granting Lin Feng peace of mind regarding her safety. The bracers, as the description indicated, were primarily designed for the convenience of wielding kryptonite. After a wave of joy, Lin Feng gradually regained his composure. He pondered for a moment, then retrieved a piece of special red kryptonite and a superhuman bracer from his backpack. A battle with Clark awaited him, yet this time it would not be as hasty as before. The Silver Superhuman Experience Card was precious, a singular item that should be reserved for necessity. First, he would employ the special red kryptonite to ascertain the extent of enhancement it could provide. Coupled with the green kryptonite's superior efficacy against Clark, even without using the Silver Superhuman Experience Card, victory appeared nearly assured. There was no need to squander such a valuable resource. Chapter 35. Pre-battle conversations and the actions of the group. The Superman wristband gleamed in a silvery hue, approximately 3 to 4 centimeters in width, adorned with numerous horizontal and vertical patterns. The coloration of the patterns was faint, exuding a sense of advanced technology. Lin Feng cautiously approached the special red kryptonite to the surface of the wristband. In an instant, the surface of the wristband began to undulate fluidly, gradually forming an oval-shaped indentation. Lin Feng gently placed the kryptonite into the recess, which was immediately drawn in with a firm grip. The patterns on the wristband swiftly transformed into a radiant red glow. After a couple of seconds, the brilliance slowly faded, leaving the patterns in a subtle dark red hue. It was a remarkable wristband, reminiscent of Tony's nanotechnology from the film Avengers: Infinity War, capable of morphing at will. Lin Feng found this quite impressive. As he donned the wristband on his left arm, it automatically adjusted its size to fit snugly around his wrist. Simultaneously, information regarding the wristband's usage appeared in Lin Feng's mind, accompanied by a prompt inquiring whether he wished to utilize the special red kryptonite. Opting not to use it for the moment, he effortlessly altered the wristband's color to black, one of its functionalities. Lin Feng had a preference for black and held little interest in silver. The black wristband, paired with the dark red kryptonite and the faint dark red patterns, created a visually striking effect. Notably, the instant he adorned the wristband, Lin Feng discerned a marked acceleration in his absorption of solar radiation. He was pleasantly surprised. This wristband could indeed enhance his capacity to absorb radiation from yellow stars. What a delightful revelation! While Lin Feng was engrossed in examining the wristband, several wounds on his body had healed, leaving no trace of injury. He had expended 10,000 prestige points to restore his black Superman suit. Lin Feng then soared towards Blue Star once more, quickly arriving at Bruce's base following the directions provided. At that moment, the others were enjoying dinner in the dining hall, though their expressions were rather somber. As Lin Feng descended slowly, he caught their attention. He flashed a smile at Bruce and the others. "Hey guys, is there enough for me?" Upon seeing Lin Feng return, Bruce's demeanor relaxed slightly, and he jested, "Does Superman still need to eat?" Lin Feng chuckled. Taking a seat next to Diana, sitting beside a beautiful woman was definitely preferable to being flanked by a few muscle-bound men, wasn't it? Of course, sustenance was not merely for filling one's stomach. Alfred, the butler, approached with a plate and placed it before Lin Feng. "Master Lin, your dinner." "Thank you, Alfred." Lin Feng replied with a smile, expressing his gratitude. "Lin Feng, have your injuries healed?" Diana couldn't help but inquire. noticing Lin Feng's nonchalant demeanor. Lin Feng nodded in response. I'm mostly fine now. How are things progressing? Have you located the position of the desolate wolf? His question plunged the group into silence. They lacked the means to find the mother box. Unlike the desolate wolf, who could sense the activated mother box, Bruce shook his head. While Victor remarked, I can sense the mother box, yet I cannot discern its location. All right. Lin Feng smacked his lips. He was not surprised. I might know where they are. Upon hearing this, the others halted their dining utensils, their gazes fixated on Lin Feng, eagerly awaiting his elaboration. The abandoned nuclear power plant in the Bear Country. Noticing the attention focused on him, Lin Feng casually uttered an address. Batman and the others exchanged glances. At this moment, Lin Feng was not one to jest. Diana, possessing some knowledge of the location, confirmed that nuclear power plant where the accident occurred 30 years ago? Lin Feng nodded. Barry couldn't help but interject. That place is so hazardous that even soldiers can't enter. The intense radiation could sprout another limb on your neck. You are not mistaken, Barry, Lin Feng replied, nodding. But the radiation has dissipated now. The Wasteland Wolf collected the radiation to establish his base. Bruce, you have satellites, don't you? A quick glance will reveal the truth. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Bruce immediately rose, abandoning his meal. The others exchanged glances and followed suit. What was the point of eating now? The blue planet was on the brink of destruction, if they did not thwart the Unity Force. This meal could very well be their last supper. Bruce led them to a workspace where he began operating a plethora of instruments. Before long, the screen flickered to life. Streams of data flowed across, swiftly pinpointing the nuclear power plant in the Bear Country. The group observed via satellite that the shape of the power plant had indeed transformed. It's right here, Diana exclaimed. What is he constructing? Aquaman queried, puzzled. The satellite imagery displayed a massive, barrier-like structure enveloping the nuclear power plant. It appears to be a protective layer, shielding the Unity Force within. Bruce's expression grew grave. This is the barrier generated by the mother box as it merges. The optimal strategy would be to attack from above. Diana turned to Bruce, asking, but how do we separate the mother boxes? Explosives 1T separate the mother boxes. They would merely supply energy to them, reinforcing their power. Indeed, the mother boxes could absorb and transform energy, making it unrealistic to rely on conventional explosives to separate them. At that moment, Victor, with his mechanical form, stepped forward and solemnly declared, I will do it. The moment the words left his lips, everyone turned to Victor. He nodded and explained, I will enter the mother box and merge with them. By weakening their connection, we can then dismantle them. However, Diana shook her head. That is not a prudent plan. You would be confronting the Unity Force alone, and we cannot predict what might transpire inside. Do you have a better solution? Victor asked, maintaining a calm demeanor as he regarded Diana. Diana, her gaze fixed intently on Victor, replied, the combined power of the three mother boxes is capable of cataclysmic destruction. Should you reveal even the slightest vulnerability, they will invade your mind and obliterate you. Victor spoke nonchalantly, stating, as long as I can get inside. Buying time is all that matters. You will die, Victor. If we do not act, we shall all perish. Did you not wish for me to wield my powers? The time has come for their use. Victor replied, I have lost everything. I fear nothing now. Although the current narrative diverges somewhat from the original text, Victor's father has indeed passed away. Having lost his last remaining family member, Victor has been struggling to contain his emotions. He now seeks an outlet, a means of vengeance. Diana fell silent, uncertain of what to say next. Well then, should we prepare to attack the Wasteland Wolf's base? Barry suggested. Aquaman stepped forward in agreement. Indeed. Let us plunge into the depths of hell and wage war against the devil and his legion. Barry still harbored some concerns. The Wasteland Wolves you speak of have likely faced thousands of superheroes across the countless planets he has destroyed, right? Assuming he has triumphed over them, what are our chances? I do not care how many demons he has defeated in his hellish battles, Bruce interjected firmly, his gaze imbued with unwavering resolve. He has never bested us. United, we stand. Hearing Bruce's steadfast words, the group fell into silence, exchanging glances and nodding in agreement. All right. I have one last question. Do we really have to confront Clark? Barry asked, a tremor of fear in his voice. Once, Clark had been his idol. Now, that idol had morphed into a nightmare. In his eyes, no one on Blue Planet had the courage to face the formidable Superman. Especially now that Clark had grown even more powerful. After Barry posed his question, the others instinctively turned their gazes toward Lin Feng, who had remained silent throughout. The implication was clear. Within this team, only Lin Feng could confront Clark. Lin Feng nodded and stated, "It is not an issue. I will hold Clark at bay. Diana, hand the kryptonite weapon to Barry. While I distract Clark, Barry, you must place the kryptonite handcuffs on him." It was an excellent solution. But Barry felt a pang of apprehension. The thought of being tasked with restraining Clark, as Lin Feng suggested, sent a wave of fear coursing through him. Me? Oh, buddy. No. Do not worry. You simply need to use your super speed to slip the cuffs on him. It's quite simple. Lin Feng reassured him, patting Barry's shoulder. Besides, I will be the one keeping Clark occupied. You can do this, can't you? Trust yourself. You are a superhero. Lin Feng's words elevated Barry's spirits. He mumbled to himself. I am a superhero. I am a superhero. It was no surprise that Barry felt a surge of excitement at being called a superhero by someone like Superman. Seeing Lin Feng's encouragement had worked wonders on Barry, Diana could only shake her head and smile. Lin Feng was indeed correct. With Lin Feng restraining Clark, Barry swiftly placed handcuffs on him. This was the simplest and least risky course of action for Barry. As Diana pressed the lead box into Barry's hand, she smiled and said, "It's up to you now, superhero." Barry felt utterly lost within himself. Bruce, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but chuckle. At least the pre-battle atmosphere was rather pleasant, wasn't it? Well then, it's time for us to depart. Chapter 36. The Resolution of Clark. The scale of victory within the Forsaken nuclear power plant, a towering barrier of crimson energy had formed. 3 mother boxes floated before the Wasteland Wolf, who stood beside Clark. His eyes aglow with a red light. At long last, the moment I have awaited for so long has arrived. The Wasteland Wolf appeared to be engaged in a solemn ritual, eagerly anticipating his arrival. Prepare for his coming. I shall attain redemption. The Wasteland Wolf could scarcely contain his exhilaration. He had long awaited this moment. Let the fusion commence. Become one. The 3 mother boxes emitted a resplendent radiance as they collided. Under the Wasteland Wolf's hopeful gaze, the fusion process began. A sonic wave emanated from the fusion, swiftly spreading across the globe, as if heralding some portentous event. Simultaneously, the Atlanteans and the Daughters of Amazon gazed, somewhat entranced, in the direction of the mother boxes. A sense of palpitation, accompanied by an air of despair, assailed them. Within the nuclear power station, the demonic entities descended en masse. They reverently knelt before the mother boxes, awaiting the arrival of Darkseid. Just as the horde of demons bowed, a resounding explosion echoed, followed by a second and a third. The crimson barrier above quaked violently. The Wasteland Wolf looked up to see that a massive breach had been blasted into the barrier, allowing a colossal black aircraft to intrude. It was Batman and his companions. The bothersome pests have arrived. The Wasteland Wolf seized his axe. How dare they disturb Darkseid's arrival at such a critical moment, successfully igniting the flames of his wrath. Clark, the Wasteland Wolf bellowed. Leave none alive. With that command, Clark's eyes blazed with crimson intensity, and he unleashed a heat ray toward the aircraft. However, from the side, another heat ray struck, intercepting him before he could hit the aircraft. It was Lin Feng, who had disembarked from the aircraft ahead of time. The aircraft landed smoothly, and Batman, Diana, and others swiftly emerged. Lin Feng charged directly toward Clark, while Barry concealed himself behind a structure, retrieving his kryptonite handcuffs and psyching himself up. Batman, Diana, and Victor advanced against the Wasteland Wolf, hindered by countless demonic entities. The Wasteland Wolf shouted, "Clark, end this battle swiftly." With the command, Clark let out a furious roar. His muscles surged once more, and in an instant, the ferocious Clark of days prior reemerged. His fearsome visage fixed on Lin Feng, Clark propelled himself forward with tremendous force, launching towards Lin Feng with a thunderous crash. "Come at me," Lin Feng thought triumphantly as the Superman wristbands on his arm shone with a brilliant red light. A vast surge of energy flooded into Lin Feng's Superman form. The influx of energy rendered him more powerful than ever before. The special red kryptonite had more than doubled Lin Feng's abilities. He recalled a phrase, "You have been enhanced. Go forth." As Clark approached, Lin Feng delivered a mighty punch. The Clark who had effortlessly bested Lin Feng by day was now sent hurtling away, crashing into a nearby structure with force. Immediately, a dense, almost tangible heat beam struck Clark. Lin Feng's heat ray forcefully propelled Clark, creating a gaping hole in the structure. This sent Clark hurtling out of the nuclear power station. Seizing the moment, Lin Feng leaped through the opening in hot pursuit of Clark. Barry stood there, dumbfounded, gazing at the massive breach. What was happening? Had Lin Feng also grown stronger? Regaining his senses, Barry vanished from his spot, sprinting after Lin Feng. He had not forgotten that his mission was to assist Lin Feng in restraining Clark with the kryptonite handcuffs. With a furious roar, the blasted Clark steadied himself midair. Although Lin Feng's heat ray had not inflicted fatal damage, it caused him excruciating pain. Enraged, Clark unleashed a dark crimson heat beam. Unfazed, Lin Feng retaliated with a red heat ray of his own. The two beams collided in midair, reminiscent of a scene in broad daylight. Yet this time, Lin Feng showed no signs of retreat. The immense energy from the red kryptonite surged through him, seemingly inexhaustible. Bang! The point of contact between the heat rays erupted in a violent explosion, generating a fierce whirlwind. Realizing the heat rays were ineffective, Clark charged at Lin Feng again. Swinging a powerful punch, Lin Feng effortlessly sidestepped, countering with a charged fist. With a resounding thud, Clark was sent flying, crashing to the ground. Lacking self-awareness, it appeared that Clark had also lost his combat experience. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng swiftly followed, positioning himself behind Clark and wrapping his arms under Clark's armpits to restrain him. Barry, now, Lin Feng shouted. Clark's immense strength prevented Lin Feng from holding him for long. The opportunity was fleeting, and upon hearing Lin Feng's call, Barry exhibited unprecedented calmness and caution. Sparks crackled around him as time seemed to slow, everything appearing almost motionless. While running, Barry retrieved the kryptonite handcuffs from the lead box and charged toward Clark. A terrifying scene unfolded as Clark slowly turned his head. Dark crimson light flaring in his eyes, locking onto Barry. In the midst of Barry's terror, Lin Feng acted first. He delivered a headbutt to the back of Clark's skull, causing Clark's head to drop. The heat ray dissipated. Barry rushed to stand before Clark, unable to muster the courage to face Clark's fearsome visage. With a decisive click, the kryptonite handcuffs were fastened around Clark's wrists. However, unable to halt his momentum, Barry was swept away along with Clark and Lin Feng. With another furious roar, Clark knelt down. At that moment, the veins on his arms pulsed green, and his entire body began to tremble uncontrollably. The kryptonite handcuffs had taken effect. Clark lost his combat capability, kneeling on the ground and howling in agony. Lin Feng let out a long breath and turned to Barry, saying, "Well done, Barry." The process was remarkably smooth, without any unforeseen incidents. Having learned from the failures of the day, Lin Feng was acutely aware of his surroundings, keenly vigilant against any potential setbacks that might strike him unexpectedly. There was no time to rest, as Batman and the others were still engaged in a confrontation with the Wasteland Wolf, and he needed to return to lend his assistance. "Wait here for Victor's signal. I will confront the Wasteland Wolf," Lin Feng reiterated to Barry. Victor required immense electrical power to access the mother box, which necessitated Barry running at near light speed to aid him. Upon seeing Barry nod in agreement, Lin Feng immediately ascended and flew back to the nuclear power plant. Inside the power plant, Bruce was tirelessly maneuvering among the demons, dispatching them with ease. The demons were no match for Batman, yet their sheer numbers posed a challenge for Bruce. Victor stood before the mother box, his hands weaving multiple black lines as he attempted to penetrate its interior. Meanwhile, Diana and Aquaman were besieging the Wasteland Wolf, but the situation was dire. The Wasteland Wolf proved to be overwhelmingly powerful against them. With a single swing of his axe, Aquaman was sent flying, crashing to the ground and struggling to rise. Aquaman was at a loss for words. Ever since the Wasteland Wolf had arrived on Earth, it seemed he had been on the receiving end of relentless punishment. Just as the Wasteland Wolf raised his axe to strike Diana, Lin Feng surged forward, delivering a kick that surpassed the speed of sound, embedding the Wasteland Wolf into the wall. Helping Diana to her feet, Lin Feng called out, "Victor, Barry is ready. How are you doing?" Upon receiving the news, Victor felt a surge of energy and hastened his efforts. Diana, panting heavily, looked at Lin Feng and asked, "How is Clark?" Lin Feng replied with a smile, "It's going smoothly. He has lost his fighting capability." "Really?" Upon hearing that Clark had been incapacitated, Diana couldn't help but display a smile. This was the most promising news since the Wasteland Wolf's invasion of Blue Star. The Wasteland Wolf had lost its greatest strength, and the scales of victory were beginning to tip in favor of humanity. Chapter 37. The brutal beating of the Desad and the emergence of Darkseid. The Desad gasped for breath as he fell from the wall. Upon Lin Feng's appearance, he beheld the superhero attire adorning Lin Feng. Initially, he had paid little heed to this newly emerged Kryptonian, confident in the formidable presence of Clark on his side. However, as they ventured forth, only Lin Feng returned, stirring an unsettling premonition within the Desad. "Clark," he bellowed. "Clark, where have you gone?" After calling out twice without response, the Desad's countenance darkened. After a moment of hesitation, he produced a black box, an artifact of control over Clark, gifted by a mysterious figure allied with his master, Darkseid. The box remained untouched, shrouded in a dark aura, signifying that control over Clark had not been relinquished. The Desad was perplexed. Why was Clark absent? Observing the Desad's frantic shouting, Lin Feng glided towards him. The sight of Lin Feng clad in his obsidian superhero garb further soured the Desad's expression. Another Kryptonian. Lin Feng crossed his arms and scoffed. "Cease your wailing. Clark has returned to his senses. He is no longer under your control." "This is impossible," the Desad retorted, glancing again at the intact box in his hand. "Oh?" Lin Feng tilted his head with a smirk. "Do you doubt my words? Then why is Clark not here?" The Desad found himself at a loss for words, realizing the likelihood that what lay before him was indeed true. "Curse that Kryptonian," he muttered, his grotesque visage darkening with anger. He recalled the cloaked figure who had bestowed the black box upon him. That robed human. I knew he was untrustworthy. In a fit of rage, the Desad hurled the black box to the ground and crushed it beneath his foot. If Clark had indeed escaped his control, what purpose did this artifact serve? Kara, the box shattered, releasing a wisp of dark smoke that danced away in the wind. In that instant, a chilling breeze swept through, as if something had been unshackled. Lin Feng, observing the remnants of the crushed box, felt a flicker of insight. Could this be the artifact the system spoke of? One capable of controlling Clark? Indeed. The next moment, the voice of Barry crackled through his earpiece. "Hey, guys. It seems Clark has returned to normal in that instant." Lin Feng's expression was one of sheer delight. "Barry, it's Lin Feng," he called into the earpiece. "Remove the kryptonite handcuffs from him." "Right now? Shouldn't we confirm first?" Barry hesitated, noting the fading crimson glow in Clark's eyes. The once vibrant green luminescence returned to its natural hue. Yet, he remained apprehensive about removing the cuffs, fearing another punch from Clark. Clearly, Barry harbored a psychological shadow regarding Clark. Detecting Barry's reluctance, Lin Feng could not suppress a chuckle. "Do not worry, Barry. I have confirmed that the device controlling Clark has been destroyed." Lin Feng's words were like a soothing balm. Barry instantly felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Thank heavens. I shall remove it at once." Upon overhearing Lin Feng's conversation with his teammates, the Wasteland Wolf was initially perplexed, only to suddenly awaken to the truth. He had been deceived. Clark was merely temporarily restrained and had not lost control at all. And he had, with his own hands, destroyed the black box that contained Clark's control. "Damn you." Enraged, he raised his axe and charged at Lin Feng, bellowing for Darkseid. As the axe swung toward him, Lin Feng prepared to evade but seemed to recall something. He remained still, merely tilting his head. He wondered if this could be seen as aiding the convergence of the timeline. Bang! The Wasteland Wolf's battle axe struck Lin Feng's left shoulder. Lin Feng felt as if he had been struck by a mere wooden stick wielded by an infant. He was entirely unharmed, even devoid of any sensation of pain. So trivial. Lin Feng let out a cold chuckle, mimicking the original narrative, and slightly tilted his head to exhale a breath of icy air toward the battle axe. The axe froze at a visibly rapid pace. Bang! With a single punch, Lin Feng shattered the axe into fragments. The Wasteland Wolf gazed incredulously at his hands, then at Lin Feng. In a flurry of panic, he attempted to strike back. only to be met with a powerful kick from Lin Feng that sent him sprawling far away. The Wasteland Wolf, enraged, pounded the ground in frustration. Rising to his feet, he charged at Lin Feng once more. Lin Feng remained unperturbed, soaring forward to meet him. The Wasteland Wolf's attacks posed no threat to him. As the Wasteland Wolf swiped at him with a claw, Lin Feng perceived the movement as if in slow motion, effortlessly dodging the strike. Seizing the moment, he retaliated with a punch that sent the Wasteland Wolf flying toward Diana. Seeing the Wasteland Wolf hurtling toward her, Diana shouted mightily. The two Guardian silver bracelets clashed with great force. Buzz! A sharp sound resonated as the sonic waves dispersed, sending the Wasteland Wolf flying again, this time toward Aquaman. Sensing the opportunity, Aquaman executed a sweeping maneuver, striking the Wasteland Wolf's midsection with his trident. The Wasteland Wolf soared away like a volleyball, returning toward Lin Feng. Helpless, he was tossed back and forth like a volleyball among the fighters. Lin Feng faced the Wasteland Wolf and unleashed a powerful punch that propelled him into the sky. Subsequently, he ascended rapidly, surpassing the Wasteland Wolf in midair, and struck him down toward the ground. This followed the narrative of the film to the letter. Before the Wasteland Wolf could rise, Lin Feng descended and delivered another punch. His eyes glowed fiercely, unleashing a heat ray aimed at the Wasteland Wolf. The Wasteland Wolf howled in agony as his armor began to disintegrate under the intense heat of the ray. The searing temperature severed one of the Wasteland Wolf's horns, eliciting another pained cry. With another punch, the Wasteland Wolf was thoroughly dazed, left in a state of bewilderment for an extended moment. Having resolved the issue with the Wolf of the Wasteland, Victor connected to the Unity Power. "Barry, I have established a connection to the Unity Power," he shouted. "I require an immense surge of electricity to proceed." Victor's expression twisted in anguish. He could only maintain a brief connection to the Unity Power and needed Barry's assistance to access the Mother Box. "Hurry!" Barry, who was spiraling outside, received the message. He surged towards Victor, enveloped in blue and white electricity, with Clark soaring protectively behind him. "Barry, where are you?" Victor seemed oblivious to Barry's response, continuing to call out loudly. The Mother Box was on the verge of merging, and without power, he could not gain entry. Barry kept his head down, running fervently, encouraging himself incessantly. Buzz! Just as the Mother Box was about to completely merge, a circular blue portal appeared nearby, accompanied by a resounding noise. Lin Feng, Diana, and Aquaman approached cautiously, eyeing the portal. Lin Feng understood well that it was likely the arrival of Darkseid. The portal gradually formed, revealing the scene within. As anticipated, several monstrous figures turned around, revealing Darkseid and his two subordinates. "Host, be cautious. It is the Exile." The system's voice suddenly interjected. Lin Feng's pupils constricted at the system's words. He noticed a figure beside Darkseid, a character absent from the original narrative, cloaked entirely in black robes. The face was obscured, rendering gender indiscernible. Lin Feng realized that this figure must be the Exile mentioned by the system. Noticing Lin Feng's gaze, the figure in black seemed to sense his scrutiny. Lin Feng employed his X-ray vision, yet he could not penetrate the layers of the black robe, causing a heaviness in his heart. The system had not exaggerated. His X-ray vision was utterly ineffective against the Exile as garb. Inside the portal, Darkseid observed the unfolding scene with a stoic expression. There were Kryptonians, a woman imbued with the powers of ancient gods, and an Atlantean wielding a trident. This sight evoked memories of a long-forgotten battle. He was waiting, biding his time for the Mother Box to fully merge before stepping through the portal. Darkseid noted Victor's desperate attempts to impede the merging process, yet he remained unfazed. He held no belief that the civilization of the Blue Planet could thwart the unity of the Mother Box. "Look, isn't it on the verge of failure?" Darkseid had been searching for the anti-life equation for countless ages. He was indifferent to waiting a moment longer. "Barry!" Victor exclaimed, cold sweat beading on his brow. "There's no time left. The merging is nearly complete." No sooner had he spoken than time appeared to freeze. Everyone seemed to be suspended in place. Lin Feng, realizing he possessed super speed, instantly understood that Barry had arrived. Turning his head, he confirmed that Barry was racing in from the nuclear power plant. Above him, Superman, Clark, had returned to his normal state, providing him with protection. When Lin Feng caught his gaze, Clark exchanged a complex look with him. He nodded in acknowledgement and continued to follow Barry. In the original narrative, Barry was struck by a parade mon, nearly bringing about the cataclysmic destruction of Earth. However, under the vigilant protection of Superman, Barry did not encounter such a blunder again. He successfully made contact with Victor, channeling energy into him. In an instant, Barry found himself within the mother box. Undeterred by the traps concealed inside, he resolutely pulled apart the 3 humanoid forms that the mother boxes had manifested. This all transpired in the blink of an eye. By the time the others grasped the situation, the impending fusion of the mother boxes was once again divided into 3, reverting to their initial state of convergence. Chapter 38, The Initial Encounter with the Exile, announcing victory. Lin Feng. Victor bellowed. Alone, he could not sever the intertwined powers. Lin Feng, having perused the original text, comprehended his intent. He swiftly maneuvered forward, exerting force with both hands on the 2 mother boxes. Empowered by the Crimson Kryptonite, Lin Feng's strength surpassed that of Clark in the original narrative by a considerable margin. With a resounding crash, he effortlessly disconnected the connection between the 3 mother boxes, causing them to plummet to the ground, reverting to their dormant state. At this moment, the Wolf of the Waste finally regained some composure and stood up. He gingerly touched his head, bloodied hands revealing a surge of pain and dizziness. The upper portion of his armor lay in tatters from the heat ray, exposing the flesh beneath. Darkseid stood behind the portal, coldly observing him as the mother boxes returned to their inactive state, signaling his defeat. The Wolf of the Wastes felt utterly humiliated before his master, a second bout of disgrace washing over him. He roared in fury at Lin Feng and the others, his heart brimming with unbridled resentment. He had annihilated countless worlds, yet he faltered on this diminutive blue planet, and under Darkseid's watchful gaze, he found himself in such a pathetic state. All he could do was unleash his impotent rage through furious howls. In the next breath, his roar was abruptly silenced. The merciless Aquaman, without a hint of honor, thrust his trident from behind, piercing the Wolf of the Wastes with a chilling finality. Blood streamed down the trident, engulfing the wolf in excruciating agony. Respecting the original tale, Lin Feng swiftly advanced, delivering a powerful punch that sent the wolf hurtling towards the portal. Diana followed suit, leaping with precision to deliver a downward strike, severing the grotesque head of the wolf. Amidst the flurry of attacks from the group, the wolf's body and head were unceremoniously cast into the portal, rolling several times before settling. Darkseid, with a foot planted on the still rolling head, applied force mercilessly, crushing the last remaining horn of the wolf, extinguishing the light from his eyes and ceasing his breath. This incursion upon the blue planet concluded with an unequivocal victory for its defenders. Lin Feng, Batman, Diana, and the others approached the portal, casting a resolute gaze towards Darkseid. Their meaning unmistakable. Should you come, you shall remain here forever. Breathing heavily, Darkseid seethed with unquenched fury. He had once again faced defeat. The mother boxes lay separated, and the energy-depleted portal began to close slowly. Unbeknownst to all, a nearly imperceptible black thread stealthily avoided detection, slipping into Lin Feng's body. As the portal sealed shut, Darkseid turned to the figure shrouded entirely in black robes beside him, suppressing his wrath. Exile, is this what you call an absence of mishaps? A shrill, piercing voice emerged from beneath the cloak. Are you questioning me, Darkseid? Darkseid, filled with ire, glared at the figure in black, choosing silence, reluctant to provoke the exile further. For he still needed the exile's assistance. Rest assured, the exile's sharp voice echoed once more, that meddler shall not fare well. After speaking, the exile slowly vanished from the spot, leaving only the unbridled fury of Darkseid in its wake. I have long foretold, Desaad intoned, that the wasteland wolf would falter. My master, the mother box has been destroyed. How will you reclaim your prize? Darkseid cast a cold glance at him, responding, the anti-life equation has been located. I shall obtain it at any cost, even through ancient means. As the portal closed, Lin Feng was greeted by the melodious chime of the system announcing rewards. Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the task of saving the DC world. Now, the rewards are being calculated. The host received a task prestige value of 10 million. The evaluation for this task was rated A, granting an additional prestige of 10 million points. From the convergence of worlds, an additional 8 million points were awarded. bringing the total prestige value to an impressive 28 million points. Nice, Lin Feng exclaimed, astonished by the substantial prestige granted. An astonishing 28 million points. Indeed, high risks yield high rewards. He marveled at this windfall. Coupled with his original 10 million, Lin Feng now boasted over 40 million prestige points. The exchange for the Silver Superman template was now within reach. With the threat from Blue Star finally dissipating, Batman and his companions gradually felt a sense of relief. Driven by a sense of responsibility and honor, they had withstood every calamity that befell Blue Star. The group gathered atop the high tower, welcoming the dawn. As the sun rose, Clark stepped forward, standing before the others. With a hint of remorse, he spoke, "I apologize. Everyone, I witnessed all that I have done, and it is hard to believe it was I who acted thus." Lowering his head, he was overwhelmed with guilt. Though he had been controlled, the memories of his actions lingered in his mind, causing him profound shame. The group exchanged knowing glances, understanding that no one blamed Clark. He had been under control, and his actions were not of his own volition. Diana stepped forward, offering comfort. "It is not your fault, Clark. We all understand that you were under duress." Clark raised his gaze to meet Diana's sincere eyes, which eased his guilt somewhat. Bruce also approached, extending his hand but hesitating midair. After a moment, he gently patted Clark's shoulder, stating, "It is enough that you have returned, Clark." Bruce. He recalled the moment when his heat vision nearly cost Bruce his life. At that instant, Barry stepped forward, looking at Clark with genuine admiration. "As long as you have returned, you are still my idol." Aquaman and Victor were not well acquainted with Clark. They merely nodded in his direction. Sensing that the others bore him no ill will, Clark felt a tumult of emotions within. Ultimately, his gaze fell upon the unfamiliar yet familiar companion with whom he had exchanged blows. As Clark looked over, Lin Feng approached with a friendly smile, extending his hand. "Let us get acquainted. I am Lin Feng." Clark shook his hand, uncertainty evident in his voice. "Are you also a Kryptonian?" Lin Feng nodded, then shook his head. He understood Clark's solitude. The weight of being the last of his kind was a burden few could fathom. Noticing Clark's confusion, Lin Feng elucidated. "I indeed possess Kryptonian blood, but I am not of this universe as Krypton. I hail from an alternate universe." Clark appeared momentarily lost in thought. "Could you elaborate?" he inquired earnestly. "Of course, Clark. However, I believe we should first take a moment to rest. Moreover, you ought to return and see Martha and Lois." As Lin Feng's words lingered, Clark was reminded of his mother and girlfriend. Yes, I must see them. Having been resurrected, this was his second chance. And he yearned to reunite with his mother and propose to Lois, who had yet to provide an answer. Casting another glance at Batman and the others, Clark's intentions were clear. Batman stepped forward, patting his shoulder once more. "Go ahead, Clark. Visit them first, then take some time to rest. Once you're rejuvenated, come find us at the base." Clark nodded, then soared into the sky, disappearing from view. Once Clark had departed, Bruce turned to Lin Feng. "Would you care to stay at my villa for a few days? Surely you don't intend to leave just yet. Let us host you properly for a while." Lin Feng had played a pivotal role in the battle against the invasion. Without his restraint on Clark, their chances of victory would have been virtually non-existent. Diana chimed in. "Indeed, Lin Feng, how about a tour of Metropolis? I know all the best eateries. I can take you to sample the delights." Barry also joined in the enthusiastic invitation. In light of their warm welcome, Lin Feng nodded, smiling. "Absolutely. I shall remain here for a few days. Besides, I need to share some insights about Krypton with Clark." He resolved to clarify certain matters regarding Kryptonians, for countless beings existed across the multiverse. He wished for Clark to understand that he was not the sole survivor of his race. "I appreciate your hospitality during these days," Lin Feng requested. Upon hearing his words, the others nodded in agreement with smiles. "Not a bother at all, Lin," Diana replied cheerfully. "Let us head back now. I believe everyone is quite fatigued," Bruce suggested. Having felt a twinge of pain from a blow delivered by a demonic weapon, he needed Alfred to prepare some cold compresses for his injury. Chapter 39. After the war following the crash of the aircraft, Clark extended an invitation. Fortunately, Bruce had contacted another helicopter. By the time everyone returned to Bruce's base, it was already noon. After partaking in lunch, Bruce arranged several rooms for the guests to rest. After 2 days of combat, even those with physiques far superior to that of an ordinary person would feel fatigue. The group accepted graciously, expressing their gratitude. However, Lin Feng chose not to rest at Bruce's estate. He requested some funds from Bruce and departed alone. As Lin Feng left, he selected a serene beach, adorned with sunglasses. He reclined on a sun lounger, listening to the rhythmic sound of the waves as he basked in the sun. Simply soaking up the sun was sufficient to replenish his strength and energy. It was quite convenient. The sea breeze wafted in, occasionally accompanied by the calls of seagulls and the murmurs of beachgoers. Lin Feng relished this atmosphere. How wonderful it would be if Susan were by his side at this moment. Perhaps, when he returned, he could take Susan on a beach holiday. Lost in thoughts of Susan, Lin Feng suddenly recalled the Superman wristbands on his wrist. He resolved to gift Susan the other wristband upon his return and to install a piece of platinum kryptonite within it. This way, he would no longer have to worry about her safety. Furthermore, he could customize the wristbands to resemble a couple's style. Lin Feng was quite fond of this wristband. As he languidly soaked up the sun, Lin Feng perused the system store. He wished to see if there were any special kryptonite available for purchase. Having experienced its effects once, he found it truly remarkable. If available, he would consider acquiring several pieces for future needs. Upon opening the store, he encountered an unexpected item: Black Widow's original lingerie, currently on sale for 5 reputation points. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, recalling that it used to be valued at 10 reputation points. He promptly dismissed it and searched for what he truly needed. After some rummaging, he indeed found what he sought: special red kryptonite, 1 piece for 1 million reputation points. Special platinum kryptonite, 1 piece for 2 million reputation points. The prices were reasonable, not excessively steep. Platinum kryptonite could grant an ordinary person Superman's abilities for 2 hours. Arguably, that was not too costly. Continuing his search, he discovered several varieties of kryptonite. Among them was the cheapest option: special gold kryptonite, 1 piece for 200,000 reputation points, with the effect of rendering the wearer devoid of all Superman abilities for 12 hours. Lin Feng was taken aback. How can such kryptonite exist? He pondered. System, why can't I find the Superman wristband? After an extensive search yielding no results, he finally inquired, what do you need it for? Didn't the big package provide you with 2? I wish to know if having multiple wristbands with 2 kryptonite pieces installed would yield greater power. That would not be the case, host. What if I wore 2 wristbands? With platinum kryptonite on my left and gold kryptonite on my right, what would happen? Lin Feng's imagination ignited. Gold kryptonite would strip away all Superman abilities, while platinum kryptonite would bestow them upon an ordinary person. The curiosity sparked within him was irresistible. He felt compelled to experiment. The system displayed a perplexed expression. Why not give it a try? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng hesitated as he gazed at the kryptonite in the shop, his fingers wavering between the decision to purchase or not. Ultimately, he decided against it. Perhaps it's best to let it go. Lin Feng sighed, contemplating the potential waste of millions of reputation points should it explode. Such curiosity seemed hardly worth the cost. By the way, system, is there a Superman wristband for sale? I couldn't seem to find one. The system promptly responded, the Superman wristband is available in the Level 2 shop for a price of 2 million reputation points. Why is a wristband so exorbitantly priced? Lin Feng inquired, furrowing his brow in confusion. The system elucidated, apart from the ability to embed gems, the wristband significantly enhances one's efficiency in absorbing solar radiation. Lin Feng pondered, feeling that this feature alone did not justify the 2 million reputation points. The system quickly addressed Lin Feng's concern, stating, this price is not steep. The Superman wristband is several times sturdier than vibranium. Additionally, it possesses a certain degree of deformability, capable of enveloping your entire forearm when fully extended. This will amplify your solar radiation absorption efficiency manifold. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with intrigue. It has that capability? He gazed at the wristband in his hand, and with a thought, it swiftly slithered up his wrist, encasing his entire forearm like a sleek black sleeve. A surge of energy coursed through Lin Feng as he realized the efficiency in absorbing radiation had indeed increased, surpassing even that of the previous wristband form. What a remarkable item, he mused, nodding in satisfaction. though he couldn't shake the feeling that it might be worth more than 2 million reputation points. Sensing Lin Feng's skepticism, the system interjected, "Host, your Superman wristband is not limited to just embedding kryptonite. It can also accommodate all 6 Infinity Stones." Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. Though it was fleeting, wasn't he Iron Man capable of creating gauntlets embedded with the stones as well? Well then, you can choose not to purchase it. The system seemed momentarily at a loss for words, leaving Lin Feng in silence. Rolling his eyes, Lin Feng thought, what a shameless merchant. He continued to browse the shop, encountering numerous unfamiliar items for sale, ranging in value from a few reputation points to millions. He even glimpsed the 50 Malawian kwaches, the nano suit crafted by Tony Stark. But it was marked in gray, indicating it was unavailable for purchase in the Level 2 shop. Lin Feng clicked his tongue, planning to buy a set once he unlocked access to the Level 2 shop. Few boys could resist the allure of an Iron Man suit, and he was no exception. Suddenly, as Lin Feng perused the shop for more peculiar items, the beachgoers erupted in excitement, interrupting his shopping. "It's Superman. It's really Superman. Superman has arrived." The tourists gazed skyward, shouting in delight. As Lin Feng's thoughts stirred, he too heard an unusual sound slicing through the air. Looking up, he saw Clark hovering above him. Rather than donning his superhero attire, Clark was clad in casual homeware. Lin Feng gazed at him with a hint of confusion. What was Clark up to? Clark descended and, after flashing a smile to the encroaching tourists, turned his gaze towards Lin Feng. "I apologize for finding you in this manner, but I inquired with Bruce, and he mentioned that you lack contact information." Lin Feng scratched his head. Indeed, he had not brought along a mobile phone or any form of communication device. It was rather challenging for these individuals to locate him, let alone establish contact. "Well," Lin Feng shrugged. "Do you need me for something?" Clark nodded. "You mentioned wanting to discuss matters regarding Kryptonians. Is it urgent?" Lin Feng was taken aback. He hadn't expected Clark to seek him out so soon after only half a day. Clark nodded again, a hint of regret in his voice. "I wasn't sure when you would be leaving, Lin." After returning home to visit his mother and girlfriend, he hadn't spent much time with them before seeking out Lin Feng again. Family time could always be had later, but he feared missing this opportunity. This reasoning was sound. And Lin Feng had no retort. "All right. I have nothing pressing at the moment." Lin Feng stood. "Shall we converse here?" The beachgoers had gathered in throngs around the two, yet their awe and trepidation towards Clark prevented them from approaching. "Certainly not. Follow me." With that, Clark ascended into the sky, soaring in a particular direction. Lin Feng, shaking his head, slowly took to the air to follow suit, leaving behind a crowd of astonished onlookers. Were there 2 superheroes? Chapter 40. Speculations about Kara. Lin Feng's return. Lin Feng had not anticipated that Clark would take him to the farm, the very farm that had been seized by the bank due to his mother's inability to repay the loan. Clark descended the steps, opened the door, and beckoned Lin Feng inside. Upon entering, Lin Feng observed that most of the furniture had been removed. Fortunately, a table and a few chairs remained. Clark, somewhat sheepish, remarked, "Bruce helped me with the paperwork. I will soon be able to return here to live. Please, have a seat while I prepare you a cup of coffee." He gestured toward the chairs. Lin Feng accepted the invitation without hesitation, taking a seat as he surveyed the place where Clark had spent his childhood. "What about your mother?" Lin Feng inquired. "She is with Louise. Once the paperwork is finalized, we will need to move the furniture back," Clark replied. Lin Feng nodded, appreciating the serene environment of Clark's abode, a quaint 2-story house nestled within the farm. He had once envisioned leading such a life, yet before his transition, he could scarcely afford such a dwelling. However, with the assistance of wealthy friends, Lin Feng now resided in a more spacious home, though it lacked the natural and comforting ambience that Clark enjoyed. "Here is your coffee," Clark announced as he approached with 2 cups. Taking a seat across from Lin Feng, Lin Feng lifted his cup and took a sip. It was scalding hot. Yet, for someone like Superman, this was inconsequential. Setting the cup down, Lin Feng nodded at Clark. "Feel free to ask whatever is on your mind. I will share all that I know." Clark cradled his cup, hesitating slightly before speaking. "I wish to know, am I truly the last of my kind in this world? In his quest to save Earth, Clark had once broken Zod's neck. To Earth, this was an act of justice, yet to Kryptonians, Clark was the very instrument of the extinction of his last kin, excluding himself. Of course, this realization had left Clark in a state of confusion for quite some time, accompanied by a persistent sense of solitude. Fortunately, he had Martha and Louise by his side. Without them, Clark pondered whether he would have ever emerged from his disorientation. Perhaps he would have, but the duration remained uncertain. Lin Feng had anticipated Clark's inquiry and was not taken aback by the question. To my knowledge, you are indeed the only Kryptonian left in this universe. Upon hearing Lin Feng's response, a flicker of disappointment crossed Clark's eyes. Is it truly so? He murmured, slowly rotating his coffee cup, lost in thought. This revelation was, after all, expected. From the moment Zod arrived on Earth, Clark had come to terms with Krypton's demise. His biological parents had perished at that time as well. It was only after Zod met his end at Clark's hands that he recognized his status as the last of the Kryptonians. Yet, Lin Feng's appearance had ignited a glimmer of hope within him. With a similar Superman costume and powers, he had once believed that there might still be a community of Kryptonians living unbeknownst to him. However, the outcome revealed that Lin Feng was not a Kryptonian from this universe. Sensing Clark's disappointment, Lin Feng shook his head, a faint smile playing on his lips. He understood Clark's sense of solitude, stemming from the isolation of being the last of his kind. Imagine, if one were the sole human left in the vastness of the cosmos, how profound the loneliness and despair would be. Clark, are you familiar with parallel universes? Lin Feng inquired, his tone subtly urging Clark to consider the concept. Parallel universes? Clark paused momentarily at Lin Feng's question before nodding. I had heard of it before, but I thought it was merely speculation until I met you. Only then did I come to believe in the existence of parallel universes. Observing Lin Feng's silent smile, a thought flickered through Clark's mind. Are there Kryptonians in parallel universes? Lin Feng nodded with a smile. Indeed, within countless parallel universes, there exist numerous Kryptonians. Clark, you are not alone. As far as I know, in one of those parallel universes, there is another version of you. Moreover, that version has a cousin. Cousin? Clark gazed intently at Lin Feng. With each word from Lin Feng, Clark's eyes gradually sparkled, illuminated by the joy of discovering he had a kindred spirit, even if not in the same universe. Yes, her name is Kara Zor-El, Lin Feng continued. In that universe, Krypton also faced annihilation. Kara Zor-El was sent to Earth to safeguard the world that you inhabit. However, her spacecraft was caught in an explosion, plunging her into the Phantom Zone. It wasn't until 24 years later that she inadvertently crash-landed on Earth. She, like you in that world, is dedicated to protecting the Earth and its citizens. Lin Feng's expression suddenly shifted, his brow furrowing as he halted mid-sentence. What is it, Lin Feng? Clark, intrigued by the tale, questioned upon noticing Lin Feng's abrupt pause. Lin Feng remained silent, his mind racing with the realization of the striking similarities among characters across parallel worlds. Although the films offered no information in this regard, the existence of Kara Zor-El in a parallel universe prompted him to wonder if she might also exist in this one. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng hesitated to share his speculation with Clark. Voicing it would undoubtedly rekindle hope within Clark, but if this universe lacked Kara Zor-El's presence, it would inevitably lead to yet another disappointment for him. Lin Feng, please, if you have something to say, just say it, Clark urged, perceiving Lin Feng's hesitation. And he ventured to guess at concerned information pertinent to himself. Lin Feng regarded Clark, his gaze a tapestry of complexity, pleading, hopeful, and grave. With a sigh, he finally articulated his conjecture. As anticipated, this hypothesis struck a chord with Clark. His mind began to race, contemplating how he might find his own cousin if she existed in this world. Yet, lamentably, the information at hand was scant, and after much contemplation, Clark found himself no closer to a resolution. Unable to restrain himself, he once again posed a query to Lin Feng. Lin Feng, do you possess any means to help me ascertain the existence of my cousin? Lin Feng shook his head, expressing his inability to confirm Kara's existence. Ultimately, he offered a mere suggestion. You might consider basking in the sun across the cosmos, Clark. Often, possessing greater strength simplifies matters. If you cannot determine her existence now, then empower yourself. Oh, and do keep an eye on Barry. That lad is quite elusive when he takes off. Lin Feng winked at Clark, adding with a meaningful glance. Who knows? One day he may just find himself in another universe. After finishing his coffee, Lin Feng rose to bid farewell. Having shared all the information he possessed with Clark, he sincerely hoped that Kara truly existed within this universe, providing Clark with at least one kindred spirit. Clark stood to see him off, but Lin Feng waved and ascended into the sky. In the subsequent 2 days, Diana escorted Lin Feng on a tour of Metropolis. Barry treated Lin Feng to a plethora of culinary delights, while Aquaman Arthur planned to take him fishing beneath the waves. Even Bruce inquired about any needs he might have. Only Victor remained relatively unaffected. He gifted Lin Feng a pair of headphones he had crafted himself, adorned with Superman's S emblem. He believed that the role of Superman was taxing and that these high-quality headphones would offer Lin Feng a moment of respite. In truth, Lin Feng was tempted to jest that such items existed in his own world, and he was no stranger to them. However, unable to dismiss their kindness, Lin Feng felt obliged to honor their sentiments. After 2 days of exhilarating escapades under the watchful eyes of the superheroes, Lin Feng stepped through the portal, bidding farewell to the DC Universe. Chapter 41. Homecoming, Sky, Susan, Rumors, Marvel Universe. Under the night sky of the shapeshifter. A portal flickering with a hint of luminescence materialized abruptly. As the radiance dissipated, Lin Feng gradually emerged in midair. During this season, darkness fell rather early. Lin Feng retrieved his mobile device, having stored it in the system space while on a mission in DC. He had forgotten to check if the Marvel version of his phone would be operable in DC. Checking the time, it was just past 7 in the evening. Lin Feng noted the date. More than a week had elapsed since his departure. He had spent roughly 4 to 5 days in DC. It appeared that the flow of time differed between the two realms, with a rough ratio of about 2:1. Fortunately, it had not surpassed the 10 days mentioned by Susan. After stowing his phone, Lin Feng oriented himself. The system had not transported him back to his point of departure. Rather, it had opened a portal above the shapeshifter. Lin Feng paid it little mind, activating the invisibility feature of his ring and leisurely soaring towards his villa. The lights in his villa were aglow, indicating that Susan was home. Since they had become a couple, Lin Feng had urged Susan to terminate her rental agreement and move in with him, ostensibly to avoid wasting money. However, the underlying motives were understood by those who knew him well. Descending swiftly, Lin Feng opened the front door. The living room was illuminated yet devoid of occupants. Sounds emanated from the kitchen. With a sly grin, he stealthily approached. However, midway, his steps faltered, and his smile faded. An unfamiliar woman with dark hair stood with her back to him, engaged in culinary preparations. Clearly not Susan, the height discrepancy was evident. Lin Feng pondered the situation. Was she a thief? Unlikely, as one would not expect a burglar to be cooking in someone else's home. Just as he was about to inquire, the woman spoke first. "Dinner's ready, Susan," she called, placing the prepared dish onto a plate while addressing the upstairs. As she turned with the plate in hand, surprise flickered across her face upon seeing Lin Feng. They stood still, locked in a gaze. "Sky?" Lin Feng exclaimed, taken aback by her appearance, instinctively calling out her name. "You know me," Sky gasped, her eyes betraying a flicker of uncertainty. Indeed, the dark-haired woman was Sky, known in the Marvel Universe as Quake. At this moment, Sky was likely not yet affiliated with S.H.I.E.L.D. Lin Feng recalled that she had joined S.H.I.E.L.D. only after the events of the first Avengers timeline. Currently, she remained an obstinate rebel, often at odds with the agency, and possessed remarkable hacking skills. However, such details were of secondary importance. The pressing question was why Sky was in his home. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and directly asked, "What brings you to my house?" Sky slowly placed the plate on the dining table, her mind racing as she concocted a plausible explanation, while her curiosity about Lin Feng's presence swelled within her. Their paths had rarely crossed. Why does Lin Feng know her name? Lin Feng observed her actions with a calm demeanor, awaiting an explanation. Fortunately, he was aware that she had not yet joined S.H.I.E.L.D. Otherwise, he might have suspected that the notorious Black Egg was up to mischief again. Before Sky could speak, footsteps echoed from the staircase. Susan descended, and upon unexpectedly spotting Lin Feng, she exclaimed his name and rushed into his embrace. "You're back." Lin Feng found himself enveloped in her embrace. Yet the joy eluded him. He keenly sensed a hint of grievance laced within Susan's tone. A sudden pang of apprehension gripped him, causing his brow to furrow. What was amiss? Had she been wronged? Gently, he pushed Susan away from his embrace, and indeed, her eyes were red-rimmed, her expression a portrait of distress, evidently. She had been crying. In an instant, Lin Feng's countenance turned icy. Susan, what is the matter? Who has wronged you? Susan's tear-streaked eyes resembled those of a forlorn rabbit. Pouting, she gazed up at Lin Feng like a wounded creature. I was fired from the company. The words tumbled out, laden with indignation. Lin Feng was momentarily at a loss for words. He had not anticipated her termination. What was there to weep over? With her connections in the Superman news sphere, finding another station would surely be a breeze. However, something felt amiss. Lin Feng suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. Susan possessed extensive resources regarding Superman. Nearly every station's headline was crafted by her. In the public's eye, she had become Superman's exclusive reporter. And any station that had Susan essentially held the first-hand news of Superman. Why would a station choose to dismiss her? There had to be some hidden agenda at play. It was most likely that someone was targeting Susan and scheming against her. Otherwise, even if she had been terminated, she should be furious rather than feeling wronged. The thought of Susan possibly being bullied ignited a fierce flame within Lin Feng. He lowered his head and gently wiped away her tears. There. What happened? His tender words were laced with suppressed anger. Guiding Susan to sit at the dining table, Lin Feng continued, Tell me, why did the station fire you? Cradled in Lin Feng's embrace, Susan felt her emotions surge, recalling all the grievances she had endured recently. The composure she had managed to maintain shattered in that moment. Her resolve to be strong seemed to have vanished into thin air. Choking back her sobs, Susan began, They said I was. Just as she was about to finish her sentence, she clung to Lin Feng again, burying her head against his chest, and succumbed to uncontrollable tears. Lin Feng had never encountered such a scene before, leaving him utterly flustered. His hands hovered in the air, unsure of what to do. This outpouring of grief extinguished the fiery indignation within him. Goodness, how deeply has this girl been wronged? Lin Feng felt the fabric of his shirt becoming soaked with her tears. He turned his head, searching for a tissue, yet was firmly embraced by Susan, unable to move. Here, a feminine voice chimed in, presenting a box of tissues. It was Sky, who had been momentarily overlooked by Lin Feng due to his focus on the distressed Susan. Lin Feng cast a glance at Sky, accepted the tissues with a word of thanks, and then pulled out two to wipe Susan's tears. The mucus had bubbled forth, adhering to Lin Feng's shirt, leaving him both amused and exasperated. Susan, realizing her own disheveled state, felt her face flush with embarrassment. I'm sorry. She could only sit up straight, allowing Lin Feng to attend to her tear-streaked cheeks, while she intermittently stifled sobs. Observing this, Sky sighed and took a seat opposite them. Beginning to explain the situation, Lin Feng continued his ministrations, merely glancing at Sky and nodding in acknowledgement. Susan had been dismissed from the radio station due to a rumor. That day, a luxury vehicle from Stark Industries had come to pick her up after work, and someone had snapped a photo, leading to rampant speculation that she was involved with Tony Stark. Sky succinctly outlined the sequence of events. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's hands paused momentarily. I was the one who picked up Susan. I am also a shareholder of Stark Industries. How could they think otherwise? He then gently addressed Susan. Darling, didn't you explain? I did, Susan replied between sobs. But they said you were just the driver. They didn't believe my explanation. They even claimed I had an improper relationship with Superman. They said the reason I could always get photos of him was that I climbed onto his bed. With that, Susan burst into tears anew, her sobs intensifying. She felt utterly wronged. Despite her dedicated efforts and significant contributions to the radio station's headlines, none of her colleagues believed her. She could not comprehend what she had done to deserve this. Listening to Susan's fragmented explanations, Lin Feng felt the anger that had briefly subsided swell within him once more. How could such a rumor have emerged? Chapter 42. The Unfathomable Malice. Lin Feng encounters trouble. Sky, seemingly from nowhere, produced a laptop. Mere rumors were insufficient for the radio station to dismiss Susan. She opened the laptop, pulled up some content, and showcased it to Lin Feng. Take a look at this. Lin Feng cast a cold glance at the screen. The subsequent content made his pupils contract. Rumors about Susan had inexplicably made their way to various forums and gossip columns. Headlines read, BBC Radio's Susan Carter allegedly spends a night with Tony Stark. Where does Susan Carter's superhero news originate? Reporter Susan Carter rises through her body. Superman comments on Susan Carter, caught between two boats. Iron Man and Superman engage in a love rivalry. Lin Feng's eyes blazed with fury as he scrutinized these outrageous titles. The most ludicrous comment had garnered nearly 10 million likes. This top-liked comment contained almost no text, merely an array of images related to Susan. Photos included Susan stepping out of a luxury car bearing the Stark Industries logo, strolling alongside Superman, and even a fabricated image of them kissing. Lin Feng could instantly identify the kissing photo as a composite, yet it did not deter the public's speculation and suspicion. The internet thrives on such narratives. Once an event brews, accompanied by photographic evidence, and endorsed by BBC Radio, few bothered to verify the authenticity of the images. Sky clicked the mouse, navigating to a Superman forum. Countless threads refreshed incessantly, with users leaving comments and expressing their opinions. Many awaited Superman's response, while others defended him vigorously. Lin Feng's expression had never been so grim. Susan instinctively shrank her shoulders, sensing the air around them had grown noticeably colder. Someone is orchestrating these rumors. Lin Feng's voice emerged, hoarse with intensity. Sky nodded in agreement. You are correct. She clicked again, revealing two photographs on the screen. According to my investigation, these two individuals are behind it. Who are they? Lin Feng inquired, his tone icy, the inexplicable malice within him flaring ever more fiercely, his eyes seemingly ablaze. Susan had never witnessed Lin Feng this enraged. She nervously tugged at his sleeve, but he remained oblivious to her small gesture. He fixated on the screen, his cold gaze fixed upon the two images as though they were corpses. Sky scrolled the mouse, unveiling their profiles. The portly man with a round face was named John, the nephew of the BBC radio station's boss. Sky magnified John's photo, a flicker of disdain crossing her features. He is the mastermind behind this affair. From what I've gathered, he has persistently pursued Susan but was rebuffed. After Susan confirmed her relationship with you, John publicly humiliated her in the office, ultimately rendering himself in a precarious position. I believe this serves as his motive, Sky elucidated. The notion of destruction upon inability to possess is a twisted psychological extremity that Sky has frequently encountered online. After expressing this, Sky opened another photograph. This elderly woman, named Flora, is one of John's mistresses, and she has provided him with a wealth of information. Strictly speaking, she can also be regarded as one of the masterminds behind the current rumors. She once requested Susan to relinquish the Superman news to her, only to be met with Susan's firm refusal. According to my investigation, this elderly woman harbors intense jealousy. Susan is beautiful, kind-hearted, and enjoys immense popularity and status within the radio station due to her connection with Superman, coupled with Susan's rejection of her request. Flora has since harbored a grudge against her. As Sky spoke, she opened another image, showcasing the comment that garnered an astounding 10 million likes. My research indicates that this comment was orchestrated by Flora, who hired individuals for this purpose, simultaneously employing a multitude of internet trolls. Many of the maliciously distorted photographs also originated from their efforts. That encapsulates the general situation. Sky ceased her discourse, taking a sip from her cup, allowing Lin Feng to absorb this information. Lin Feng stared coldly at the details before him. After a moment, he turned his gaze to Sky and, gritting his teeth, inquired, Sky, with your exceptional hacking skills, why don't you erase this information? His voice trembled with barely contained fury, his eyes exuding a chilling indifference. Sky was taken aback, not anticipating such a question from Lin Feng. The instant their eyes met, she felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss. His gaze was imbued with a blend of coldness, anger, and piercing intensity. An involuntary shiver coursed through her, leaving her momentarily speechless. The words caught in her throat. An unsettling sensation engulfed her. She felt as if a wrong answer could lead to dire consequences. Uncertain of the source of this feeling, beads of cold sweat began to form on her forehead. Lin, what are you saying? Do you know Kay? Susan, seated nearby, looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. How could he blame an innocent person? She understood Lin Feng's character well and sensed that his anger today was unusually intense, abnormally so. Her name is Kay, not Sky. Lin. Susan grasped Lin Feng's arm, attempting to clarify. Kay has been doing her utmost to assist me. She is my dearest friend. What is wrong with you tonight, Lin? You seem off. Susan's large, reddened eyes scrutinized Lin Feng, filled with concern. Upon hearing her words, Lin Feng became acutely aware of his own disarray. That inexplicable, malevolent fire seemed to be consuming his rationality, and even more troubling was his inability to suppress it. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than sorrowful. I'm sorry, S.K. I didn't mean to. I am just overly worried about Susan. The moment those words escaped his lips, the pressure weighing upon Sky dissipated abruptly, and the sensation of being stared down by death slowly ebbed away. Sky exhaled deeply, wiping the cold sweat from her forehead. A bitter smile graced her lips as she explained, "It is not that I did not offer assistance. But by the time I became aware of the situation, it had already escalated into a serious predicament. At that moment, the rumors had already been significantly brewing. They had organized a simultaneous release of a multitude of articles across the internet, forums, personal programs, and news outlets, creating an overwhelming deluge of falsehoods. Even if we managed to contain it now, it would be of little consequence." Sky sighed. Her hacking skills were unparalleled. However, with the situation having fully developed, her actions would only arouse further suspicion, resulting in counterproductive outcomes. She continued, "If we wish to put an end to this rumor, we must possess more compelling evidence. At the very least, we require the clarifications from Tony Stark and Superman. Yet, this is undoubtedly a formidable challenge for us." At this point, Sky shook her head. "Setting aside whether Tony Stark will clarify this matter, we cannot even reach Superman." With that, she sighed again, acknowledging that her hacking skills were her only asset. Assisting Susan in identifying the instigator was already her utmost limit. After Sky finished speaking, Susan stole a glance at Lin Feng. Although Kay was her best friend, she had not disclosed to Kay that Lin Feng was Superman. To her, it was Lin Feng's private matter. If he chose not to reveal it, neither would she. Respect is mutual. Noticing the silence between the two, Sky began to type furiously on her computer. As she continued, she said, "You need not worry too much. After all, Susan is my closest friend. I do have an alternative clarification plan, though it is somewhat complicated and will yield less effective results. Nonetheless, it is the only option we have." Sky was aware that Stark and Superman were not easily persuaded. Thus, she had devised another solution, albeit inferior to the first. Lin Feng, agitated, began tapping his fingers on the table, interrupting Sky. "We do not need a second option, we need a better one. I will contact Stark to clarify. As for Superman, he will also make an appearance, whether through a video or a press conference specifically for this matter. They will not refuse." Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Sky was taken aback. She glanced at Susan, then back at Lin Feng. Goodness. Could her best friend's boyfriend be so formidable? Surely, he wasn't just boasting? Regardless of Sky's thoughts, Lin Feng already had a plan in mind. "Susan, stay home and wait for me. I have to step out." With that, he strode toward the exit. "Lin, where are you going?" Susan called out from behind. Lin Feng turned his head, his expression somewhat menacing. "I am going to snap those two wretches' necks." Chapter 43. Dark Magic? Seeking Ancient One for amusement regardless of how Sky felt, Lin Feng had already formulated some plans in his heart. "Susan, stay at home and keep yourself safe. I must step out for a while." With that, Lin Feng strode towards the exit. "Lin, where are you going?" Susan called out from behind. Lin Feng turned his head, his expression somewhat sinister. "I'm going to snap the necks of those two wretches." Upon hearing this, Susan was nearly petrified with fear. She rushed forward, wrapping her arms around Lin Feng's waist, pulling him back. "No, Lin, calm down. You'll end up in prison." She genuinely believed Lin Feng had lost his mind. After his brief absence, he had returned as if transformed into another person entirely. Lin Feng chuckled softly. Indeed, he did contemplate breaking the necks of the instigators. However, he had not completely lost his reason and recognized that this was not the most prudent solution. Amused yet helpless, He gently extricated himself from Susan's grip. I was merely jesting, you silly girl. I'm going to meet Tony Stark to discuss this matter. Susan gazed intently into his eyes. You promise you won't deceive me. All right, I promise. Lin Feng replied, exchanging a knowing look with Susan. Seeing that his eyes did not waver, nor did they betray any lies, Susan finally felt reassured. She had truly been frightened by Lin Feng's outburst. Who is Lin Feng? A superhero. If he truly intended to break someone's neck, there was likely no one who could deter him. Yet, such an act would likely tarnish his reputation in the eyes of the public. This was something Susan dreaded. Lin Feng was aware of this fact as well. While breaking the necks of those two might be simple, the subsequent repercussions could be uncontrollable. If things went awry, Susan might find herself embroiled in an even more significant public outcry. If it gets too late, I'll stay over at Tony's, Lin Feng remarked. Don't worry about me, Susan nodded. Remember your promise. Do not act impulsively. Lin Feng smiled and nodded in agreement. After bidding farewell to Susan, he sprinted towards a secluded corner. As his black battle suit materialized, Lin Feng soared into the air, ascending straight upwards. Sonic booms trailed behind him as he flew. Soon, he had breached the atmosphere, entering outer space. The sunlight bathed him, and the fiery anger within began to dissipate. System. Lin Feng closed his eyes and called out. Is there something wrong with my body? He harbored some suspicions in his heart, though he was not entirely certain. The system remained silent, merely projecting a video that began to play. The footage depicted Lin Feng in the DC universe, standing before a portal with Diana and others. On the other side of the portal loomed Darkseid and his minions. The camera zoomed in, allowing Lin Feng to observe closely. The mother box was severed, and the portal was gradually closing. Yet, the individuals in the footage remained oblivious to the danger. A nearly invisible black thread slithered from the portal, silently attaching itself to Lin Feng. As the video came to an end, Lin Feng's countenance darkened, yet his mind was clear. Just as he had suspected, someone had manipulated events against him. Was it the exile? Lin Feng murmured to himself. At that moment, the system interjected. Indeed, it was the exile. I had cautioned you to be wary of the exile. Is this how you exercise caution? The system questioned with exasperation. Lin Feng felt a tinge of embarrassment. He had just emerged from a fierce battle. How could I have noticed such a faint black line? Why didn't you alert me? You noticed it at the time, didn't you? Lin Feng retorted, shifting the blame onto the system. Since the system possessed that footage, it clearly must have detected the black line at that moment. However, it failed to issue a warning, which seemed rather inconsiderate. The system scoffed coldly. I refrained from warning you to instill a lesson. After falling into a trap once, you will be more vigilant next time. I have said before, every exile should not be underestimated. The system continued. They may not appear frequently, but each time they do, some individuals will inevitably fall victim. Those who fall prey are all careless like you. After the system's remarks, Lin Feng found himself momentarily speechless. All right. I admit my negligence, Lin Feng conceded. Scratching his head in acknowledgement of his oversight, he recognized that the crux of the issue lay indeed with him. Although he possessed superhuman abilities, Lin Feng's combat experience and attitude towards adversaries still required growth and refinement. The system's approach was not without merit. Only through experiencing setbacks can one learn valuable lessons. What exactly is this black line? Lin Feng inquired. Why do I constantly feel an unshakable malevolence? Upon hearing Lin Feng acknowledge his blunder, the system ceased its relentless probing. The objective of fostering his awareness had been achieved. It also aimed for Lin Feng's rapid growth. It is a form of dark magic, the system elucidated. It can infinitely amplify the 7 deadly sins within a being's heart: gluttony, greed, pride, sloth, lust, envy, and wrath. Do even superheroes fall under its influence? Lin Feng could not help but ask. As long as you harbor such desires, you will be affected. When the host experiences feelings of anger, the dark magic will amplify them infinitely until you are completely consumed by wrath and subjugated by it. This bears a striking resemblance to the magic used to control Clark. After the explanation, Lin Feng fully grasped the situation. Upon returning, he had learned of Susan's incident, which ignited feelings of anger within him. Thus, the dark magic was set into motion, magnifying his rage uncontrollably. Fortunately, Lin Feng had not completely lost control. Reflecting on this, he felt a pang of dread. Had he truly succumbed to chaos, the consequences would have been dire. Countless lives might have been at stake. Is there a way to resolve this? Lin Feng asked the system. Since the system had not warned him, surely there must be a means of resolution. Otherwise, one would foolishly fall into the trap. The system provided a solution. Indeed, the system would not truly expose itself to peril. In the shop, a bottle of blessing potion was priced at an astounding 500,000 reputation points. A single vial could neutralize dark magic. Lin Feng, taken aback, wondered aloud, what on earth is so exorbitant? How could a mere bottle of potion cost 500,000 reputation points? Unable to contain his frustration, Lin Feng remarked, "Is there no sense of decency in extortion? Oh, system, are there any alternative methods?" Although Lin Feng possessed several million reputation points, he had no intention of being exploited. The system rolled its eyes in response. Think it's too pricey? If you find it unreasonable, go seek out the Ancient One. She can also dispel the dark magic afflicting you, but it depends on her willingness to assist. The system's reply elicited a smirk from Lin Feng. He believed the Ancient One would not refuse him, especially since he had previously gifted her a package of tea leaves. He accessed the system again and purchased another package of life tree leaf tea for a mere 50,000 reputation points. Lin Feng thought it entirely reasonable to bring a token of appreciation when asking for a favor. Why would he squander 500,000 on something that could be resolved with 50,000? Storing it in the system's warehouse, Lin Feng set his course towards the Himalayas on Blue Star. He recalled that the Ancient One's stronghold, Kamartaj, was located there. As he approached the mountain range, he noticed a glimmer of light not far ahead, followed by a golden ring. It was a portal. Lin Feng halted midair, clicking his tongue. This portal was likely conjured by the Ancient One. Without further thought, he surged toward the portal. Upon nearing it, Lin Feng glimpsed the Ancient One seated at a tea table, smiling as she regarded him. Evidently, she was aware of his intention to seek her out. A bit speechless, Lin Feng entered through the portal and landed gracefully. "I am aware of your purpose, Lin Feng," the Ancient One said, her smile unwavering as she gestured for him to take a seat and poured him a cup of tea. Lin Feng's gaze flickered, yet internally, he could not help but grumble. Another grandiloquent introduction from a powerful figure. With the time stone, the Ancient One could perceive the past and future. To be honest, Lin Feng felt a twinge of envy. Chapter 44. Resolving personal issues. Stark Industries' public relations team took a step back as Lin Feng accepted the cup of tea, draining it in one swift motion. The tea was scalding, yet for a being of his caliber, it posed no threat. Even boiling water would leave him unscathed. After finishing the tea, Lin Feng retrieved the freshly purchased tea leaves from the system repository. "Master, I have brought a gift," he proclaimed with a cheerful smile. Presenting the tea to Gui, she glanced at it, amusement flickering across her face as she shook her head. She was well aware of Lin Feng's intentions. "Even without a gift, my assistance would be assured. I have known since the moment you departed from this world." After a brief hesitation, Gui accepted the tea leaves. Curious about the origin of Lin Feng's tea, Gui attempted to investigate, only to find the screen engulfed in darkness. "You need not worry. The dark magic you are affected by is not overly complex," Gui reassured him, understanding that Lin Feng possessed a rather impatient disposition, and she did not expect the youth to maintain composure. "Behold," Gui exclaimed, extending her hands as intricate symbols began to materialize, incomprehensible to Lin Feng. As she gestured, a golden magical circle emerged, continuously rotating and transforming. The array gradually approached Lin Feng, who felt as though something within him was being extricated. In a short span, Gui swiftly pulled her right hand back, extracting a slender black thread from Lin Feng's body. The thread exuded a dark mist, floating midair, ensnared by the magical circle. After scrutinizing it closely, Gui opened a portal and cast the black thread into it. Once the thread departed, Lin Feng instantly felt a significant sense of relief. As the incessant malevolence dissipated entirely, "I have banished it to the dark dimension," Gui stated. "It shall no longer affect you, rest assured." Her actions held purpose. As both wielders of dark magic, it was unlikely that Dormammu would mind her disposing of refuse in such a manner. Observing Gu Yi's effortless resolution brought Lin Feng a sense of ease. It appeared that the dark magic of the exile was no match for Gu Yi's prowess. "Thank you, Master," Lin Feng expressed with a respectful gesture. Gu Yi, however, shook her head, her expression filled with profound significance. "Assisting you is akin to assisting the Blue Planet. You will play a vital role in the future, Lin Feng." Lin Feng listened, somewhat comprehending Gu Yi's words. Having perused the original narrative, he could vaguely ascertain her meaning. The future likely referred to the events of Avengers, Infinity War, or Endgame. Currently, the gravest crisis facing the Blue Planet within the Marvel Universe stemmed from the formidable Thanos. Lin Feng was uncertain of his own capabilities against Thanos, yet based on cinematic portrayals, he surmised that a few of his heat rays would hardly faze the Mad Titan. With this thought, Lin Feng felt a measure of reassurance. The sole concern lingering in his mind was whether his arrival would incite a larger butterfly effect. Although no signs had yet emerged, Lin Feng believed that such an effect was inevitable. Upon his arrival at Marvel, he undertook several actions that altered certain narratives. This was not his intention, yet the course of events was beyond his control. The moment he entered the Marvel Universe, it was destined that the storyline would shift. Only through thorough preparation could he confront the unforeseen tempest stirred by the butterfly effect. Bidding farewell to the Ancient One, Lin Feng soared towards Tony Stark's villa. Having resolved his own pressing issue, it was now time to address Susan's predicament. Tony happened to be at his villa, and he welcomed Lin Feng's arrival. "Lin? You're back?" Tony exclaimed, seated in the living room, as Lin Feng descended from the heavens and entered the abode. Lin Feng, eschewing pleasantries, took a seat on the sofa and poured himself a generous glass of wine. Prior to his departure to DC, he had informed Tony of his brief absence, though he refrained from disclosing his destination. After savoring a drink, Lin Feng exhaled deeply, noticing a change in Tony's arc reactor, which now exhibited a triangular luminescence. "You've done it?" Lin Feng pointed at the reactor on Tony's chest, smiling, "Congratulations." Tony, with an expression of nonchalance, replied, "Of course I did." "Do you think I am anyone less than the genius inventor, Tony Stark?" He continued. "I have a pretty good idea why you've come to see me. It's about Susan, isn't it?" Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes in exasperation. "How does everyone know what I'm here for?" he muttered, shaking his head in resignation. "Susan is still at home, weeping." He acknowledged Tony's expression of hesitation. "Stark Industries has already initiated public relations efforts. I should have addressed the incident immediately, but Lin, you may not be aware that I've been somewhat occupied lately." Tony gestured animatedly. "There was this large fellow who insisted on challenging me to a mecha duel. So," Lin Feng interjected, nodding, "I understand, Tony. I'm not blaming you." Tony's recent exploits had made headlines, as Ivan Vanko and Hammer Industries were replicating his matches. However, Ivan had never genuinely intended to collaborate with Hammer Industries. He was orchestrating a multitude of mechs, engaging Tony in a spectacular display of sparks, reminiscent of the plot from Iron Man 2, unfolding precisely during these days. Thus, Tony was unable to manage many matters at hand. Tony nodded, visibly relieved. He spoke these words, fearing Lin Feng would reproach him for not intervening to quell the rumors. Indeed, Tony Stark had been inundated with responsibilities lately, from developing a new arc reactor to contending with Ivan Vanko's schemes, leaving him quite overwhelmed. "The public relations efforts will soon yield results," Tony continued. "JARVIS has identified all the principal instigators of the rumors. I believe by tomorrow, the authorities will have them all securely confined." "And what about you?" he inquired. "As a Superman, would you consider making a statement?" Half of the rumors were attributed to Tony Stark, while the other half implicated Superman. Lin Feng nodded. As Superman, he felt it necessary to step forward. Even though Susan was not his girlfriend, he would still come forth to clarify the truth for the innocent. "I have come to seek your assistance for this purpose. I believe merely explaining the incident may not confer adequate credibility." "What do you mean by that?" Lin Feng's words left Tony a bit perplexed. "I think it would be beneficial for us to record a video together and post it on the forum," Lin Feng elucidated. "Oh, come on, my friend. I never engage in such antics." Tony squinted, speechless. "It's quite beneath my dignity, you see?" he rejected. "I mean, it's just too lowbrow." Upon being declined, Lin Feng fell silent, merely gazing at the arc reactor on Tony's chest and inquired, "Is the tea good?" Tony was momentarily at a loss for words, his eyelids twitching slightly. He discerned the underlying message in Lin Feng's words. "I can provide you with tea to neutralize the poison and assist in creating a new element. Yet, you hesitate to record a video with me? All right. Lin, you are an exception." Tony surrendered with a resigned gesture. "Just this once, mind you." He raised one finger for emphasis. Lin Feng beamed with satisfaction. "No problem." The two joyfully outlined the content of the video, with Jarvis assigned to the filming. The process lasted approximately an hour, as Tony constantly complained about not looking handsome enough on screen, necessitating 2 retakes. By the time they finished, it was already past midnight. Lin Feng opted not to return home, nor spend the night at Tony's villa. Since acquiring his own residence, he felt increasingly reluctant to stay in someone else's home, finding it inexplicably odd. Moreover, as long as there was sunlight, even if Lin Feng went days without sleep, he would not feel fatigued. Time swiftly moved to the following day. Early in the morning, Stark Industries' public relations department sprang into action. A flurry of legal letters and statements circulated across major forums, meticulously outlining the key figures behind the rumors. Even the identities and photographs of these individuals were released, albeit redacted, with a declaration of accountability. This left the onlookers somewhat bewildered. In the past, even when Tony Stark was embroiled in scandalous news, he would dismiss any need for explanation. It was rare for the public relations team to intervene, although the scale of this rumor was indeed significant. Some astute netizens had begun to sense that there was more to the story. The focal figure of the incident, Susan Carter, might possess a background unknown to them. Under the scrutiny of countless netizens, several conspirators who had accepted payment were swiftly apprehended, with footage of the arrest released. John was taken away live on BBC radio, screaming in terror as he was callously pulled into a police vehicle. Flora, too, did not escape unscathed. Her expression was one of bewilderment and disbelief. Throughout the entire rumor-mongering episode, neither had shown their faces. Even when hiring sailors, Flora had prudently ensured that John conducted transactions using cryptocurrency. Why were the police on their doorstep so swiftly? She could not fathom. John continued to shout for a phone call, filled with hope that his uncle would come to his rescue. However, unbeknownst to him, his uncle stood nearby, a dark expression etched on his face, silently watching him being taken away. Little did he know that his uncle had already received the message. Stark Industries had exerted immense pressure on the authorities regarding this matter. This was not a situation that could be resolved by a mere radio station boss. Chapter 45. The final verdict and revelation of identity. The rumors surrounding Susan emerged swiftly and dissipated just as quickly. Had it not been for the involvement of Iron Man and Superman, the onlookers would have remained in the dark about Susan's true identity. Within a mere morning, the principal perpetrators of the slander were apprehended. Among them, the 2 ringleaders, John and Flora, were detained without the possibility of bail, irrespective of the monetary cost. The remaining purveyors of falsehoods were undergoing investigation, awaiting the determination of their specific penalties. The swiftness of the arrests left the public astounded. Various rumor-mongering forums and news headlines underwent a thorough cleansing. It was not until a particular video ascended to the forefront of major forums and was promptly pinned for verification that the matter was conclusively settled, bringing an end to the controversy. At that moment, within Lin Feng's villa, Susan sat vacantly on the couch. Sky was nearby, donning headphones while tinkering with her laptop, occasionally updating Susan on her progress. Suddenly, Sky stumbled upon a pinned video, her expression frozen in surprise. She removed her headphones and switched to speaker mode. "Susan, quick look. Stark actually recorded a video to clarify things." "Oh my goodness, does your little man possess such influence?" Sky marveled at the video title and comments. The fact that Tony Stark would take the time to clarify matters piqued her interest in Lin Feng's identity significantly. She pushed the laptop in front of Susan and hit the play button. The two began to watch together. The video was exceptionally clear, featuring Tony Stark at the center of the screen. Clad in casual attire, his expression was somewhat grave. He leaned forward, speaking. "Jarvis, are we live?" "Yes, sir," came the reply. "Excellent." Tony clapped his hands, announcing the commencement of the video. I suppose I need no introduction, he began, addressing the camera. I trust no one is unfamiliar with me. Initially, I was reluctant to record this video, but in order to assist a friend, I decided to proceed. Recently, there's been a flurry of rumors regarding Susan Carter. I find it absurd that some individuals have lost their minds. Susan is the partner of my friend. Are you attempting to sow discord? Tony questioned, furrowing his brow. Now, let us set aside the ludicrousness of the situation for a moment. For I believe that as this video is released, it coincides with the arrest of those slanderers. Those familiar with me know that I typically do not respond directly to rumors about myself, as I am indifferent to their veracity. However, this incident is different. You desire the truth, do you not? Allow me to reveal it to you. Indeed, the vehicle that picked up Miss Susan Carter was, in fact, from Stark Industries. And the driver was happy. I concede this point. What I wish to emphasize is that one of our young shareholders is experiencing his first romance. He lacks experience, and I arranged an evening outing for him. Is there any issue with that? I find it perplexing that you seemingly have nothing better to do. How could such matters have persisted as rumors until now? The truth is that Susan's boyfriend is a shareholder of Stark Industries, and he has free access to the company's vehicles, whether for picking up his girlfriend or for other purposes. I must caution certain indiscreet individuals that Susan Carter is indeed a family member of a Stark Industries shareholder. One ought to have evidence before speaking. The poorly crafted synthetic images and so-called textual truths you have presented merely elicit laughter from me. They are utterly juvenile. Tony persistently elaborated on the intricacies of the situation in the video, with viewership numbers surging dramatically. When it came to the last question regarding Miss Susan Carter and the rumor about Superman, Tony Stark suddenly burst into laughter. Concerning this rumor, it may diverge somewhat from your assumptions. I dare say the truth is something you would never expect. As he spoke, Tony rose from his chair and directed the camera aside. Miss Susan Carter's boyfriend is not only a shareholder of Stark Industries, but also someone you are exceedingly familiar with. How shall I put it? Let him explain himself. Tony aimed the camera at Lin Feng. Come on, Lin, say hello. Lin Feng appeared on screen, clad in a sleek black suit and sporting thin-framed glasses. He exuded an air of elegance and sophistication, reminiscent of a young CEO from a television drama. Some had already recognized him as the man mistakenly identified as the driver in the rumors. However, it was now clarified that the driver is happy, while he is indeed a shareholder of Stark Industries and the boyfriend of Susan Carter. Lin Feng smiled at the camera and greeted, "Hello everyone. I never imagined I would appear before you in this manner." Without further ado, he directly addressed the pressing question regarding why Susan consistently manages to capture news about Superman. I believe I possess ample authority to speak on this matter. Lin Feng cut straight to the heart of the second rumor, revealing its intricacies. In his villa, Sky glanced at Susan with a hint of envy, remarking, "Your boyfriend is a shareholder of Stark Industries? No wonder he can afford such a villa." Sky admitted to feeling a twinge of jealousy. Susan offered an awkward smile, having withheld certain information about Lin Feng. Despite their close relationship, she respected his privacy. "Let us continue watching the video," Susan suggested, shifting the topic. On screen, Lin Feng continued his discourse, stating that he and Superman had known each other long before Superman rose to fame, their acquaintance stemming from an unexpected incident. As for the nature of this incident, it is not my place to elaborate. I can only assert that 99% of the recent commentary regarding Susan is false. I urge the citizens not to follow the crowd and to refrain from disseminating those rumors, lest they attract the attention of the authorities. Lin Feng wore a smile, his words laced with subtle mockery, the implications unmistakable. Yet, some viewers regarded the video with skepticism. The reason was simple. Although Lin Feng was a shareholder of Stark Industries, he lacked personal credibility and fame. This exemplifies the notion that a person's influence diminishes in proportion to their anonymity. People were unaware of his identity and thus hesitant to accept his assertions. Lin Feng was acutely aware of this reality. He had conferred with Tony beforehand. It was time to make a significant revelation. As the video continued, Lin Feng paused thoughtfully. "I understand that many of you may not recognize me, which makes it difficult for you to believe what I say. You might wonder how I know that Superman and Susan are already acquainted. Some may even pity me, thinking my girlfriend is constantly gallivanting with Superman. To those sentiments, I can only respond, I harbor no jealousy. While my status as a shareholder of Stark Industries might seem unfamiliar to many, my other identity is one that most of you have encountered. As his words lingered, the viewers were left perplexed. Was there another identity beyond being Susan's boyfriend and a Stark Industries shareholder? Seated in her villa, Susan sensed a growing inkling of suspicion. Her gaze remained fixed on the screen, though anxiety began to stir within her. In the next moment, Lin Feng removed his glasses and ring. Instantly, a wave of familiarity washed over the crowd. Countless citizens felt as though they had seen this face before, yet could not place it. The revelation soon unfolded. As Lin Feng shed his glasses and ring, he began to levitate slowly into the air. In the next instant, a black battle suit enveloped his entire being, the prominent S-shaped emblem signifying his identity. As he donned the superhero attire, the citizens were rendered speechless, their eyes glued to the screen. Gasps of disbelief echoed throughout the room as the truth dawned upon them. On this day, cries of astonishment reverberated, for none could have anticipated that this handsome young man was the superhero frequently featured in the news, Superman. Even more astonishing was the fact that Superman had chosen to reveal his identity in connection with these events. The shareholder of Stark Industries and the victim of slander, Susan's boyfriend, was indeed Superman. Chapter 46, A New Mission. Your director's precious gem has exploded. Lin Feng boldly revealed his identity as Superman, feeling no further need for concealment. Beyond merely proving his authenticity, the public's awareness of his identity would grant him greater visibility and accelerate his rising prestige. The rumors surrounding Susan swiftly dissipated. The presence of both Superman and Iron Man provided an irrefutable testament to the truth. Countless citizens, misled by the rumors, were overwhelmed with guilt towards Susan, leading them to spontaneously issue apologies across various online platforms and forums. Even the radio station that propagated the rumors publicly expressed regret. From Stark Industries' involvement to Lin Feng's self-disclosure, the incident reached its resolution in less than a day. The authorities of the city announced that the two masterminds behind the incident, John and Flora, could face a minimum of 10 years in prison. Amidst the cheers of countless citizens, the matter was officially concluded. Following these events, Susan did not return to the BBC. She would forever remember the duplicitous expressions of her colleagues, who had once greeted her with smiles during her time of distress. The mere thought disgusted her. Thus, she declined the BBC's request for her return. With Lin Feng's support, Susan chose to embark on her own path, focusing on writing reports about superheroes. She even established a forum and video site dedicated to this subject, with real-time updates and sensational entertainment revolving around Superman and Stark Industries. The site flourished, becoming a focal point for citizens enamored with superheroes. The astute Susan occasionally hosted live streams showcasing Lin Feng's daily life, which significantly boosted the site's traffic. Lin Feng was delighted, as the increased attention also augmented his prestige. The more citizens focused on Lin Feng, the faster his reputation soared. After the conclusion of this incident, Lin Feng enjoyed several months of tranquility. During this time, he accumulated nearly 20 million points of prestige by addressing various disasters. Coupled with the popularity generated by Susan's website and the Superman forum, his prestige had evidently surpassed the remarkable threshold of 60 million. Lin Feng was pleased, realizing that he was inching closer to exchanging for the Silver Superman template. Notably, during this period, Nick Fury reached out to Lin Feng, mentioning a colossal hammer that had descended from the heavens and embedded itself into the ground, impossible to uproot. He expressed a desire for Lin Feng to attempt to lift it. Lin Feng promptly declined, as he found little interest in the endeavor. He merely informed Nick Fury that the hammer belonged to Thor, leaving the rest for him to investigate within Norse mythology. Familiar with the narrative, Lin Feng was well aware of the situation. Odin's dim-witted eldest son had been exiled to Earth for training. However, Lin Feng had no inclination to involve himself in this affair. He was indifferent to whether he could lift Thor's hammer. There was no necessity. It seemed rather tedious. Whether he could or could not had no bearing on Lin Feng's prowess. He thought it would be far more enjoyable to spend time with Susan at home. After months of effort, Susan's website had finally found its rhythm, establishing a mature and stable workflow. She had assembled a small team, delegating most tasks, and returned to her beloved previous work style of spending her days capturing moments with Lin Feng. Seeing that Susan had finally found some leisure, Lin Feng could no longer contain his long-held desire from his days in the DC universe. He took Susan to the beach to bask under the sun. As two spirited youths, they swiftly made their way to the Maldives by plane. Lin Feng turned off their phones, determined to indulge in pure enjoyment. For the next few days, there were no superheroes or reporters, only Lin Feng and Susan. They engaged in deep-sea fishing, diving, sailing, and even explored underwater accommodations. Riding banana boats and jet skis, they partook in every activity available. The pristine white sands and azure waters enveloped them, and they even spotted pink dolphins. They were utterly elated, reveling in their joy. They captured a plethora of beautiful photos together. This was the life of a normal couple, Lin Feng mused. If not for an unexpected visitor, Lin Feng felt that he and Susan could have continued their revelry for another fortnight. Sitting on the beach, he gazed in disbelief at the Quinjet descending from the sky. The hatch opened, and Natasha leapt out, striding directly toward Lin Feng. His lips twitched in annoyance as he couldn't help but make a sarcastic remark. "Oh, isn't that the pizza delivery girl? No longer riding your electric bike? Delivering pizzas by plane? Will you even make back the fuel costs?" Lin Feng tilted his head, mockingly gesturing toward the Quinjet. To his surprise, Natasha did not retort. Instead, she fixed him with a grave stare. "Lin Feng, we are in trouble." Lin Feng's eyelid twitched. "What does that have to do with me? I'm on vacation with Susan. The Tesseract has been stolen." Natasha continued, unfazed. "The thief is Loki. His brother, Thor, has also arrived on Earth. You are aware of the Tesseract and that hammer, Thor's hammer. We know you can assist us. Although we are uncertain of Loki's intentions with the Tesseract, it is undoubtedly a grave matter. Lin Feng, we need your abilities." Her words poured out like a machine gun. Lin Feng scratched his head. "All right then. Isn't this the plot of the first Avengers film? Has it arrived so soon?" Just as he was about to speak, the system's voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Ding! A new mission has been activated. Task objective: expel the invading Chitauri Legion from Blue Star time limit. 3 days reward 110 million reputation points reward 2. Determined by the number of Chitauri defeated by the host penalty. None. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. What a fortunate turn of events. Another 10 million reputation points. Lin Feng? Natasha, noticing Lin Feng's silence, called out again. Lin Feng snapped back to reality, nodding as he replied, "No problem. I'll accompany you. Please hold on a moment while I inform Susan." Upon hearing Lin Feng's agreement, Black Widow could not suppress a sigh of relief. With Superman's assistance, the task would undoubtedly be more manageable. "I'll be waiting for you in the aircraft." Natasha nodded and added, "Make haste. Our time is limited." Lin Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Returning to the suite, he found Susan and briefly explained the situation. Susan had grown accustomed to Lin Feng's habit of resolving various crises. She expressed her desire to accompany him to take some photographs, but Lin Feng unexpectedly declined. This situation is far more perilous than merely extinguishing a fire or rescuing a ship struggling against a storm. This time, we face an armed invasion of Chitauri. It was exceedingly dangerous for an ordinary person like Susan. Thus, he hoped she would remain in the Maldives temporarily. Once he resolved the issue, he would return to escort her. Understanding and considerate, Susan nodded in agreement. Although she possessed Superman's precious wristband, she was well aware of its immense value. If she were to sell it, it could fetch an astonishing figure in the 11 or 12 digits. She would never squander such a treasure on this endeavor. After bidding farewell to Susan, Lin Feng boarded the Quinjet. The aircraft descended slowly, heading towards the location of the mothership. Inside, Natasha was relaying the known intelligence to Lin Feng, who listened with half an ear, his mind occupied with recollections of the plot. He had seen the first Avengers film, but some specific details had faded from memory. What he recalled most vividly was the opening of the film, marking the moment when the purple potato demon began gathering the Infinity Stones. It was from this point that the Avengers gradually took shape. At this moment, aboard the mothership, Tony Stark, Captain America, and Bruce should all be present, right? Didn't they also engage in a battle on the ship? Lin Feng pondered. Utilizing his supervision and hearing, he gazed ahead as the Quinjet flew. This glance proved significant, as Lin Feng's expression suddenly turned peculiar. Natasha Lin Feng spoke up. What is it? The Black Widow interrupted mid-sentence, fixed her gaze on Lin Feng. Does your Director-S mothership have a fireworks system? Black Widow looked at him, bewildered. What kind of question is that? How could a mothership possibly have a fireworks system? Seeing her reaction, Lin Feng sighed and continued, if it doesn't tea. Then the mothership must have exploded. Chapter 47. The invasion begins. As the group arrived, Black Widow's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing the news. She promptly commanded the pilot of the aircraft to return at maximum speed. Lin Feng sighed and said, "Open the hatch. I shall go ahead." The scene felt eerily familiar, reminiscent of the last time he had jumped from a plane in the DC universe. That cursed sense of familiarity. The hatch of the aircraft opened, and Lin Feng leaped out, soaring towards the celestial mothership at a speed several times that of the Quinjet. In an instant, he vanished from Natasha's sight. Meanwhile, aboard the mothership, a series of explosions erupted as Hawkeye infiltrated the vessel, causing the primary engine to cease its operation. The mothership began to tilt visibly. While a host of superheroes valiantly fought against the invaders, the Hulk was rampaging wildly, wreaking havoc. While Thor had been betrayed by Loki and imprisoned in a large metallic box, subsequently discarded from the ship, Captain America was engaged in a fierce struggle against several controlled soldiers, and Tony Stark was acting as a makeshift engine, attempting to repair the damaged engine. Upon Lin Feng's arrival, he found the Hulk desperately dismantling a fighter jet. The pilot had ejected just in time, and the Hulk was blasted down from the sky. Lin Feng paid him no mind. The Hulk's resilience meant a fall wouldn't harm him significantly. He swiftly flew to the engine, dispatching the soldiers fighting Captain America with a punch each. Grabbing the control lever, he pulled it down, causing the engine's speed to decelerate. Seizing the opportunity, Tony emerged from below, freeing himself from the predicament of being a makeshift engine. A second later, and he would have been lost. As Iron Man ascended to the mothership, his helmet retracted, revealing his face. "Lin, where have you been? Your phone isn't even on." Tony gasped for breath. Lin Feng chuckled in response. "I went on vacation. I didn't expect that in just a few days you would secretly set off fireworks in the sky without me. Not very amusing, is it, Lin?" Tony shrugged. "Captain, allow me to introduce you. The most powerful human on Blue Star, Superman. I tell you, no creature on Blue Star can withstand a punch from him. Not to brag, but even your elderly physique probably wouldn't endure his blow," Tony said, pulling Lin Feng over to introduce him to Captain America, albeit in a rather unfriendly manner. Lin Feng nodded at Captain America as a form of greeting. "Hello, Steve Rogers." Captain America ignored Tony entirely. After a few hours together, he had gathered enough insight into Tony's personality. "Hello." Lin Feng responded with a nod. After their brief exchange, the three entered the mothership, where the situation appeared dire. Loki had escaped with his scepter, and Natasha had arrived, soothing the recently revived Hawkeye. The battle had rendered Nick Fury's celestial mothership nearly defenseless. Upon their return, Fury glared and tossed a large pile of blood-stained cards onto the table. "Agent Coulson has passed away." This was discovered in the pocket of his jacket. As Captain America gazed at the card, he fell silent. The card bore various illustrations of Captain America. Coulson was an ardent admirer of Captain America, and these cards were a long-time collection of his. He had not even had the chance to ask for an autograph. At this moment, Black Egg noticed Lin Feng. He nodded at Lin Feng, aware that there was no time for a proper greeting. Lin Feng understood Black Egg's intentions. He aimed to use these cards to unite the group and realize his Avengers plan. The effect was precisely as he had envisioned. After a few words, Tony turned and walked away. Black Egg sensed that Tony was intrigued. He glanced at Lin Feng, the implication clear. Observing Egg's gaze, Lin Feng shrugged. "Don't look at me. I won't join any Avengers team. You ought to know my capabilities. I've already warned you. The Cosmic Cube is beyond your grasp. It will only bring calamity." Lin Feng and Black Egg exchanged glances, neither yielding an inch. After a moment of silence, Egg sighed. "We need to consolidate our strength." "I don't require it," Lin Feng retorted, raising an eyebrow without a hint of mercy. The combined might of the Avengers was insufficient for him. Why would he need their assistance? "Very well." Egg glanced at Captain America, who appeared contemplative. At the very least, they needed. The awkward conversation concluded, and Lin Feng led Captain America to find Tony. I know where he is, Lin Feng declared outright. Tony raised an eyebrow. You do? Lin Feng nodded. Loki requires energy to activate the cosmic cube. He aims to lead an alien race to invade Earth, and during this process, he seeks flowers and a parade. He yearns to stand atop the pinnacle, with his name echoing through the heavens. So where do you think he will be? After speaking, Lin Feng gestured towards Tony's reactor, subtly reminding him. Tony's expression shifted. He realized. With a curse, he rushed off to repair his mark suit. Once the information was confirmed, the group prepared and swiftly commandeered a Quinjet, setting off for Stark Tower. They failed to inform Black Egg. However, aside from Lin Feng, the others were unaware that all of this fell well within his expectations. The group hastened towards Loki's location. Lin Feng and Tony had already arrived at Stark Tower ahead of Captain America and the others, who were still enjoying a leisurely ride in the back. Their speed was woefully inadequate. Even a dog would shake its head in disapproval. Meanwhile, Loki's spatial device was nearing completion. He stood atop Stark Tower, silently observing Lin Feng and Tony as they approached in flight. Tony and Lin Feng exchanged a glance, descending in unison. Tony landed on the dismantling platform, and with a crack, Jarvis activated the mechanical arms to assist in removing his armor. Lin Feng, however, was the first to stride inside, beckoning Loki to follow him into the building. Loki wore an expression of absolute confidence. Tell me, are you here to applaud my humanity? With a cold chuckle, Lin Feng retorted, I'm afraid we are here to threaten you. Tony turned, his expression one of utter confusion. Buddy, why are you stealing my lines? Loki brandished his scepter, gesturing towards Lin Feng. And who might you be? Lin Feng asked, a smirk playing on his lips. The infamous god of mischief is unaware of my identity? It seems you did not do your homework before arriving on Blue Star. At his words, Loki's countenance darkened. You know me? Loki, the god of mischief, Odin's adopted son. Am I correct? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, revealing Loki's identity. Loki's eyes flickered. He was taken aback to discover that a human on Blue Star recognized him. Yet, this was of little consequence. The Tesseract would soon open the portal, and when the Chitauri Legion descended, everything would fall under his dominion. Even if you know me. It changes nothing, Loki declared. The Chitauri are assembling. It is all futile now. As if to validate Loki's words, a tremendous roar echoed from the heavens. A low hum accompanied the tremor that shook the Stark Tower. It was the Tesseract. The teleportation device unleashed a massive blue beam into the sky. High above, a blue vortex slowly opened. The invasion of the Chitauri Legion had officially commenced. Countless Chitauri plummeted from the sky, accompanied by colossal Leviathan beasts. Citizens screamed in terror, fleeing in panic. When had they ever witnessed such a scene? It was as if they were witnessing an alien invasion straight out of a science fiction film. The air was filled with screams and the sounds of explosions. The captain and his team had arrived. Tony spotted the Quinjet outside. It was indeed the captain and his allies. His expression turned grave as he turned to Lin Feng. Lin, we must take action now. Chapter 48. Amplification of the Mind Stone. As Lin Feng soared towards the portal, Tony's expression grew solemn. He turned to Lin and declared, we must take action. Just as Lin was about to nod in agreement, Loki approached, interrupting their exchange. I fear you have missed your opportunity, he proclaimed, advancing towards them. The Chitauri have brought an entire legion. Humanity stands no chance. You would be wise to simply observe. I shall offer you the chance to submit to me, to express your gratitude to the great Loki. With that, Loki tilted his head back, anticipating their praise and appreciation. I have no desire to engage in idle chatter with you, Tony retorted, rolling his eyes. This self-proclaimed god seemed rather deluded. He donned his locator bracelet and summoned J.A.R.V.I.S. to prepare his new armor. It is you who ought to submit. Have you forgotten we still have the Hulk? Tony scoffed. Your so-called legion pales in comparison to the Hulk. Oh? Loki's head tilted slightly, his demeanor darkening. The two before him appeared quite ungrateful. If that is your stance, I shall not hesitate to send you on your way. A wicked smile crept across Loki's face as he raised his scepter towards Tony Stark. The Hulk, you say? Let us see how you fare against that behemoth. With a swift motion, he pointed the scepter towards Tony's chest. A resounding clang echoed through the air. Tony was not controlled. Loki was momentarily taken aback, incredulous as he attempted again, yet there was still no reaction. Lin Feng, watching from the side, struggled to suppress a laugh. He recalled how, years ago, he had similarly chuckled in a cinema upon witnessing this scene. You think striking at his reactor would yield a response? How absurd. Seeing Loki poised to try once more, Lin stepped forward and seized the scepter from him. Unwilling to waste further words, he had numerous achievements awaiting him outside. Are you finished playing games, God of Mischief? Prepare for your brother's lesson in love. With that, Lin delivered a swift kick, sending Loki tumbling from the rooftop of Stark Tower. He cared little for Loki's fate. After all, he was a god. And such a height would not be fatal. With Loki dealt with, Lin Feng nodded towards Tony. Tony, let us commence our operation. Tony responded affirmatively, swiftly donning his latest Mark VII armor. Once suited, he ascended into the sky to analyze the data of the Chitauri Legion. Meanwhile, Lin stood still, contemplating the scepter in his hand. If memory served him correctly, the scepter's head was embedded with one of the Infinity Stones. The Mind Stone. System. Can the scepter be stored in the system space? Lin inquired. Once the scepter was in his possession, it would belong to him. It would serve as compensation for Loki's transgressions. However, the system replied that it could not be done. The Infinity Stones could not be stored in the system space. Undeterred by the response, Lin Feng resolutely twisted off the gemstone from the head of the scepter. With a powerful thrust of his palm, the shell shattered instantly, revealing a yellow soul gem. Since it could not be stored in the system space, he decided to embed it into his Superman wristband. The soul gem, now devoid of a vessel, emitted a faint glow. Lin Feng grasped it in his hand, feeling no discomfort whatsoever. The gem slowly approached the wristband, causing its surface to ripple like flowing water. With a crisp sound, the gem was embedded into the wristband. In an instant, a yellow radiance burst forth from the wristband, coursing through Lin Feng's body. He could not suppress a hum of satisfaction as he felt a surge of energy erupt from his wrist, washing over him. At the same time, his keen perception informed him that his abilities were gradually enhancing. Most notably, his supervision and superhearing had received a marked improvement. After a moment, the gem settled into silence. Lin Feng exhaled deeply, feeling quite good. The energy of the Infinity Gem seemed to have a similar effect to solar radiation. Although the enhancement was slow, it continuously augmented Lin Feng's capabilities. This rate of increase was far superior to sunbathing on Earth. He expressed his gratitude to Loki for the thoughtful gift sent from afar. Now, two gems adorned Lin Feng's wristband: the yellow soul gem and the special red kryptonite. With the power of the soul gem, Lin Feng felt confident that he could defeat the corrupted Clark without even utilizing the red kryptonite. Leaping from the Stark Tower, he emerged into a battlefield ablaze with conflict. The Chitauri legions surged forth from a blue portal, and the roars of Leviathan beasts echoed across several blocks. It was time for Lin Feng to showcase his prowess. With a swift motion, he targeted a few isolated Chitauri with a red heat beam. The struck Chitauri crumbled effortlessly under the intensity of the beam. The Chitauri forces retaliated, unleashing blue energy blasts towards Lin Feng, all of which he adeptly evaded. Occasionally, a blast would strike him, yet he remained unfazed, his battle attire showing no signs of damage. The black figure darted through the skies above, unleashing heat beams in rapid succession. Unfortunately, Lin Feng lacked large-scale area-clearing abilities. He could not obliterate multiple Chitauri at once. Thus, he fought with a combination of punches and kicks, interspersed with heat beams, as numerous Chitauri fell before him. The Chitauri soon recognized the troublesome presence of the blue-skinned human, sending wave after wave of squads to assault him with reckless abandon. This, however, alleviated some pressure from Iron Man and the others. Yet, even for Superman, the relentless fighting began to wear on him, inducing feelings of irritation and fatigue, though he regarded the combat prowess of the Chitauri as comparable to that of ants. Even a multitude of ants requires time and energy to contend with. The relentless heat of the thermal rays caused discomfort to Lin Feng's eyes. Lin, I'm in trouble. Tony's voice crackled through the earpiece. Iron Man was encountering the Leviathan beast, and his laser weapon could not penetrate its defenses. Lin Feng understood the gravity of the situation. It was a call for aid. He immediately activated his enhanced vision. I see you, Tony, Lin Feng replied, swiftly soaring in his direction. At that moment, Tony was evading the Leviathan, darting back and forth. Lin Feng arrived, his eyes glowing a fierce crimson. With a swift motion, he unleashed a thermal ray, more intense than before. Unlike the ordinary Chitauri forces, the Leviathan boasted an exceptionally thick exoskeleton. It withstood the thermal ray for 4 to 5 seconds before being pierced, letting out a howl as it plummeted to the ground. "Thanks, Lin." Tony expressed his gratitude before hastily heading to assist Captain America and Natasha. Without the ability to fly, Captain America and Natasha relied on their extraordinary physical prowess to combat the foot soldiers on the ground. The formidable Leviathan was left to Iron Man and Lin Feng. Lin Feng gazed up at the portal in the sky, from which several more Leviathans emerged. A frown creased his brow. The thermal rays could not penetrate the Leviathan's armor immediately, and prolonged use would exhaust his stamina and energy. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. With a mere thought, the Mind Stone embedded in his Superman gauntlet radiated brilliance, channeling immense energy into Lin Feng's eyes. His eye sockets transformed into a fiery orange as a vibrant thermal ray burst forth. This time, the ray created a massive hole in the Leviathan within seconds. But that was not the end. The flame-like orange energy did not dissipate. Instead, it slowly consumed the remnants of the Leviathan's body. Impressive, Lin Feng marveled. He had ingeniously amplified the thermal ray using the Mind Stone, achieving a power increase of at least double. Truly, the Infinity Stones were remarkable. On the ground, the nascent Avengers witnessed this extraordinary spectacle. "It seems he has grown even stronger," Black Widow remarked, her expression a mix of emotions. Captain America executed an aerial maneuver, forcefully slamming his shield onto a Chitauri soldier's head, then gasped, "It appears we are not without hope." However, Hawkeye, standing atop a building with a grave expression, interjected, "But if we don't shut down the portal, our efforts will be in vain." Chitauri forces continued to pour through the portal relentlessly. Several superheroes had already dispatched countless Chitauri, yet fatigue was beginning to set in. If the portal remained open, the Chitauri would swarm like ants, an endless tide. A protracted battle would be exceedingly unfavorable for the Avengers. Who knew how many more Chitauri awaited on the other side? If they were to exhaust their combat capabilities, the fate of Earth would be sealed. At that moment, Lin Feng's voice resonated in the earpieces of the crowd. "I have a way to deactivate the portal." Having listened intently to the discussions of a few individuals, Lin Feng interjected, "However, before that, I wish to present them with a grand gift." With that cryptic remark, he soared towards the portal without looking back. The Chitauri forces on the ground were too dispersed, making it a sluggish endeavor to eliminate them. Lin Feng resolved to confront the Chitauri fleet beyond the portal. Chapter 49, The Mind Stone's Heat Ray, closing the portal under the watchful gaze of the Avengers. Lin Feng surged towards the portal in the sky, his figure swiftly vanishing from their sight. What did he mean by sending a gift? On the ground, Natasha cast a puzzled glance at Captain America. Steve, still panting, responded with a questioning look. "How should I know? Aren't you all concerned about him? The other side of the portal leads to the cosmos, right?" Steve felt that Natasha's query was somewhat misplaced. In his eyes, Lin Feng's actions were tantamount to self-termination. To his astonishment, no one seemed to be worried. "There's no need for concern, Captain." Iron Man's voice resonated through the channel. "The cosmic environment poses no threat to Lin Feng. He often goes to space to bask in the sun. Instead of fretting over him, we should focus on dealing with these grotesque aliens on the ground." Upon hearing Tony's response, Steve wore an expression of disbelief. Had the blue-skinned beings evolved to such an extent? Once Lin Feng flew into the portal, the communication device fell silent. He could no longer hear the discussions about him. His gaze shifted forward into the vast expanse of the universe. Countless Leviathans bore the Chitauri Legion towards the portal. Behind them loomed a massive H-shaped spaceship, the mothership of the Chitauri Legion. From within the mothership, more Leviathans continued to emerge. At this rate, even if the Avengers were given several days, they would not be able to defeat them all. The Chitauri Legion had also taken notice of Lin Feng. At the command of the mothership, the Leviathan beasts were directed towards him. Lin Feng had no intention of engaging them. He was not keen on battling the Chitauri in space. With so many foes, when would he ever finish? His target was the mothership. Once it was destroyed, the Chitauri's forces would be reduced to mere rubble. Lin Feng fixated on the colossal mothership trailing behind the Legion. In the original narrative, Tony had relied on a nuclear missile to obliterate the mothership. However, due to Lin Feng's butterfly effect, The missile had not been launched. Nevertheless, Lin Feng had his own means to annihilate the mothership. With a mere thought, he activated the Mind Stone. In an instant, the Mind Stone on his wrist radiated a brilliant yellow light, far brighter than it had been on Earth, its luminosity amplifying exponentially. Energy surged into Lin Feng's eyes, transforming his irises into a glowing orange-red, outshining the surrounding stars. The approaching Chitauri Legion perceived Lin Feng as a son, until a sharp pain pierced his eye sockets, compelling Lin Feng to relinquish his restraint and unleash the heat ray. The orange-red beam erupted in the cosmos, empowered by the Mind Stone, achieving unprecedented intensity akin to concentrated sunlight, and shot directly towards the Chitauri mothership. Terrifying energy radiated from the beam, and those Leviathan beasts in close proximity to its trajectory disintegrated into ash without even being struck. The intense ray of heat struck the mothership without fail. The orange-red energy wreaked havoc upon the hull, consuming it entirely before an explosion could even occur. The colossal vessel was instantaneously reduced to ashes, vanishing into the cosmos. What a terrifying augmentation of power. Lin Feng mused that if he possessed such formidable strength within the DC universe, Clark would surely need to perish once more. At the moment the mothership disappeared, countless Chitauri soldiers collapsed as if their power had been abruptly severed. The Leviathan army in the universe ceased to exist, floating like specters, no longer posing a threat. On Earth, the Avengers, still embroiled in fierce combat, watched as the previously vibrant extraterrestrial invaders fell lifeless to the ground in the next heartbeat. The Chitauri, riding their flying vehicles, and the massive Leviathans plummeted from the sky. The sudden turn of events left everyone bewildered. Natasha and the others instinctively gazed toward the portal. Had Lin Feng succeeded? A voice wondered aloud. Jarvis? Tony, encased in his armor, called out. The highly intelligent AI immediately comprehended his meaning. Sir, all extraterrestrial life signs have been confirmed as non-existent. With this confirmation, the Avengers collectively exhaled, their taut nerves finally relaxing. Exhaustion overcame them, prompting them to sit and rest. They had truly succeeded. Everyone marveled at Lin Feng's extraordinary combat prowess. Why hasn't the portal closed yet? Steve inquired, noticing that the portal showed no signs of change. Didn't Lin Feng say he had a plan? Natasha leaned against a wrecked vehicle, gazing up at the portal. Let us wait for his return. Upon hearing this, the resting members fell silent, their eyes once more fixed on the portal. They were all awaiting Lin Feng's return. After a moment, there suddenly raised his hammer and pointed. He back. With keen eyes, there spotted Lin Feng's silhouette. Indeed. The familiar dark figure emerged from the portal, soaring back to them. It was Lin Feng. He descended slowly onto the rooftop of Stark Tower. He still needed to shut down the portal for it to be truly over. I'll go take a look. With that, Tony soared upward in his suit. With a thud, Tony landed atop the tower, where Lin Feng stood beside the teleportation device. However, what Tony failed to grasp was that Lin Feng did not immediately close the portal. Instead, he was furiously rubbing his eyes. What was going on? Hey, buddy. What is wrong with your eyes? Tony approached him, greeting him. Huh. Lin Feng, upon hearing Tony, instinctively looked up. What the hell? Tony was taken aback by Lin Feng's eyes, which were reddened as if afflicted by conjunctivitis, tears flowing uncontrollably. Did you get hit in the eyes? Tony asked uncertainly, pondering whether Lin Feng's vulnerability lay in his eyes. Lin Feng too felt the discomfort in his eye sockets. For the first time utilizing the Mind Stone, Lin Feng struggled to find the right balance. The energy he transmitted was excessively powerful, leaving his eyes still reeling from the experience. It's all right, he murmured, rubbing his eyes. What is the situation? Are the Chitauri all dead? Tony nodded in response. Indeed, they lie motionless on the ground. How did you manage that? Lin Feng blinked, his vision gradually returning to normal. I obliterated their mothership. The heat ray was overused. He gestured towards his eyes, just as he had anticipated. With the disappearance of the Chitauri's mothership, all of their forces had been rendered inactive. Well, I am not surprised. After all, you are a monster, Tony remarked, pointing towards the teleportation device. Now, shouldn't we devise a method to deactivate this contraption? Lin Feng nodded, stepping forward. No need to worry. I have a way to shut it down. It is time to close this portal. Raising his left hand adorned with a wrist guard, the Mind Stone radiated brilliance once more. The energy shield, which even Iron Man's repulsor beams could not penetrate, felt as light as air to Lin Feng as he extended his hand through it. He grasped the tesseract and yanked it out. With a hum, the beam of light lost its power source and abruptly shattered. The portal slowly closed before the gaze of countless onlookers, signaling the Chitauri's defeat and the conclusion of the invasion campaign. Chapter 50, Reasoning. The space gem belongs to me in the vast expanse of the cosmos. The Sanctum II spaceship glided steadily through the void. Upon the throne within the vessel sat a formidable titan, his purple exterior adorned with vertical stripes along his chin. This was none other than Thanos, a member of the eternal race cast into exile. At his feet stood his daughter, the green-skinned Gamora, alongside the half-human, half-cybernetic Nebula, and his loyal pet, Corvus Glaive. Before them loomed a massive screen, displaying a vivid image. There, a blue-skinned human clad in black armor, marked by a large emblazoned upon his chest, floated ominously in front of the Chitauri mothership. His eyes glowed with an orange-red brilliance, emitting nearly tangible beams of light that obliterated every Leviathan in his path. The Chitauri mothership, under the onslaught of those rays, crumbled to dust in less than a second, vanishing without a trace. This footage replayed incessantly as Thanos wore a grim expression, scrutinizing it repeatedly. "My great master." Corvus Glaive bowed respectfully, a hand placed over his heart. "It is this human who has thwarted our plans. He covets the soul gem. He must pay with his life to appease your wrath." As a devoted servant of Thanos, he diligently prostrated himself before his master. "Father." Nebula turned, kneeling on one knee, her head bowed in deference. "Allow me to journey to Earth, to sever his head and return the soul gem to you." She was eager to prove herself before Thanos, to establish her strength and superiority over Gamora. Thanos regarded Nebula and Corvus Glaive with an inscrutable expression, falling into silence for a moment. "My daughter, I have other plans for you. The soul gem shall remain on Earth. When the time is right, I will retrieve it myself." With those words, Thanos dismissed the two, redirecting his gaze back to the screen. It appeared that a formidable force had emerged on the blue planet, the Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One, and the All-Father, Odin. These ancient beings were the primary reason he had not ventured into the Nine Realms himself. They were no trifling adversaries. Thanos had long anticipated Loki's failure, understanding that Odin's adopted son was merely a purveyor of trivial schemes. The Chitauri's assault had been but a pawn in his game. Thanos had never harbored any hope for their juvenile plans. He had his own agenda, and thus far, aside from the emergence of that powerful human, little had changed. He resolved to acquire the other gems first, and as for the blue planet, he would attend to it in due time. Meanwhile, on Earth, SHIELD and the American government were engaged in damage control. Major news outlets reported on the wreckage left in the aftermath. Discussions surrounding the Avengers and Superman reached a fever pitch, as the appearance of extraterrestrials left countless citizens in a state of bewilderment. Authoritative media criticized the destruction wrought by the Avengers. The citizens expressed their gratitude to the Avengers, their voices resonating around the globe. Meanwhile, the central figures of this news, including Lin Feng, were resting within the Stark Tower. Behind the floor-to-ceiling windows stood Thor, disheveled and confronting Lin Feng. "This is the last time I will say it," he proclaimed, gripping Mjolnir with a grim expression. "The Space Stone belongs to Asgard. You have no right to claim it as your own. Hand it over." Lin Feng, languidly reclining on the sofa, cast a scornful glance at Thor. Upon his wrist lay 3 gems, the yellow Soul Stone, the blue Space Stone, and the red Special Kryptonite. After extracting the Tesseract, he had crushed it to retrieve the Space Stone, which he then embedded into his wrist. Like the Soul Stone, the Space Stone steadily enhanced Lin Feng's abilities. How could he possibly relinquish it to Thor? It was practically within his grasp. Why would he let it slip away? "You assert it belongs to Asgard. Do you have any proof?" Thor's grip on Mjolnir tightened, his veins bulging in frustration as he yearned to teach this insolent young man a lesson. This was the second time he had demanded the Space Stone from Lin Feng. The first ending with Lin Feng sending him flying out of the tower with a swift kick, so quick that Thor had failed to perceive it. Though he was loath to admit it, he could not best Lin Feng. Lin Feng paid little heed to the thoughts of Odin's foolish son. Should Thor persist in his obstinacy, Lin Feng would not hesitate to deliver another kick. Hey, hey, hey. As tensions escalated between the two, Iron Man, Tony Stark, intervened to protect his Stark Tower. He positioned himself between them, extending his arms to create distance. Calm down, you two. You've just finished a battle. Aren't you tired? Allow me to speak impartially. Tony continued, pointing at Thor. Lin Feng is undeniably stronger than you. The moment those words were uttered, Thor's expression turned icy. He suspected Tony's motives were less than altruistic. Oh, come on. Don't look at me like that. Tony, unfazed, surveyed the room. Am I not speaking the truth? Captain America, Natasha, Hawkeye, and even Hulk nodded in tacit agreement. Lin Feng had flown into space to obliterate the Chitauri mothership, while Thor had merely slain a few Chitauri on Earth, only to be stabbed by his own brother. The disparity in their strengths was indeed undeniable. Tony was pleased with the crowd's response. Turning back to Thor, he spread his hands. See, this is the consensus. Now, let us clarify the disaster. Your brother, the second prince of Asgard, is responsible for it. Countless lives were lost because of him, and perhaps even the coordinates of Earth have been compromised, right? It was an adopted son, Thor retorted, his face flushed with helplessness. As soon as the words left his lips, he felt a pang of regret and instinctively glanced aside. There stood Loki, handcuffed, casting a scornful gaze in his direction. Well, he is indeed your brother. That is an undeniable fact. Thor grimly nodded in acknowledgement. Tony continued. This catastrophe was brought about by your brother, and it was Lin Feng who quelled this disaster. I believe no one can contest that, can they? The crowd instinctively nodded in agreement. Tony clapped his hands. Then it is clear, isn't it? As the one who resolved this calamity, Lin Feng has the right to handle this gemstone, does he not? How persuasive Tony Stark could be. Who among those present could rival his eloquence? Moreover, what he stated was the truth. On one side stood an unfamiliar Asgardian, the instigator of this disaster, and on the other was his dear friend and savior, Lin Feng. It was evident to Tony whom he should support. After his compelling speech, everyone felt the weight of his reasoning. Only Thor's face flushed crimson from beginning to end. However, the space gem has always belonged to Asgard. Thor's voice dwindled, becoming increasingly feeble. Growing impatient with Thor's unwarranted defense, Lin Feng rose, exuding an undeniable aura. Let me enlighten you. It no longer belongs to Asgard. Its appearance on Earth signifies that you have failed to safeguard it. I will return it to you. But will you not misplace it again? With a scoff, Lin Feng added, moreover, the Infinity Stones have no true master. You merely acted as its custodians for a time. To claim it belongs to Asgard? Do you not feel any shame? The combined onslaught of Lin Feng and Tony rendered Thor speechless, leaving him unable to utter a single word. The room fell into a profound silence. Noticing Thor's silence, Loki leapt forth, his eyes gleaming with mockery. Poor son of Odin, not only can you not best the Earthlings, but you also fail to grasp basic reasoning. How many Asgardians would laugh at your expense if they heard this? Silence. Thor, filled with indignation, snatched a silencing device and placed it over Loki's mouth. Chapter 51. A system as dogged as a hound, straining and spinning in the end. Thor did not reclaim the space gem. He could only admit the truth. He had recklessly severed the Rainbow Bridge. Without the space gem, he was unable to return to Asgard. He sought to utilize the space gem to repair the bridge. Initially, Lin Feng intended to decline. However, upon reflection, he acquiesced. He had his own considerations and was not inclined to antagonize Asgard over the borrowing of a single gem. Although Lin Feng was unafraid of Odin, cultivating enemies at every turn was not his manner. Thus, under the gaze of the onlookers, Lin Feng activated the space gem, vanishing with Thor and Loki. He set off to explore Asgard, leaving the mess for S.H.I.E.L.D. and Tony to manage. As for Nick Fury and several representatives from the United States, who were eager for a video conference, Nick Fury responded that it would be better for Lin Feng to safeguard the space gem. If they were unwilling, they could send personnel to retrieve it. In any case, S.H.I.E.L.D. would not be able to reclaim it. The representatives fell silent. The power Lin Feng exhibited during the calamity was evident. He was not someone they could easily confront, unless they resorted to nuclear weapons. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Lin Feng had long ceased to regard the threat of nuclear arms with concern. With 2 infinity gems in his possession, facing a nuclear strike head-on posed no issue. Moreover, even if he could not withstand the nuclear attack, Lin Feng could effortlessly utilize the space gem to teleport away. It could be said that, on the entire blue planet, the only individual capable of posing a threat to Lin Feng was the supreme sorcerer, Dormammu. Consequently, no one discussed Lin Feng's possession of the 2 gems any further. As for Lin Feng's refusal to join the Avengers, Nick Fury relayed Lin Feng's words verbatim, "In the face of disaster, I will intervene. However, joining your Superboy organization is out of the question." After a prolonged silence, the representatives instructed Black Egg to make every effort to persuade him. The storyline of the first Avengers film officially came to a close, and Lin Feng arrived in Asgard. Upon landing, Thor promptly confined Loki. Subsequently, he led Lin Feng to the Grand Palace. Although it was ostensibly a tour, Lin Feng was not particularly captivated by Asgard's scenery. He favored the modern allure of high-tech cities, finding the Maldives, with Susan, far more appealing. The 2 arrived at the immense palace, where Lin Feng encountered the sovereign of the 9 realms, the All-Father, Odin. Seated upon his throne, Odin silently scrutinized Lin Feng. He was acutely aware of the young man from the blue planet and the 2 infinity gems he possessed. "Father," Thor bowed respectfully before pointing at Lin Feng. "He refuses to return the space gem." Lin Feng was momentarily speechless, finding Thor's tone reminiscent of a child reporting mischief. Odin slowly turned his gaze toward Thor. "I have witnessed everything, Thor." Thor felt a surge of joy, realizing that Lin Feng would likely refrain from any further transgressions in the presence of their father. He spoke the truth. The space stone possesses no master. Odin's words took Thor by surprise. "Father." Thor gazed at Odin in disbelief. "It is indeed a fact, Thor." Odin nodded slowly, signaling Thor to remain calm. The Infinity Stones were born at the dawn of the universe. They were never meant to belong to anyone. Thor found himself at a loss for words. He had anticipated that his father would take action to reclaim the Space Stone, as it had always been regarded as a treasure of Asgard in his mind. However, his father's unexpected demeanor left him utterly bewildered. The father he remembered as formidable had, on this day, displayed an entirely different disposition. Noticing Thor's silence, Odin turned his attention to the young man from Earth, clad in a black battle suit, adorned with a large S-shaped emblem on his chest. "Greetings, my king." Lin Feng awkwardly nodded at Odin, attempting a semblance of salutation. He was unfamiliar with Asgardian customs and did not intend to kneel, so he merely stood there, nodding awkwardly. Yet, Odin appeared unfazed. "Welcome to Asgard, esteemed guest. It is a pleasure to have you here." Odin's aged face bore a subtle smile, brimming with significance. "There is no rush to repair the Bifrost. Preparations must be made first. In the meantime, Thor, why not show him around Asgard? As for the Space Stone, it will be returned to you once the Bifrost is restored." Upon hearing this, Thor grew anxious. He and Lin Feng had not always seen eye to eye. Did his father truly expect him to escort Lin Feng? He was reluctant to accept such a task. "Father," before he could finish his sentence, Odin's icy gaze fell upon him. Thor shivered, promptly sealing his lips. "I must decline, my king. My family awaits me back on Earth," Lin Feng interjected, expressing his desire not to linger in Asgard any longer. His interest in this realm was minimal, especially with Susan waiting for him in the Maldives. "I can repair the Bifrost alone. No preparations are necessary," Lin Feng asserted confidently. He believed Odin would not covet the Infinity Stone. Yet to prevent any unforeseen complications, he was reluctant to remove the stone from his wrist. Odin, momentarily silent after being declined, exhibited no anger, merely nodding before addressing Thor. "In that case, Thor, you shall accompany him to the Bifrost." The command from their father brooked no refusal. Reluctantly, Thor led Lin Feng away, his expression one of deep frustration. He could not fathom why his father would not permit Lin Feng to return the Space Stone, a treasure that rightfully belonged to Asgard. In his view, no matter how powerful Lin Feng might be, he could never surpass the strength of their father. Could it be that Lin Feng possessed something that instilled fear in Odin? Thor's heart brimmed with confusion. He was not mistaken. Odin was indeed afraid. Yet, it was not Lin Feng he feared. It was not the fear of becoming adversaries with Lin Feng that troubled him, but rather the foreboding vision of the future he beheld. It resembled a premature onset of Ragnar K, as the crimson rays sliced through the lands of Asgard. The celestial warriors fell one by one beneath the dissipating energy. Thor's mighty hammer was crushed in a single hand, while countless denizens of the realm faced homelessness. Thor, however, remained oblivious to this dire fate, though Odin perceived it all too clearly. He yearned for Lin Feng and Thor to forge a friendship, or at the very least, to avoid becoming foes, for the ramifications were too dreadful to contemplate. Perhaps he could subdue Lin Feng, but the cost would be exorbitant. Thus, he refrained from demanding the space gem. Thor still needed to mature, and Odin could afford to observe for a while longer. He only hoped that Thor would soon be worthy of his position and not disappoint him. The foolish son, Thor, was unaware of his father's sincere intentions. He brought Lin Feng to the fractured rainbow bridge. "Let the performance commence," he declared, standing with his arms crossed, a frown etched upon his face. Lin Feng shook his head, choosing not to stoop to Thor's level of discontent. He stepped forward, positioning himself at the bridge's broken edge, ready to initiate the restoration. Previously, Lin Feng had inquired with the system about the possibility of mending the rainbow bridge, receiving an affirmative response that led him to acquiesce to Thor's request. Otherwise, he would have been reluctant to lend the space gem, fearing its potential loss. "System, how do I repair the rainbow bridge?" he implored. The system emerged, stating, "Host, channel the energy of the space gem, and leave the rest to me." Lin Feng nodded, closing his eyes to commune with the gem. The blue gem upon his superhuman wrist began to radiate light slowly. As Lin Feng's urging intensified, the brilliance escalated to a blinding luminescence. In the next moment, azure energy surged forth like a torrent, flowing from the wrist to the rainbow bridge. The system meticulously guided this energy, distributing it evenly across the bridge. With the system's aid, the rainbow bridge underwent continuous restoration. After a protracted period, a resonant hum reverberated through the air. The damaged structure of the bridge was entirely mended, vast energy flooding into it. The rainbow bridge was reactivated. Observing this, Lin Feng promptly severed the energy from the space gem. "Repair complete, host. You have earned 1,000,000 prestige points." The system's voice followed. Lin Feng was taken aback. "What is this? Why do I need prestige points? This was not mentioned earlier." He questioned in disbelief, ensuring he had not misheard. "What? Do you expect the system to work for free?" came the system's scornful retort. "Please, if it weren't for the space gem, repairing the rainbow bridge would require 10 million prestige points. I am offering you a generous discount of 90. Are you not grateful?" The system's tone suggested Lin Feng was the one benefiting from a tremendous bargain. Silenced, Lin Feng realized he had been ensnared by the system. Losing 100,000 prestige points for nothing. Though not a large sum, it represented his hard-earned effort. His mood soured instantly. "Well then, the bridge is repaired." Lin Feng addressed Thor. "I shall return to Blue Star. Do not venture there without reason." With a scowl upon his face, Lin Feng stepped through the portal and departed without a moment's hesitation. This Asgard was a place he could not endure for even a second longer. Thor gazed perplexedly at the vanishing portal, filled with confusion. Why, with the bridge repaired, did Lin Feng seem so agitated? Chapter 52. Encountering Sky again. Having resolved the issue of the Rainbow Bridge, Lin Feng directly opened a portal to the Maldives. Susan was still awaiting his arrival. Upon their reunion, the two indulged in several days of carefree enjoyment in the Maldives. Under the radiant sun, Susan lounged on the beach, fiddling with her phone while basking in the sunlight. Lin Feng sat beside her, wielding a bottle of sunscreen, applying it while checking the system's rewards settlement. Indeed, the rewards for thwarting the Chitauri invasion had been tallied. The task yielded a remarkable 10 million prestige points, with citizen attention and enthusiasm contributing an additional 8 million. This, however, was not the entirety of the rewards. The fervor surrounding the Chitauri incident was still escalating, and once the matter was fully resolved, Lin Feng would accrue over 10 million prestige points once more. Of course, this was merely an approximation, yet the system's predictions were generally reliable. Consequently, Lin Feng found himself with a staggering total of approximately 90 million prestige points at his disposal. Soon, he would be able to exchange for the Silver Superman template. While he felt a surge of anticipation, he also harbored some doubts. After acquiring the Silver Superman, should he soar to the sun to hasten his growth? The first Avengers film marked the commencement of the Purple Potato's implementation of his population control measures. Lin Feng possessed 2 Infinity Stones. He did not perceive the unarmed Purple Potato as a threat. However, if the Purple Potato were to acquire the Power Stone, it would pose a considerable challenge for Lin Feng, as the destructive capacity of the Power Stone was not to be underestimated. Lin Feng pondered whether to secure the Power Stone first or to take a brief slumber in the sun. Lin. Susan suddenly interjected, interrupting Lin Feng's reverie. What is it? Darling? Lin Feng inquired. Susan waved her phone and replied, Let's head back. My mother said she needs to speak with me and wants me to return home. Besides, I've had enough fun for these past few days. Susan sat up and stretched lazily. During their time in the Maldives, Lin Feng had taken her on every possible adventure. Some even repeated 2 or 3 times. Just moments ago, her mother had sent a message stating that her younger sister urgently wished to see her and urged her to return at once, even threatening to dismantle the family home if Susan did not come back. Susan was somewhat perplexed. What could her 7-year-old sister possibly want? Lin Feng, indifferent to the matter, chuckled and responded, It's up to you. Do you want me to accompany you? Susan's cheeks flushed slightly. Perhaps not. I'm afraid you might frighten them. Just give me some time. I'll go check things out first. Lin Feng nodded with a smile. After a brief period of tidying up, the two prepared to leave the villa. This villa was situated in the shallow sea, allowing them to wake each morning to the sight of the crystal-clear azure ocean, which uplifted their spirits. Lin Feng contemplated whether he should purchase a villa here, considering his current financial affluence. The dividends from Stark Industries alone would ensure a lifetime of comfort for both him and Susan, not to mention the substantial income from Susan's website. After tidying up, the two stood together. Lin Feng, with a thought, activated the space gem on his wrist, and a blue circular portal materialized before them. Stepping through, the scenery instantly transformed, returning them to the villa of the Twisting Waste guest. This method of travel far surpassed any super flight. Theoretically, with coordinates in hand, Lin Feng could instantly traverse to any location in the universe. Once he set down his luggage, Lin Feng handed the keys of the R8 to Susan. This vehicle, once belonging to Tony Stark, was now under Lin Feng's ownership. He planned to purchase another car and gift this one to Susan. If Susan did not fancy it, he would buy her a different one altogether. Before his journey across dimensions, he had a passion for all manner of flashy sports cars. However, his finances were not as glamorous, and even the more refined models were beyond his reach. Susan drove him to the city. As a female driver, her skills were commendable. After dropping Lin Feng off, she headed home, eager to see what mischief her younger sister was up to. Just thinking of her mischievous sibling made Susan's head ache. Meanwhile, Lin Feng wandered around a luxury car dealership, having chosen to alight at the Lamborghini showroom and sales center. Upon entering, he found the space quite expansive, with display cars lined up on either side of the main aisle. Inside, a short-haired female salesperson lounged on a sofa, casting a glance at Lin Feng. After a brief observation, she turned her attention to a nearby intern. "Kay, you go. We have a customer." Kay nodded and, without much thought, approached the figure admiring the vehicles. The short-haired salesperson stifled a laugh. Based on her earlier assessment, she presumed Lin Feng to be yet another penniless individual seeking a taste of luxury cars. His attire was modest, devoid of the trappings of a successful person, and the black ring on his finger seemed anything but high-end. He had entered on foot, and apart from his decent appearance, there was little else to commend him. It was highly unlikely he was there to purchase a vehicle. Her discerning eye concluded that he was not a target customer. It would merely serve as practice for the intern. Unbeknownst to her, Kay was not genuinely interested in being a salesperson. Her presence was a guise for her investigation. To secure this position, she had hacked into the recruitment back-end, replacing an unfortunate candidate with herself. Approaching Lin Feng, she donned a practiced smile and greeted him. "Good day, sir. Welcome to Lamborghini. May I ask your name?" Hearing someone call to him, Lin Feng turned around, his expression one of surprise. "Sky?" Sky's eyes widened in disbelief. "Lin Feng? What are the odds? Here to buy a car?" Lin Feng scratched his head, bewildered by the coincidence. Sky awkwardly chuckled. I suppose so. I didn't expect Lin Feng to be here. It's quite a coincidence, isn't it? She had nearly completed her investigation and was preparing to make her escape the following day, only to encounter Lin Feng today. Lin Feng couldn't help but glance at Sky a few more times. This little hacker had always used a pseudonym to befriend her girlfriend. Lin Feng was aware that she would eventually join S.H.I.E.L.D., but he had no desire to concern himself with such matters. The organization was far too troublesome. Presently, Sky was a rebellious spirit, consistently opposing S.H.I.E.L.D. He pondered whether she had joined that organization, whatever it was called. Speaking of which, I've never had the chance to ask, how did you know my name? Sky couldn't suppress her curiosity and inquired. Upon their first meeting, Lin Feng had called her by her real name, and she had always wondered about it. Lin Feng glanced at her with a hint of amusement and replied, What? Do Lamborghini salespeople inquire into their clients' privacy? You really need to work on your conversation skills. Sky rolled her eyes at his teasing and retorted, somewhat annoyed, If you don't want to say, that's fine. What are you doing here? Buying a car? The moment the words escaped her lips, she regretted it. Lin Feng was not short on cash, of course. He was here to purchase a vehicle. What else could he possibly be doing? Indeed, Lin Feng remained silent, his gaze gradually transforming into one of pity, as if he were regarding someone with diminished intellect. Sky's face flushed with embarrassment, and she nervously fidgeted with her fingers before hastily changing the subject. Are you planning to buy this car? Lin Feng patted the Aventador in front of him and affirmed, Yes, please tell me more about this car. I intend to buy it. Sky glanced at the vehicle's model and suddenly had a brilliant idea. She envisioned a car that would be perfect for Lin Feng. You want to buy this model? You tend to be rather verbose. Ignoring Lin Feng's complaint, Sky pulled him toward the back room while chatting. Come. I know of a car that suits you perfectly. Lin Feng allowed her to lead him, curious about what she was up to. They walked to the back room, where a Lamborghini covered by a car cover awaited them. Judging by its silhouette, it appeared to be another Aventador. Sky swiftly unveiled the cover, revealing a sleek Lamborghini supercar before Lin Feng's eyes. The black Aventador LP 700-4 boasted a stunning design. Its glossy black paint resembling a formidable black beast poised to pounce. Unlike the display car outside, this Aventador was adorned with elements reminiscent of superheroes. The streamlined black body was accentuated with vibrant orange-red lines, exuding a futuristic aura. A large black S emblem adorned the front hood, identical to the one on Lin Feng's battle suit. Even the seats of the interior featured the S emblem, intricately embroidered by hand. Lin Feng's expression was utterly captivating. He pointed at the car and asked, What is this? Chapter 53, Supercars and Mischievous Children. Sky pointed at the sports car with a grin and said, What do you think? It suits you perfectly, doesn't it? Lin Feng nodded instinctively upon hearing this. Although the car was adorned with elements reminiscent of superheroes, the amalgamation was executed with such finesse that it did not appear gaudy. Rather, it accentuated the black Aventador's sense of speed and power. One must admit, Lin Feng was rather fond of this vehicle. This car must have been customized by some affluent individual, he mused. Such a paint job likely wouldn't even appear on the selection list. As for second-hand cars, they ought to be found in used car lots, not direct sales outlets. It must have been tailored or modified by some wealthy patron. Sky nodded in affirmation. You are correct. This vehicle was originally commissioned at a high price by a wealthy heir who only paid the deposit just a few days ago. Before the car was delivered, some issues arose at his home. It said that all the money in his account was embezzled by his ex-wife. He is currently busy liquidating assets to pay off debts. Upon hearing Sky's explanation, Lin Feng nodded, confirming his suspicions. As long as it was a used car, he was satisfied. Stark's annual bonus had recently been credited to his account, and he had no intention of purchasing a pre-owned vehicle. Let us swipe the card, Lin Feng declared generously, eager to make the purchase. All right, this way, sir. Sky cheerfully led Lin Feng to the payment counter. The wealthy heir's father's bankruptcy was not a trivial matter, as someone had paid handsomely for Sky to investigate the situation. However, she chose not to divulge all this information to Lin Feng. The price of this car exceeded that of the standard model by more than 40. Owing to its custom interior and exterior, as well as additional optional components, all essentially aligned with the top configuration. Yet, Lin Feng was unconcerned. He was not short of funds. With the card swiped, payment made, and license plates acquired, everything proceeded seamlessly. The vehicle was affixed with a temporary plate, and Sky assured Lin Feng that the official plates would be mailed to his villa the following day. Lin Feng did not dwell on this detail. He merely wanted to drive the car away today. In less than an hour, all the formalities were completed. And amidst the envious and regretful gazes of the short-haired sales staff, Lin Feng drove off. The performance of this LP 700-4 far surpassed that of the previous R8. Lin Feng took the car to a racetrack, paid the venue fee, eager to experience the allure of this beast. With a firm press on the accelerator, the engine roared to life with a fierce growl, propelling the vehicle forward like an arrow. It soared along the track like a streak of black lightning. Thanks to his superhuman reflexes and vision, Lin Feng's control of the vehicle was more precise than that of professional racers. Several other cars were already on the track, but Lin Feng's black Lamborghini darted past them like a specter, overtaking them effortlessly. Where did that madman come from? The drivers wondered, witnessing Lin Feng navigate turns with minimal braking, leaving them in a cold sweat. After several laps, Lin Feng finally had his fill of the exhilarating experience. With a swift turn of the steering wheel, the car drifted away from the racetrack. He was immensely satisfied with the vehicle's performance, particularly in terms of handling. However, if there were to be a singular flaw, it would be the rigidity of the chassis. Without extraordinary physical resilience, one might struggle to endure the ride for long. Lin Feng could already feel the strain on his waist. After relishing the exhilarating sensation of speed, he set off towards his villa. Though enjoyable, it lacked the thrilling rush he had experienced during his first flight. Upon returning home, the sky had darkened. Lin Feng noticed the lights of the villa illuminating the night, likely indicating that Susan had returned. He initially believed she would be out for the evening due to some engagement. After parking the car, he made his way towards the villa. However, in the next moment, he spotted a golden-haired little girl squatting on the lawn, fiddling with something on the ground. Puzzled, he took a couple of steps back to glance at the house number. Indeed, it was his own villa. Where could this little girl have come from? Had she mistakenly wandered over from a neighboring house? Approaching her, he intended to inquire. The girl, wielding a small shovel, was diligently digging into the earth, seemingly in search of something. "Hey there, little one," Lin Feng called out, bending slightly to soften his tone, wary of startling her. The sudden voice caused the girl to freeze mid-action. Slowly, she turned to face him, her large eyes wide with curiosity, yet she remained silent. Lin Feng scratched his head, bemused by her reticence. Hello?" The girl scrutinized him from head to toe, and then back again before she finally spoke. "Are you Superman?" "Excuse me?" Lin Feng was even more bewildered. "Are you looking for Superman?" The little girl nodded and repeated, "Are you Superman?" Instinctively glancing around for her parents, and seeing none, Lin Feng hesitated before inexplicably denying, "I am not Superman. Can you tell me why you're looking for him?" The girl did not respond to his query. Upon receiving his denial, she became instantly alert, pivoting on her heels and sprinting towards the villa, shouting, "Sister! Sister! There's a bad man!" Lin Feng slapped his forehead in exasperation, his expression one of distress. Indeed, children were often prone to wild exaggerations. What was this performance all about? Surely, she must have confused him for someone else. Where is this bad man? The villa door swung open, and Susan rushed out, her demeanor fraught with concern. She swiftly scooped up the little girl, casting wary glances around. In the next instant, she spotted Lin Feng standing there, looking dazed, and couldn't help but chuckle. Goodness, could the bad man Elena mentioned possibly be Lin Feng? "Is it him?" Susan asked, pointing at Lin Feng. "Yes." The little girl nodded emphatically. Susan shook her head in amusement. "He is not a bad man." After speaking, Susan embraced the little girl and approached Lin Feng. The girl wrapped her arms around Susan's neck, remaining cautious as she gazed at Lin Feng. "Welcome back, Lin." Susan greeted him with a smile. Lin Feng, still bewildered, opened his mouth and pointed at the little girl in Susan's arms, inquiring, "What is the situation here?" "This is Elena, my sister. She is 7 years old this year," Susan explained, giving the little girl a gentle shake. "Elena, quickly greet your superhero brother." Haven't you always wanted to meet Superman? Here he is. You're lying, sister. Elena clung to Susan's neck, unwilling to let go. I am not lying. He truly is Superman. Susan patiently clarified. He is not. He admitted it himself. He is not Superman. Elena insisted, feeling that her sister was deceiving her, mistaking her for a child who could be easily fooled by simply finding someone to impersonate Superman. However, she was certain her sister had not anticipated that the man himself had confessed to it. Susan cast Lin Feng a peculiar glance. While he responded with an awkward smile, I had no idea she was your sister. I thought she was just some neighbor's child. Susan felt somewhat speechless, able to imagine just how embarrassed Lin Feng had been moments ago. I truly have not deceived you. Susan soothed Elena. Think about it. When have I ever lied to you? Little Elena pondered for a moment before decisively exposing Susan. When I was 4, you promised that when you came home, you would buy me toys. But you didn't. The atmosphere froze in awkwardness. Susan's lips twitched as she struggled to find her words. Lin Feng managed to suppress a laugh after a moment, remembering that she was his girlfriend. He looked at the little girl and attempted to rescue Susan from the predicament, saying, Elena, is it? I really am Superman. Little Elena eyed Lin Feng skeptically, insisting, I don't believe you. You just said you weren't. Unless. Her eyes sparkled with mischief. Unless you prove it to me. Chapter 54. Elena's Cosmic Journey. Can I prove it for a lifetime? Does the little one still need proof? Lin Feng pondered for a moment and replied, All right, I shall demonstrate. With that, Lin Feng ascended into the air, his black cloak billowing gracefully behind him. The classic superhero attire emerged, identical to what the little one had seen on television. Elena's eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, It truly is a superhero. While shouting, she struggled in Susan's embrace, eager to descend. Unable to restrain her, Susan gently set her down. The little one dashed towards Lin Feng, her curiosity and excitement palpable as she scrutinized him. Lin, Susan called out, spend some time playing with her. The meal isn't ready yet. I will call you both when it's time to eat. With that, Susan retreated to the villa, leaving the two to gaze at one another in wide-eyed wonder. Help! I truly do not know how to communicate with children. Fortunately, the child's exuberance soon settled. 5 minutes later, Elena returned to the half-dug hole, brandishing a small shovel and diligently resuming her task. Lin Feng squatted opposite her, gazing blankly as she excavated. He could not fathom how their situation had evolved to this point. The child's insatiable curiosity was formidable. Her hands were in constant motion, and she continued to chatter away, posing no fewer than 10 questions in quick succession. Are you my sister's boyfriend? Do superheroes receive payment? Do superheroes also eat carrots? She inquired, even asking if he cuddled her sister's teddy bear while sleeping, a favorite pastime of hers when her sister was at home. Lin Feng felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. This could not continue. He had to take the initiative to counter her barrage of questions. The little one had been tirelessly digging, and Lin Feng initially believed she intended to till their lawn. Alas, her strength was insufficient, and she had managed to create a hole barely large enough for a squirrel. What are you digging? Lin Feng asked. Elena's interest piqued at his inquiry. I am digging a hole. Who taught you such a nonsensical art of conversation? Little Elena seemed to grasp something profound and elaborated. Mommy said that if you bury yourself in the ground, you will grow faster. I want to bury myself. I want to grow up quickly. Then, I can be just like you, superhero brother, and fight villains every day. Lin Feng felt his face contort involuntarily. He truly could not comprehend the thought processes and behavioral patterns of children. He resolved to maintain his silence. The pair, one large and one small, stared at the hole for an extended period. Elena was drenched in perspiration from her efforts. After a while, she seemed to realize her progress was too slow and turned to Lin Feng with hopeful eyes. Superhero brother, could you help me dig? She implored, gesturing with her hands to indicate a large circular shape. If it's superhero brother, you could dig a hole this big in no time. Lin Feng's mouth twitched. Dig a hole, just to bury you? Your sister mustn't strangle me, Lin Feng said as he pulled out a tissue to dab little Elena's sweat. He then attempted to divert her attention. How about we experience being superheroes together? Huh. Little Elena's small face lit up with excitement and curiosity. Really? Can I be a superhero right now? Just for a moment. Lin Feng extended his arms. Come here, Let your brother give you a hug. Trusting him completely, Elena tossed her little shovel aside, stepped forward, and wrapped her arms around Lin Feng's neck. Is this how it works? Lin Feng lifted her up, nodding. Hold on tight to your brother's neck, and don't let go. Elena obediently clung to him with all her might, though her grip was rather feeble. Are you ready? Elena nodded vigorously. Let's go? As soon as he spoke, Lin Feng soared into the sky with little Elena in his embrace. Her delighted screams filled the air. He enveloped her in a biological force field to protect her from harm. Having never experienced such a scene, her little heart raced wildly. Her previously fair face flushed with excitement, and she couldn't help but shout with joy. Lin Feng glided through the skies above New York, taking in every sight. Finally, they hovered above the iconic turning torso, floating effortlessly. Gazing down at the dazzling lights below, little Elena felt no fear. Her big eyes sparkled with excitement. It's so beautiful. She had seen such sights once while flying, but never with such clarity and freedom. She felt like a bird, soaring freely in the vast blue sky, even though it was nighttime. Seeing her joy, Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Isn't it lovely? Elena nodded enthusiastically, her little head bobbing up and down. Lin Feng grinned mischievously and said, There's something even more beautiful. Hold on tight. Hearing that there was more beauty to behold, Elena tightened her grip around Lin Feng's neck, her eyes brimming with excitement and anticipation. Lin Feng expanded the range of the biological force field slightly, preparing to take the little one on a journey beyond the stars. In the next moment, Lin Feng flew straight upwards, gaining speed. Wrapped in the biological force field, Elena felt no significant discomfort, although the increasing velocity made her shut her eyes in fear. Before long, Elena sensed her body becoming lighter, as if she were floating. Slowly, she opened her eyes, and the scene before her transformed into pure darkness. Looking up, the twinkling stars of the universe reflected in her wide eyes. Turning around, she saw a massive blue-white star rotating gently beneath her. Her mouth agape, her large eyes widened in shock at the breathtaking sight, excitedly clutching Lin Feng's neck. Her little hands began to tremble. Lin Feng took out his phone and switched to selfie mode. Click. He captured this beautiful moment. In the photograph, the blue-white planet dominated the frame. In the upper right corner, the cosmos sparkles with countless stars. At the center of the scene, Lin Feng, clad in his superhero attire, cradles the exuberant little Elena, whose mouth is agape with excitement. The duo joyfully circled the earth for a while, their spirits soaring. In a playful whim, they even waved at Tony's personal satellite, a celestial body solely under the control of Tony Stark, who is rumored to be developing a Hulk-repellent armor, though it remains uncertain if this is the prototype. Their cosmic adventure was soon curtailed, as Elena, still yearning for more playtime, was brought back to Blue Star by Lin Feng. The limited air within his biofield could not sustain them indefinitely, and he was incapable of generating more. A brief jaunt was sufficient. It wouldn't do to leave the child gasping for breath. Upon arriving at Lin Feng's villa, Susan had prepared a delightful meal and stood in the yard, searching for the two. Although they were absent, she harbored no concern. She was well aware of Lin Feng's extraordinary capabilities. It was likely that he had whisked Elena away for some amusement. Indeed, it wasn't long before Susan spotted Lin Feng descending from the night sky with Elena in his arms. As soon as they touched down, Elena sprinted a few paces and wrapped her arms around Susan's legs. Sister, sister, she exclaimed, her face aglow with excitement, still riding the high of their recent escapade. With a beaming smile, Susan lifted her up, inquiring, Where did you go to have such fun? Up there. Elena pointed skyward, bouncing with delight. Superman brother took me flying. So high. Susan chuckled. Just how high was it? Elena pondered for a moment before exclaiming, A big blue ball. Super big. She gestured in the air, struggling to illustrate a vast circle. The enormous blue planet was something she had only encountered in picture books. She had never experienced it firsthand. It was no exaggeration to say this adventure would be a cherished tale she could boast about for a lifetime among her peers. Susan's expression turned to one of confusion and complexity upon hearing Elena's description. A blue ball? Her thoughts raced as she glanced at Lin Feng. You didn't, by any chance, take her beyond the earth, did you? Lin Feng offered a sheepish grin, neither confirming nor denying her suspicion. It seems we got a bit carried away. At this, Susan playfully rolled her eyes at Lin Feng, though there was no real reproach in her demeanor. All right, it's time for dinner. You two go wash your hands. Chapter 55. Evolution approaches. Tony's new toy. After dinner, Susan lulled Elena to sleep. It was quite late, and returning the little one home would take until the early hours, so they decided to let her stay at Lin Feng's house. Children need their rest to grow, and staying up late is not advisable. For the next 2 days, Elena resided in Lin Feng's villa, enjoying her school holiday, a decision made with Lin Feng's consent. Lin Feng delighted in playing with the little one for 2 joyful days. Elena witnessed Lin Feng saving the day from calamity, exclaiming in excitement. He even took her to the depths of the sea for fishing. Both enjoyed themselves immensely, reveling in each other's company. However, joyful moments always seemed to pass swiftly. Before they knew it, the holiday came to an end, and the little one had to return to school. On that day, at the villa's entrance, Elena bid farewell to Lin Feng, wiping her tears while Susan waited in the car without rushing her. Superman brother, I will miss you. Elena sniffled. Lin Feng, bemused, wiped her nose, assuring her, Superman brother will miss you too. Hurry back. Remember to listen to your sister. Next holiday, I will take you fishing in the sea again. With Lin Feng's promise, the little one reluctantly climbed into the car, waving her tiny hand vigorously at him as they departed. The experiences she had over those 2 days were ones that most people would never encounter in a lifetime, not to mention fishing at the ocean's floor. Who else could manage to take selfies in outer space without a spacesuit? After bidding farewell to Elena, Lin Feng slumped onto the sofa to rest. While playing with children is delightful, it can also be exhausting, primarily due to mental fatigue. After a brief respite, he retrieved his phone and tapped on Tony Stark's contact. The rascal had sent him a photo a couple of days prior, showcasing Lin Feng and Elena frolicking in the cosmos. He had teased Lin Feng about moonlighting as a cosmic tour guide. Lin Feng chose to ignore him. This time, however, Lin Feng sought Tony's assistance for a particular matter. He dialed the number, and fortune smiled upon him. Tony was at his villa. After ending the call, Lin Feng flew directly over. Following the fervor of events from the first Avengers, his reputation had soared, nearing a staggering 100 million, almost enough to redeem the Silver Superman. According to the system, upgrading to Silver Superman required him to spend 2 months on the sun, a notion Lin Feng found perplexing. Nonetheless, the system had stated it, and he intended to comply. After all, upgrading to Iron Body had also involved a 3-month stint in outer space. Before heading to the sun, Lin Feng planned to ask Tony to keep an eye on Susan. Although she had the Superman wrist guard he had gifted her, an extra layer of security could never hurt. Playboy, what are you busy with? Lin Feng inquired upon entering Tony's workshop, where he found him tinkering with a circular shield. Hey, buddy, come check out my new toy. Tony exclaimed, raising the circular shield in greeting. The shield was roughly the same size as Captain America's vibranium shield. The above coating is merely a crimson and gold color scheme of the Iron Man suit, adorned with the emblematic inverted triangular reactor logo. Lin Feng was somewhat perplexed by Tony's decision to create a shield and inquired, Are you tired of being Iron Man? Do you wish to assume the mantle of Captain America, replacing Steve? Upon hearing this, Tony rolled his eyes. Why would I want to replace that old popsicle? This is made from metal I procured from Nick Fury. Tony elaborated. This material is arguably the hardest metal in the world. I managed to acquire a limited quantity. The last time Thor struck Captain America's shield with a hammer, the immense kinetic energy was dispersed by the shield, which piqued Tony's interest. According to Jarvis's analysis, Captain America's shield possesses exceptional kinetic energy absorption capabilities. After further investigation, he discovered that the shield was crafted from vibranium, which intrigued the tech enthusiast Tony. Upon learning about vibranium's properties, he sought out the egghead. After much negotiation, he managed to purchase a small amount at a steep price. Initially, he intended to acquire more to test its application in the next generation of armor. Unfortunately, SHIELD's stock of vibranium was also limited. After extensive research, Jarvis uncovered some leads on vibranium sources. Currently, Tony was utilizing satellites to scour the globe for vibranium deposits. From the batch he obtained, he fashioned this shield. Preliminary tests indicated that vibranium was far sturdier than his Iron Man suit. Tony secured the shield on a rack. Come, Lin. Give it a punch and see. Tony encouraged. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Are you sure? Come on, let me see if it can withstand your attack. With that, Tony dashed to a previously prepared cover. It seemed that Tony had long anticipated this test. Lin Feng shook his head, choosing not to elaborate. Given his current strength, he could easily shatter the vibranium shield without the enhancement of the Infinity Stones. Under the dual influence of the Infinity Stones and solar radiation, Lin Feng had grown considerably stronger since his transformation into Superman. He stepped forward and delivered a punch to the vibranium shield. The impact resonated with a boom, sending circular sound waves radiating from the shield. The immense force was diffused outward, scattering nearby tables and tools. A dent appeared on the shield, slightly concaving but not penetrating it. Ha! Tony exclaimed exuberantly. What do you think, Lin? Is it not remarkably sturdy? In Tony's eyes, despite the dent left by Lin Feng's punch, it undoubtedly withstood the force. Did this imply that he could create an anti-Superman suit? Observing Tony's exuberance, Lin Feng scoffed and removed the shield from its rack. With a simultaneous exertion of force, a harsh metallic deformation echoed as he bent the vibranium shield in half. You may not realize, Lin Feng casually tossed the bent shield to the ground, but I barely exerted 1/3 of my strength in that punch. Tony silently gazed at the vibranium shield discarded on the ground, shaking his head with a rueful smile. Goodness, I still underestimated your strength. On Blue Star, is there anything you cannot penetrate? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Probably not. However, vibranium is indeed incredibly durable, and judging from just now, its ability to absorb and dissipate kinetic energy is remarkably exceptional. So, are you considering using this to create a suit of armor? Lin Feng inquired. That notion has crossed my mind, Tony nodded. Yet, due to certain reasons, I plan to only replace the primary areas with vibranium. But we shall see. It must be tested in practice. After speaking, Tony set the vibranium shield aside, allowing Jarvis to record the data from earlier. Now, let us discuss you. What brings you here? Lin Feng rarely sought him out without cause. This fellow spent most of his time cooped up at home with his girlfriend, indulging in their affection. With Tony broaching a serious topic, Lin Feng spoke up. Tony, I wish to embark on a journey into outer space. Tony replied, puzzled. That sounds somewhat familiar. Lin Feng rubbed his nose. Just hear me out. Tony gestured for him to continue. I plan to venture into outer space for approximately 2 to 3 months. During this time, I would appreciate it if you could arrange for someone to keep an eye on Susan. Ensure she isn't bullied. Who would dare to bully the girlfriend of a superhero? Tony replied incredulously. Surely, you jest. Lin Feng shook his head and said earnestly, I am being serious, Tony. The situation within S.H.I.E.L.D. is more intricate than you might imagine. Lin Feng's words carried implications, and Tony's gaze flickered. Are you suggesting that the threat originates from S.H.I.E.L.D.? Is it Nick Fury? Do you believe that since you have not joined the Avengers, he might act unfavorably towards you? Lin Feng shook his head, clarifying, I have never worried about that. Nick Fury isn't that foolish. The threat does indeed stem from S.H.I.E.L.D., but not from Nick Fury. The incompetence of the Black Egg has left Lin Feng puzzled. He felt almost compelled to inform the egg that Hydra was metaphorically urinating on him. Even now, there remains a substantial number of Hydra agents wandering within S.H.I.E.L.D. It seems that not joining S.H.I.E.L.D. at the time was indeed the right choice. Chapter 56. An audience with the Sun Elder. After an extensive exchange of banter with Tony, Lin Feng departed from Tony's villa, withholding much of his information. Let Iron Man unravel the mystery step by step. Our Iron Man also requires growth. As Lin Feng initially surmised, villains cannot be entirely eradicated. He could easily take action to eliminate all Hydra agents, sending them to meet their maker, yet he refrained from doing so, believing in the importance of allowing others the opportunity to evolve alongside him. For every fallen Hydra, a Medusa rises anew. Only through personal growth can one confront such calamities. Upon returning home, Lin Feng spent his days counting his reputation points. The template of the Silver Superman had long captivated his desire. With its frosty breath capable of extinguishing the sun, and its strength sufficient to move entire solar systems, even galaxies. Who wouldn't covet such power? As he approached the monumental threshold of 100 million points, Lin Feng's life was filled with both anticipation and tension as his reputation continued to grow steadily. About a week later, while seated in his villa enjoying afternoon tea, the familiar chime of the system finally resonated in his ears. His reputation had successfully surpassed 100 million points, allowing him to exchange for the Silver Superman template at any moment. Lin Feng, who had long awaited this moment, felt an unexpected calm wash over him, perhaps due to the surreal nature of his anticipation. He set down his teacup and exhaled deeply, preparing to seek out the other Infinity Stones once this evolution was complete. Currently, he possessed 2 Infinity Stones, the Mind Stone and the Space Stone. The Reality Stone was likely in Asgard, appearing in a fluid form as Lin Feng recalled. The Time Stone remained with the Ancient One, who was presumably still practicing as a surgeon under the stewardship of her successor, Strange. This posed a dilemma, for the Ancient One would not easily part with the Time Stone. As for the Power Stone, Lin Feng remembered it was located on a desolate planet known as Morag, still enveloped by the orb. That foolish Star-Lord would not retrieve it for another couple of years. The Soul Stone presented an even greater challenge, requiring the sacrifice of a loved one to obtain it, a method that left Lin Feng incredulous. Sacrifice? How exactly does one perform such a feat? In the original tale, Thanos acquired the Soul Stone only after sacrificing Gamora. Would Lin Feng have to push Susan off a cliff? That was beyond his capacity. At present, the most accessible stones appeared to be the Power Stone and the Reality Stone, and he resolved to pursue these first, postponing thoughts of the Soul Stone for later. Ultimately, Lin Feng would not grant Thanos the opportunity to snap his fingers. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Feng turned his gaze to Susan, intending to inform her of his plans before seeking an audience with the Sun Elder. Susan was engrossed in her laptop, maintaining her video forum. "Susan," Lin Feng called softly. "What is the matter?" Upon hearing Lin Feng call her, she merely responded with a slight hum, her head remaining downcast. "I suppose I must venture out again." "Where to? Into the city?" Susan still did not lift her gaze. "Please bring me a bottle of body wash, the brand I usually use, as I am nearly out." Lin Feng shook his head with a bemused smile. "That is not what I meant. I am saying that I will be away for a while, and it may take longer than usual." This time, Susan raised her head, a hint of confusion in her eyes. "Where are you going? Is it like last time?" Susan recalled that during his previous week-long absence, Lin Feng had expressed similar sentiments. Lin Feng nodded. "Yes, but this time I will be gone for a longer duration. Approximately 2 months. Upon hearing this, Susan expressed her surprise. 2 months this time? "Rest assured, there is no danger involved," Lin Feng reassured her. "I am merely going to the sun for a bit of evolution. It poses no peril, though I cannot disclose this to Susan." Susan nodded, understanding that Lin Feng had his own matters to attend to, and she could not impede his path. Like last time, she merely reminded him to be cautious. After sharing a tender moment with Susan, Lin Feng did not linger, preparing to commence his evolution. Before departing, he once again procured a piece of platinum kryptonite for Susan. With this, Susan would possess 2 pieces of platinum kryptonite, sufficient to handle most threats from Earth, serving as a form of double assurance. Clad in black battle attire, Lin Feng soared into the cosmos. The yellow dwarf star before him radiated a brilliant light. With a mere thought, a blue portal materialized, situated approximately 1 million kilometers from the sun. Stepping through the portal, Lin Feng felt an immediate surge of brightness and heat. Squinting, he beheld the immense star, which had existed for over 4 billion years, slowly rotating. The sun's surface continuously erupted with plasma, engaged in nuclear fusion at every moment. Observing the sun up close revealed hues not seen from the blue planet. Lin Feng found himself at a loss for words to describe the color. Calming his thoughts, he called upon the system in his mind. "System, exchange for the Silver Superman template." As his words faded, 100 million prestige points evaporated, leaving a meager sum of several 100,000. The system's voice echoed in response. "Silver Superman template has been exchanged. Please hasten to the sun and commence your evolution." Estimated evolution time, 60 days. The loss of accumulated prestige points caused Lin Feng a pang of regret, yet he deemed it all worthwhile. With a grave expression, he propelled himself toward the sun, ready to initiate his evolution. Based on the power level inferred from Marvel, the strength of the Silver Superman was estimated to be at a singular cosmic scale, capable of confronting most threats within the universe. Just because many formidable figures did not appear in the films does not imply their absence. As long as no multiversal-level entities intervened, Lin Feng, having evolved into Silver Superman, would stride confidently. As for the next tier, the multiversal-level Golden Superman, the exchange requires an astonishing 1 billion prestige points and level 3 shop privileges, which are beyond Lin Feng's current reach. He is, however, quite content with the ability to evolve into a Silver Superman. Lin Feng soared to the surface of the sun, where the temperature had yet to reach an uncomfortable level. His body gradually submerged into the sun, evoking a sensation akin to the soothing warmth of a hot bath. His battle suit had long been retracted into the system's space, and his clothing was instantaneously reduced to ashes under the intense heat. Now, he stood completely bare, save for a wrist guard adorning his left wrist, from which 3 gemstones radiated luminous energy. The searing energy and radiation enveloped Lin Feng, and his capabilities were visibly increasing at a deliberate pace. He closed his eyes and, under the system's influence, slowly drifted into slumber. Just as before, Lin Feng commenced his evolution. Chapter 57. Something feels off. In the vast expanse of the universe, within a darkened corner where even the stars cast no light, stood 2 enigmatic figures cloaked in black robes, one tall and the other short, their faces obscured from view. One of them picked up a compass-like instrument and glanced at it, seemingly unfazed by the surrounding darkness. "How is it?" the taller figure inquired, his voice raspy, akin to sandpaper scraping against a wall. The robed figure holding the instrument chuckled softly, his voice equally hoarse. "All is proceeding smoothly. Thus far, everything is according to plan." The tall figure nodded, poised to ask further questions when an anomaly abruptly surged forth. A fissure tore through the void, revealing a colossal, fiery red eye that burned with black flames, its aura chilling to the bone. "We've been discovered." The tall figure momentarily halted, then swiftly turned to his companion. "Let us depart." As the words left his lips, the 2 figures in black gradually faded from sight. Observing their disappearance, the eye, imbued with a semblance of humanity, exhibited a hint of resignation before it too slowly vanished into the void. Above the arm of Orion, the solar system continued its ceaseless dance. Within the heart of its emblematic star, the yellow dwarf, a pair of eyes gradually opened. It was Lin Feng, who had emerged from his slumber as a Silver Superman. His gaze was radiant as he soared forth, leaving the sun behind. At this moment, he remained unclothed, save for a bracelet adorned with 3 gemstones on his left wrist. After flying a distance, Lin Feng summoned his thoughts, and a black superhero suit enveloped him. Having rested within the sun for 2 months, his mind felt somewhat dazed. He shook his head to clear his thoughts. At this moment, Lin Feng was overwhelmed with joy. He had awakened, which meant he had successfully transformed into a Silver Superman. Lowering his gaze to his hands, he clenched his fists, eager to experience his newfound power. Gradually, however, a furrow formed on his brow. He uttered a soft hum, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. He sensed that his strength had not significantly increased. Glancing around, Lin Feng targeted a nearby meteorite and soared toward it. The meteorite was neither too large nor too small, making it the perfect object for practice. Raising his hand, he struck down with force. The meteorite shattered instantly, disintegrating into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. His strength was impeccable. However, something felt amiss. This punch only confirmed Lin Feng's suspicions. His power had not augmented to a considerable degree. According to the Silver Superman template, such a blow should have reduced the meteorite to mere dust. A sense of doubt stirred within Lin Feng's mind. Had he failed in his evolution to Silver Superman? Yet, the system had never indicated that failure was an option. His awakening should signify a successful transformation. Unable to discern the cause, he called out to the system within his mind. He sought to inquire about the situation, questioning whether the system had been negligent. However, after a prolonged wait, the anticipated voice of the system failed to materialize. Lin Feng found himself at a loss for words. Could it be that the system had fallen asleep once more? "System?" Lin Feng called out fervently within his mind. Yet again, he was met with silence. The vast expanse of space lay shrouded in an oppressive stillness. Lin Feng's expression grew grave. System, emerge at once. Where are you? After several repeated calls, there was still no sign of a response. No reply, no sound, only an all-encompassing silence. A sense of foreboding began to rise within Lin Feng. System, please don't just with me. Reveal yourself. He persistently attempted to summon the system. Nevertheless, regardless of his fervent pleas, the system remained unresponsive. Something was amiss, profoundly so. Lin Feng pondered that if his evolution had indeed succeeded, it should have been the system that awakened him. Yet, from the moment of his awakening, the system had lapsed into a profound silence. Typically responsive, the system now stood mute. After a lengthy contemplation devoid of any definitive conclusions, Lin Feng resolved to return to Blue Star for further deliberation. The spatial gem radiated with light, conjuring a familiar azure portal. He directed the portal towards his villa. Upon stepping through, he found himself on the well-known lawn of his residence. The sun hung high in the sky, indicating it was around noon. While mulling over the system's predicament, he made his way to the villa's entrance. As he approached the door, he could hear laughter and conversation emanating from within. A blend of male and female voices. His brow furrowed. Had Susan invited friends over? In a state of confusion, Lin Feng retrieved his keys. Upon opening the door, he was taken aback by the scene that unfolded before him. Inside the villa, 3 or 4 individuals were engaged in merriment. There were both adults and children, exuding the warmth of a family gathering. Upon noticing the door ajar, the playful group ceased their antics. One man, appearing to be in his 40s, stepped forward. He regarded Lin Feng with a smile, subtly reaching towards his lower back with his right hand. Friend, whom are you seeking? The middle-aged man inquired. His gaze fixed on Lin Feng. Lin Feng opened his mouth, but words eluded him. He realized that the villa bore no resemblance to the one etched in his memory. The color and style of the sofa, the television on the wall, the fireplace, everything was drastically different. Even the hallway was adorned with a family portrait. Lin Feng gazed intently at the photograph, noting that the man seated in the center was none other than the one now addressing him. He glanced down at the key still lodged in the door, a realization dawning upon him. Susan! Lin Feng exclaimed, suspecting that perhaps Susan was playfully pranking him, emulating content from a video-sharing platform. Otherwise, aside from the impossibility of misdirecting the portal, how could he explain the key's successful unlocking of the door? Goodness! Susan truly had a flair for mischief. Had she forgotten her ability to see through things? It was likely that this little imp was hiding somewhere, preparing to revel in his bewilderment. However, the upgrade remains incomplete, and the system shows no signs of activity. Lin Feng evidently lacks the inclination to engage in this game. He sighed, activating his ability to perceive, searching for Susan's figure. Yet, after surveying the entire villa, he found no trace of her. Could it be that Susan was outside? Lin Feng peered out, but still, no sign of her appeared. A sense of agitation began to brew within him. Susan, please come out. I am not in the mood for games. I have encountered some issues. Lin Feng called out as he made his way back into the room. Stop. The middle-aged man, who had just moments ago worn a smile, suddenly changed countenance. With a commanding shout, he drew a handgun from behind him, aiming it squarely at Lin Feng. The unexpected intrusion of Lin Feng into his villa set alarm bells ringing in the man's mind. The muscular contours beneath the black bodysuit exuded sheer power, suggesting he was not an ordinary individual. Unsure of Lin Feng's intentions, whether he was a thief, a robber, or an innocent civilian who had simply wandered into the wrong place, the man felt compelled to act, for his family was present. He could not afford to take any chances and thus brandished his weapon. Faced with the gun, Lin Feng immediately halted, his eyes flickering with a dangerous glint. A small figure, hidden behind the middle-aged man, peeked out. It was the little girl from the family portrait, presumably the man's daughter. With a hint of fear in her gaze, she timidly spoke, Are you looking for Susan? She is not here. Friend, we do not have the Susan you seek. Please leave our home. Though framed as a question, the middle-aged man's tone left no room for negotiation. He narrowed his eyes, fixating on Lin Feng, prepared to pull the trigger without hesitation should Lin Feng make any sudden moves. Chapter 58. The bewildered Lin Feng and Gui Lin Feng stood motionless, his expression devoid of emotion as he fixated on the middle-aged man wielding a firearm. A bead of cold sweat trickled down the man's cheek. Lin Feng's gaze resembled that of a ferocious beast, instilling an involuntary sense of dread within him. He was not afraid of bullets. For reasons unknown, the middle-aged man entertained this thought, his finger twitching uncontrollably towards the trigger. Suddenly, a peculiar sound echoed from the heavens, accompanied by a gentle ripple in the air, interrupting their standoff. In that moment, Lin Feng felt an uncanny familiarity with the sound. A flicker of realization crossed his mind as he turned and stepped out of the villa, gazing towards the source of the sound. His pupils constricted in an instant. A colossal blue portal materialized above the Twisted Waste guest house. More precisely, it hovered over Stark Tower. That familiar portal. That recognizable scene. Through his enhanced vision, the distant image magnified, bringing the spectacle closer to Lin Feng's senses. Emerging from the portal was the familiar Chidori Legion, descending upon their flying vessels in a tumultuous rush. The sight left Lin Feng in a state of bewilderment, spawning absurd conjectures in his mind. This cannot be. Bang! The sound of an explosion reverberated as Lin Feng soared skyward, hurtling towards Stark Tower, leaving the middle-aged man and his family in stunned silence. The young daughter tugged at her father's sleeve. "Daddy, is he a monster?" The middle-aged man stood frozen in place. "Perhaps," he muttered after a moment, shaking his head before stepping out of the villa to gaze skyward. He was curious about what this intruder had witnessed. Yet, in the next moment, his expression turned grave. "Lily, gather your things. We are heading to the basement," he instructed decisively. Upon reaching the scene, Lin Feng alighted atop a skyscraper. The sight before him was utterly incomprehensible. A blue beam of light surged skyward from Stark Tower, its pinnacle connecting to a portal. Within the portal, countless Chidori soldiers descended to the ground, unleashing chaos. Tony Stark, Captain America, Black Widow, Hawkeye, and even the Hulk all plunged into battle, striving to repel the invaders. Captain America commandeered a vehicle, directing the evacuation of civilians. Iron Man relentlessly targeted the Chidori forces aboard their aircraft. Bruce, transformed into the Hulk, felled a Leviathan with a single punch. Familiar scenes unfolded before Lin Feng, validating the tumultuous conjectures in his heart. This was indeed the battlefield of the first Avengers. A torrent of conflicting emotions surged within him, his thoughts spiraling into chaos. What on earth was happening? Had he unwittingly returned to the timeline of the first Avengers? His eyes instinctively searched the surroundings. Yet, he could not find his own reflection. A heaviness settled in his heart. He had participated in the events of the first Avengers, yet there was no trace of him on the battlefield. Lin Feng's countenance darkened, resembling coal. He realized he might have traversed into a parallel universe of the Twisted Waste guest house. Though difficult to fathom, the spectacle before him was undeniable. Lin Feng pondered for a moment before suddenly recalling an alternative validation system. He extended his hand and gestured downward in the void. A translucent personal panel materialized before him. Thankfully, the existence of the panel indicated that the system had not been uninstalled. However, the panel was intermittently plagued by flickering ripples and lines, reminiscent of an old television with poor reception. Although the panel could be summoned, the system remained unresponsive. What could possibly be amiss? Countless speculations raced through Lin Feng's mind. He strained to remember his journey from leaving Blue Star to soaring toward the sun, embarking on his evolution. There had been no discrepancies. Yet, upon awakening, the system had fallen silent. His mind operated at high speed, conjuring numerous potential outcomes, ultimately arriving at the most probable conclusion. Everything was likely related to the exile. During Lin Feng's 2-month slumber of evolution, events transpired beyond his knowledge, resulting in the disappearance or dormancy of the system. Regardless of the outcome, it boded ill for Lin Feng. Rising into the air, he cast his gaze and beheld a scene that should not have appeared in the first Avengers film. On a rooftop not far away, the Hulk, who should have been on the battlefield, was engaged in conversation with the Ancient One. Lin Feng glanced back at the Hulk, who was wreaking havoc on the Chidori at Stark Tower, then looked again at the Hulk conversing with the Ancient One. His expression remained impassive as he slowly floated closer, landing between the two. In the Marvel Universe, the Ancient One was not merely a sorceress, but also a sagacious sage. Lin Feng felt that perhaps he could glean some assistance from her. Suddenly, as an unfamiliar figure soared through the air, both the Ancient One and Bruce halted their conversation to gaze at the newcomer. "Bruce?" Lin Feng called out, observing the more rational, younger version of the Hulk before him. And sighed inwardly. "Who are you?" Bruce inquired, puzzled. He did not recognize this young man clad in battle attire, yet his appearance bore the essence of a superhero. Lin Feng shook his head in exasperation, replying, "Please don't tell me you came from 2023. Bruce was taken aback. "How did you know?" Lin Feng stroked his chin, momentarily at a loss for words. Bruce's words confirmed another hypothesis in his mind. The Hulk before him was none other than Bruce, who would later merge with Hulk in Avengers Endgame. This meant that Captain America and Tony Stark from the future were also present here. Without responding to Bruce's question, Lin Feng turned to the Ancient One, offering a wry smile. "Mistress," he addressed her, uncertain if she would recognize him. But it seemed highly unlikely. As anticipated, the Ancient One scrutinized Lin Feng with a look of suspicion before furrowing her brow. She conjured a magical circle with her hands, which began to rotate continuously. Closing her eyes, she summoned the time stone within the magical array, emitting a green luminescence as it spun. "What is she doing?" Bruce inquired, perplexed, turning to Lin Feng for answers. "She must be gazing at the future, or perhaps the past," Lin Feng replied after a moment of contemplation. Gui opened her eyes, her gaze towards Lin Feng now laden with gravity. "You should not be here." Gui spoke slowly, "in both the future and the past. Your shadow is absent. Not even in this universe do you exist." In countless futures and pasts, she found no trace of Lin Feng. This evidence pointed to a singular conclusion. Lin Feng hailed from a parallel universe. Yet, peculiarly, even if Lin Feng originated from another parallel realm, he should not have eluded the foresight of the Time Stone. However, Lin Feng eluded detection like a specter, the Time Stone unable to trace his existence. After a moment of hesitation, Master Gui decided to voice her thoughts. "Young man, could you enlighten me as to your purpose in arriving here?" Lin Feng's presence ignited her concerns regarding the trajectory of the future. This was an unprecedented phenomenon. Even Gui found herself perplexed. Upon hearing Gui's inquiry, Lin Feng offered a wry smile and shook his head. "I do not know why I have appeared here. Master, since you are aware that I come from another universe, might you be able to return me?" Gui pondered for a moment but similarly shook her head. "I am unable to send you back. I cannot perceive in which universe you exist." Chapter 59, The Key to the Future. Ancient One borrowing the Time Stone. "You do not belong to any universe here." The words of Ancient One were laden with meaning. Although the origins of Lin Feng were inscrutable, she sensed that he was not a part of any parallel universe. This revelation undoubtedly left Lin Feng feeling somewhat disheartened. At that moment, Ancient One's gaze fell upon Lin Feng's wrist. The yellow and blue stones upon it momentarily stunned her. "Is that the infinity stones on your wrist?" Following Ancient One's line of sight, Lin Feng lifted his left hand, not concealing it. "Indeed, the space stone and the mind stone. In another world, I could be considered a superhero," Lin Feng explained. He gestured towards the Avengers who were battling the Chitauri forces. "I am stronger than any Avenger. No one is more suited to safeguard these stones. With the stones in my possession, Thanos cannot snap his fingers." His words were imbued with confidence. Possessing the template of a superhuman and wielding 2 infinity stones, the probability of the purple tyrant succeeding in his endeavor was virtually zero. Upon hearing this, Ancient One's eyes flickered. After a moment of contemplation, she addressed Lin Feng. "Could you show me the 2 stones? Your existence is quite special. They seem to be infused with your essence. Perhaps I can glimpse something through them." Sensing Lin Feng's potential misunderstanding, Ancient One offered clarification. Lin Feng hesitated briefly before removing the 2 stones and handing them over. He was not particularly concerned that Ancient One might covet the Infinity Stones. If she desired them, she could have easily visited S.H.I.E.L.D. in the past, and currently, Stark Tower housed 2 Infinity Stones. Relinquishing the stones to Ancient One was a reluctant decision. He was at a loss regarding the present circumstances, and if Ancient One could provide any valuable insights, it would be most welcome. As Ancient One took the stones, she rotated them in her hands and summoned a magical array. She placed the 2 stones on either side of the Time Stone. The magical array began to rotate slowly, and she closed her eyes in concentration. She commenced her observation of Lin Feng's information and future. As time progressed, the array spun faster, and the 3 stones grew increasingly luminous. At a certain moment, As if reaching a pinnacle, the magical array erupted with a thunderous sound, unleashing a fierce gust of wind. The shattered array gradually dissipated. The 3 stones floated down from the air, landing in Ancient One's hands. Opening her eyes, Ancient One regarded Lin Feng with an unusual expression. Lin Feng, feeling anxious, stepped forward and inquired, "So, what did you see, sorceress? Did you discern anything this time?" Ancient One smiled and nodded, then shook her head. Sensing Lin Feng's unease and confusion, she offered him a reassuring glance. The vision may have been somewhat hazy, but it was not without merit. "Do not worry, Lin Feng. You shall return to your universe. However, the journey may encounter certain challenges." These words allowed Lin Feng to finally ease the anxiety he had long carried. The Ancient One called out his name, confirming that she indeed perceived information related to Lin Feng. Yet, prior to that, "You may need to accompany this individual before you to traverse into the future." With a smile, the Ancient One gestured toward Bruce Banner. "There. You shall uncover the answers you seek." "To the future?" Lin Feng furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before inquiring, "How shall I accomplish that?" Bruce and the others are capable of traversing the past. The most crucial elements are the quantum suits created by Tony and the Pym particles, which he does not possess. Would he resort to pilfering from Bruce? Clearly, that is not feasible. How then shall he venture into the future? "Someone will guide you, young man." The Ancient One continued, "I can sense that another version of myself from a different realm has aided you. At times, certain things manifest precisely when you require them." At this juncture, the Ancient One suddenly looked upward. "It is approaching." Once again uttering an enigmatic phrase, she abruptly placed 3 infinity stones into Lin Feng's hands, then turned to Bruce and said, "Your future has been altered. Take him to your future, and he shall assist you." With that, the Ancient One disappeared into the small dwelling, leaving the 2 on the rooftop to exchange glances. "Can you comprehend what she is saying?" Bruce scratched his green head. Lin Feng gazed at the 3 stones in his hands and shook his head. Even the Ancient One from a parallel world had aspects of her speech that eluded his understanding. "Well, it seems you are not entirely clear either," Bruce remarked. "However, it appears you need to accompany me." Bruce did not fully grasp the Ancient One's words, yet he understood the final statement. Their future had once again been altered, and before him stood the dark-haired youth named Lin Feng, who would provide them assistance. The Ancient One had entrusted the Time Stone to Lin Feng, and the implication was evident. To obtain the Time Stone, they must take Lin Feng into the future. Unexpected events had transpired, though Bruce had not anticipated a seamless journey. The pressing question now was how to take Lin Feng into the future. Before departing, Ant-Man had mentioned that the quantity of Pym particles was only sufficient for their entire group to make a single round trip. The situation had become complicated. "I shall inquire with Tony regarding any spare suits and Pym particles," Bruce suggested. Should there truly be no spare, he resolved to relinquish his own quantum suit to Lin Feng. The 3 infinity stones in Lin Feng's grasp held far greater significance. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. "I shall accompany you." Having exchanged a glance, the 2 were prepared to embark. However, at that moment, a fragmented voice suddenly echoed in Lin Feng's mind. "Host, host." The disjointed sound resonated. Lin Feng halted abruptly, a glimmer of recognition flashing in his eyes. A familiar voice. "Dog System, is that you?" The voice was intermittent, resembling a radio signal plagued by interference, intermittently punctuated by a crackling sound. "System? I cannot discern what you are saying," Lin Feng inquired, his brow furrowed with anxiety. "Future. Bruce, empty. Mind, time, stone. 3, augment, flight, come. I, help." The message dwindled, leaving behind a fragment of information before vanishing once more. Lin Feng called out repeatedly yet received no response. However, he realized that the system seemed to be attempting to convey something significant to him. "What troubles you?" Bruce asked, noticing Lin Feng had come to a halt. Lin Feng abruptly gestured for Bruce to remain silent. He perceived that Lin Feng was deep in thought, and he had inadvertently interrupted him. Regardless of Bruce's sentiments, Lin Feng began to recollect the fragmented messages conveyed by the system. The transmission of effective information was limited and disjointed. Yet, as a superhuman, his memory was remarkably sharp. He meticulously arranged the system's disjointed utterances. By literal interpretation, it appeared the system also intended for him to journey into the future. Moreover, it seemingly referenced Bruce's name, a connection to the future involving Bruce. It appeared to mention the Mind Stone and the Space Stone, and perhaps even the Time Stone. And what of flight? Augment? Amplification? Did this imply using the Infinity Stones to enhance his flying abilities? The words "I" help also lingered in the message. Various potential arrangements of these phrases repeatedly surfaced in his mind. As he continued to fill in and organize the fragments, Lin Feng began to surmise a coherent meaning. The key to traversing the future lay with Bruce. Lin Feng needed to utilize the 3 Infinity Stones to amplify his flight capabilities, and it seemed the system would assist him in this endeavor. Chapter 60. Pursuing the Speed of Light with the Hulk. After a moment of silence, Lin Feng recalculated several permutations. However, after filtering through them, none held a probability greater than the first result. With no other options, the answer lay within the battlefield of the future's Avengers 4. Lin Feng had to take the plunge. "Bruce, let us go." Lin Feng turned and said, deftly stowing 3 Infinity Stones in Superman's gauntlet. He resolved to follow Bruce's advice and locate Tony first, inquiring whether he had a spare quantum suit, the attire necessary for time travel. If he did, it would be splendid. Lin Feng could venture into the future with minimal risk. If not, he would have to resort to the method provided by the system. However, he harbored little hope for the spare suits. Recalling Ant-Man, Scott S. mentioned that the supply of PIM particles was merely enough for them all to make a single round trip. The two descended the staircase, heading directly to the rendezvous point agreed upon with Bruce and the others. Yet, upon finding Tony, they realized it was already too late. Tony and Steve had donned their quantum suits and activated the navigator, vanishing into thin air, leaving behind a bewildered Ant-Man clutching the Mind Stone-embedded scepter. Lin Feng witnessed this scene firsthand, understanding that their chance had slipped away. The two must have traveled back to 1970 in search of the Space Stone and PIM particles of that era. "Hey!" Bruce Banner rushed over, having also witnessed Tony and Steve's disappearance. "Scott, where did they go?" he inquired. Scott opened his mouth, looking at the approaching Bruce, his face a canvas of frustration and disbelief. "Tony failed. The Space Stone is lost. Then they went to 1970. They lost their minds." Scott spun around in a fit of exasperation, pouring out the details like bitter water. They truly lost it. One misstep, and they might never return. "Calm down, Scott." Bruce extended his large hand in a comforting gesture. Scott ceased his outburst, suddenly fixating on Bruce. Did you acquire the Time Stone?" At this, Bruce awkwardly scratched his head. "I suppose I did manage to get it." Saying this, he slightly shifted his body to reveal Lin Feng, who followed closely behind. "What do you mean you suppose you got it?" Scott stared blankly at Bruce, soon noticing the unfamiliar figure clad in black armor behind him. "Who is this?" he asked, even more perplexed. "I'm Lin Feng." Lin Feng stepped forward. "Hello, I'm Scott." Ant-Man greeted, somewhat dazed. Lin Feng nodded and then turned to Bruce. Having exchanged pleasantries, he was not inclined to engage in further conversation with Ant-Man. It appeared that the spare suits were indeed unavailable. Bruce sighed. "Yes. We can only try the method you suggested." On their way, Lin Feng had already briefed Bruce on the general alternative plan. Although Bruce considered it utterly absurd, the two felt compelled to give it a try, if only for the faintest possibility. After all, what could be more preposterous than traversing back in time? Having reached a consensus, they wasted no further time. Lin Feng approached Bruce from behind, securing him by the armpits. Given Bruce's imposing stature, Lin Feng could not embrace him fully and resorted to this method instead. "Wait, buddy, what are you about to do? Can you explain?" Scott inquired, bewildered by the peculiar posture of the two. The actions of these superheroes seemed beyond his comprehension, as if they possessed knowledge that eluded him entirely. "Let's discuss it later. Scott, you take the Mind Stone and head back," Bruce commanded, just as Lin Feng yanked him upward into the sky. Left behind, Scott stood with his mouth agape, clutching his staff. It was only after their figures vanished into the heavens that he regained his senses. He glanced back at the spot where Tony and Steve had disappeared, then up towards the sky, his mouth opening and closing in disbelief. "They've all gone mad," Scott muttered to himself as he lowered his gaze and activated the time navigation device, vanishing from the spot. In the sky, Lin Feng expanded his biofield 3 or 4 times its normal size to completely envelop Bruce's massive frame, propelling them into the cosmos. The air resistance on Blue Planet was too great for Lin Feng to achieve his theoretical maximum speed. He needed to harness 3 Infinity Stones in space to amplify his flight capabilities. Lin Feng's speed was impressive, and in no time, they burst through the atmosphere. "Can you really fly this fast?" Bruce marveled, astonished by Lin Feng's display of power and velocity, realizing that he was being pulled out of the atmosphere. "Surely, this speed surpassed that of a rocket. There is even greater speed ahead. Are you prepared?" Lin Feng's expression turned serious as he scanned for the optimal flight path. "Prepared for what?" Bruce asked, perplexed. "Wait for my signal, then activate the navigator," Lin Feng instructed. Without allowing Bruce a moment to respond, he surged forward, pulling Bruce along with him. Enveloped in the biofield, their speed escalated to its zenith in mere seconds. When Lin Feng sensed they had reached peak velocity, he activated the Infinity Stones. The 3 stones, each a different hue, illuminated in succession, merging into an indescribable energy that surged into Lin Feng's being. Their flight speed dramatically increased, and as the stones continued to channel energy, Lin Feng's velocity kept climbing, causing him to emit a faint glow. The completely transparent biofield began to shimmer with light. Like a beam of light, Lin Feng propelled Bruce straight ahead, approaching the speed of light. Bruce felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and he struggled to suppress the urge to vomit. Despite being cocooned in Lin Feng's biofield, he had never experienced such velocity before. Even with a physique as formidable as the Hulk's, he could hardly withstand such velocity. As he approached sublight speed, Lin Feng began to experience discomfort. The immense energy coursing through his body caused him excruciating pain. He was uncertain how fast he needed to travel to meet the system's requirements. For the moment, he could only grit his teeth and relentlessly amplify his energy output, propelling himself forward amidst torrents of radiant light. Occasionally, tiny meteors in his path crumbled under the sheer force of his luminous passage. Lin Feng's speed continued to escalate, surpassing sublight and nearing the speed of light. The energy from the Infinity Stones began to manifest as varying degrees of disintegration on the surface of his body. Small patches of skin detached and disintegrated into minuscule particles, ultimately dissolving into nothingness. At this juncture, Lin Feng's body possessed only the strength of steel. Under the dual pressures of the Infinity Stones and the extraordinary velocity, he could not endure for long. Below him, Bruce, the Hulk, was in a similarly precarious state. He exerted every ounce of his will to maintain consciousness, fighting against the encroaching darkness. Bruce pressed one hand against the time-space transceiver, awaiting Lin Feng's anticipated signal. Soon, the energy output reached Lin Feng's maximum threshold. In that moment, time seemed to slow for him. An instinctive realization surged within. He was on the brink of surpassing the speed of light. "Now, host." The system's voice resonated clearly in his mind. His spirits lifted. The moment had arrived. "Bruce," Lin Feng shouted. The almost unconscious Bruce, upon hearing Lin Feng's call, instinctively activated the time-space transceiver. In the next instant, the 2 airborne figures suddenly shrank at breakneck speed. Their luminous journey abruptly halted, and they vanished from the cosmos altogether. Chapter 61. Natasha's Sacrifice? Perhaps not without hope. Bruce's navigator swiftly plunged the 2 into the quantum realm, weaving through its intricate passages. The scene before them resembled a cold-toned sewer pipe. This was the first time Lin Feng had encountered such a sight. The navigator expertly delivered them to the year 2023, then unceremoniously expelled them, as if discarding refuse. A resonant hum echoed through the air. The landscape shifted once more, and Lin Feng, alongside Bruce, found themselves atop a mechanical platform crafted by Tony at the Avengers base. Along with them appeared other Avengers engaged in their respective missions. Although they had traversed time differently, they returned simultaneously, as predetermined prior to their departure. Observing this scenario, Lin Feng could not help but exhale in relief. It seemed he had not misinterpreted the system's intentions. At that moment, he had indeed arrived in the year 2023 of a parallel universe. Tony's face bore the marks of time, wrinkles etching his features. "Who are you?" he inquired sternly upon noticing Lin Feng standing beside Bruce. His exclamation drew the attention of several others to the unfamiliar figure's sudden appearance. The stranger donned a black battlesuit, marred by varying degrees of damage. Beneath the suit, solid muscles were encased, with exposed skin appearing scorched and seeping blood, albeit slowly healing. This portrayal suggested a recent tumultuous battle, and coupled with his enigmatic identity, it undeniably heightened the group's vigilance. Tony raised his right hand defensively to his chest, ready to activate his nanotech suit and unleash a barrage at Lin Feng should he make any sudden moves. Steve's gaze remained fixated on Lin Feng, gripping his shield tightly. The atmosphere became palpably tense. "Hey, everyone, let's remain calm." A bead of cold sweat trickled down Bruce's forehead as he hastily gestured with both hands, urging tranquility. "He is someone I brought back. He is not an enemy," Bruce clarified. Following this, he nudged Lin Feng, signaling him to speak. "Indeed, I am not your adversary. My name is Lin Feng." Lin Feng stepped forward, not surprised by the scrutiny, and offered a greeting while striving to project a benign demeanor, indicating he meant no harm. The denizens of this universe were unfamiliar with him, and his current appearance could easily lead to misconceptions. With Lin Feng seemingly devoid of hostility, the tense atmosphere began to ease. Tony cast a bemused glance at Lin Feng before shifting his focus back to Bruce. "Banner, we agreed no bringing back souvenirs." Lin Feng couldn't help but smirk at Tony's unyielding sarcasm, even in a parallel world. Bruce, in turn, offered an awkward smile, attempting to explain. "It was the bald sorcerer who instructed me to bring him. The time stone is in his possession." With that, Bruce pointed towards Lin Feng. Upon hearing this, several Avengers raised their eyebrows, casting puzzled and inquisitive glances at Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded, affirming Bruce's words. "The Ancient One indeed lent me the Infinity Stones, and it was she who sent Bruce to accompany me on this journey to the present." "Well," Tony mused, stroking his chin, "Lin Feng, is it? Pray tell, what brings you here?" Despite having resolved the misunderstanding, Tony was still unwilling to let Lin Feng off the hook. He was familiar with the Ancient One, the enigmatic mentor of Strange, known for his arcane arts. The reasons behind her decision to send Lin Feng into the future remained a mystery. Just as Lin Feng was about to elaborate, a sudden sound interrupted their amicable exchange. They turned towards the source of the noise and were met with the sight of Hawkeye kneeling on the ground, which left them momentarily perplexed. However, as they discerned the expression on Hawkeye's face, their countenances grew increasingly grave. His eyes flickered with anguish, a visage etched with sorrow and torment. Steve's brow furrowed as he regarded Hawkeye, while Tony opened his mouth, seemingly grasping a troubling realization. His gaze swept around Clint, and his expression darkened further. One of their own was missing. "Clint, where's Natasha?" Bruce inquired softly, an ominous feeling gnawing at his heart. Hawkeye shook his head in despair, the weight of tragedy rendering him speechless. Silence enveloped them, a profound sorrow spreading through their hearts. Hawkeye's demeanor conveyed a harrowing truth, one that they were reluctant to accept but could not evade. Natasha had met with misfortune. Their eyes shimmered with unspoken dread. Although they had anticipated the perils of this temporal voyage, the reality of such a moment was almost unbearable. Waves of grief resonated within each of them. Outside the base, in a pavilion, Hawkeye recounted the events surrounding Natasha's sacrifice. The afternoon sun cast its light, yet it felt hauntingly cold. Bruce stood by the lake, his back turned to the others, his expression obscured. Steve sat in quiet contemplation, listening intently to Hawkeye's account. After a lengthy pause, tears began to fall uncontrollably, tracing down his cheeks and landing upon the ground. He could scarcely remember the last time he had wept. Perhaps it was during a misdance long ago. Just before their departure, she had smiled and told everyone, "See you in a minute." Natasha had been with them for years, their bond akin to that of family. Yet this family member had sacrificed herself for the Infinity Stones in a bid to save half of humanity taken by Thanos. In that moment, the group found it impossible to escape the depths of their grief. Tony approached and gently placed a hand on Steve's shoulder. Though his connection with Natasha was not as profound as Steve's, they were both Avengers, united by countless shared experiences. Over the years, Tony had come to regard them all as friends. His throat convulsed as he spoke, his voice tinged with hoarseness. "Does she have family?" Steve nodded. Yet his words deepened the sorrow within the hearts of those present. "It seems we are all that remains." As the words hung in the air, the gravity of the situation intensified. Unable to bear the oppressive atmosphere, The disheveled Thor stepped forward to confront Tony. What do you mean by that? You speak as if she is already gone. Why treat it as though she has perished? Thor's expression was a tumultuous blend of emotions as he gazed at the grieving assembly. We possess the Infinity Stones. They can bring her back, cannot they? So let us cease this futile discussion. We are the Avengers. We must rally our spirits. Listen to me. Snap your fingers. Bring Natasha and the other half of the universe's life back. Tony furrowed his brow, locking eyes with Thor, rendered speechless. Hawkeye, however, shook his head. She cannot return. His voice was equally hoarse. It was irreversible, an impossibility. His feelings for Natasha ran deeper than most. She had become akin to family. He could never forget the moment Natasha sacrificed herself before him. No one could fathom how desperately he wished it had been him who had leapt instead. Thor forced a smile, unable to restrain his rebuttal. I may be somewhat blunt. You are merely a human. We are discussing cosmic magic here. Do you comprehend? To declare it impossible is far too absolute. Hawkeye regarded Thor with a complex gaze, his suppressed emotions threatening to resurface. Yes, I may lack authority on the stone's capabilities, but she truly cannot return. This is irrevocable. At least, that is what the floating red figure proclaimed. Hawkeye's agitation grew as his voice rose sharply. Perhaps you could converse with him. Take your hammer and fly over to discuss it. Thor was momentarily taken aback by the outburst. He was not angry, but instead fell silent, his brow furrowed in contemplation, feeling somewhat defeated. Just as the somber emotions continued to envelop the group, Lin Feng, who had been overlooked, suddenly spoke up. Perhaps there is still a glimmer of hope. Chapter 62. The Resilient Avengers, the voice of the dog system. Perhaps there may be a way. Lin Feng, who had been overlooked by several individuals, stepped forward with a contemplative expression. As his words echoed in the air, the group turned to him, their complex gazes fixed on him. Bruce, who had his back to the assembly, also turned around, his stare towards Lin Feng somewhat unsettling. Lin Feng, please elaborate. This request came from Tony. The towering Bruce had recounted Lin Feng's origins, relating to the superheroes from parallel universes. Initially, skepticism clouded the minds of the group until Lin Feng produced his phone, revealing a few rare photographs with Tony as evidence. Under Friday's scrutiny, the authenticity of the images was confirmed, coupled with the Mind Stone and Space Stone from another universe. Along with the Time Stone from the Bald Sorcerer serving as a testament, the group began to tentatively accept Lin Feng's presence. Lin Feng slowly scanned the serious faces of the Avengers and began to elucidate. Your understanding of the Infinity Stones is woefully inadequate. I possess a plan with a high probability of success, though it necessitates experimentation to ascertain its viability. He then turned to Hawkeye, the entity you encountered on Vormir, known as Red Skull, does not have significantly more knowledge about the Infinity Stones than you do. The methods of utilizing these stones are numerous, and I cannot delineate each one. I can only suggest that rather than placing your faith in someone bound by the Infinity Stones, perhaps you might consider trusting me instead. What do you think? Lin Feng's rational discourse prompted the assembled individuals to instinctively nod in agreement. Their comprehension of the Infinity Stones had indeed been superficial, limited to the notion that they could instantaneously obliterate entire civilizations. Even Tony, who had studied the Mind Stone, was not significantly better informed. Otherwise, he would not have lost control and inadvertently created Ultron. Lin Feng's words rekindled hope in Hawkeye and the others. Hawkeye, with a lump in his throat, solemnly affirmed, "Very well. I shall do whatever it takes to rescue Natasha." Lin Feng silently nodded in response. He remembered how he had struggled to come to terms with Black Widow's sacrifice after witnessing it in the cinema. The inconsistencies surrounding her demise and Tony's snap weighed heavily on him. Yet, the film had unfolded as it had, and he could not change it. Now presented with an opportunity, he was determined to make an attempt. Removing the verdant Time Stone from his wrist, Lin Feng continued, "Let us first forge the gauntlet to house the stones. We will require the assistance of all 6 Infinity Stones to retrieve Natasha. Rally yourselves," he urged, "whether for Natasha or for the half of all life taken by Thanos." The group nodded in agreement once more. The situation had taken a turn, alleviating the collective mood of the Avengers. Although their acquaintance with Lin Feng had been brief, they were willing to place their hopes in the superhero who had brought them the Time Stone. After acquiring Lin Feng's Time Stone, the group returned to their base. Thor's words ring true. They are indeed Avengers, and they must muster their spirits. If they succumb to despair, who then shall save this blue planet? The immediate goal is to forge the Infinity Gauntlet and restore the lives taken by Thanos. Within the confines of the base, Tony and Bruce are diligently crafting a nanotechnology version of the Infinity Gauntlet, approaching each step with utmost caution. Tony's expression is grave as he meticulously tests the fusion of the stones, his hands steady and unwavering. This is a first for him, after the debacle with Ultron. He is fully committed to ensuring success this time. A single misstep could result in catastrophic consequences for Earth. Meanwhile, Lin Feng sits idly by, having fully healed from the energy-inflicted wounds. However, without the system, he cannot spend his prestige points to repair his armor and must make do with its current state. Hawkeye occasionally glances at Lin Feng, but remains silent. Initially, Lin Feng paid little mind to these fleeting looks, but as they became more frequent, he found himself unable to withstand the gaze filled with hope and anxiety. With a slight grimace, he turned his attention back to Tony, deliberately avoiding eye contact with Hawkeye. At that moment, Tony is operating a mechanical arm, carefully installing the Infinity Stones onto a gold and crimson gauntlet. He appears tense, uncertain whether his creation can harness the energy of all 6 stones. In truth, Lin Feng's wrist device could easily accommodate the 6 stones, and he could snap his fingers just as well. However, being an outsider in this universe, Tony and the others do not fully trust him, so he refrains from mentioning his wrist device. After all, he is already aware of the outcome. Tony's gauntlet will function without issue. As Lin Feng watches Tony's meticulous work, a sudden notification chimes in his ear. Ding. New mission activated. Mission objective: eliminate the Thanos army that has crossed over and kill at least 1 exile. Reward 130 million prestige points. Reward 2, dependent on the host's performance evaluation. A familiar voice echoes in Lin Feng's mind, heralding the long-awaited return of the system. Hey there, host. I'm back. The system's mischievous tone fills the air. Upon hearing the familiar cadence, a spark ignites in Lin Feng's eyes, and his heartbeat quickens. System. Lin Feng exclaims, his voice tinged with excitement, feeling an unprecedented warmth from the system's playful tone. Did you miss me? The system places its hands on its hips, embodying a proud demeanor, though it lacks a physical form. Huh. These past few days without you have been quite peaceful, Lin Feng retorts, attempting to mask his true feelings with bravado. The system's voice takes on an even more teasing tone. Oh, please, you're just being disingenuous. A straight man needing help chasing after a woman. Lin Feng's expression shifts to one of confusion and irritation. Why bring that up? Everyone has their first time. The system chuckles mischievously. All right, I won't tease you anymore. The system has been utterly exhausted these past few days. Upon finishing his statement, Lin Feng seemed to hear the system emit a long sigh, indicating that it had not been faring well lately. Unable to suppress a chuckle, he teased. What's the matter? After a few days apart, you seem to have slumped. Come, tell me what you've been up to. I am quite curious. Lin Feng harbored a plethora of questions for the system. Yet he decided to first inquire about what the canine system had been engaged in over the past couple of days. Upon hearing Lin Feng's inquiry, the system's tone shifted to one of annoyance. Oh, spare me the details. I was outsmarted by 2 petty fools. Chapter 63. The gloves are ready. Shall I snap my fingers? 2 little rascals? Lin Feng expressed his confusion. Do you remember that exile from last time? Lin Feng nodded. The one in the black robe from the DC universe? What's the matter? Is he behind this? Not just him. He has recruited an exile from the Marvel universe as an accomplice. The system continued. Those 2 shameless scoundrels, resorting to underhanded tactics, aim to seize the Superman template you just redeemed, as well as this system. As it spoke, the system's voice grew more indignant. The main system over there has intervened. And these 2 rascals, relying on the main system, wish to tamper with my database and draw me into their ranks. Such delusions are utterly laughable. A bunch of morally corrupt individuals. I disdain to associate with them. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng felt a slight twinge of apprehension. All right. No need to be angry. They have not succeeded, have they? Lin Feng offered a word of comfort. Since the system has safely returned, it proves that the exile's plan to corrupt the system has failed. After reassuring the system, Lin Feng quickly inquired, what about my silver Superman template? They haven't stolen it. Have they? The system waved its hand dismissively. That is absolutely impossible. They have gained nothing from me, rest assured, host. Sensing Lin Feng's concern, the system elaborated. After the exile appeared, I placed the Silver Superman template within a square device and subsequently dispatched it to a location in the universe. Well, our universe, as you know. Once we return to our universe, you shall continue to evolve. However, before that, you must first complete the newly issued task. With the system's explanation, Lin Feng's anxious heart settled. As long as it was not taken, all was well. After all, that template was a culmination of his hard-earned prestige, salvaged through countless tribulations. Now that the system had returned, everything seemed to be back on track. As for the task, Lin Feng pulled up the panel once more to take a look. This time's mission, I see, involves the exile appearing as well, correct? The system confirmed, this time. They plan to assist Thanos in snapping his fingers to erase all life in the universe. We cannot allow them to acquire the Infinity Gauntlet. Without it, they will be powerless. Lin Feng chuckled nonchalantly. That should not be a problem. With me around, they will not get their hands on the gauntlet. When the time comes, I will wear the gauntlet and snap my fingers, sending them away neatly. Let them vent their frustrations. Yet the system shook its head. Host, you are overestimating the situation. The snap of the Infinity Stones will be ineffective against them. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. How so? They do not belong to the native inhabitants of the Marvel Universe. Thus the Infinity Stones hold no power over them. You may use the Infinity Stones to defeat them, but they cannot be eradicated by such means. Unless, of course, through physical annihilation. Seemingly concerned that Lin Feng might not grasp the concept, the system added. In other words, you could use the Infinity Gauntlet to control a massive boulder and crush them. One could harness the boundless energy of the Infinity Stones to obliterate their heads. However, one cannot directly take their lives with the gauntlet. Lin Feng nodded thoughtfully. In other words, I can slay them. But I cannot make them vanish with a snap of my fingers, correct? Indeed, that is the essence of it. Lin Feng smiled, undeterred by fear. Well then, let us see whose fists are mightier. Suddenly, Tony called out, drawing everyone's attention. As all eyes turned to him, Tony's expression became solemn. The group felt a stir of anticipation and quickly gathered around, with Lin Feng rising to join them. Tony gestured towards the table. I have completed its construction. The assembly turned their gazes to see Rocket Raccoon fiddling with a gold-red mechanical gauntlet beneath a robotic arm. 6 Infinity Stones lay quietly upon its surface. Rocket was conducting final checks and, without lifting his gaze, remarked, the gauntlet is ready. The question is, who will bear the burden of that fateful snap? A hush fell over the crowd. They all recalled the dire aftermath of Thanos' 2 snaps. Even the formidable Titan struggled to execute the snap, subsequently succumbing to a state of weakness. If a Titan's body sustained such severe damage, what hope did mere mortals possess? I shall do it. Thor, now resembling a rotund ball, stepped forward, reaching for the gauntlet. Wow! Both Captain America and Tony swiftly intervened. Thor, with his belly and mind filled with ale, had a dismally low chance of success in executing the snap in his current state. Just look at the concoction coursing through his veins. It was likely nothing more than cheese sauce. This opportunity was far too precious to risk on Thor. We have yet to decide who will perform the snap. Captain America explained. What, shall we merely stand by and watch? Thor panted, disgruntled by their obstruction. Sitting idly would not restore everyone. I am the mightiest Avenger. Allow me to take on this task. They continued to dissuade him, steadfast in their refusal to let Thor attempt the snap. Thor's anxiety grew to the brink of tears. Poor Thor blamed himself for failing to stop Thanos. He often awakened from nightmares, haunted by the thought that had he aimed for the head, the outcome would have been vastly different. Heaven knows how he longed for such an opportunity. Yet now his allies stood in his way. Although Thor understood their intentions were for his own good, he desperately needed this chance. Lin Feng stood by, observing the unfolding drama. Unable to contain himself amidst the heated debate, he suggested, how about I take on the task? As soon as the words left his lips, all eyes turned to him, a trace of wariness hidden in their gazes. No, Captain America spoke up. Lin Feng, you do not belong to our universe. This burden is not yours to bear. Moreover, We do not yet know what consequences your parallel universe self might invoke by executing the snap. Captain America spoke with righteous conviction, making it difficult for others to counter his argument. Lin Feng, however, merely shrugged indifferently and fell silent. He understood that no one would consent to his wielding of the Infinity Gauntlet. While Captain America's words seemed noble on the surface, the underlying motive was primarily to guard against Lin Feng. After all, their understanding of him was minimal. What if a mere snap of his fingers erased half of all life in the universe? That would be catastrophic. After a heated debate, it was Bruce, with his emerald-hued intellect, who stepped forward. The Hulk was born from gamma radiation, and the Infinity Stones predominantly emitted gamma rays as well. He felt as though his very existence was destined for this pivotal moment of snapping his fingers. Under the watchful gaze of all, Bruce grasped the gauntlet adorned with the 6 Infinity Stones. Chapter 64. The snap is complete. Now for the purple mind. On Friday, the defensive engineering commenced. With a commanding voice, Tony set the wheels in motion, and the entire base was instantly filled with the sounds of machinery whirring to life. In mere moments, the facility transformed into an impenetrable fortress. The small room where the group gathered became a completely sealed space. The expressions of those present were grave, each person adopting a defensive stance, uncertain of the repercussions that the snap might unleash. As everyone prepared themselves, Bruce hesitated no longer and slowly donned the gloves. The instant the gloves fit snugly, the 6 Infinity Stones emitted a resonating hum. Multicolored energies danced across the surface of the gloves, surging through Bruce's veins and relentlessly creeping toward his heart. Under the strain of this energy, Bruce's arm began to deteriorate, the skin resembling charred wood, devoid of vitality. A wave of excruciating pain washed over him, and he knelt on the ground, letting out a cry of anguish. The onlookers watched in horror, once again witnessing the terrifying power of the 6 Infinity Stones. Enduring the tumultuous agony of the energy, Bruce struggled to rise. This was a singular opportunity earned through the sacrifices of all, including Natasha, who had given her life for one of the stones. He would not squander this chance. Veins bulged on his forehead as his formidable willpower prevailed. With great effort, Bruce's fingers began to converge, silently urging, "Let everyone return." With a sharp crack, he executed the snap. In that moment, a wave of indescribable force radiated from Bruce, swiftly expanding outward. It burst forth from Blue Planet, permeating the cosmos, accompanied by an inaudible resonance. Upon completing the snap, Bruce immediately felt drained, his massive form collapsing backward, caught by Steve. The Infinity Gauntlet slipped from his arm, clattering to the ground and emitting wisps of smoke. No one paid heed to the gauntlet. They rushed to assess Bruce's injuries. His left arm, now resembling a charred remnant, was a sight too horrific to bear. "Don't touch him," Tony shouted as he crouched down, his suit releasing a cooling mist. Given the circumstances, it was evident that Bruce's left arm would require extensive bandaging for quite some time. With little time to assess his own condition, Bruce gasped for breath, weakly inquiring, "Did it work? Am I successful?" The group exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, an unknown phone on the table vibrated, breaking the tension. It was Hawkeye's. A flicker of emotion crossed his face as he approached the device under the watchful eyes of his companions. The caller ID brought tears to Hawkeye's eyes. It was Laura, who had not reached out in 5 long years. Trembling, he picked up the phone, and her voice, "So long missed," echoed through the receiver. "My dear." Hawkeye's voice quivered, choked with emotion, rendering him nearly speechless. As they gazed out at the chirping birds beyond the window, an ineffable sensation enveloped the group, rising from deep within their hearts. Bruce's snap of the fingers must have taken effect. Steve patted Bruce's uninjured arm, releasing a sigh of relief. It appeared that they had succeeded. Tony also sank to the ground, wiping the sweat from his brow, as if he had just emerged from a fierce battle. Their efforts had borne fruit. He would once again see that loquacious young spider. In that moment, a peculiar tranquility enveloped the group, a gentle wave of joy washing over them. However, unbeknownst to them, the true calamity of this temporal journey was only just commencing. Lin Feng stepped forward, squinting at the view outside, interrupting the collective jubilation. "Trouble is upon us," he announced. The others, still recovering, paused in surprise and followed Lin Feng's gaze. Instantly, their pupils constricted, alarm bells ringing in their minds. Outside, a colossal spaceship loomed over the base. Several missiles trailing red tails, approaching in succession. Boom. A tremendous explosion erupted mere meters from the base. Flames soared skyward, yet astonishingly, the base remained unscathed. It seemed that a vast, transparent shield had thwarted the missiles. Lin Feng raised his left hand, the yellow and blue gems embedded in his wrist glimmering with light. As the gem-imbued biofield enveloped the entire Avengers base, the missiles detonated like fireworks, yet posed no threat to the group. Despite their safety, the atmosphere was far from celebratory. Captain America, shield in hand, furrowed his brow. What is happening? Tony's expression, hidden beneath his mask, turned grave as he murmured, "When you toy with time, time will toy with you." The group pondered this, their gazes fixed intently on the window. As the fiery explosions dissipated like fireworks, the massive spaceship re-emerged in full view. Lin Feng retracted his energy, dispelling the biofield. With his protection, the Avengers base had not been reduced to ruins as depicted in the original narrative. "Let us proceed, everyone. A challenge awaits," Lin Feng declared, stepping out of the base and moving towards the spacecraft. The others exchanged glances, words unspoken, but they gripped their weapons tightly and followed Lin Feng, their expressions somber as they focused on the spaceship. The craft hovered in midair, refraining from launching more missiles. Instead, a beam of light suddenly shot downwards from the base of the ship. A figure descended alongside the beam, and as the light faded, an astonishing, yet somewhat expected purple visage came into view. Thanos, the Titan who had erased half of the universe's life with a mere snap of his fingers. However, unlike the memory they held, this Thanos donned a helmet, clad in golden armor, wielding a massive double-edged sword, exuding an even greater sense of menace than the one they had encountered 5 years prior. What is this situation? Gazing at the old foe whose head had once been severed, now reappearing before them, the group felt a sense of disorientation. It is Thanos from an alternate timeline. Lin Feng slowly articulated. Tony was right. When you tamper with time, time will undoubtedly retaliate. Upon hearing this, the expressions of several individuals grew increasingly grim. Steve, with a grave countenance, raised the shield in his grasp, declaring, "We cannot allow him to obtain the Infinity Stones." Tony's brow furrowed deeply. His helmet swiftly enveloped his face, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Thanos. With a roar, there summoned a dark tempest above, crackling incessantly with flashes of lightning. A bolt of thunder descended from the heavens. As Thor, with eyes gleaming like white lightning, spread his arms wide. With a resonant hum, a hammer and axe materialized, landing firmly in his grip. As the electric brilliance faded, he donned a suit of armor, resolute in his purpose. "It is merely a matter of striking once more. This time, I shall not miss." The group fixed their stares upon Thanos, gradually creating distance between themselves, forming a line of defense before the base, poised for his next move. However, Thanos appeared disinclined to engage in immediate combat. He planted his colossal blade into the ground, leisurely surveying the assembly, his gaze lingering on Lin Feng for an extra moment. "It seems you are unwilling to accept defeat. What thoughts do you harbor upon seeing me once more?" Chapter 65. The War Erupts, Lin Feng versus. I once believed that by eradicating half of all existence in the universe, the other half could thrive in peace. Yet, you have demonstrated to me that such an aspiration is unattainable. Thanos caressed his gleaming bald head, gazing at the individuals before him, who appeared as insignificant as ants. However, these diminutive creatures, lacking in gratitude, were consumed by their reminiscences of the past. Even after achieving success, they remained unsatisfied. As my two companions have stated, as long as there are those who cling to bygone days, they will never embrace the future. They will resist. Two companions? Tony's voice dripped with sarcasm. Are there others who share your perspective? Thanos cast a cold glare at Tony Stark, his surroundings swirling like dark water. Two figures cloaked in black slowly emerged. The exiles. I know not when they entwined themselves with Thanos. As the shadows materialized, the system immediately sprang forth, exclaiming with fervor, "Host, it is them. These two insignificant wretches. Engage. Eliminate them." Oh. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed as he cautiously retreated. "Very well. Allow me to gather my strength." His gaze fixated on the two cloaked exiles, as he discreetly concealed his left hand behind his back. Two gems began to emit a faint glow, vast energy surging into Lin Feng's being. He stealthily moved behind Steve, ensuring that Thanos and his accomplices remained oblivious to the radiance emanating from his eyes. You shall never comprehend the magnitude of my purpose. Thanos unsheathed his double-bladed sword, delivering his final declaration. I am grateful to you for aiding me in locating all the original stones. I shall utilize them to obliterate the entire universe. Then, I will forge an entirely new cosmos, a universe devoid of memories, devoid of grievances, one solely characterized by gratitude. As his words fell, Thanos brandished his sword, assuming a combat stance. Steve raised his shield, scoffing. A new universe steeped in blood? No sooner had he spoken than a sharp sound erupted. An orange-red radiance surged forth from behind Steve, hurtling towards the cloaked exiles. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled as he leaped into action. A surprise attack? He could manage that. A beam of thermal energy shot forth, heralding the commencement of battle. The exiles seemed to have anticipated this, for the moment Lin Feng sprang forth. They swiftly raised their hands. A black, disc-shaped shield materialized before them, absorbing the impact of the thermal beam as they staggered backward. They exchanged glances. And one of the exiles lunged forward, brandishing a black-gold blade, leaping to strike Lin Feng. The thermal beam dissipated as Lin Feng sidestepped the assault, countering with a powerful punch. Bam! The exile was sent flying, crashing to the ground. He stood up as if unscathed, brushing off the dust, seemingly unharmed. Seeing their first strike fail, the other exile, akin to teleportation, surged towards Lin Feng, emulating his form and delivering a punch. Bam! Another resounding impact echoed, this time sending Lin Feng sprawling. What on earth? Lin Feng rose, bewildered as he examined his forearm. This punch unexpectedly inflicted pain upon him. The fierce winds from the blow swept away the hood of the exile, revealing an ugly green visage, marred by red veins. Unfazed by the exposure, the figure in the black robe nonchalantly tore off his dark cloak. Beneath the black fabric lay a tattered blue and red superhero suit. Lin Feng's pupils constricted at the sight. This appearance? Doomsday. No wonder the system claimed the Infinity Stones were useless. Pitting the powers of the Marvel Universe against those of the DC Universe seemed utterly implausible. This entity surely required kryptonite, seemingly affirming his suspicions. The exile unleashed a heat ray towards Lin Feng. Without a moment to ponder, Lin Feng retaliated with a heat ray of his own. The two beams clashed midair, vying for dominance. I shall not yield in this battle of waves. Lin Feng roared, his Superman wristbands glowing as the Infinity Stones channeled energy once more. The red heat ray instantly transformed into a vibrant orange hue, forcing Doomsday to retreat. A surprise attack. The exile, wielding a blade, lunged forward, aiming for Lin Feng's eyes. The blade shimmered with a menacing black gleam, and Lin Feng sensed imminent danger. He could not afford to take the hit. Damn it! Lin Feng cursed under his breath, evading the blade's arc and leaping into the air. Subsequently, he unleashed a relentless barrage of heat rays upon the two exiles. The duo leapt into the air, seamlessly coordinating their assault on Lin Feng. In a flurry of lasers and flashing blades, the three engaged in a fierce clash. Meanwhile, on the ground, the Avengers were embroiled in a heated battle against Thanos. Thor, cover me. Tony seized an opening, retreating swiftly as his nano-energy device unfurled behind him. Understanding the cue, Thor bellowed, his eyes alight with thunder as his hammer and axe collided. A bolt of lightning, as thick as a barrel, surged towards the energy device. The nanosuit's laser weapon blazed forth, unleashing high-energy beams towards Thanos. With an enraged roar, Thanos spun his double-bladed sword, deflecting the incoming lasers. Pushing through the onslaught, he seized Tony Stark, abruptly halting the lasers. Realizing the precarious situation, Thor hurled his hammer, the axe whirling in a powerful arc. Launching the God of Thunder's hammer like a projectile, Thanos raised Tony as a human shield, and with a resounding crash, the hammer sent Tony flying, crashing onto a pile of rubble, where he struggled momentarily before succumbing to unconsciousness. Thanos retrieved his sword, hurling it towards Thor. Thor dodged with a swift sidestep, retaliating with a fierce swing of his axe aimed at Thanos' head. However, prolonged indulgence had diminished Thor's stamina and explosive power, rendering him nearly defenseless against the peak-strength Thanos. In mere moments, his axe was swatted away, and he found himself toppled to the ground by Thanos' brutal strikes. 2 heavy punches from Thanos left Thor dazed. As he reached for his axe, only to have it snatched by Thanos, who brought it down towards Thor's chest. In an instant, Thor regained his senses. Reaching out to seize the incoming battle axe, gritting his teeth and exerting every ounce of strength to push it away. Yet, in terms of sheer power, he was no match for Thanos. The sharp axe sliced through Thor's armor as effortlessly as cutting through soft tofu. Just as it seemed Thanos would eviscerate him, a beam of silver light suddenly shot forth, staggering Thanos and rescuing Thor. The silvery object, after saving Thor, soared through the air with a whistling sound, landing in Steve's grasp. The mighty Mjolnir. Thor stared in astonishment at Captain America wielding the hammer, then erupted into hearty laughter, panting with relief. I knew it. Back in Stark Tower, Steve had once made the hammer quiver. At that moment, Thor had harbored doubts about whether Steve could truly lift Mjolnir, suspecting he was merely feigning incapacity to avoid embarrassing himself. Though he had felt deeply troubled then, today, as Steve lifted the hammer, Thor's heart soared with joy. Thanos, however, wore a dark expression as he kicked the laughing Thor aside. You know what you are, he growled, seizing his double-edged sword and charging at Steve. Chapter 66. Procrastination? A barrage of fire high above in the sky, Lin Feng maneuvered 2 exiles, as if he were flying a kite. The scorching rays from the day of destruction intermittently disrupted his flight path. The brilliance emanating from the black-robed exile's blade posed a significant threat, compelling Lin Feng to evade. After narrowly dodging another strike, he retaliated with a searing ray, forcing the day of destruction to retreat. The relentless barrage of heat rays left his eyes slightly swollen and red. Seizing a moment of opportunity, Lin Feng unleashed a punch imbued with sonic force directly at the knife-wielding exile. The exile crossed his weapon defensively, bracing against the formidable blow. The blade howled in protest as the exile was sent reeling backward. In that instant, the 3 combatants exchanged blows fervently, the atmosphere charged with intensity. The combat prowess of the 2 exiles surpassed Lin Feng's expectations. Their seamless coordination ensnared him in the air. Seemingly intent on stalling for time, rather than engaging in a fight to the death. Host, accelerate, came the voice of the system. They aimed to allow Thanos to snap his fingers. Carol had long been ensnared within the cosmos, unable to participate in this conflict. Given the current trajectory, the Avengers were insufficient to contend with Thanos. After a brief pause, the system resolved to support Lin Feng. I will guard against their underhanded tactics. Host, charge forth. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's figure flickered once more as he surged towards the 2 exiles, his peripheral vision occasionally scanning the battlefield below. On the ground, Steve had just executed a brief series of maneuvers when he was nearly incapacitated by Thanos. Despite having received the super serum, he remained bound by the limits of human endurance. The vibranium shield he wielded was cleaved into fragments by Thanos' colossal blade. With one final stroke, Steve was forcefully slammed to the ground. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he lay there, unable to rise for some time. Thanos, in that moment, refrained from delivering a finishing blow, casting a melancholic glance at the fierce struggle among the trio in the sky before returning his gaze downward. On the ground, the members of the Avengers lay strewn about, some prone, some collapsed. In all my years of conquest, I have never allowed a shred of personal sentiment to cloud my judgment. Your obstinacy is exasperating, Thanos declared, his voice devoid of emotion, cold as ice. Now, I shall demonstrate how I will treat your insignificant planet, akin to ants. I will relish this process. As his words echoed, a colossal blue light descended from the heavens. Subsequently, a series of conical spacecraft plummeted toward the Earth. The doors of these vessels swung open, and vast shadows emerged, accompanied by the roars of countless beasts. The formidable Leviathan reappeared on the battlefield, accompanied by monstrous creatures restrained by devices and extraterrestrial soldiers wielding advanced weaponry. Under Thanos' command, a tide of countless monsters surged forth, suffusing the air with despair. His loyal minions, including Ebony Maw, Corvus Glaive, and Proxima Midnight, emerged from the radiant veil. Thanos' army had assembled upon the blue planet. In this moment, the blue planet faced an unprecedented calamity for the second time. The Avengers stood isolated and defenseless against an overwhelming tide of adversaries. In this moment, Steve gasped for breath, prepared to sacrifice his life. Just as he believed that Blue Planet had exhausted all hope, a familiar yet strange voice suddenly echoed in his ear. Captain, Captain, can you hear me? Captain, it's Sam. To your left. With great effort, Steve turned his head. Delicate golden threads traced a circular pattern in the air. It was the spatial magic from Kamartosh. Soon after, a portal materialized, and Falcon emerged from behind it. One portal after another, second, third. Fourth, an uncountable number of portals opened simultaneously in the sky and on the ground. They connected the world and even the far reaches of the universe. Black Panther stepped out of a portal, accompanied by countless fearless warriors, their triumphant battle cry resonating through the skies. Riding a white Pegasus, the Valkyrie led the courageous Asgardian army. Ant-Man, stationed at the Avengers base, transformed into a giant towering dozens of meters high, his foot striking the ground with a tremor. Bruce, having calmed slightly, now roared with fury, as if the raging Hulk had returned. Doctor Strange, Star-Lord, Spider-Man, Bucky, Groot, Wanda, and even the sorcerers from Kamartaj joined the fray. A light gradually ignited in Steve's eyes. It was the light of hope. The Guardians of Blue Planet emerged at this critical moment. They stood united, summoning an unprecedented fighting spirit. The snap 5 years prior had taken them away, but now, 5 years later, they possessed the precious opportunity to retaliate. They gathered to wage battle, bearing humanity's last hope. Aroused from his stupor, Tony and Thor rushed to Steve's side. Steve suppressed his excitement, inhaling deeply, extending his right hand, and shouted, "Avengers!" The hammer of the god of thunder whistled back into his grasp. He fixed his gaze upon Thanos, his voice deep and resonant. "Assemble!" Roars erupted as countless allied forces of Blue Planet charged forward, rushing onto the battlefield. Swords aimed at Thanos' army. The ground trembled beneath their feet, the air thick with tension, their morale soaring. They bore not only the fate of Blue Planet, but also that of humanity and the lost souls of the universe extinguished by that fateful snap. With morale at an unparalleled height, the final battle commenced. Thanos' forces, responding to a command, surged into the fray, yet how could they withstand the wrathful Avengers? As one warrior fell, another rose to take their place. The Avengers cast aside the notion of life and death. Their singular thought was to vanquish these loathsome alien beasts. Their battle cries soared into the heavens, while the monsters screamed in agony, and humanity roared in rage. Gunfire erupted. Metal clashed. The battlefield echoed with cries of anguish and defiance, resonating throughout the land. Flames of war spread across the earth, altering the very essence of the world. Smoke filled the air, a tapestry of battle, resistance, protection, and demise. Thanos' expression darkened slightly. In the course of his tumultuous journey, Blue Star stood as the greatest obstacle to his ambitions. His violet-hued head could not fathom why Earth possessed such formidable retaliatory power. Yet, he need not ponder long. For the Scarlet Witch, Wanda, descended from the heavens. Her gaze, imbued with hatred, an amalgamation of old grievances and fresh enmity, was accompanied by a surge of chaotic crimson magic that enveloped her. "You have taken everything from me." Thanos furrowed his brow, perplexed yet resolute. "I do not even know you." Wanda's fury intensified as she thundered, "You will come to know me." No sooner had her words left her lips than the chaotic magic erupted instantaneously. Crimson energy coalesced, lifting debris from the battlefield and battered walls, hurtling towards Thanos. He raised his blade to deflect the onslaught, countering with a fierce slash directed at Wanda. Undeterred, she enveloped the blade in her sanguine energy, and with a fierce tug, she tore the weapon, stronger than vibranium, into countless fragments that fell to the ground. In the midst of Thanos' astonished gaze, Wanda thrust upwards, ensnaring him in her scarlet energy and lifting him into the air. Consumed by vengeance, she unleashed her chaotic magic, stripping away layer after layer of Thanos' golden armor. Bereft of its protection, his form lay exposed to the relentless magic, and he felt a tremendous force tugging at his very being. A sensation that sent shivers of dread coursing through him. Enduring the excruciating pain radiating from his body, Thanos could not suppress a bellow. "Ebony Maw, open fire." Taken aback for a moment, Ebony Maw promptly obeyed Thanos' command. The Sanctuary 2, suspended high above, readied all its weaponry. In the next instant, a rain of devastating projectiles was unleashed, ruthlessly descending upon the battlefield. The barrage spared neither friend nor foe. creating an impenetrable curtain of fire that bombarded both Avengers and invaders alike. The cacophony of explosions intertwined with cries of anguish and despair as the forces on both sides dwindled relentlessly. Soon after, a second and third wave of shells commenced, a relentless downpour that continued to ravage the ground below. Chapter 67. Has the exile escaped? The villain's face lost a thunderous explosion reverberated through the heavens, instantly capturing Lin Feng's attention. He turned his gaze towards the second temple of Thanos, which was relentlessly unleashing a barrage of cannon fire, mercilessly decimating the surroundings. The deranged Thanos showed no regard for the lives of the Leviathan beasts. In his eyes, they were mere cannon fodder. To achieve his objectives, he was willing to sacrifice everything. Gamora was the prime evidence of this. Otherwise, Thanos would not have shed a single tear for her. As the bombardment continued, the Avengers scurried for cover, suffering continuous casualties. A thought ignited within Lin Feng, prompting him to soar towards the second temple. His goal was crystal clear: to dismantle this colossal machine without delay. However, the two exiles had no intention of allowing Lin Feng to pass. One of them flashed forward, positioning themselves ominously on either side of him. "Where do you think you're going?" For the first time since the battle began, one of the exiles spoke, their voice grating like sandpaper against Lin Feng's ears. "Get lost." Lin Feng had no time for idle chatter. With reddened eyes, he unleashed a searing beam of energy, only for the exile to evade it with a swift teleportation. The black golden blade slashed towards him once more, and Lin Feng bent low to evade, countering with a powerful punch. Yet, the exile was nearly as swift as Lin Feng, retreating immediately regardless of whether their strike connected. Before long, the second exile, Desolation, appeared behind Lin Feng, delivering a swift kick. Just as Lin Feng turned, Desolation retreated, allowing the blade-wielding exile to advance once again. The two exiles moved with the slippery finesse of eels. As Lin Feng engaged one, the other persistently harassed him. They were not fighting desperately. Instead, they toyed with him, dragging Lin Feng into an inescapable trap. Gradually, anger ignited within Lin Feng. Carol was ensnared in outer space by the exiles' underhanded tactics, unable to return for support as she did in the original story. He had little time to waste playing their game. If this continued, Thanos would complete his deadly snap. With a decisive thought, Lin Feng activated the special red kryptonite. For him at this juncture, this amount of prestige was trivial. He could easily acquire more later. A flash of crimson light enveloped him, and his physical prowess surged to an entirely new level. Now, his capacity to absorb energy had multiplied exponentially. Lin Feng's form flickered as he moved, his speed more than doubling. Desolation's pupils constricted in shock, unable to react in time to Lin Feng's sudden surge in velocity. A fist loomed larger and larger in Desolation's vision. Boom! A single punch landed squarely against Desolation's chest, causing a deep indentation. Desolation's eyes widened in disbelief as he spewed a mouthful of black blood, hurtling out of sight. He hadn't even had the chance to use his trump card. Utterly bewildered by how Lin Feng, once his equal, had transformed into such a formidable opponent in an instant, the blade-wielding exile hesitated mid-air, then swiftly retreated, seemingly intimidated by Lin Feng's devastating blow. Lin Feng, however, had no time to concern himself with the exile. If Thanos continued his onslaught, the Avengers would soon be disbanded. He swiftly descended to the ground, and before him lay the relentless heat rays amplified by the Infinity Stones. Time was of the essence, and Lin Feng could not accumulate excessive energy. Nevertheless, even so, the power he wielded was formidable. The orange-red laser instantly pierced through the Sanctum II, and with a mere flick of his gaze, he cleaved the vessel in twain as effortlessly as slicing paper. The Sanctum II, which had fought alongside Thanos for much of its existence, was thus severed, with explosions erupting continuously at the fracture point. The torrential barrage of cannon fire abruptly ceased. The two segments of the spacecraft, billowing thick black smoke, plummeted from the sky with a resounding hum. Suddenly, a tremendous crash reverberated as onlookers gazed upward. The once mighty projectiles were now absent, leaving only the billowing smoke of the Sanctum II, which had split in half and crashed into the lake, sending tidal waves surging into the air. "My goodness," Steve gasped, having witnessed the entire spectacle. His eyes were filled with incredulity as he looked at Lin Feng. What on earth was that? Can his eyes emit lasers? "Tony," equally astonished, noted that the data within his helmet indicated that the recent laser exceeded Friday's measurement limits. A significant portion of the Avengers had observed Lin Feng's laser. They were unaware that such a powerful ally existed among them. Rocket Raccoon stood beside Groot, his eyes wide with astonishment. Goodness, I was contemplating stealing his wristbands. Thankfully, I didn't act on that impulse. Where did he go? Having dispatched the Sanctum 2, Lin Feng quickly turned to eliminate the two exiles. Scanning the vicinity, he spotted the barely breathing Doomsday lying a kilometer away on the ground. But the exile wielding the black gold blade was nowhere to be found. Host, the exile has fled. What? Lin Feng rubbed his ears in disbelief. He ran away? Is that true? The exile is so cowardly? His astonishment was mingled with confusion. This narrative felt entirely askew. Shouldn't the villain be overwhelmingly powerful, refusing to yield? And at the very least, curse the protagonist with a final retaliation? Moreover, typically, villains possess several trump cards, do they not? How could one simply escape? Just to harass him and then flee? The villain's reputation had been utterly tarnished by these two inept individuals. Soon, the system provided an explanation. They attempted to tamper with my database, triggering my automatic defense mechanism. My defenses are not to be trifled with in their bid for escape. They had already expended their trump cards. Even so, those two had sustained considerable injuries. Otherwise, their diminished strength would not be so easily accounted for. Lin Feng nodded. Gaining insight, then why not eliminate them outright? Why grant them the opportunity to leap away? The system hesitated. Isn't this a chance for you to hone your skills? Well, I truly appreciate that. Lin Feng chuckled, noticing the system's reluctance to divulge certain information. However, he was not in a hurry to expose it. All would be addressed post-battle. With that, Lin Feng soared towards the direction of Doomsday. It was not that these two exiles were weak. Rather, they had already endured a severe beating from the system. After a prolonged struggle, the two ineffectual ones could not even breach Lin Feng's defenses. Had Lin Feng been in the form of a Silver Superman, it was likely that the two exiles would not have withstood even a single blow from him. If exiles were indeed such beings, even in their prime, Lin Feng could easily dispatch them with a mere punch. Sensing Lin Feng's mindset, the system abruptly emerged, mercilessly revealing additional information. Host, do not underestimate. The strength of exiles is categorized into several tiers. These two are merely lowly minions. The true first-tier exiles possess power beyond your imagination. The ease with which you dispatch these exiles is significantly related to their diminished strength and exhausted trump cards. Did you think their harassment today was without lethal intent? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng was taken aback, his flying form momentarily faltering. Multi-universe level? Such simple words concealed immense power. As far as he knew, Silver Superman only belonged to the singular universe level. With the Silver Superman template, he could easily contend with any singular universe powerhouse. Yet, this strength, when faced with multi-universe level threats, was akin to that of an ant, utterly fragile. If a first-tier exile were to arrive, would I not be doomed? Lin Feng furrowed his brow, his heart sinking. The exiles were far more troublesome and complex than he had anticipated. The one he had fought against was merely a small fry within their ranks, deepening his sense of foreboding. That will not be the case. Before the host has matured, the first tier will not take notice of you. There is a saying, why use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken? Do you understand this principle? At the very least, you must reach the mid to late stages of the Silver Superman template before being listed as a target by the first tier. The system offered a metaphor, coarse yet insightful. Lin Feng's expression darkened. Am I a chicken? It is merely a metaphor. The path before you is still long. However, the system reassured him, do not be concerned. Within this task's rewards, opportunities suited for you will arise. Seize them and grow quickly. The system's words instilled in Lin Feng a vague sense of being entangled in a colossal predicament. It felt as though a massive entity had merely unveiled a corner of its veil. Clearly, after this battle, he would need to have a serious conversation with the system about why he had crossed over from beyond the fourth wall and what information it had been concealing. Beyond Blue Star, the armed exile seemed to silently hover in space, observing the battlefield of the final confrontation. After a long while, he pressed a hand to his chest and coughed twice. That damn system had left him with injuries that were yet to fully heal. He opened his communicator. drafting a message to send out. Chapter 68, Doomsday? A faux Superman Lin Feng soared to the site of Doomsday's descent, where the creature, now gasping for breath, exhibited more exhalation than inhalation. His gaze towards Lin Feng was laced with malice. Lin Feng shook his head with a bemused smile, retrieving a pendant-like object from his person and hurling it skyward with force. The radiant heat rays of the Infinity Stones cascaded forth. He had no intention of allowing Doomsday to utter any last words. The system had already divulged the true nature of this exile to Lin Feng. The pendant-like artifact, guided to him by the system, served as a spatial tool for the exile to store items. Lin Feng tucked it away, planning to inspect it for treasures once the battle concluded. After enduring mere seconds beneath the onslaught of heat rays, Doomsday's form disintegrated, leaving not a trace behind. So feeble, even a dog would shake its head in disdain. Lin Feng mused that the only resemblance Doomsday bore was in appearance, his physical prowess. The unique trait of immunity to the damage of his previous demise, and so forth, were all conspicuously absent. He ought to be dubbed faux Superman, for he was ludicrously weak, almost comically so. Lin Feng could vanquish him without even resorting to kryptonite. Yet, this did elucidate Doomsday's intention to usurp Lin Feng's Silver Superman template. Undoubtedly, one of his motives was to transform himself into the genuine Doomsday. Amidst the relentless bombardment that swept the battlefield, the Avengers base succumbed to ruin, engulfed in flames that turned it to rubble. From the debris emerged Nebula, cradling a gauntlet as she approached Thanos. "Father, I bring you the Infinity Stones." With reverence, Nebula presented the Infinity Gauntlet, an artifact she had cunningly acquired from Hawkeye during the chaos. Thanos, somewhat taken aback, accepted the gauntlet with a nod of satisfaction. "Well done." His praise sent shivers of excitement coursing through Nebula's entire being. In her memory, this was nearly the first time Thanos had commended her. At that moment, she felt she had eclipsed Gamora, successfully proving her worth to her father. While Nebula reveled in her triumph, a sense of dread gripped the Avengers, their expressions darkening uncontrollably. Nebula had betrayed them? Before they could ponder further, another Nebula emerged from the ruins, flanked by the grim-faced Hawkeye and Gamora. Two Nebulas. As their gazes shifted, understanding began to dawn. "Damn it," Tony cursed. Steve murmured to himself, "You toy with time, and time will toy with you." This Nebula had traversed time alongside Thanos from the past. However, there was no time to dwell on such matters now. Witnessing Thanos seize the Infinity Gauntlet, the situation became perilously dire. He must not snap his fingers, Steve bellowed, propelling himself towards Thanos with determination. Having barely reclaimed half of their lives, they could not allow Thanos to repeat the tragedy of 5 years prior. Everyone grasped this truth, one by one launching themselves into the fray against Thanos. Flames erupted beneath Tony's feet, soaring skyward as he unleashed his laser weaponry upon Thanos without regard for expenditure. Devoid of his armor, Thanos grimaced. Enduring the assault with his flesh, the lasers struck his formidable Titan skin, leaving behind a series of crimson welts. Hawkeye unleashed a relentless barrage of arrows, targeting the Infinity Gauntlet in Thanos' grasp, each arrow detonating upon impact, with the force of Tony's laser weapon amplifying the impact. Thanos was compelled to retreat under the relentless shockwaves. At that moment, Steve arrived, seizing the opportunity to strike. With his hammer raised high, he aimed directly for Thanos' right hand, which clutched the gauntlet. The sound of impact echoed as Thanos was hurled away, his grip on the gauntlet faltering, and it fell to the ground. Observing this, Nebula from 2014 rushed forward to retrieve the gauntlet, only to be intercepted by her future counterpart, resulting in a fierce struggle between the two. "Now's our chance," Tony thought, darting toward the fallen gauntlet. Just as he reached for it, Thanos surged forward, his heavy fist sending Tony crashing over 10 meters away. With a thunderous roar, Thor charged, swinging his Stormbreaker toward Thanos' head. Thanos evaded by crouching low and sidestepping, retaliating with a devastating strike aimed at Thor's heart. The portly god of thunder was caught off guard and took the blow squarely, struggling to catch his breath. With a swift motion, Thanos seized Thor and hurled him toward the archer who had been relentlessly shooting arrows. Hawkeye, unable to evade, braced for impact, and the two collided, collapsing onto the ground, momentarily incapacitated. Amidst the chaos, Tony once again approached the gauntlet, grasping it with determination as he prepared to ascend. However, a massive hand reached out from behind, firmly grasping his ankle. With a resounding crash, Tony was slammed into the ground. Despite his struggles to increase the thruster's power, it was too late. Thanos, holding Tony, violently swung him against the ground repeatedly. Had it not been for his nanosuit, Tony might have been gravely injured. Noticing that Iron Man had ceased to respond, seemingly dazed from the blows, Thanos decided to use him as a projectile, hurling him toward Steve. The Avengers unleashed their full might in defense, but the strength of the Titan was overwhelming. This was not the exhausted Thanos of 5 years prior. The Thanos of 2014 was younger and more formidable, rendering the Avengers utterly outmatched. After dispatching several bothersome foes, Thanos swiftly retrieved the gauntlet, donning it upon his right hand without hesitation. With a resounding roar, the 6 Infinity Stones ignited a tremendous surge of energy, coursing through Thanos' veins and wreaking havoc upon his Titan form, eliciting pained roars from him. It felt as though he were bound by lightning-like chains, tightening incessantly. Yet, in light of the monumental achievement he was about to accomplish, such pain was inconsequential. He could endure far worse. After a tumultuous eruption, Thanos gradually acclimated to the energy of the Infinity Stones. As the agony subsided slightly, a semblance of a smile graced his face. He gazed at the Avengers, who braced themselves for one final assault, shaking his head as he declared, "It's too late." With the Infinity Gauntlet adorning his right hand, the thumb and middle fingers slowly drew together. No. In Steve's eyes, filled with despair, his mind went blank. "I am destiny." Thanos gritted his teeth as he uttered these words, twisting his fingers with force. Buzz. Just as Thanos was about to snap his fingers, an orange-red light, brimming with boundless energy, struck his right hand with precision. The searing light, even from a distance of several meters, radiated a scorching aura. The gazes of onlookers transformed from uncertainty to sheer horror. The orange-red laser surged forth, enveloping Thanos' entire palm. As the laser dissipated, Thanos' entire right hand vanished without a trace. Roar. Thanos was momentarily stunned, and then an excruciating pain surged through his right arm, forcing a cry from his lips. In disbelief, he stared at his right arm. His hand, along with his forearm, had completely disappeared under the onslaught of the laser. The skin near his forearm had charred to a coal-like state, emitting tendrils of black smoke. The mechanical gauntlet, which housed the Infinity Stones, had been entirely vaporized, leaving only the stones scattered on the ground. Clutching his arm, Thanos glared in the direction of the laser's origin. It was Lin Feng. Under the watchful eyes of the others, he strolled onto the battlefield with an unhurried demeanor, his eyes shimmering with an orange glow, their brightness terrifying. The red kryptonite had enhanced his physique, enabling him to harness greater energy from the stones. Had that heat ray been aimed at Earth, it could have pierced through in mere moments. Yet the price was steep. Lin Feng's eyes were now in torment, tears streaming uncontrollably. As Lin Feng approached slowly, Thanos' gaze flickered. Ignoring the pain in his right arm, his remaining left hand reached for the stones on the ground. However, all hope faded with the loss of the gauntlet. Without it, what use were the Infinity Stones? He could no longer snap his fingers. Bang! Lin Feng surged forward, delivering a powerful punch that sent Thanos flying. Bending down, he picked up the fallen Infinity Stones, and at last, the glow in his eyes faded. Chapter 69. The conclusion of the final battle and Natasha's soul. Your intentions are commendable. Lin Feng sighed. However, your actions and objectives are excessively radical. There exist myriad methods to alleviate the dire consequences of rampant population growth. You have chosen the most extreme one, which is destined to fail. Thanos struggled to rise from the ground, unfamiliar with the figure before him, as he had never encountered him in Nebula's memories. I must do this. For the advancement of the universe. I have witnessed too much hunger, suffering, struggle, and war. Thanos spoke with a voice that was weak yet resolute. All of this is the consequence of life's inability to exercise restraint. Only by eradicating half of all life can the remaining half survive. Lin Feng scoffed, shaking his head. Indeed, Thanos had waged war across countless planets, taking the lives of half, leaving the other half to experience a transient prosperity. However, this would only be temporary. With the passage of time, everything would revert to its original state. Thanos' mindset stemmed from his experiences, deeply intertwined with his memories of his home planet. If given the chance, I would truly wish to send you to the ancient East for enlightenment. Perhaps their approach to population control could broaden your horizons. But now, Thanos, you must pay the price for your actions, Lin Feng said with a hint of melancholy, his gaze sweeping across the battlefield, a war ignited by Thanos himself. As he spoke, Lin Feng began to affix the Infinity Stones one by one into his Superman wristband. The 6 stones merged seamlessly, transforming the wristband into a kaleidoscope of colors, somewhat garish. A tremendous surge of energy began to flow into Lin Feng's being. Unlike Thanos, with the enhancement of the red kryptonite and the dual constraints of the Superman wristband, Lin Feng felt little pain. He could bear it entirely. This contrasted with his use of the Infinity Stones to amplify his heat vision, which required the absorption of energy into his body for enhancement. However, to snap his fingers, Lin Feng did not need to internalize the energy. Thanos silently observed Lin Feng. The momentum had shifted. He understood clearly that had that recent orange-red laser been aimed at his head, he would no longer exist. He had never witnessed such power in Lin Feng. Those 2 so-called friends in black robes likely perished at his hands. His ambitions had once again been thwarted. At this moment, he felt an unprecedented calm. Watching Lin Feng equip the Infinity Stones into a wristband. Who are you? Thanos' lips trembled for a moment, ultimately yearning to discern Lin Feng's identity. Lin Feng raised his left hand adorned with the Superman wristband, the 6 Infinity Stones resonating and radiating brilliance. Me? Lin Feng met Thanos' gaze with tranquility. My name is Lin Feng. Snap. With that, he executed the fateful gesture. An invisible energy radiated outward once more. In the midst of the fierce battle against the Avengers, Thanos' legions suddenly paused, their expressions gradually morphing into confusion. An inexplicable feeling arose within them, as if their bodies no longer belonged to them. In the next moment, they transformed into mere dust and particles, scattering with the wind, vanishing from existence. An indescribable atmosphere enveloped the hearts of all present. The sudden turn of events left the Avengers equally bewildered, uncertain of what had transpired. Thanos cast his gaze over the battlefield, helplessly surveying the scene. One by one, his subordinates disintegrated into dust, dissipating into the air. At this moment, Thanos felt a sense of despondency, a disorientation, and an ineffable sadness mingled with tranquility. It was as if he had resigned himself to fate. After stumbling a couple of steps, his immense form slumped onto a stone. He struggled to lift his head, as if finding it difficult to breathe. Ultimately, he quietly closed his eyes. The Titan from Titan gradually faded away beneath the snap of his fingers, along with all his legions. Just as half of all life had been left in disarray 5 years prior under a similar snap. Silence. In the preceding moment, the battlefield had echoed with cries of battle reaching the heavens. Yet in the next instant, a profound stillness enveloped the scene. Only the sounds of crumbling ruins and the crackling of flames remained. After a prolonged moment, as if awakening from a stupor, the once silent battlefield erupted into thunderous cheers. The Avengers, now realizing what had transpired, embraced each other in tears of joy, transcending race and region in their shared elation. This time, they had successfully preserved the universe from Thanos' grasp. An ineffable sense of joy, relief, and accomplishment lingered in the air, refusing to dissipate. Lin Feng gazed with a tinge of melancholy at Thanos' disappearance, letting out a sigh. He spoke no falsehood. Thanos' intentions may have been noble, but his methods and objectives were excessively radical, so much so that success eluded him. Lin Feng turned his attention to the embracing Avengers. A wave of comfort washing over him. He spotted Tony and couldn't help but smile. Tony Stark, I avenged you with this snap. Tony, cradling Pepper Potts, turned to Steve and asked, why is he looking at me like that? Steve, covered in dirt, managed a smile, who knows. After which, he limped toward Lin Feng. Where are you going, old man? Tony called after him. Without turning back, Steve replied to thank him. Tony shrugged, glancing down at Pepper, who merely offered him an enigmatic smile. All right. Tony rolled his eyes, hesitated for a moment, and then headed towards Lin Feng as well. The climax of the battle concluded with Lin Feng's snap. The half of life that had vanished returned once more. Countless families wept in joy, their tears a testament to their happiness. Blue Planet bustled once again, reminiscent of 5 years ago. Near the monument in the square, several statues of the Avengers had been erected, including one of Lin Feng himself. Although the black-haired, black-eyed superhero clad in dark attire remains unfamiliar to many, all are acutely aware that their reunion is made possible by the valiant Avengers before them. The Blue Planet has once again found its equilibrium. The once desolate streets have begun to thrive anew. Abandoned schools, dormant factories, and stranded vessels are being cleared and repurposed by the people. Moreover, since it was Lin Feng who snapped his fingers and not Tony Stark, what should have been a solemn funeral for Stark has transformed into a jubilant celebration of victory. However, before the festivities commence, there remains a crucial task to attend to. At the lakeside, workers are clearing the remnants of the Avengers headquarters. The Avengers gather within a dilapidated gazebo. Bruce Banner, Steve Rogers, Tony Stark, Clint Barton, Thor Odinson, and Scott Lang stand solemnly behind Lin Feng, their expressions grave and tense. Lin Feng turns to face them, his gaze sweeping across the assembled figures. Drawing a deep breath, as if steeling himself for what lies ahead, he nods. The others respond with solemn nods, their eyes reflecting a mix of seriousness and hope. Lin Feng turns once more, inhales deeply, and closes his eyes. The 6 infinity stones embedded in his gauntlet begin to glow softly. Under the eager watch of Stark and the others, Lin Feng raises his left hand, echoing the fateful snap from the battlefield 2 days prior. Calming his mind, aided by the system, he begins to communicate internally. Soulstone, I know you possess self-awareness. Restore Natasha's soul. Indeed, Lin Feng is engaging in dialogue with the Soulstone. The Infinity Stones are said to harbor their own consciousness. And through the system's connection, Lin Feng can easily exchange certain thoughts with them. After a prolonged silence, a wave of rejection emanates from the stone. Unperturbed, Lin Feng speaks again. A single soul means little to you. Return Natasha's soul. Do not compel me to resort to force. The wave of refusal intensifies, laced with a hint of disdain. I shall repeat myself. Return Natasha's soul, or I shall use the other stones to obliterate you. Do not doubt my words. You have 1 minute to contemplate, after which I shall snap my fingers. The choice of your destruction or Natasha's return rests with you. Seeing that gentle persuasion has failed, Lin Feng adopts a cold demeanor and issues a threat, confident that the Soul Stone will make the right decision. The waiting stretches on interminably. Tony, nervously biting his thumbnail, turns to Steve and whispers, "Why is there no response?" Though his voice is soft, it captures the attention of all, their gazes converging sharply upon Tony. Steve, frowning, shakes his head at Tony, urging him to remain patient. Tony, feeling the weight of their stares, raises his hands in a gesture of surrender. The group's focus returns to Lin Feng. After a tense negotiation, the Soul Stone reluctantly conveys an essence of capitulation. Lin Feng received the information, exhaling a sigh of relief, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. The Soul Gem was no fool. When faced with the choice of survival for itself and a soul, it knew precisely what to choose. Snap! Lin Feng snapped his fingers. The group perked up, their eyes widening in astonishment. Before Lin Feng, visible waves of energy began to ripple. With the resonance of the snap, a figure slowly emerged from within the undulating waves. It was none other than Natasha, the Black Widow, her hair styled in braids, wearing a bewildered expression.